This game is utterly exhilarating. I stumbled upon a game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. In this game, everything is purchasable with real money, prompting one to ponder the implications of such a phenomenon in relation to reality. The Campus Bell graciously provides a water delivery service. The price is zero point 0.1 yuan. Gazing at my phone, I couldn't help but murmur. Today marks the first day of military training for freshmen. The instructor has yet to arrive, and everyone is huddled in the shade, engrossed in their phones, waiting. Just a moment ago, I inadvertently downloaded an app titled, "With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest." The promotional slogan for this game is, "At the outset, you are granted 1 trillion in subsidies." Even if your monthly salary is merely 3,000, as long as one engages with this game, one can ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. Fueled by a profound curiosity, I took a leisurely stroll within the confines of the game. What captivates me most are the shops within the game. As I embarked on this journey, my level was quite low, and at present, the store offers merely 3 items. The price for a water delivery service from the Campus Beauty is 0.1 yuan. The price of a Ferrari SF90 is 0.2 yuan. A luxurious standalone villa is priced at 0.3 yuan. Gazing upon these 3 offerings in the marketplace, I find myself somewhat bewildered, struggling to believe that this is indeed reality. The initial delivery of refreshments by the Campus Beauty is one matter, yet the nature of the service remains unclear to me. However, to speak candidly, I must admit that I am rather intrigued. As for the second, the Ferrari SF90, the standard selling price is approximately 5 million, while the final price is likely to exceed 6 million. In the game, one can acquire it for merely 0.2 yuan. Furthermore, there exists a third option, a standalone villa. Although Jiangzhou is merely an ordinary second or third-tier city, such opulent residences command a price of no less than 40 to 50,000 per square meter, if not more. To purchase a villa in Jiangzhou, one would need to spend at least 20 to 30 million. Yet in the game, it merely costs 0.3 yuan, which is utterly absurd. The $1 trillion subsidy is overwhelmingly generous. It is scarcely distinguishable from being given away for free. Contemporary game developers, in their relentless pursuit of revenue, are unreservedly willing to make extravagant claims. Instinctively, I feel compelled to close the game and uninstall it. At that moment, a pop-up appeared. "Are you certain you wish to leave? The opportunity to become the wealthiest is a singular one. Oh, if you miss it, it will be gone forever." Upon noticing the notification on the pop-up, I was momentarily taken aback. Why not give it a try? After all, it was merely a few dimes, and there was little to lose. The allure of a Ferrari and a standalone villa seemed rather enticing. With these thoughts in mind, I resolutely decided to invest a mere 10 cents and opted for the Campus Bell's delivery service. Ahem. This does not imply any particular feelings I have towards the Campus Beauty. I merely find this to be the most economical option. That is all. I had just made my payment when the instructor arrived. As the military training commenced, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped me. I swiftly forgot about the matter. Time passed rapidly. 2 hours later, beneath the scorching sun, everyone was drenched in sweat, their throats parched. The instructor deemed it sufficient and commanded a brief respite for all. My classmates and I hastily sought refuge in the shade. "I am parched. My friend, did you bring any water?" "I didn't bring it. Now that you mention it, I too feel parched. I shall seek refuge in a shaded spot." As everyone engaged in conversation, they simultaneously expressed their thirst. However, due to it being the first day of military training, many were ill-prepared, and the majority had not brought any water. "What about you, Yi-chun?" someone inquired of me, and I too shook my head. I did not bring any either. Upon hearing our discussion, a tall young man approached us. "None of the brothers brought water," he remarked. He approached, his expression one of unfamiliarity. "His name is Zhou Haoran, and he is my classmate, but not in the same dormitory." "Old Zhou, did you bring it?" Upon hearing Zhou Haoran's inquiry, someone excitedly posed a question. "I did not bring it either." Zhou Haoran shook his head. "What do you mean you didn't bring it?" The person who had just questioned him responded with a hint of disappointment and mild complaint. "However, I can have my girlfriend bring it to me." Standing before us, Zhou Haoran proclaimed with an air of pride. As soon as Zhou Haoran's words escaped his lips, all eyes instantaneously converged upon him. We had just commenced our freshman year. Even if one has a girlfriend, it is certainly from their high school days. Although it appears quite common in films or online narratives for high school students to have girlfriends, the reality is quite different. In high school, it is exceedingly rare to find someone who has entered into a romantic relationship. The vast majority present are still single. Having a girlfriend is undoubtedly a matter of great pride. All the boys gaze enviously at Zhou Haoran. Brother Hao, can it be true? Is there really someone still single at this time? Without a girlfriend, perhaps? Observing everyone, Zhou Haoran spoke with great trepidation. Upon hearing his words, many faces shifted in expression. Although a tinge of anger lingered within, there was nothing to be done. Zhou Haoran, reveling in his own pretentiousness, cast a triumphant glance at the surroundings. My girlfriend is about to arrive. Previously, he mentioned to his girlfriend that she attends a nearby school, and their military training is delayed by a week. In a bid to flaunt his charming girlfriend, Zhou Haoran deliberately arranged for her to bring him water during his military training. It now appears that his choice is exceedingly astute. The sensation of satisfaction is simply exquisite. Before long, a girl of above-average beauty appeared at the entrance of the playground. Upon noticing her, Zhou Haoran immediately waved his hand toward her with a sense of pride. The young woman promptly approached us. It goes without saying that she must be Zhou Haoran's girlfriend. Witnessing this scene, all the boys present were filled with envy. Even those few who had girlfriends were immensely jealous of Zhou Haoran, although they had partners. However, they're all out of town, making it impossible to deliver water. A girl approached and thoughtfully handed a bottle of mineral water to Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran, with his girlfriend by his side, confidently approached a gathering of classmates and proudly declared, "Allow me to introduce to you all, this is my girlfriend, Yuan Yuan." This only deepens everyone's admiration and envy towards Zhou Haoran. Having a girlfriend bring water during military training. What a delightful experience that is. Regrettably, one finds oneself lacking. The truly formidable always seem to be others. In their hearts, everyone expresses their sentiments. Yi Chun, do you not have a girlfriend to bring you water? Suddenly, Zhou Haoran inquired of me, and upon hearing his words, all eyes in the room were instantly fixed upon me. His question was not one posed lightly. He had previously observed that among all the boys in the class, I possessed the highest level of attractiveness. This realization filled him with a sense of pride in his own looks. Zhou Haoran felt a profound sense of threat. In order to secure a successful candidacy for class president, he has been seeking opportunities to undermine me and elevate his own standing. Now is an excellent opportunity. Without uttering a word, Zhou Haoran is certain that I definitely do not have a girlfriend. Now this is the moment. Zhou Haoran had become increasingly arrogant. Just as he was about to continue his bravado, he was taken aback to find that everyone suddenly turned their gaze toward the entrance of the playground, frozen in astonishment. Zhou Haoran, too, curiously turned his head, equally taken aback. At the entrance of the playground, a stunningly beautiful girl gracefully made her entrance. She possessed clear, radiant eyes and a flawless, oval-shaped face. Her visage is nothing short of flawless, with an aura of serene elegance, as if she has stepped forth from the realm of a painting. This enchanting beauty captivates all upon her arrival. In an instant, she captivated everyone's attention. Not only the boys present, but even the girls silently marveled. How beautiful this young lady is. Those who are acquainted with this exquisite lady are utterly astonished by her presence. Her arrival has taken everyone by surprise. The newcomer is none other than the school's most renowned and aloof beauty, Su Ningxuang. She has countless admirers, and her frosty demeanor is well known throughout the institution. Rarely does she participate in activities, making her presence a rarity within the school. Yet today, how is it that the illustrious Su is gracing the military training grounds? Those who are acquainted with Su Ningxuang were expressions of utter bewilderment. Under the gaze of the crowd, she lingered at the entrance of the playground, surveying her surroundings as if in search of something. Ultimately, she pinpointed her destination. With a bottle of Nongfu Spring in hand, she strode purposefully toward my classroom. What could the illustrious Su be up to, carrying water? Is she perhaps here to deliver refreshments? Gazing at Su Ningxiang, everyone was enveloped in profound perplexity. Mother, I have fallen in love. Wow, what a stunning young lady. The boys in my class began to excitedly discuss among themselves. Humph, do you know who she is? A girl seems to be acquainted with Su Ningxuan. Unable to resist the urge to retort, I inquired, who is that? She is none other than the renowned and aloof campus belle of our school, the sophomore senior, Su Ningxue. The girl cast a disdainful glance at the boy who had just spoken of love and continued, I advise you not to harbor such dreams. The number of suitors is beyond counting. What the student council president, or the distinguished seniors who embarked on entrepreneurial ventures during their university years. The affluent heirs and their ilk are countless. Yet, not a single one has achieved success. Have you taken a moment to reflect upon yourselves? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Upon hearing these words, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, astonished by the revelation. Is it truly so remarkable? Even the student council president and the entrepreneurial titans are unable to win the affection of this aloof campus belle. At that moment, the individuals from my class were astounded to discover Miss Su's direction appears to be towards us, igniting excitement among everyone. The prospect of encountering the legendary, aloof campus beauty up close fills the air with anticipation. It is undoubtedly an exhilarating affair, as Su Ningxuan draws ever closer. The heartbeat of everyone present quickens involuntarily, stirred by her mere presence. The once prominent Zhou Haoran and his girlfriend were suddenly overlooked by everyone. Had it been in the past, he would have been infuriated by such disregard after putting on a facade. Yet, in this moment, Zhou Haoran found it impossible to feel anger. Su, the campus belle, was simply too stunning, leaving him momentarily mesmerized. In comparison to her, his own girlfriend seemed utterly lacking, both in beauty and in grace. Everything seemed rather commonplace. The campus belle, Su, stepped forward before the crowd. Everyone's heart raced to their throats. Strain your ears and await the words of the illustrious Su. May I inquire if Junior Yi Chan is present, standing before the assembly? The campus belle of Su, her cheeks flushed, inquired with a hint of shyness about Su Ning's words. Like a thunderclap from the heavens, it struck in the ears of the crowd. What? The illustrious Su is here to seek me out? How could that be? In an instant, everyone present turned their heads, all eyes fixated upon me. Their hearts were filled with astonishment, as those who were acquainted with Su Ningxuan turned to gaze in unison, equally taken aback. Without a doubt, this young man must be Yi Chun. It is astonishing that the school beauty, Su, has come in search of a boy, and a mere freshman who has only just begun his university journey. My heavens, how is this possible? The faces of everyone are etched with astonishment and bewilderment as, on the other side, the bottle of mineral water that Zhou Haoran had just received from his girlfriend slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Zhou Haoran stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? The school beauty, Su, had actually come to find him. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth hung agape, a visage of utter disbelief. Not to mention others, even I am engulfed in profound confusion and strangeness. To speak candidly, I truly do not know this Su Ningxuan, also referred to as the Su campus beauty. What does she possibly want from me? Just as I was lost in thought, the campus beauty, Su, has taken the initiative to approach me with a bottle of Nongfu Spring in hand. The military training has been exhausting, and surely you must be parched. Upon reaching my side, Su gracefully extends her delicate hand, offering me the bottle of Nongfu Spring. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly astonished. What is the situation? It was the first day of military training. The proud and aloof campus belle. To think that someone would voluntarily offer water to a freshman if this were spread, I doubt many would believe it. Were it not for having witnessed it with my own eyes, I, myself, would never truly believe this to be genuine. This is none other than the renowned and aloof campus beauty, Su Ningxiang. How could she possibly be so proactive? The crowd was utterly bewildered. It is truly astonishing. Even several young instructors cannot help but exclaim in wonder. Having trained numerous freshmen over the years, they have witnessed girls offering water to boys before. Yet it is the first time they have encountered such a beautiful and exceptionally graceful girl taking the initiative to serve the male trainees. They all regard me with a sense of admiration. As I watch the aloof campus beauty take the initiative to bring me water in such sweltering weather, at that moment, every boy on the playground gazed at me with envy. Jealousy has reached its zenith. They believe they have never experienced love, while I have already garnered the attention of the aloof campus beauty, who willingly offers me water. The disparity is indeed monumental. It is evident that individuals are inherently different. Every young man's heart is laden with disappointment, feeling as though it is bleeding. Thank you. I accepted the bottle of mineral water from Suning Xuan. On the surface, I maintained a semblance of calm, yet within, my emotions were tumultuous, akin to a raging tempest. I was profoundly shocked and exhilarated. It was not the aloof campus beauty who took the initiative to offer me water, rather. It was prompted by the newly downloaded game. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the emperor of the world prior to military training. I spent a dime to acquire the service of the campus beauty delivering water. I had completely forgotten about it after the exhausting military training. Suddenly, it came to my mind. This gamite has indeed materialized. It possesses the power to transform reality. Everything above can become tangible. Since the service of the campus beauty delivering water has come to fruition, then surely the others too. The Ferrari for merely 20 cents, the standalone villa for 30 cents must also be genuine. Brother, I can acquire it all. At this thought, my heart suddenly quickens, reaching the pinnacle of excitement. Moreover, this is merely the game marketplace. There exists a plethora of other content within the game. The more I ponder, the more exhilarated I become. I feel as though the opportunity to soar to great heights has arrived. I am eager to take out my phone and delve into this game, where a monthly salary of 3,000 can make one a tycoon. However, in the end, I managed to suppress the impulse within me. Strive to calm oneself. I am acutely aware that the realization of dreams must remain a secret, never to be divulged to another soul. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Brother, on the other side, after delivering the water with a flushed face, Suning Xiang bid me farewell, turning away, leaving behind a crowd, stunned and speechless. To this day, they find it hard to believe that the scene they just witnessed was real. Now they are filled with disbelief, feeling that it is simply too outrageous. I watched Su Ningxiang depart from the playground, my gaze lingering until she vanished from sight. Only then did everyone begin to regain their composure. But in an instant, their gazes once again converge upon me. What manner of identity allows a seemingly aloof campus beauty to personally deliver water to me? What exactly is the nature of the relationship between Su, the campus flower, and myself? Boyfriend and girlfriend, even engaged. In an instant, my classmates surrounded me, eagerly asking, Yi-chun, what is your relationship with the school beauty, Su? Indeed, how could the esteemed Su, the flower of our school, take the initiative to bring you water? Old Yi, you are truly remarkable. To have the esteemed and aloof campus belle voluntarily deliver water is undoubtedly a remarkable feat. Just moments ago, I found myself envious of Zhou Haoran, only to realize now that you are the true paragon of excellence. The campus belle bestowing water, what an extraordinary privilege. Everyone around is engaged in lively discussion, exchanging their thoughts and opinions. Hearing the words of the crowd, Zhou Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as if he could find no refuge. He pondered within himself, damn it, how embarrassing it was. Just moments ago, my girlfriend came to bring me water, and with a sense of pride, she arrogantly inquired if I had a girlfriend who would do the same. As a result, I remained silent, merely letting the facts speak for themselves, striking him with undeniable truth. Not only do I possess this, but I am also the aloof school beauty, Su Ningxuan. Regardless of beauty, physique, or charisma, one cannot fathom how many times she surpasses him. The more I reflect on the manner in which I just boasted, the more I feel disheartened. Zhou Haoran felt an increasing warmth on his face, a sensation of profound embarrassment. Consequently, he hastily urged his girlfriend to depart. In response to the inquiries from the crowd, he hastily concocted an excuse, asserting that he and Su, the campus belle, were merely ordinary friends with no special relationship. After all, the matter of a game becoming reality was something he would never dare to divulge. As for the notion that he and Su Ningxuan were in a romantic relationship, that is even less likely. At present, we do not share such a relationship. As for the future, it remains uncertain. Yi-chun, you are not being sincere. You have not spoken the truth. It is simply that we are merely ordinary friends. Who would believe it? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Clearly, my response failed to convince them. After all, Having the esteemed and aloof school beauty take the initiative to offer water when their relationship is merely that of ordinary friends simply defies logic. Finding a female friend at random is not an easy task. On such a sweltering day, braving the blazing sun to deliver water is a considerable challenge, especially for the aloof and cool Su Ningxuang, the enchanting campus belle. It is evident I was merely feigning interest in their inquiries, reluctant to disclose the true nature of my relationship with the enchanting Su. Since I chose to remain silent, they refrained from pursuing the matter further. Yet everyone firmly believes that the relationship between Su Ning and me is far from ordinary. There must be a unique connection between us. Time will tell. What is the true nature of their relationship? They will inevitably discover the truth in due course. On the first day of military training, Su Xiaohua took the initiative to offer water to a freshman. This incident will soon spread like wildfire, likely igniting a significant uproar throughout the entire school. The suitors of Su Ningxuang are bound to be utterly incensed. Their aloof goddess has unexpectedly shown such kindness to a freshman, even if there exists no intricate connection between Su Xiaohua and myself. The mere act of her providing water will undoubtedly evoke feelings of envy and jealousy among her admirers. The days that follow are unlikely to be tranquil. As luck would have it, I find myself parched. He unscrewed the bottle of water gifted by Su Ningxue and took a sip. Witnessing this scene, all the boys felt their eyes redden. I truly drank from the bottle of water given by the campus beauty, Su. Gurgling sounds. The flavor is rather mundane. Simply an ordinary water. I quietly pondered within myself, observing how casually I held the drink. The onlookers were utterly astonished, for this was water personally delivered by the esteemed Su, the campus beauty. Had it been in their possession, they would undoubtedly hesitate to partake. They contemplated in their hearts, wondering what the essence of the drink gifted by the aloof beauty might taste like. Would it not be sweeter and more fragrant? If they were to discover that I find this water's taste rather mediocre, they would likely be incensed. Surely, they would think that I am indulging in a display of ostentation. The water, gifted by the campus beauty, how could it possibly taste ordinary? It must be extraordinarily sweet, although they have yet to taste it. The matter of the water delivery has come to a pause, while military training continues. However, after the recent incident, everyone's mind is far from the training. Whether male or female, they cannot help but steal glances at me, especially the boys, who are filled with the utmost envy. Time flies swiftly. The midday break has arrived. The morning military training has concluded. As soon as the training ended, everyone hurried towards the university canteen, for indulging in a meal is the utmost priority. The chilled watermelon juice and similar delights are particularly enticing. However, as everyone rushed towards the cafeteria, I ventured in the opposite direction, claiming an excuse to return to my dormitory to retrieve some belongings. Parted ways with several classmates. I have matters of greater significance than merely dining. That is to meticulously study a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the wealthiest person in the world. This game, alongside the expenditure of merely 30 cents, allows one to acquire a Ferrari from the in-game marketplace. I have acquired an entire standalone villa. The more I contemplate it, the more exhilarated I become. Not long ago, I was merely an ordinary university student. I am destined to become a millionaire, possessing a supercar and a luxurious villa, such as a Ferrari. I have arrived. I returned to my dormitory all alone. Eagerly, I took out my phone and opened it. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the wealthiest person in the world. Upon entering the game, I made a beeline for the marketplace. Soon, I discovered the remaining 2 items in the marketplace. The Ferrari SF90 is priced at merely 0.2 yuan. A luxurious standalone villa is offered for just 0.3 yuan. Ferrari, standalone villa. These 2 items, collectively worth tens of millions, are astonishingly available here for only 5 dimes. A staggering reduction by hundreds of millions of times. This is utterly exhilarating, truly deserving of its reputation as a trillion yuan subsidized game. Absolutely remarkable. I did not hesitate in the slightest. Directly click to purchase the Ferrari SF90. The game indicates that your level is insufficient. You may only purchase 1 item per day. Time remaining until your next purchase. 11 hours and 51 minutes. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared. One may purchase but a single item each day. Gazing at the contents of the pop-up, I find myself murmuring with a tinge of despondency, enveloped in uncertainty. I open my game level interface, level 10100. Upon seeing this, a sense of relief washed over me. Indeed, I have only just embarked on my gaming journey. It is perfectly normal to be at level 1. However, it is fortunate that the time limitation is merely 1 day, rather than extending to a week or a month. A single day is a wait I can certainly endure until the next opportunity to purchase. I merely need to wait for a day. Though I cannot immediately possess a Ferrari and a villa, I feel a tinge of regret in my heart. Nonetheless, I'm still filled with immense excitement within. After all, everything is not a dream, but a tangible reality. The dream of becoming a wealthy deity is no longer out of reach. Calming my excited heart, I began to delve into the intricacies of this game. First and foremost, my primary concern lies with the matter of game levels. After all, this pertains to my eligibility for purchasing goods. At present, I am still at level 1. I require merely 100 experience points to advance to level 2. Only upon reaching level 2, I can purchase 2 items in a single day. Upon reaching level 3, I shall be able to acquire 3 items daily, and so forth. The higher the level, the greater the number of items I can purchase within a single day. After comprehending the player levels, I turn my attention to exploring the marketplace. I have come to realize that there exists a hierarchy within the mall. At present, my mall is merely a basic 1-star establishment, housing only 3 items. Moreover, each item appears rather commonplace. Ferrari. Such a detached villa seems so ordinary. Upon reaching this point, even I cannot help but voice my criticism. I never expected that in this game, items worth millions or even tens of millions would be considered merely low tier. The most ordinary of goods. How astonishing this is. Though I may voice my complaints, in my heart, I am overwhelmed with joy. Even items worth tens of millions can be deemed ordinary. Thus, truly exceptional and exquisite items must surely be valued in the hundreds of millions, billions, perhaps even more. With a heart full of excitement, I persist in my research. Once the mall upgrades to a 2-star rating, the variety of merchandise available will expand to 5 items. Moreover, the value of products within the 2-star mall will increase tenfold compared to those in the 1-star mall. Upon entering the Samsung Mall, the number of products will increase to 8. The value of the items within the mall will also be elevated tenfold from the baseline of 2 stars. Subsequently, the pattern follows this established logic. It appears to be designed to stimulate the player's desire for advancement. The game also features an image of the ultimate 9-star marketplace. Upon gazing at this image, I was utterly astounded. A mere investment of 666 yuan could secure a 51 stake in the Penguin Group, the world's foremost luxury conglomerate, valued at $1 trillion, possesses a 70 stake in the Louis Vuitton Group, along with the prestigious title of president, all for the mere sum of 999 yuan. I gazed at the image in a daze, my face etched with disbelief. How utterly exaggerated. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as the premier 9-star mall. Such premier global corporations as the Penguin Group and the Louis Vuitton Group possess stakes of 51 and 70, respectively. Surprisingly, one can acquire it for merely a few $100s. In addition to these 2 renowned conglomerates, I have also encountered the identity of the shareholders of the world's largest independent alternative asset management institution. The world's most prestigious biological research institutes, among others, offer these astonishing products, and the most expensive among them is merely priced at 1,666 yuan. Simply acquiring any 2 of them would firmly secure the throne of the world's wealthiest individual for oneself. In this moment, I finally comprehend why this game is aptly named. With a monthly salary of 3,000, you would be the wealthiest person in the world. This is indeed an attainable reality. With just 3,000 yuan, one can acquire in the game what holds true value in the real world. Purchasing items worth hundreds of billions or even trillions would undoubtedly lead to becoming the world's wealthiest individual. The more I contemplate this, the more exhilarated I become. This game is truly remarkable. I am utterly eager to level up and witness firsthand the wonders within the illustrious 9-star mall. What one perceives at present is merely an image. The sensation experienced when one is able to personally acquire items valued in the hundreds of billions or even trillions far surpasses that of merely viewing a photograph. Regarding the elevation of the mall's level, it necessitates the accumulation of points. To advance from a 1-star mall to a 2-star mall, a mere 50 points suffices. Wonderful! I am increasingly filled with anticipation. It feels as though the 9-star mall is drawing ever closer to me. I have thoroughly explored all the content of the game and have come to a general understanding. It turns out that the game releases various challenges or tasks based on real-world circumstances. By merely accomplishing these gaming tasks and challenges, one can acquire varying experience points and scores. These points and experience can be utilized to enhance both player levels and marketplace tiers. Moreover, upon the successful completion of game tasks, players are not only rewarded with experience points and scores, but also with various prizes that hold significant value in the real world. This is truly enticing. After thorough research, I am now prepared to close the game and partake in a meal. At this moment, I merely await the release of tasks or challenges in the game and the arrival of the next day. I am once again able to acquire an item from the marketplace. Moreover, each time I purchase a product from a store, new items will emerge the following day. Endless flow. That's not right. Since it is a game, will there be a beginner's gift pack? I pondered as I hastily navigated to the backpack option. Just as I clicked inside, a large gift package suddenly appears in the game. Would you like to open the novice gift? Open. Congratulations, you have received a 1,000-fold cashback card with a limit of 5 million. The validity period is 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Congratulations on receiving a Onady experience card for level 2. The validity period is 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Congratulations on receiving a points card valued at 10 points. Upon opening the novice gift pack, 3 distinct cards appeared before me. With just a glance, I comprehended their purposes. The first card is a 1,000-fold cashback card, and its usage is quite straightforward. For instance, spending $1. One can receive a cashback of 1,000-fold, amounting to 1,000 yuan. The upper limit of this card is 5 million, which implies that I only need to spend 5,000 yuan to attain 5 million. This is utterly delightful. As for the second level 2 experience card, it is even simpler. It merely allows one to temporarily experience the capabilities of the second level. In essence, one is permitted to acquire 2 items from the marketplace within a single day. The third item is even more commendable, equivalent to a reward of 10 points. The first card offers a 1,000-fold cashback, with a mere 4 days remaining before its expiration. Thus, there is no urgency in its utilization. However, the second LV2 experience card presents a pressing timeline, as it is set to expire in just a few hours. Consequently, I did not hesitate to click on a usage option. In an instant, my previously held LV1 status transformed into LV2. Time waits for no one. I immediately clicked into the shopping mall. The Ferrari SF90 is priced at 0.2 yuan, while a luxurious standalone villa is available for 0.3 yuan. Having just attained level 2, I acquired the ability to purchase 2 items in a single day. Consequently, I seized the opportunity to procure both of these exquisite possessions, the Ferrari and the villa. I spent merely 50 cents. Congratulations on the successful purchase of the Ferrari SF90, now parked in the school parking lot. Please take note to collect it. Congratulations on the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area. The purchase of Villa number 8 has been successfully completed. Within 24 hours, a representative will contact you to finalize the contract. Kindly ensure that your phone remains accessible. The purchased items from the game will be delivered to you in a reasonable and legal manner. Rest assured in their usage. Ferrari. I have successfully acquired the entire standalone villa. Initially, my intention was solely to purchase these 2 items. At first, I was hindered by a level restriction that prevented me from making the purchase. To my surprise, after extensive research, these 2 items have indeed arrived in my possession. How splendid! I am familiar with the Ferrari SF90, which generally retails around 5 million. As for the Lingyun Tiangong Villa District, it seems somewhat familiar to me, yet I cannot quite recall the specific details of the moment. A profound curiosity envelopes my thoughts. I conducted a search for information regarding the Lingyun Tiangong Villa District. Upon viewing the results, I was momentarily taken aback. What is the meaning of this situation? Nestled around the renowned Lingyun Lake, the scenery is breathtaking and the environment is enchanting. It is a coveted destination for countless affluent individuals in Jiangzhou. Owing to its distinctive geographical location, the villa prices here are astonishingly exorbitant. Lingyun Tiangong stands as one of the premier villa districts in Jiangzhou. The price of each villa generally ranges from 30 to 40 million. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. Lingyun Lake, however, is not expansive. The number of villas within the Lingyun Heavenly Palace is indeed limited, comprising only 26 edifices. Among them, the villas numbered 6, 11, and 18 boast the largest areas among the collection. The prices are at their peak, with each building selling for as much as 50 million. It is noteworthy that Jiangzhou is merely an ordinary second or third-tier city. A villa valued at 50 million is truly astonishing. This time, I acquired this magnificent residence through a purchase in the game. It is indeed Villa number 8, one of the most opulent residences in Lingyun Tiangong. After perusing the introduction to the villa district, I was left utterly astounded. This revelation was entirely beyond my expectations. I had initially presumed that the villas available for purchase within the game would be priced at around 20 to 30 million. This villa is already considered quite remarkable in Jiangzhou. However, I never anticipated that the outcome would far exceed my expectations. This time, I spent merely 30 cents. The villa purchased from the game turns out to be one of the most prestigious mansions in Jiangzhou. Priced at 50 million, it surpasses anything I had previously dared to imagine. Brother, the Lingyun Tian Palace number 8 villa, I murmured. Now, I await the staff from Lingyun Tian Palace to come and finalize the contract with me. A monthly salary of 3,000. I am the wealthiest person in the world. This game is extraordinarily powerful. I spent merely 50 cents. I have just acquired possessions valued at 55 million. This is something that is hard to believe at first glance. With these two items in my possession, my worth has suddenly surged from just over 1,000, soaring to over 50 million, a sudden increase of more than 50,000 times. It appears that I am not far from becoming a billionaire. It appears that the realization of my modest aspiration is no longer distant a matter concerning the villa. I await the staff to reach out to me, yet that Ferrari SF90 is already parked in the playground. How could I possibly resist taking a glance? Moreover, I now possess the key to a Ferrari SF90 nestled within my pocket. This marks my very first automobile. Who could have ever envisioned that an ordinary university student would own a car valued at 5 million? In the hearts of the vast majority of young men lies a dream of possessing a supercar. However, it is regrettable that this remains but a fleeting fantasy. Brother, one can only contemplate, for in reality, there are only a few who can afford the extravagant price of several million for a supercar. But now, the dreams of yesteryear have seamlessly transformed into reality. I have acquired my very first supercar. Brother, this sensation is simply exquisite. I am grateful that I obtained my driver's license during the previous summer vacation. Otherwise, it would have been quite a predicament. Even if I possessed a supercar now, I would still be unable to drive it. Contemplating this, I made my way directly to the playground. A few minutes later, I arrived at the playground. At first glance, I spotted my Ferrari SF90, an eye-catching supercar amidst a sea of ordinary vehicles. Its exquisite lines and formidable presence were truly striking. It is difficult not to be fond of it. Gazing, I take out the car keys, unlocking the car door. I took my seat within. It was my inaugural experience in a supercar. The sensation, indeed, differs vastly from that of a conventional vehicle. From this moment onward, I am now a man who possesses a supercar. After indulging in the exhilarating experience of driving it for a while, my once racing heart has finally settled. This is my inaugural supercar, but certainly not the only one. After all, a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the wealthiest individual in the world. Brother, this game holds endless possibilities. I have even more extraordinary supercars awaiting my selection. Such vehicles as the multi-million-dollar Koenigsegg and Bugatti Veyron are, after all, merely present in the lowest tier of a one-star marketplace. Upon arriving at the two-star mall, I anticipated the emergence of those exquisite supercars. After indulging in the experience for a while, I gently closed the car door. I have departed, brother. I have yet to partake in my meal. I have arrived at the restaurant to savor my lunch. Upon my return to the dormitory, I was greeted by the sight of my 3 roommates huddled together, engaged in a fervent discussion. I just heard from old Lou that he spotted a remarkably stylish supercar in the parking lot. What? A supercar? In the parking lot, there's supercars. Previously, I had only witnessed affluent heirs driving such extravagant vehicles during university in films and television series. I never anticipated that one day it would transform into reality. The three individuals gathered together, their words brimming with envy. That is indeed a supercar, the dream of most young men. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the air. An unexpected visitor arrived. It was none other than Joe Howard, who had previously boasted about having a girlfriend on the playground. "What are you discussing?" he inquired. Moments ago, outside, Joe Howard overheard a fervent discussion among several individuals. Upon hearing this, my roommates finally turned their heads. I noticed as Joe Howard and I entered. It was nothing significant. We merely heard that a supercar had been parked in the school parking lot. One of my roommates elucidated, and upon hearing this, Joe Howard's eyes instantly sparkled with enlightenment. I have yet to lay my eyes upon a supercar. I harbor a desire to witness one in person. I once encountered one on the road, yet I have never had the opportunity to observe it closely. Shall we go and have a look together? My roommate said with a hint of excitement. There's no rush, it is rather warm at the moment. Let us wait until the evening break to go, someone suggested. After the morning's military training, several individuals had already had their fill of the sun. May I inquire first, dear brother, did old Lou capture any photographs upon seeing the supercar? One of my roommates remarked. I directly sent a message to Lao Lu, who is his high school classmate. Both of them were admitted to this university, albeit in different majors. I am unaware of which magnate this supercar belongs to. I am utterly envious. To be able to drive a supercar while still in university is truly remarkable. Indeed, it is true that comparisons among individuals can be quite disheartening. When we were still struggling with our financial constraints, my brother, others had already achieved the aspirations I held for my life. A few of my roommates expressed their sentiments with a sigh. Upon hearing this, I remained silent, yet beside me, Joe Howard wore a faint, enigmatic smile. The expression gradually transforms into a look of astonishment. Those who can drive supercars while still in university are truly remarkable. I wonder who this individual might be. Indeed, my friend, how wonderful it would be to acquaint oneself with such a distinguished individual. My roommates have been conversing, all expressing a desire to meet someone of such stature, even if this supercar does not belong to them. The mere acquaintance of someone who drives such a vehicle is sufficient for them to boast with pride. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Joe Howard cleared his throat. Under the gaze of several onlookers, Joe Howard stepped forward a few paces. As I found myself at the center of attention, I must confess that supercar belongs to me. Initially, my intention was to remain inconspicuous. Joe Howard lamented with a hint of regret, though he verbally professed the need for humility. His countenance betrayed an unmistakable air of pride and ostentation. What? Upon hearing this, my several roommates were instantly rendered speechless. They could scarcely believe that the esteemed figure they had been admiring for so long, the one who drove a supercar, was none other than their classmate, Joe Howard. Having only just begun university, he was already behind the wheel of a supercar. The three of them were utterly astonished, gazing at Joe Howard with unabashed envy. Relishing the admiration and shock reflected in their eyes, Joe Howard felt an overwhelming sense of pride. There is a certain exhilaration in flaunting one's accomplishments, especially after boasting this morning about the water his girlfriend had brought him. I effortlessly slapped him in the face, which stirred other thoughts within Joe Howard. He was determined to regain his lost dignity, even if it meant letting go of his girlfriend. Even if one were to seek out someone more beautiful, they could not compare to the enchanting Su Xiaohua. Joe Howard began to contemplate other facets during military training, exhausting his intellect. At long last, I have conceived of it. Indeed, he has purchased a vehicle, and not just any vehicle, but a supercar. Although his family does not belong to the echelon of the ultra-wealthy, they do possess a modest fortune. On the very day he obtained his driver's license, his family took him to acquire a car. Initially, they intended to bestow upon him a Mercedes or a BMW. Yet, in an effort to impress, Joe Howard employed both persuasion and insistence. Ultimately, I convinced my family to agree to purchase a Porsche for him. Although it is the Porsche 718, the most affordable model, it still holds a certain allure. The basic model of a supercar typically hovers around several hundred thousand. Joe Howard's Porsche 718 is among them. It costs nearly $800,000 to acquire. Although it cannot compare to supercars such as Ferrari or Lamborghini, it is nonetheless a sports car. Upon uttering those words, the notion of driving a sports car undoubtedly elevates one's social standing, serving as a quintessential tool for ostentation. Just observe how he has indeed flaunted it now. With a resolution in mind, during a break in military training, Joe Howard made a call, requesting his family to bring his Porsche 718 to the school's entrance. He hadn't even come to dine earlier. Directly arriving outside the school, I took the car from my family and drove to the institution. After completing all these tasks, Joe Howard had just gone out for a meal. During his dining experience, he was still contemplating the most effective way to project an air of superiority. He initially intended to showcase his prowess before the entire class. However, he was unexpectedly confronted with a recent incident. In a bid to impress, Joe Howard boldly confessed, as he had yet to receive the images. Consequently, my roommates, having not yet laid eyes on the supercar, gathered around Joe Howard, brimming with curiosity and eager to inquire. "Old Joe, what is your supercar? Do share with us." As you revel in the admiring gazes of the crowd, Joe Howard was quite pleased. The feeling of flaunting was exhilarating. "My vehicle is a Porsche 718, which costs nearly $1 million. Though it is merely the most basic model of a supercar, its performance remains remarkably potent." Joe Howard continued, "Even though it was purchased for $800,000. However, in a bid to impress, Joe Howard escalated the price to $1 million. Should you be interested, I could take you to see it when time permits. Please take a moment to sit down and indulge in the experience." "Is that truly the case? How delightful that would be!" My two roommates exclaimed with excitement. "Brother, I never anticipated that one day they would have the fortune to experience a supercar." "Wait a moment." At that moment, another one of my roommates, who happens to be a friend of Old Lou, interjected. He has just received a reply from Old Lou. "Old Joe, is your sports car a Porsche 718? He inquired curiously of Joe Howard. Indeed, Joe Howard nodded. "Then, that is incorrect. Lou mentioned that what he saw was a Ferrari SF90 worth over $5 million. As he was unfamiliar with that particular supercar, he stood there for quite some time, engrossed in searching on his mobile phone. Only just now did I discern the model of that vehicle." My roommate corrected me, as soon as the words left my lips. The atmosphere in the entire dormitory instantly became tense. So embarrassing that one feels inclined to dig their toes into the ground. Joe Howard's face flushed a deep crimson. This time, he has truly lost all face. The supercar we just discussed is not his Porsche 718 at all, but rather a Ferrari SF90. Although both are sports cars, the disparity between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. Without delving into other aspects, let us consider the price alone. The Porsche 718 is merely around $800,000, while the Ferrari SF90 soars to over $5 million. The cost of a single Ferrari SF90. One could purchase 6 or 7 Porsche 718s with that amount. Ahem. Surely your friend did not misinterpret the situation? Are you certain it is indeed a Ferrari SF90? Joe Howard remains undeterred, pressing for further confirmation. Indeed, he has sent over a photograph as proof. Look at this. Although many may not be well versed in the nuances of supercar models, they can certainly distinguish between the emblems of Ferrari and Porsche. A few curious individuals gathered to take a closer look. In the photograph, that car is unmistakably a Ferrari, not merely a Porsche, as one might assume at first glance. Observing the image closely reveals its true identity. Joe Howard felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. A Ferrari. This is the epitome of a supercar. The Ferrari SF90, valued at over $5 million. So tantalizingly alluring. Gazing upon the Ferrari captured in the photograph, my mundane roommate cannot help but sigh repeatedly. Such a stark contrast it presents. Joe Howard's Porsche 718 instantaneously lost its allure. The Porsche 718 and the Ferrari SF90 are simply not comparable in terms of prestige. Only those fortunate enough to drive a Ferrari SF90 can truly appreciate its superiority. Certainly not an ordinary individual, perhaps a teacher or professor from a school. In an attempt to salvage his dignity, Joe Howard stubbornly declared, ordinary students could never afford such a supercar. At that moment, he overheard the murmurs of the crowd, particularly upon a mention of the Ferrari SF90. I found myself pondering with intrigue. Could it possibly be referring to my own vehicle? Thus, I gravitated toward it as well. What a pity. I shall never have the opportunity to experience the sensation of riding in a Ferrari. Indeed, it is truly lamentable. My roommates expressed their sentiments, and at that moment, I inexplicably utter this Ferrari. It is mine. As soon as these words left my lips, the entire dormitory fell into an instantaneous silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In an instant, the gaze of all individuals converged. Suddenly, all attention was drawn to me. They all questioned whether they had misheard. I had actually claimed that the Ferrari SF90 was mine. Yi-chun, is this Ferrari SF90 truly yours? Zhou Haoran inquired, his face a portrait of disbelief. Indeed, came the reply. What's the matter? As I spoke, I casually tossed the car keys from my pocket onto the bed. To be honest, I was taken aback by the sudden presence of the car keys in my pocket. I must admit, I am somewhat unaccustomed to this. In an instant, everyone's attention was captivated by the car keys I had tossed onto the bed. Gazing upon the prominent Ferrari emblem upon the car key, everyone was utterly convinced. That Ferrari SF90, without a doubt, belongs to me. They could never have imagined that their roommate, a classmate, would be driving a car worth 500. The astonishing Ferrari SF90, valued at multiple tens of thousands, is simply beyond imagination. Old Yi, you are truly remarkable. Impressive, Old Yi. My roommates, trembling with excitement, reached out to grasp my Ferrari key. Gathering around, they gazed at it with envy. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened like saucers. His heart filled with a sense of frustration. Once again, he found himself ruthlessly overshadowed by me. Just moments ago, he had spoken with unwavering confidence. The Ferrari SF90, a luxury vehicle, is simply beyond the financial reach of students. Yet, scarcely had the words left my lips when I stepped forward. Zhou Haoran felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been dealt several stinging slaps. That morning, it was due to the matter of his girlfriend delivering water. He was outshone by me. At noon, after much effort, I acquired my own sports car, hoping to regain some prestige. However, as soon as I began to show it off, once again, I have effortlessly triumphed over him. Is there any sense of justice left in this world? He feels as though I am his nemesis. In this moment, Zhou Haoran was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly humiliated, as if he had brought shame upon his family. The thought of how he had just moments ago been so proudly boasting and showing off only deepened his embarrassment. Zhou Haoran was utterly mortified, feeling as though the ground could swallow him whole. Seizing the opportunity while others were preoccupied, he discreetly slipped away, cloaked in embarrassment. Due to the fact that none of my roommates have ever experienced riding in a supercar, at their earnest insistence, I took them to the parking lot. Absolutely stunning. Old Yi, you are truly remarkable. I had the privilege of witnessing my Ferrari SF90 in person. The three individuals were utterly astounded. Observing through a mobile device and witnessing it firsthand are two entirely distinct experiences. It is right here with me. As several roommates gazed at the Ferrari SF90, filled with admiration and envy, this morning, the aloof campus beauty, Su Ning, took the initiative to bring me water. This matter quickly became the most talked about topic on the school's forum, bulletin board, and social media circles. Oh my goddess! How could she possibly take the initiative to offer water to a boy? My aloof campus belle, how have you changed? It infuriates me. Is there anyone forming a group? I wish to meet this new student named Yi-chan. Let us uncover the true identity of this individual, who has managed to captivate our esteemed Su School flower in such a manner. Beneath the post, a myriad of responses abound, filled with envy, jealousy, and disdain directed towards me. I suddenly found myself the target of collective scrutiny. A few devoted admirers of Su Ning Shuang, unable to contain their fervor, have resolved to seek me out in person, calculating expenses. On the other side, after watching the supercars with my roommate, I unexpectedly received a call from my cousin, Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian is the daughter of my aunt and also attends this university. Currently in my second year of university, she can be considered my senior. Our relationship is exceptionally close, akin to that of siblings. Initially, I chose this school based on my aunt's recommendation, who spoke highly of its merits. How does it feel to receive water from the aloof school beauty? As soon as I answered the call, I heard my cousin Zhao Shushuan's curious voice. I cannot fathom the reason, but from Zhao Shushuan's words, I discerned an underlying meaning. It's acceptable, I casually replied. What do you mean by acceptable? Do you comprehend? It was to have Ning Shuang bring you water. Your elder sister has indeed exerted considerable effort. Upon hearing my response, Zhao Shuxian immediately expressed her displeasure. At this moment, I found myself somewhat bewildered. What was happening? I inquired with a sense of confusion. Zhao Shuxian proceeded to elucidate the situation. After listening to her explanation, I began to comprehend the matter. It turned out that Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningxiang were classmates and indeed close friends. Due to Su Ningxiang's perpetual singleness, Zhao Shuxian has taken it upon herself to orchestrate a union between the two of us. She believes that Su Ningxiang and I are quite the compatible pair. Although Su Ningxiang possesses striking beauty, my younger brother is not without his own merits. After all, one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. While Zhao Shuxian currently enjoys a close friendship with Su Ningxiang, she harbors a deeper hope for a future where their destinies intertwine. Su Ningxue could call her cousin. The mere thought of it filled her with delight. Thus, to facilitate the bond between me and Su Ningxue, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningxue engaged in a playful game. The loser would undertake a daring adventure. Ultimately, Zhao Shuxian effortlessly emerged victorious, compelling Su Ningxue to embark on the adventurous task. It is merely to deliver water to me. After listening to Zhao Shushuan's explanation, I felt a sense of clarity within. The service of delivering water provided by the campus bell that I purchased within the game. It does not emerge from thin air. Games can indeed influence reality, presenting this service in a manner that is both rational and reasonable, embodying an approach that is engaging and insightful. After all, if I were to ask Su Ningxuang to bring me water for no apparent reason, it would be quite peculiar. However, if it were due to a grand adventure, it would make perfect sense. Zhao Shushuan's effortless victory in a game is likely related to my meager monthly salary of 3,000. You are intricately connected to the realm of the world's wealthiest. As this thought crossed my mind, a smile graced my face. This approach is quite satisfactory. The inclusion of products within the game can occur in a reasonable and lawful manner, thereby avoiding any subsequent complications and preventing any sense of incongruity. Although the service provided by the Campus Beauty is one I have paid for, I can genuinely sense that Zhao Shuxian has my best interests at heart. Thus, I chose to acquiesce to her intentions. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my dear sister. I hastily expressed my gratitude. I must say, my cousin has been exceptionally kind to me, especially knowing that I am single. Just thinking about introducing me to someone special. That sounds much better. Upon hearing my gratitude, Zhao Shushuan's mood evidently improved significantly. She intends to further advance her matchmaking scheme, genuinely believing that Su Ningxuan and I are exceptionally well-suited for one another. We shall meet shortly. Zhao Shuxian concluded with a final remark. After we had made our appointment, Zhao Shuxian hung up the phone. Before long, another unfamiliar call came through. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yi Chun? I'm a staff member from the Lingyun Tiangong Villa District. It is indicated here that you have purchased Villa number 8 and completed the payment. The call connects, and a middle-aged man's voice is heard. I am uncertain when it would be convenient for you. We shall deliver the contract to you. Upon hearing this, I pondered for a moment. So soon, my villa will be within my grasp. Quite splendid. I now find myself with ample time. Please come directly, I said. Certainly, they replied. We will deliver it to you shortly. The middle-aged man spoke with utmost respect. Following this, the staff member requested my detailed address before finally concluding the call. After hanging up the phone, I made my way to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Zhao Shuxian. By the time I arrived, she was already there. Moreover, she did not arrive alone. She surprisingly brought Su Ningxiang along as well. Upon seeing my arrival, Zhao Shuxian hurriedly waved at me. Although you have met before, allow me to reintroduce you. I stepped forward, and Zhao Shuxian began to speak. This is my classmate and dear friend. Ning Shuang, however, is the belle of our school. Her beauty is such that it could captivate nations, making fish sink and wild geese fall. Her radiance could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. Zhao Shuxian recited a plethora of adjectives in one breath, leaving even Su Ningxuang feeling somewhat bashful. This is my cousin, Yi Chun. He possesses numerous admirable qualities, and he is quite handsome as well. In order to leave a favorable impression on Su Ningxuang, despite often mocking me on ordinary days, Zhao Shuxian is now incessantly praising me. Thus, I formally acquainted myself with Su Ningxuang. In truth, much like myself, Su Ningxuang was also deceived by Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian remarked to Su Ningxiang that she had overeaten during lunch and desired to take a leisurely stroll. Due to Su Ningxiang's inherently aloof demeanor, she had few acquaintances within the school. Thus, when Zhao Shuxian made her suggestion, she did not decline. Little did she anticipate. To my astonishment, I encountered her. The mere recollection of the water delivery this morning caused a faint blush to rise on Su Ning's cheeks. As Yi-chan commenced his studies, we took it upon ourselves to guide him through the campus, providing an introduction to the school's environment. Zhao Shuxian remarked, and under her guidance, we began to stroll forward. Given that it was lunchtime, the thoroughfare was indeed bustling with individuals. Although this occasion involved not only Su Ning and myself. Moreover, Zhao Shuxian was present, yet the dignified and aloof campus belle walking alongside a young man was truly a sight to behold. We continued our stroll. A slender young man with fair skin approached us, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Su Ningxiang and me. He was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment, and in an instant, a surge of indignation welled up within him. This young man, Lin Xiang, was a devoted admirer of Su Ningxiang. Previously, he had encountered a post on a forum showcasing Su Ningxiang proactively delivering water to a freshman, a spectacle he found hard to believe, suspecting the image to be manipulated. He could scarcely fathom that his goddess, the esteemed and aloof campus beauty, would willingly offer water to a boy. Yet now, witnessing the scene with his own eyes, he could no longer dismiss the reality. Although he remained uncertain about the nature of my relationship with Su Ningxiang, Lin Xiang's gaze towards me was rife with hostility. Instinctively, he felt compelled to confront me. Rationality urged him to remember that before Su Ningxuang, one must never act impulsively. Lin Xiang's mind raced with thoughts. Contemplating what to do, suddenly he conceived a solution, and a smile instantly illuminated his face. He approached us. Su Xiaohua. Lin Xiang walked over, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor to greet us. Beautiful Zhao. Su Ningxiang and Zhao Shuxian looked up and were astonished to find it was Lin Xiang. Long time no see. Who is this? Lin Xiang inquired, pointing at me. This is my cousin, Yi-chan. Zhao Shuxian elucidated. This lad is the cousin of Zhao Shuxian. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiang felt a slight easing in his heart. Yet he still regarded me with palpable animosity. After all, it was Su Xiaohua herself who personally delivered to me this morning. Lin Xiang casually nodded in my direction, and thereafter, he chose to disregard me entirely. She turned to Su Ningxiang and began to flatter her. Have you just returned from outside? Zhao Shuxian inquired curiously, glancing in the direction of Lin Xiang's arrival. Indeed, Lin Xiang nodded. Living in the dormitory is rather uncomfortable. I have just purchased a house. Lin Xiang feigned a nonchalant demeanor as he spoke. He was ready to commence his display of ostentation. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shuxian was momentarily taken aback. Setting aside the implications for university students, even for those white-collar workers striving in the professional realm, purchasing a home is undoubtedly a significant undertaking. Lin Xiang has surprisingly acquired a property. What kind of house is it? Zhao Shuxian inquired with curiosity. It's nothing of great significance. It's merely a duplex spanning over 200 square meters. Quite ordinary, really. Lin Xiang feigned a demeanor of humility as he remarked. Over 200 square meters of duplex. Upon hearing this, even Su Ningxuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. The property prices in this vicinity are rather steep, with a minimum of over 20,000 per square meter. Acquiring a unit would require no less than 6 million. Even more so, Lin Xiang is merely a sophomore, yet he possesses such wealth that even Su Ningxuang is taken aback. Lin Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of pride within himself, believing that he had successfully impressed others this time. Such a vast house must have cost a fortune. Zhao Shuxian inquired with curiosity. Not much. Over 7 million, came the reply, and it is fully furnished. Lin Xiang continued to boast, I just made the purchase. Once I have furnished the place, You are all welcome to visit my home. I have quite a spacious area. Upon hearing this, Su Ningshuang and Zhao Shuxian politely declined, although they were somewhat impressed by Lin Xiang's acquisition of the property. The spacious abode of over 200 square meters left her in astonishment. However, such an invitation would still be declined by them. After all, she is not particularly acquainted with Lin Xiang. Please do not reject it. At that time, I will invite more people to join us. Lin Xiang, noticing Su Ningxiang's refusal, hastily provided an explanation. By the way, at that time, this young fellow could join as well. Lin Xiang intentionally mentioned me. In truth, I believe my house is quite nice and rather suitable as a marital abode. In the future, you may also acquire a residence in this vicinity, and it is quite affordable, priced at just over 7 million. Lin Xiang attempts to elevate himself by belittling me, continuing his pretentious facade. Even if he cannot afford to pay in full as I do, he can always resort to installments. After all, what's the harm in extending a loan for a few more decades? He has finally managed to acquire a lavish residence exceeding 200 square meters, and naturally, he must take great pride in showcasing it. He boasts of having purchased a property outright while still in university, which he considers a remarkable achievement. Yet what of me? It is estimated that even during our university years, or after several years of employment post-graduation, we might still struggle to afford the down payment for a house. This illustrates the disparity that exists between us. Upon comparison, who stands out as more distinguished and capable? Surely, Su, the campus belle, would discern this at a mere glance. There's no need for excessive self-explanation. After putting on an act, Lin Xiang became increasingly arrogant, reveling in a sense of pride deep within. Young man, this is the harsh reality. Without wealth, you are nothing. Do you still wish to contend for the title of campus belle? Perhaps you should reflect on your own worth. It is in the moments of Lin Xiang's unbridled arrogance that a middle-aged man clad in a suit suddenly approached us. He came to our side and, with a courteous expression, inquired, "May I ask who among you is Yi Chun?" Mr. Yi, upon hearing these words, all of us turned our gazes toward me in unison. "I am the one." I spoke up. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Ling Yun, who had previously been in contact with you." A middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward and introduced himself. "Please sign these 2 contracts." "Thank you." I nodded in acknowledgement. The staff of the Lingyun Tiangong Villa District listened attentively to the introduction provided by the elegantly attired gentleman. The individuals nearby appeared somewhat bewildered. They had all heard of the purpose for which the staff of this villa community sought my presence. For a moment, no one seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be that I had acquired a residence in the illustrious Lingyun Tiangong? How could this be possible? As one of the most prestigious villa districts in Jiangzhou, it must be worth at least 20 to 30 million, if not more. How could a newly enrolled freshman possibly afford a villa? Don't be ridiculous. The contract has been signed. I have retained a copy. The gentleman in the suit is prepared to return to the company with a document. Wishing you a pleasant collaboration. Mr. Yi, this is the key. Please take good care of it. As he spoke, the man in the suit respectfully handed over the villa. The key and other items were handed to me. I accepted them and exchanged a few words. The gentleman in the suit departed. At that moment, Zhao Shuxian was the first to approach, inquiring with curiosity. "Brother, Yi Chun, what is happening?" As I put away the keys, I casually remarked, "There's nothing much to say, except that I have purchased a villa, despite the fact that my monthly salary amounts to merely 3,000. I am the world's richest person. In the game of brotherhood, I only spent 30 cents to acquire it. Yet it can be considered a purchase. There is no fault in my statement." Upon hearing my words, the individuals present were rendered speechless, utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe their own ears. Su Ningxiang and Zhao Shuxian are faring well. Lin Xiang, however, is profoundly astonished. As a local of Jiangzhou, he enjoys exceptionally favorable family circumstances. Lin Xiang possesses a profound understanding of the Lingyun Tiangong villas. Each villa in that locale commands a price exceeding 30 million, a figure that leaves many affluent individuals in a state of awe and longing. Not to mention the luxurious villas in Lingyun Tiangong, there are even more extravagant residences. To think that Yi Chun has actually purchased a villa in Lingyun Tiangong, goodness. Lin Xiang was rendered utterly speechless, astonished beyond measure. "Brother, what?" Zhao Shuxian covered her mouth, her face a picture of disbelief. Brother, Yi Chun, what you said is indeed true. Of course, regarding Zhao Shuxian, I would naturally not conceal anything. Thus, I directly handed her the contract I had just signed. Zhao Shuxian took the contract and opened it to examine its contents. Indeed, it is the purchase contract for the Lingyun Tiangong villa. Lin Xiang could hardly believe it was genuine, so he leaned in closer to take a look. Brother, he said, stretching his neck to see. In an instant, Lin Xiang seemed as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. Yi Chun truly purchased a villa in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace. How can this be possible? Lin Xiang was utterly taken aback. This is undoubtedly one of the most prestigious mansions in Jiangzhou, valued at several tens of millions. A mere freshman has effortlessly acquired such a remarkable property. Initially, I believed I had purchased an impressive duplex spanning 200 square meters, showcasing my substantial wealth and affluence. However, upon witnessing Yi Chun acquire the luxurious villa in Lingyun Tiangong, my perception has dramatically shifted. Lin Xiang was utterly astonished. A house worth 7 million, compared to one that cost tens of millions, suddenly appeared exceedingly modest in comparison. At this moment, Lin Xiang's sense of superiority and pride dissipated in an instant. He found himself at a loss for words, having just mocked Yi Chun moments before. It is said that Yi Chun would need to take out a loan for decades to afford a house like his. However, at present, Yi Chun demonstrates through his actions otherwise. Do not mention his 200 square meter duplex. Even if it were the multi-million-dollar Lingyun Tiangong villa, he would purchase it without a second thought, entirely unburdened. Is this the disparity? It turns out that after all the commotion, I am the one who has been the fool all along. How laughable. It is truly absurd. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of defeat surged within Lin Xiang. He could effortlessly purchase a villa worth tens of millions. Perhaps this is the true magnate, one who truly spends lavishly. When compared to Yi Chun, he is utterly insignificant. It was merely a trivial display. I fear that my earlier pretentiousness appeared to others as nothing more than a pathetic performance. Lin Xiang let out a deep sigh, profoundly affected by the blow he had received. He could no longer endure his presence in this place. They could only depart in a state of despondency. Originally, Su Ningxiang and Zhao Shuxian held a rather indifferent impression of Lin Xiang. Now, with his voluntary departure, their sentiments remain unchanged. The two individuals naturally would not obstruct each other. Given the current circumstances, it is rather unsuitable to continue their stroll. Thus, Su Ningxuan also opted to depart. However, before departing, at Zhao Shuxuan's insistence, Su Ningxiang and I exchanged WeChat and contact information. After Su Ningxiang left, Zhao Shuxian immediately pressed me for the details of the situation. After all, as my cousin, she is well aware of my family's circumstances. How could I possibly afford something worth tens of millions? It is of little consequence. Are you familiar with virtual currency? I acquired a batch of it quite some time ago, but as time passed, it slipped my mind. It was only recently that it came back to my thoughts. I explained that the matter of sudden wealth should eventually be disclosed to my family. It is no harm in revealing it to Zhao Shuxian now. This is the rationale I have devised after contemplating for an entire morning. Compared to winning the lottery, this scenario seems somewhat more plausible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuxian finally let out a slight sigh of relief. She fears that I might engage in some wrongdoing. After conversing with me for a while longer, Zhao Shuxian took her leave. Until now, she still feels as though she is ensnared in a dream, scarcely able to believe the extraordinary events that have just transpired. Her younger brother has suddenly transformed into a wealthy magnate. The entire situation is simply too surreal. After parting ways with Zhao Shuxian, I returned to my dormitory and stowed away the contract. Although I was quite eager to see what my villa in Lingyun Tiangong looked like, time was not on my side, and I could only postpone the visit for a later date. Subsequently, I called my parents once more, informing them that I had acquired wealth through cryptocurrency, enabling me to purchase a villa and a luxury car. Consider it a precautionary reminder. In the afternoon, I have just finished my military training, and my cousin Zhao Shuxian has sent me a message once again. In the morning, Ning Shuang brought you water. This evening, why not invite her to dinner as a gesture of gratitude? My cousin still wholeheartedly hopes for a union between me and Su Ningxuan. Upon encountering this message, I was momentarily taken aback. As I pondered the implications, My phone unexpectedly vibrated. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am indeed the wealthiest person in the world. A hint has appeared, prompting me to swiftly launch the game. Upon entering the game, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that a quest had been issued. The task involved inviting Su Ningxuang to dine with Zhao Shuxian. The reward for this endeavor was complete ownership of the prestigious restaurant, Shang Granju, gaining 5 experience points and 2 points of credit as the proprietor of Shang Granju, while declining a task results in a deduction of 3 experience points. Upon encountering this task, a sudden inspiration struck me. Is there any need for hesitation? I must certainly acquiesce to my cousin's request. The rewards for the task are exceedingly generous. I have no justifiable reason to decline. Moreover, refusing the task would result in a deduction of points and experience, which is utterly outrageous. As for the points, they're a different matter altogether. I currently possess 10 points, yet my experience value stands at a mere 0. Should I incur further deductions, it would inevitably plunge into the realm of negativity. At that time, I fear that even a basic level of security will be unattainable. How then shall I procure my necessities in the marketplace? I have also heard of it. It is indeed a renowned top-tier restaurant in Jiangzhou. Its business thrives with a steady influx of patrons. The average expenditure per person hovers around 400 to 500, and the total value is likely in the tens of millions. The reward for this task are truly enticing. With such thoughts in mind, I acquiesce to my cousin. This is how it should be. As for Ningxuang, leave that to me. Upon witnessing my agreement, Zhao Shuxian felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing that her efforts had not been in vain. Seeing my cousin care for me so deeply fills my heart with gratitude. In the past, when I lacked financial means, it was a different story altogether. However, things have changed now. I intend to present my cousin with a small gift. The novice gift package still offers a 1,000-fold return. When I spend money, I will receive a rebate of 5 million. With 5 million in hand, purchasing a gift will be an effortless task. As for the military training this evening, I have previously inquired with my elder sister about gathering together to sing and interact, but I have decided not to attend. I would like to ask my roommate for assistance with my attendance. In the evening, the military training pales in comparison to dining with the campus beauty. I merely wish to express my gratitude to Sue, the enchanting flower of our school, for kindly bringing me water on such a sweltering day. It is certainly not due to any prestigious dining establishment's experience points or scores. It is undoubtedly this way. On the other side, within the confines of the girls' dormitory, Zhao Shuxian gradually approached Su Ningxuan. Chapter 9. Would you join me in my car, Su? Zhao Shuxian settled beside Su Ningxuang and spoke. Ningxuang, Yichen has been exhausted from military training. I initially intended to treat him to a lavish dinner tonight. However, an unexpected matter has arisen. Could you possibly take my place and accompany Yichen for a meal? I shall attend to my affairs and join you shortly thereafter. What? Upon hearing Zhao Shuxuan's words, Su Ningxuang was momentarily taken aback, her hesitation evident. Was it merely the two of them dining together? At that moment, another girl from the dormitory, Zhang Wan, unexpectedly interjected, Ningxuang, Shuxian. Are you two going out for dinner tonight? With curiosity, she inquired, I have made plans with a few classmates to dine out as well. Shall we join forces? Su Ningxuang wished to decline, yet the warmth of Zhang Wan's invitation proved irresistible, leading her to ultimately acquiesce. Zhao Shuxian did not oppose the idea, recognizing that it was indeed too soon to allow Ningxuang to dine alone with Yichen. Subsequently, Zhao Shuxian contacted Yichen to gauge his opinion. Yichen had no objections. As long as he was dining with Su Ningxuang, the presence of a few additional companions was of little concern. After all, the priority was to secure a reservation at the renowned restaurant, Shang Granju. Opportunities to dine alone with Su Ningxuang would arise in due time. Once the meeting point was confirmed, Yichen ended the call. He asked his roommate to mark him present for the evening, returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and changed out of his military training attire. Glancing at the time, he grabbed the keys to his Ferrari and headed straight to the meeting location designated by Zhao Shuxian. Upon Yichen's arrival, he found Su Ningxuang had just reached as well. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Wan and several classmates appeared, with Zhang Wan included. The group comprised 2 men and 2 women, approaching from the opposite direction. Among them was a fair-skinned young man, Fang Guoqiao, who, upon seeing Yi Chun and Su Ningxuang together, exhibited a distinct air of hostility. Fang Guoqiao, a fellow classmate and well-known scion of a wealthy family, had not originally planned to join Zhang Wan for dinner. However, Upon hearing about the gathering this afternoon, particularly upon learning that Su Ningxuang would be present, he immediately sought to join, even promising to cover the dinner expenses. Naturally, Zhang Wan could not refuse such a generous offer. Fang Buqiao harbored affections for Su Ningxuang and had seen the post from the previous day detailing her act of kindness towards Yichun. His envy and jealousy towards Yichun had already been substantial, and now, witnessing Yichun also included in the dinner plans only intensified his ire. He resolved to confront Yichun and ensure he appeared foolish in front of the school beauty. With this determination, Fang Buqiao and his companions approached. Su Ningxuang, who had maintained a serene demeanor, visibly altered her expression upon recognizing Fang Buqiao among the newcomers, clearly indicating her unfavorable impression of him. Had she not made a commitment to others, it was likely she would have departed. Upon meeting, they exchanged brief introductions. I am acquainted with a remarkable top-tier restaurant, where I hold the esteemed title of a gold member. Shall we indulge in a meal there shortly? Fang Buqiao suggested. With everyone present, let us depart. Fang Buqiao assumed a commanding demeanor. Very well, let us go. The others had no objections. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve my vehicle to fetch you. Oh, wait. That is not right. Just as they were about to leave, Fang Buqiao suddenly smacked his forehead, expressing regret. I completely forgot. With Yichun joining us, we total 6 individuals, yet my car accommodates only 5. Fang Buqiao began to create a dilemma. How about this? Yichun, you can take a taxi. And I shall cover the fare? Fang Buqiao was deliberately excluding Yichun. Upon hearing this, the others remained indifferent. Only Su Ningxiong furrowed her brows. Sensing the impropriety of the situation, she had come primarily to look after Yichun on behalf of Xu Xian. How could she allow him to take a taxi alone? Just as Su Ningxiong prepared to speak, intending to accompany Yichun, he interjected. It's all right. I have a car, so there's no need for such inconvenience. What? Upon hearing Yichun's words, Zhang Wan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Fang Buqiao, being a wealthy second-generation heir, naturally possessed a vehicle. But they had not anticipated that Yichun also owned one. It seemed he was merely a freshman this year. A first-year student, and he already owns a car? Impressive. Regardless of the model, even the most modest vehicle would far surpass what most possess. After all, not only freshmen, but even many juniors and seniors likely lacked their own cars. Yichun had already surpassed them in this regard as a freshman. Fang Buqiao was momentarily stunned by Yichun's response. He had not anticipated that Yichun would possess a vehicle. Originally, he had hoped to seize the opportunity to marginalize Yichun, yet it had backfired. Even better, you can drive as well. A thought crossed his mind, and a smile returned to Fang Buqiao's face. With Yichun having a car, it was fortuitous. Soon, he would arrive in his luxurious BMW 7 Series, while Yichun would bring his own vehicle. The contrast between the two would undoubtedly leave Yichun feeling inadequate, thus further highlighting Fang Buqiao's superiority. When the moment arrived, it would be clear to Su, the campus beauty, whom to favor. Excellent, excellent. With that, Fang Buqiao departed. Eager to fetch his car, Yichun followed suit. The campus boasted more than one parking lot, and thus, their vehicles were parked in different areas, leading them in divergent directions. Fang Buqiao's parking spot was in close proximity, and before long, he drove over in his BMW 7 Series. He parked beside the group and gradually lowered his window. My goodness, a BMW 7 Series. Fang Xiao is impressive. The boys waiting in place were utterly astonished at the sight of Fang Buqiao's car. Previously, he had driven an Audi A4 worth over 300,000. They were taken aback by his sudden upgrade. Fang Xiao, how much did you acquire this BMW 7 Series for? One of the boys inquired curiously. It is not much. Just over $1 million, quite reasonable. Fang Buqiao appeared indifferent. Over $1 million. Upon hearing Fang Buqiao's words, Zhang Wan and her companions were astonished. How could a sophomore like Fang Buqiao already be driving a luxury car worth more than $1 million? Incredible. They were all taken aback by Fang Buqiao's formidable wealth. Among them, only Su Ningxuang maintained a calm expression, showing no sign of surprise. Get in, Fang Buqiao said. All right, thank you, young Master Fang, they replied, nodding excitedly before opening the car door and eagerly taking their seats. Naturally, they wisely left the front passenger seat vacant. Soon, only Su Ningxuang remained outside. Su School Beauty, why don't you join us? Fang Buqiao invited, noticing her stillness. No, thank you. I will ride with Yichun later, Su Ningxuang replied, shaking her head decisively. Faced with Su Ningxuang's outright refusal, Fang Buqiao's expression shifted, yet he remained undeterred. Su School Beauty, What is so special about Yu Chen's car? He cannot possibly drive anything decent. It surely cannot compare to the comfort of my BMW 7 Series, Fong Buqiao insisted. Ningxuang, what Fong said is true. Yu Chen's car definitely pales in comparison to young Master Fong's, chimed in one of the girls in the car, instantly aligning herself with Fong Buqiao upon witnessing his million-dollar vehicle. Indeed, Su School Beauty, come on, young Master Fong has even left the front seat for you, urged another boy. However, Su Ningxuang still shook her head. Su School Beauty, Yu Chen probably drives a car worth only around 200,000. How could such a car be worthy of you? Fong Buqiao pressed on. Yet, before he could finish, a Ferrari gradually approached from afar. Wow, a Ferrari. A supercar. I can't believe I'm seeing one at school. The occupants of Fong Buqiao's car erupted with excitement upon spotting the Ferrari. Even Fong Buqiao himself was captivated by it. So handsome, so stylish. This is the allure of a supercar, the charm of a Ferrari, Fong Buqiao mused, filled with envy. If he was enthralled, the others in the vehicle were even more so, their eyes wide with awe. How wonderful it would be to ride in a Ferrari. I wonder who the esteemed driver is? They murmured dreamily. Under their watchful gazes, the Ferrari came to a stop in front of Fong Buqiao's BMW 7 Series. The next moment, the car door swung open, and a striking young man stepped out. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 10. A fortune of over 100 million. What did they witness? Emerging from the luxurious Ferrari was Yu Chen. My heavens! Everyone was utterly astounded. They could never have imagined that Yu Chen's vehicle would be a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. How astonishing! Gulp, gulp. A sound of swallowing echoed from the quietly parked BMW 7 Series. The group was profoundly shocked. Zhang Wan and her companions stared blankly at Yu Chen's Ferrari. Their emotions a tangled web. Particularly the two individuals who had just defended Fong Buqiao felt an overwhelming sense of shame. What an embarrassment. As for Fong Buqiao, he was left speechless, unable to believe his own eyes. A freshman was driving a Ferrari? Surely this was a jest? Gazing at Yu Chen's Ferrari, he recalled his earlier remarks to Su Ningxuang, and his face instantly flushed with color. Su School Beauty, what is so special about Yu Chen's car? He couldn't possibly own anything nice. It certainly pales in comparison to my BMW 7 Series. Su School Beauty. That Yu Chen likely drives a vehicle worth only 1 or 200,000. How could such a car be worthy of you? His earlier words echoed hauntingly in his mind. How humiliating. Just moments ago, he had mocked Yu Chen for not owning a decent car, claiming it could never match his BMW 7 Series. Yet now, Yu Chen had arrived in a Ferrari. The value of Yu Chen's single vehicle could purchase several BMW 7 Series. At this moment, he had unwittingly become the object of ridicule. Su Ningxuang entered Yu Chen's car. Watching her step into Yu Chen's Ferrari, Zhang Wan and her companions were filled with envy. They too yearned to experience what it felt like to ride in a Ferrari. Fong Buqiao, consumed by rage and jealousy towards Yu Chen, was determined that this matter could not stand unchallenged. Without a word, he started his car and sped off. 20 minutes later, the group stopped in front of an opulently decorated top-tier restaurant. Upon arriving at their destination, Fong Buqiao and Zhang Wan exited the vehicle. Yu Chen and Su Ningxuang also emerged from their car. Let me introduce you to the most renowned restaurant in Jiangzhou, Shangranzhou, Fong Buqiao proudly declared, gesturing towards the upscale establishment. He was a golden member here, spending 6 figures annually. This is Shangranzhou. Yu Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Fong Buqiao had brought them to this esteemed restaurant. Now that he was dining with Su Ningxuang, did this count as completing his game task? Contemplating this, Yu Chen took out his phone and opened the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Game task completed. Congratulations. You have acquired a 100% ownership of Shangranzhou and become its new owner. Congratulations, you have earned 5 experience points. Congratulations, you have earned 2 points. As Yu Chen entered, a flurry of notifications emerged. He had successfully completed his first game task. From this moment forth, he is the proprietor of Changren Residence, one of the premier restaurants in Jiangzhou, valued at no less than several tens of millions. With the ownership of Changren Residence, coupled with his previous villa, Yu Chen's net worth has soared beyond 100 million. Henceforth, Yu Chen has ascended to the ranks of the billionaires. This modest ambition he achieved within a mere 2 days. The game is simply exhilarating. In the span of 2 days, he transformed from a penniless freshman into a veritable billionaire. The shift is astonishingly swift. A faint smile graces Yu Chen's face. This sensation is truly delightful. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the wealthiest in the world. In eternal sentiment, not only has Yi Chen acquired Changren residence, but his experience points and credits have also increased. He eagerly anticipates the day when his player level and marketplace level will ascend. It seems that day is not far off. Changren residence is usually bustling with patrons, including the affluent and influential figures of Jiangzhou who relish dining here. The establishment boasts top-tier chefs from across the nation, ensuring exquisite culinary delights. I am a golden member here, enjoying various privileges. Standing at the forefront, Fang Buochao boasts of his status as a golden member. As he speaks, he leads a few companions towards Changren residence. However, before Fang Buochao can enter, a server stops him. Good day, sir. Unfortunately, our restaurant is fully booked today. We sincerely apologize. If you wish, you may wait in line. The server speaks courteously. Excuse me? Fang Buochao is momentarily taken aback. He had just spent a considerable time bragging about being a golden member with special privileges, yet now he finds himself unable to enter Changren residence. Is this not a slap in the face? Zhang Wan and the others also changed their expressions, having traveled such a distance. They had hoped to experience the life of the affluent, only to find themselves unable to even enter the door. How long do we have to wait? Zhang Wan cannot help but inquire. Approximately 1 to 1.5 hours, the server replies. That long? Over an hour? The group feels utterly helpless. Leave it to me. Fang Buochao has regained his composure. With unwavering confidence, he assures Zhang Wan and the others, I am a golden member of Changren residence. I need not wait in line. He proudly presents his golden membership card to the server. Sir, I sincerely apologize, but you will still need to queue. The server does not even take the card, responding directly. Why? Fang Buochao's anger flares. I am a golden member. I have privileges. I should not have to wait. I truly apologize, but those ahead of you in line are also golden members, the server explains. Fang Buochao is left speechless. Very well, he retorts, feeling the heat rise to his face. I know your manager, Qian. Inform him that Fang Buochao is here. I demand he come out. He was confident in his connections, certain that he would not have to wait in line to enter. Today, he had brought several companions to Shangranju, and if they could not even get through the door, it would be a most humiliating experience. Very well, please hold on a moment, a waiter remarked as he hurried into Shangranju to fetch manager Qian. Upon witnessing this, Fang Buochao felt a surge of satisfaction. Rest assured, I am acquainted with manager Qian here. Once I speak, he will undoubtedly acquiesce, Fang Buochao declared, turning confidently to Zhang Wan and the others. With an air of pride, he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chen, eager to showcase his formidable network. What if he drove a supercar? In this era, connections were paramount. Without them, nothing could be accomplished. As he pondered this, a sense of superiority washed over him. Before long, the earlier waiter returned in haste. Fang Buochao prepared to lead his companions inside. However, just as he took a few steps forward, he was halted once more. Mr. Fang, I sincerely apologize, but our manager has informed me that we are at full capacity today and cannot allow you to enter directly. Please be patient. The waiter stated. Upon hearing this, Fang Buochao was left dumbfounded. Rejected again? Manager Qian had not even come out to meet him, dismissing him so casually? The memory of his earlier confidence now filled him with shame. He longed to vanish into a hole. This was truly a humiliating experience. Hearing the waiter's words, the others felt equally disheartened. There seemed to be no alternative. Even with Fang Buochao leveraging his connections, they could not gain entry and would have to wait or seek another dining venue. Just as they were preparing to leave for another place, Yi Chen slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 11. The hotel front desk. Excuse me, there is only one room available. Please inform your manager that Yi Chen has arrived and request him to find a suitable place. Yi Chen addressed the attendant, recently appointed as the new owner of Shangranju. Yi Chen's spirits were high. Moreover, he was famished and reluctant to seek another restaurant, prompting him to step forward. Very well, please wait a moment. The attendant hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement before turning to enter the restaurant once more in search of the manager. Humph! Witnessing this scene, Fang Buochao let out a cold laugh, mocking Yi Chen's overconfidence. It seemed apparent that Yi Chen was visiting Shangranju for the first time. Even as a privileged gold member acquainted with the manager, Fang Buochao could not gain entry. What made Yi Chen think he could waltz in with merely a word? What a joke! Not just Fang Buochao, but even Zhang Wan and others regarded Yi Chen with skepticism. Meanwhile, Fang Buochao crossed his arms, reveling in the unfolding drama. He was eager to see Yi Chen's reaction when he, too, was denied entry. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. After all, Yi Chen had boldly stepped forward following his own failure. A second rejection would be far more embarrassing, especially in front of the beautiful Sue. As he pondered this, Fang Buochao's previously vexed mood transformed into one of delight. On the other side, in the office of the Shangranju manager, Qian Yong'an received an unexpected phone call from his boss. What? Upon answering, he was taken aback by the revelation that the establishment had been sold, and he was no longer its owner. Understood. After hanging up, Qian Yong'an struggled to process the sudden news. Shangranju was thriving. Why would the owner sell such a lucrative business? It appeared that the buyer had presented an irresistible offer. Ding dong. His phone vibrated with a message from his former boss, containing details about the new proprietor. Staring at the photograph of the new owner, Qian Yong'an was astonished. How could this young individual be the owner? He appeared no older than 20. Such youth, and yet capable of effortlessly acquiring Shangranju. The financial prowess of this new owner was indeed formidable. Yichen. Mr. Yi. As he perused the new owner's profile, Qian Yong'an mumbled to himself. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the office. Come in. Creak. The attendant who had previously left entered the office. Manager. Among the guests accompanying Fang Buochao, there is a gentleman named Yichen, and he. Upon hearing the name Fang Buochao, Manager Qian grew impatient. He was acquainted with Fang Buochao's father. Had this been the past, he might have granted an exception out of respect for the family. However, with the Fang family's decline, he felt no obligation to afford Fang Buochao any courtesy. Everything would proceed according to protocol. I have already informed you that there are no privileges. Let Fang Buochao wait in line, Manager Qian said, waving his hand in annoyance. Understood, Manager, the waiter nodded, turning to leave. Wait a moment, he called out, suddenly recalling the name of the new boss from the documents he had glanced at earlier. What did you just say about him, Mr. Yichen? Manager Qian inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had not caught it clearly before. Yes, the waiter confirmed with a nod. What? Upon hearing the waiter's affirmation, Manager Qian sprang to his feet, disbelief washing over him. Come over here and see. Is this Mr. Yichen? He gestured for the waiter to look at the photo on his phone. The image displayed a clear picture of Yichen. Yes, that is indeed the gentleman. The waiter asserted with unwavering certainty. As the realization dawned on him, Manager Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Hurry, please invite Mr. Yi in, he urged anxiously. Manager, the guests are all seated. Where shall I accommodate them? The waiter asked. Isn't there an empty private room? Of course, you should escort Mr. Yu to the private room. Manager Qian replied. Changran Residence has 3 private rooms, typically reserved for diamond members or notable figures. Understood. Although the waiter was unaware of Yi Chen's exact status, the very fact that the manager instructed him to bring Yi into a private room indicated that Mr. Ye's identity was no ordinary one. Without a moment's hesitation, Manager Qian promptly exited to personally welcome Yi Chen. Outside, after a brief wait, silence reigned. Fang Buochao, with a mocking tone, taunted, Yi Chen, are you capable? If not, let us change venues and not waste our time. You aren't even a standard silver member, yet you wish to cut in line, dream on. However, before Fang Buochao could finish his sentence, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Soon, a portly middle-aged man emerged. It was none other than Manager Qian. Boss, you have arrived. Please. Come in, Manager Qian said, bowing respectfully. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in utter shock. What was happening? The manager of Changran Residence had personally come to greet someone? Could Yi Chen possess such influence? The astonishment echoed in the hearts of Zhang Wan and the others. Fang Buochao, on the other hand, stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. How could it have turned out this way? He refused to believe it. As a distinguished gold member of Changran Residence, and with his acquaintance with Manager Qian, he had been casually dismissed with a mere phrase. Yet, upon Yi Chen's arrival, Manager Qian himself had come out to welcome him. Why was this? It took a moment for the crowd to process Manager Qian's actions, gradually realizing that the crucial aspect was not merely the manager's personal greeting, but rather his designation of Yi Chen as boss. Manager Qian addressed Yi Chen as boss. Could it be that Yi Chen is the proprietor of Shangranju? How is that possible? Yi Chen is merely an ordinary university student. How could he suddenly transform into the owner of a top-tier restaurant? This is utterly absurd. Yi Chen, are you the owner of Shangranju? Zhang Wan asked, her voice trembling. Yes, I just acquired Shangranju, Yi Chen replied casually. His words resonated like thunder in the ears of those present. Just acquired a top-tier restaurant worth several tens of millions? Why did it sound so effortless coming from Yi Chen, as if he were merely purchasing a cabbage? Is this what it means to be a true tycoon? Terrifying indeed. Upon hearing Yi Chen's affirmative response, Fang Buchao's face turned pale. At that moment, he finally understood why Manager Qian had come out to greet Yi Chen upon his arrival. It turned out that Yi Chen was indeed the owner of Shangranju. It made sense. As a mere gold member, how could he possibly compare to the owner? He had just boasted about being a member of Shangranju in front of Yi Chen. Was this akin to showing off a large sword in front of Guangong? Fang Buchao's mindset was utterly shattered. He had initially thought that he would be the center of attention during this meal, leaving a good impression on the school beauty, Su. But after all was said and done, he was merely a clown. Eventually, under Manager Qian's guidance, they arrived at a tastefully decorated private room. A few minutes later, his cousin Zhao Shuxian arrived. At the dining table, Fang Buchao silently nodded and ate, afraid to speak, his body even trembling slightly. Zhang Wan and the others, on the other hand, completely changed their previously aloof demeanor, desperately flattering Yi Chen. Only Su Ningxuan remained somewhat composed. However, to be honest, upon discovering that Yi Chen was the owner of Shangranju, she too was taken aback. After this encounter, as well as the previous one, Su Ningxuan developed a profound curiosity towards Yi Chen. As the time they spent together increased, her curiosity only intensified. What kind of person was Yi Chen? Su Ningxuan was eager to find out. As time passed, the meal concluded. Zhang Wan and Fang Buchao returned home, while Yi Chen, Su Ningxuan, and Zhao Shuxian strolled nearby. The three of them lost track of time, and by the time they noticed, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. It would likely take until 10:30 to return to the school, by which time the dormitory doors would be closed, preventing their entry. What should they do? Zhao Shuxian fell into deep thought. Returning tonight is impossible. How about we stay at a hotel? Given the circumstances, there was no other option, even if they returned. They could not enter the dormitory and would have to stay at a hotel. Yi Chen had no issues with this, if necessary. He could call to request leave and return to school early the next day. As for Su Ningxuan, upon hearing Zhao Shuxuan's suggestion, she hesitated momentarily. Initially, she felt some resistance, but considering that Shuxian would be with her, she figured there would be no problems and ultimately agreed. Ultimately, Yi Chen located a delightful hotel not far from their current location. Within a few minutes, the trio entered. However, just before they stepped inside, Zhao Shuxian suddenly spoke up. You two go ahead and check in. I have a craving for some fruit and will go buy some. I'll meet you shortly. With that, she handed her identification to Su Ningxuan and headed off in another direction. Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan proceeded towards the hotel together. Upon reaching the front desk, Yi Chen inquired, "Hello, do you have any available rooms?" "Certainly," the front desk attendant replied, momentarily distracted as he glanced at his phone. "Well then, please book us 2 rooms," Yi Chen requested. "Not a problem," the attendant began, as he turned to his computer to search for available accommodations. However, when he looked up and noticed that Yi Chen and Su Ningxuan were a man and a woman, he hesitated briefly before quickly altering his response. "I apologize, but we only have 1 room available." As he spoke, the attendant discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Chen, seemingly conveying, "Rest assured, my friend. I understand your intentions and shall not let you down." Chapter 12. Late at night. Was my cousin and Ningxuan in the same room? For some reason, Yi Chen suddenly comprehended the meaning behind the front desk attendant's gaze. In that moment, he found himself both amused and exasperated. What was this front desk attendant thinking? He had only just met Sister Su. The atmosphere became awkward as the attendant continued, "At this hour, most hotels surely have no rooms available. We still have 1 room left here, which is quite fortunate. It might not be available for long," he added with a mischievous tone. "You young couple can share a room. It's nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuan's face turned crimson. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was at a loss, unsure whether to feel pleased or resigned. Under different circumstances, encountering such a considerate attendant would have been a stroke of luck. But now, Sister Su and I are not a couple, and we actually have 3 people tonight. Seeing Su Ningxuan blushing and exceedingly shy, even contemplating leaving, Yi Chen quickly interjected. The front desk attendant was momentarily taken aback, his embarrassment palpable. "I see," he stammered, glancing back at the computer. "Oh dear, I misread that, my apologies. There are indeed other rooms available." The attendant's acting skills were in full swing. "No worries, please reserve us 2. No, 3 rooms, Yi Chen requested. Initially, he had intended to book 2 rooms for his cousin and Sister Su to share, but ultimately decided on 3 for greater convenience. Understood. After receiving the identification, the rooms were booked, and Yi Chen along with Su Ningxuan waited in the hotel lobby for a brief moment. A few minutes later, Zhao Shuxian returned, carrying some fruit. She had intended to leave earlier, but hesitated, realizing that it wouldn't be appropriate to let Ning Shuang and Yi Chen stay at the hotel alone together since they had just met. What if she left and Ning Shuang followed suit? After all, Ning Shuang lived in Jiazhou and could very well return home. It was better to find a time later to create an opportunity for them to be alone together. As for why she hadn't left after dinner, well, the food was simply too delicious, and she had lost track of time while eating. Once Zhao Shuxian returned, the three ascended to their respective rooms. Once in his room, Yi Chen first made a phone call to request a day off, as he would not be staying in the dormitory that night. Subsequently, he began to browse on his phone. After dining, the group had wandered for a while, and Yi Chen began to feel thirsty. Just as he was about to reach for the hotel's bottled water, he paused, recalling how Sister Su had brought him water earlier that day under the scorching sun. Now that he felt exhausted and parched, perhaps she was thirsty too. What if he brought her some water as a token of gratitude? Of course, he could no longer bring her water directly. Instead, he decided to order some milk tea, knowing that girls generally enjoyed it. After approximately 20 minutes, the bubble tea arrived. Yi Chen ordered 3 cups, one for himself, and one each for Senior Sister Su and his cousin. He picked up a cup of bubble tea and made his way to Senior Sister Su's door. He knocked gently. "Who is it?" Inside the room, Su Ningxiang was preparing to take a shower and felt a pang of nervousness upon hearing the knock. "It's me, Yi Chen," came Yi Chen's voice from outside. "Is it Junior Yi?" Su Ningxiang froze for a moment upon recognizing his voice. It was already around 11 o'clock at night. Why was he knocking on her door at such a late hour? What could he possibly want? The thought made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Senior sister, I bought a few cups of bubble tea and brought one for you." Fearing that Su Ningxiang might misunderstand his intentions given the hour, Yi Chen quickly added an explanation. Su Ningxiang felt a bit shy upon hearing his words. So it was her overthinking. Junior Yi had come to deliver bubble tea. With that thought, she hurriedly opened the door and invited Yi Chen inside. As Yi Chen entered the room, he handed the bubble tea to Su Ningxiang. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully. Realizing her thirst, she hadn't anticipated that Junior Yi would bring her bubble tea. It was perfectly timed. "You're welcome," Yi Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. After Su Ningxiang took a few sips of her bubble tea and was about to speak, another knock echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Su Ningxiang asked in astonishment, wondering who could be knocking again at her door. "Ningxiang, it's me," came the voice of Zhao Shuxian. "Oh, it's Shuxian." Setting down her bubble tea, Su Ningxiang opened the door. "I almost forgot. I brought you some fruit." As the door swung open, Zhao Shuxian appeared with several pieces of fruit. But before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Yi Chen in the room. Clang. In the next moment, the fruit slipped from Zhao Shuxian's hands. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. What was she seeing? Her cousin was in Ningxiang's room. At this late hour, her cousin and Ningxiang were together in one room? Oh my goodness. Zhao Shuxian was stunned. Had their relationship progressed so quickly? They had only met in the morning, and now they were spending the night together. Zhao Shuxian was utterly bewildered. Was her cousin really that impressive? Had he already won Ningxiang's heart? Noticing Zhao Shuxian's shock, Su Ningxiang hurriedly clarified. Shuxian, you've misunderstood. Her face flushed deeply. Junior Yi just arrived. He brought me bubble tea. Is that so? Zhao Shuxian seemed skeptical. It was late at night, and they were in the same room, claiming it was for bubble tea delivery. Who would believe that? I truly came to deliver bubble tea to senior sister, Yi Chen interjected, stepping forward to explain. Look, the bubble tea is right here. Following Yi Chen's gesture, Zhao Shuxian's gaze fell upon the cup of bubble tea on the table, confirming his words. Was it a misunderstanding on my part? Zhao Shuxian remained somewhat skeptical. By the way, sister, I have prepared some milk tea for you in my room. I was planning to bring it to you shortly, Yi Chen remarked. Now that you're here, let me take you to get it. With that, Yi Chen rose and bid farewell to Su Ningxiang. Sister Su, I shall take my leave. After saying this, Yi Chen departed with Zhao Shuxian. Upon closing the door behind them, Su Ningxiang's face remained flushed. The earlier encounter had been exceedingly awkward. Upon entering Yi Chen's room and spotting the milk tea, Zhao Shuxian began to believe. After exchanging a few words with Yi Chen, she took her leave. Yi Chen sighed, reflecting on how close they had come to a misunderstanding. I am a respectable person, after all. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was already past 11. Midnight was fast approaching. The marketplace was about to refresh, and he wondered what treasures might be unveiled this time. Yi Chen was filled with anticipation. As the clock struck 12, he entered the marketplace, which had indeed transformed, showcasing new items. 1 Bentley Continental, priced at 2 yuan. 1 Patek Philippe Calatrava 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, priced at 0.3 yuan. Top-tier driving skills that can make you a seasoned driver in no time. Priced at 0.9 yuan, Yichen's eyes brightened at the sight of the 3 newly listed products. This iteration of the marketplace seemed remarkably different. The Bentley and the Patek Philippe were undoubtedly luxurious items. However, the third offering was particularly intriguing. It was a skill. The marketplace had introduced skills for purchase. This was splendid news. Previously, the Lingyun Tiangong Villa was available for a mere 0.3 yuan, yet the skill was priced at a staggering 0.9 yuan. 3 times more. Although it was still reasonably priced at 90 cents, this clearly indicated the skill's exceptional value. Curious. Yichen delved into the details of the other 2 items. The Bentley Continental had a market price of nearly 5 million yuan, perhaps even more. He had previously pondered the lack of a spacious luxury vehicle, and now the game had provided one. The Patek Philippe Calatrava 5074 or rose gold black dial watch was valued at approximately 6 million yuan. Both were items worth millions. After some contemplation, Yichen ultimately decided to acquire the most expensive item, the top-tier driving skills. After all, this was the first time a skill had appeared. He certainly would not forsake the Bentley and Patek Philippe, but those could wait. He only needed to wait 24 hours before he could purchase again. In no time, the Patek Philippe and Bentley would also belong to him. With that thought, Yichen proceeded to purchase the top-tier driving skills, thus becoming a seasoned driver. Congratulations. You have successfully purchased top-tier driving skills, and you are now a qualified driver. Upon completion of the transaction, a surge of profound memories flooded Yichen's mind. Alongside this influx of knowledge, muscle memory accompanied it, subtly transforming his physique, molding him into a true expert behind the wheel. In that moment, Yichen's understanding of automobiles surpassed that of the average person manifold. In terms of driving skills, even some professional racers would likely find themselves outmatched by Yichen. He was quite pleased and eagerly anticipated the emergence of other skills within the marketplace. Casting a glance at the 2 remaining items, Yichen exited the game. As for the 3 items, he saw no need for meticulous selection. He would acquire them all. Choices are for children. Adults embrace everything. The following day, with military training ahead, Yichen sent a message to Su Ningxiang and Zhao Shuxian before departing early. The day passed swiftly. That evening, while originally planning to return to his dormitory, he suddenly recalled the villa he had just purchased. His curiosity piqued. He was eager to discover what his villa looked like. Tonight, he intended to explore and experience the essence of living in a villa. He got into his car, activated the navigation system, and headed straight for the Lingyun Tiangong Villa district. After half an hour, Yichen arrived at his destination. Chapter 13. What they witnessed having verified his identity. Yichen seamlessly entered the luxurious Lingyun Tian Palace Villa district. It must be said that the environment here is truly splendid, comparable to some exquisite tourist attractions. Regrettably, the night obscured the view. After a brief search, Yichen located his designated Villa number 8, one of the largest in Lingyun Tian Palace. Nestled beside the renowned Lingyun Lake, it boasts breathtaking scenery, allowing one to appreciate the lake's beauty from the comfort of home. Upon parking, Yichen made his way directly to the villa's entrance. As one of the premier villa districts in Jiangzhou, even the door to the villa exudes sophistication. It features a grand double door, monumental in its presence, manufactured by the world-renowned Bufar Company, equipped with a state-of-the-art security system. In addition to numerical codes, fingerprints, and palm prints, it even allows for retinal scans to unlock. Furthermore, it can withstand an impact of up to 3 tons and possesses functions such as blast and bullet resistance, providing a genuine sense of security. Stepping inside the villa, one is greeted by a 7-meter-high foyer that radiates opulence. The sofas, crafted by Fendi, are handmade and exceedingly costly. Additionally, the villa is outfitted with an array of amenities, including a private swimming pool, wine cellar, gym, and private cinema. At the rear, a vast garden, meticulously designed by a master, adds to the villa's allure. After exploring the villa, Yichen felt quite satisfied. Is this what a villa truly is? It certainly appears impressive. Afterward, Yichen reclined on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he heard a faint call, seemingly from outside the villa. Curiosity piqued, he opened the villa door. At that moment, a stunning woman wearing glasses approached him. Her black hair was elegantly styled, complementing her flawless and exquisite features, rendering her a vision of perfection. She resembled a work of art, devoid of any flaws, whether in beauty or physique. Initially poised to knock on Yichen's door, she was momentarily taken aback when he opened it. "Hello, I live next door. My cat accidentally ran out and seems to have wandered into your yard. May I come in and look for it? After regaining her composure, she explained, a hint of exasperation in her voice, as her newly adopted kitten was exceptionally lively. This was its third escapade from home. Previously, it had only ventured into her own yard, which was more manageable. Now, however, it had strayed into someone else's property, creating a rather awkward situation. Of course, Yuchen replied, understanding her predicament. So she is my neighbor. Thank you. The exquisite woman expressed her gratitude and promptly began her search. Since they were neighbors, Yichun decided to assist her as well. After a thorough search, Yichun finally spotted the little white kitten nestled in a corner of the backyard. Gently, he cradled it and handed it to the enchanting woman. Thank you so much. Upon seeing the kitten, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She was exceedingly anxious that the kitten might be lost, fearing that the kitten would escape again. The exquisite lady expressed her gratitude to Yichun repeatedly before cradling the kitten and heading back. By the way, my name is Mo Mingfei, and I reside in the adjacent Villa number 9. You are welcome to visit whenever you have the time, she remarked as a token of her appreciation before departing. Yichun responded affirmatively. With matters settling down, Yichun returned to the villa and began browsing on his phone. He planned to wait until midnight to purchase the exquisite Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 R in rose gold with a black dial. Time passed gradually, and finally, midnight arrived. As soon as the clock struck 12, Yichun promptly launched the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest in the world. He spent 0.3 yuan and successfully acquired the Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 R worth nearly 6 million. After all, this Patek Philippe was slightly more expensive than a Bentley Continental, which he could purchase the following day. The game notified him, congratulations, you have successfully purchased the Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 R in rose gold with a black dial. It has now been placed on your desk. Yichun immediately rose and walked to the study, where he indeed found a new item on his desk. A Patek Philippe watch box, along with an appraisal certificate and a collection certificate, among other things. He did not examine the certificates, but directly opened the watch box. Instantly, a stunning Patek Philippe watch came into view. Crafted from 18K rose gold and paired with a crocodile leather strap, the black dial exuded elegance. This Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 R features the CAL R27Q automatic mechanical movement, utilizing Gyromax technology with 467 components. It boasts a variety of functions, including date display, day display, month display, annual calendar, perpetual calendar, moon phase, and minute repeater. Yichun was exceedingly pleased with and fond of this exquisite timepiece. As the saying goes, the impoverished indulge in cars, while the affluent indulge in watches, which seemed to hold some truth. However, Yichun cherished both luxury cars and fine watches, and he also enjoyed collecting them. Previously, this had merely been a dream. Yet, with the advent of this game that could transform dreams into reality, it was no longer just a fantasy. After completing his purchases, Yichun continued scrolling on his phone for a while before retiring for the night. Awakening to a new day, he found it still early. After freshening up, he stepped out of the villa. The previous night had been too dark for him to appreciate his surroundings or the beauty of Lingyun Lake. Now, stepping outside, the scenery was indeed breathtaking. In the distance, a lithe woman was jogging towards him. She was none other than his beautiful neighbor, Mo Mingfei, whom he had encountered the previous evening. Today, she donned athletic attire, exuding a sense of vigor. What a coincidence! Shall we jog a lap together? Mo Mingfei inquired. She enjoyed running laps around Lingyun Lake in the mornings, combining exercise with the enjoyment of the scenery and fresh air. Sounds good, Yichun nodded, eager to take in the beauty of Lingyun Lake as well. Yichun and Mo Mingfei ran around Lingyun Lake together. Upon returning to the villa, as time was drawing near, Yichun picked up the car keys, preparing to head back to school. After spending a night in the villa, he felt that it was rather lackluster, with such a spacious residence. Having only one occupant made it feel somewhat desolate. Overall, it was barely satisfactory. If others were to learn of Yichun's assessment, they might be inclined to strangle him for such an opinion. Is this a case of understated luxury? This is one of the most prestigious mansions in Jiangzhou, and he considers it merely average? Climbing into his Ferrari, Yichun made his way to the school. Half an hour later, he arrived at the campus. At the entrance, he encountered Su Ningxue, who had just returned. She was heading to her dormitory, and fortunately, there was a parking lot nearby, so Yichun offered her a ride. Su Ningxue accepted his invitation and entered his car. After 7 or 8 minutes, Yichun parked in the lot. Given that it was morning, the foot traffic was exceptionally high. Furthermore, with Yi Chen's Ferrari drawing attention. Many passers-by paused to catch a glimpse of the individual behind the wheel of such a luxurious vehicle. Some even took out their phones to capture the moment. As the Ferrari's door slowly swung open, a young couple emerged. Upon recognizing the occupants, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. My goodness, what were they witnessing? The campus belle, Sue, was stepping out of a car with a young man. And in the morning no less? Could it be that they had spent the night together? Chapter 14. Have I become the school's pariah? Upon this realization, the crowd transitioned from mere astonishment to sheer horror. This was undoubtedly explosive news that would send ripples throughout the entire campus. After all, it involved the aloof and ethereal beauty, Su Ningxuang, who had countless admirers. Throughout her university years, she had turned down innumerable suitors, regardless of their exceptional qualities. Not once had Sue, the campus belle, been linked to any male, nor had there been the slightest hint of scandal. Yet today, she astonishingly emerged from a young man's vehicle. Furthermore, it was none other than a Ferrari. What on earth had I just witnessed? This is madness. Many passers-by stood transfixed, their minds reeling from the sight. Among them were several male onlookers, who felt as if their hearts had shattered. Their revered goddess, the cold and distant beauty who had never shown warmth to any male, was now evidently taken. What a pity. Some lamented, while others discreetly captured this moment on their cameras. Having descended from the car and noticing the throng surrounding her, Su Ningxuang momentarily paused before regaining her composure. She felt no need to offer explanations to anyone. Thank you. Your military training should be starting soon. I must take my leave, she said to Yi Chen before parting ways. Yi Chen returned to his dormitory, changed into his military training attire, and hurried to the training grounds. Fortunately, when he arrived, there were still a few minutes before the session commenced. Old Yi, where did you go last night? One roommate inquired. Yeah, why didn't you come back? Several others chimed in, their curiosity piqued. They had barely managed to evade detection during last night's dorm check. I went home, Yi Chen explained. The Lingyun Tiangong Villa No. 8 now belonged to him, effectively making it his home. He planned to apply for a day student status to avoid any further dorm inspections. As his roommates continued to probe, the instructor arrived, signaling the continuation of military training. Meanwhile, during Yi Chen's training session, photographs of Su Ningxuang disembarking from his Ferrari rapidly circulated, becoming the talk of various forums, social media platforms, and confession walls. Oh my goddess! How could Su have a boyfriend? Who is this man? I must seek him out for a friendly chat. Countless young men expressed their envy and jealousy as they witnessed Su Ningxuang emerge from Yi Chen's vehicle. Some even banded together, intent on finding Yi Chen for a friendly interaction. Had Yi Chen been aware of this, he would have been even more resolved to secure his day student status, as this incident would likely render his continued presence on campus untenable. As time passed, the morning military training reached its midpoint, allowing for a brief respite. Yi Chen and his classmates sought shelter in the shade to rest. During this interlude, one young man happened to notice the exquisite Patek Philippe watch adorning Yi Chen's wrist. His eyes lighting up in admiration. Yi Chen, your watch is stunning, he exclaimed, filled with envy. Upon hearing this, those nearby cast curious glances in Yi Chen's direction. Indeed, earlier, they had not noticed, but Yi Chen's watch was indeed quite stylish. Old Yi, how much did this watch cost you? Someone inquired with curiosity. A little over 500, I suppose, Yi Chen replied casually while wiping his sweat. Just over 500? That's not expensive, they can afford it. At that moment, a slender boy from the adjacent class happened to pass by, overhearing their conversation and glancing over. Initially, he assumed that Yi Chen's watch was quite costly and thus remained silent. However, upon discovering that Yi Chen's watch was merely worth a little over 500, he burst into laughter. He had thought it was a prestigious brand, but it turned out to be just an ordinary timepiece. What is so impressive about that? Is it anywhere near as handsome as my Rolex Yachtmaster Series M268622? Clearing his throat, the slender boy stepped forward, exuding arrogance. This Rolex cost me over 80,000. It's more than 100 times the price of that junk watch of Yi Chen's. Rolex? Upon hearing that the slender boy was wearing a purported Rolex, the crowd turned their heads in unison. To them, a Rolex was a symbol of luxury, something they had only seen in films and television, never in real life. Is this truly a Rolex? It certainly looks impressive. The group gazed at the slender boy's watch for a while, murmuring their admiration. Even those who thought it was mediocre had to concede that its brand and price spoke for themselves, making it undeniably appealing. Bro, how much did that Rolex set you back? I reckon at least 20,000. No. I've seen a Rolex that cost over 10,000. And it's definitely not as beautiful as his. I think it should be at least 30,000. Some speculated. 30,000? At this, the slender boy smirked disdainfully. What a joke. This watch is over 80,000, nearly 90. He boasted arrogantly. What? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. 80,000? Nearly 90? My goodness. That's far more than their living expenses for 4 years. Was this the life of a wealthy second generation? Under the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, the slender boy began to feel inflated with pride. Why do I think this Rolex is less attractive than Yuchen's watch? Someone muttered softly. I think so too. Another person chimed in nearby. Upon hearing this, the slender boy became displeased. How could his magnificent Rolex, worth over 80,000, be outshone by a mere $500 watch? Were these people's taste flawed? Yichen, is your watch a Patek Philippe? At that moment, a girl curiously asked. Her father was an avid collector of luxury watches, and having absorbed some knowledge from him, she had a fair understanding of fine timepieces. Upon hearing the discussion about luxury watches, she had approached out of curiosity. From just a glance, she was certain that Yuchen's watch was anything but ordinary. The craftsmanship was undoubtedly beyond that of an average watch. Even a Rolex pales in comparison. Unable to contain her curiosity, the young woman approached and inquired. She was uncertain whether Yuchen's watch was a Patek Philippe or a Vacheron Constantin. Hesitant to ask directly, she opted for Patek Philippe. Yes, Yuchen affirmed, revealing no secrets. The girl was taken aback at Yuchen's nod. This was beyond her wildest expectations. Yuchen's watch was indeed the prestigious Patek Philippe. Even more astonishing was the fact that Yuchen had openly acknowledged it. Patek Philippe? Yuchen's watch is a Patek Philippe. The bystanders, especially a slender young man, stared in disbelief. They could hardly fathom what they had just heard. How could it be? The watch Yuchen claimed to be worth over 5 million was a Patek Philippe? Wasn't Patek Philippe a top-tier luxury brand? How could it possibly be worth just over 500? Wait, something was amiss. Yuchen had only mentioned 500, with seemingly no unit attached. It dawned on them that they had instinctively assumed the unit following 500 was in yuan. With this realization, they covered their mouths, unable to believe the implication. Could it be that Yuchen was referring to 500,000? Was the value of Yuchen's watch indeed over 5 million? They were astonished by their own deductions, their bodies trembling slightly with disbelief. How could a mere watch be worth such a fortune? However, upon reflection, if Yuchen's watch truly was a Patek Philippe, it was indeed plausible, for one could never acquire a Patek Philippe for merely 500 yuan. Even counterfeit versions would be beyond that price. 5 million seemed to align with the brand's prestige. Yuchen, your watch is worth over 5 million? At last, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and stammered the question. Yes, what of it? Yuchen replied, perplexed. Is it true? They pressed, incredulous. 5 million could easily secure 2 apartments in the heart of Jiaozhou. What Yuchen wore was not merely a watch, it was akin to 2 properties. The onlookers gazed at Yuchen's Patek Philippe, their emotions a tumultuous mix. In the midst of it all, the slender man who had just boasted about his Rolex felt the most embarrassed. Here he was, flaunting an 80,000 yuan watch in the presence of a 5 million yuan Patek Philippe. If he were not a fool, what could he be called? It was utterly humiliating. His face flushed crimson. After a prolonged moment of shock, he began to regain his composure. Wait, something was off. From beginning to end. It seemed Yuchen had been the one speaking. Yuchen claimed his watch was a Patek Philippe, valued at over 5 million, yet he had presented no evidence. Could a mere freshman wear a watch worth millions? Was that even conceivable? Yuchen could easily be exaggerating without needing any proof. With this thought, the slender man felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was certain that Yuchen was merely boasting to salvage his pride. Over 5 million. How could one prove that? The gaunt man scoffed, resolutely questioning, I am utterly convinced that Yuchen's watch cannot possibly be worth over 5 million. However, before his words could settle in the air, someone nearby exclaimed, Look at the forum and the confession wall. Something monumental has occurred. What monumental event could that be? Driven by curiosity, the crowd flocked to the confession wall or the forum. The next moment, upon glimpsing the images, they were left speechless. Upon entering, their eyes immediately fell upon a photo of Yuchen and Su Ningxuang disembarking from a Ferrari. Clearly, it was Yuchen emerging from the driver's seat. This indicated that Yuchen drove a Ferrari. With this realization, they were utterly convinced of the authenticity of Yuchen's Patek Philippe. After all, how could a student who drives a Ferrari possibly be impoverished? Observing the image of Yuchen stepping out of the Ferrari, the gaunt man felt a deep sense of humiliation. He had misjudged the situation. Yuchen was indeed driving a Ferrari? At that moment, despair washed over him. Seizing the opportunity while others were engrossed in the confession wall, he discreetly slinked away. As they scrolled further, they even discovered a video. Although Yuchen's profile was captured, anyone who had encountered him could undoubtedly confirm his identity, especially considering that just yesterday, during military training, the campus beauty had personally delivered water to Yichen. Yesterday, Yichen had claimed that he had no connection with the campus beauty, yet today, he emerged from a Ferrari with her. Was this from this very morning? To assert that there was no relationship between them would be met with skepticism. The connection between Yichen and the campus beauty was undeniably intricate. It was even possible that Yichen had already won her affections. Otherwise, how could she have taken the initiative to bring him water? With this thought, Yuchen's classmates gazed at him with profound envy. They had never anticipated that such a wealthy individual existed among them. Some envied the unique relationship between Yichen and the campus beauty, while others marveled at the fact that he drove a Ferrari. Old Yi, tell us honestly, were you with the campus beauty last night? You're not being truthful with your brothers, Old Yi. Yesterday you said your relationship with her was casual. And today you emerged from a car with her. Oh, Min. Yuchen's roommates gathered around, eager to uncover the true nature of his relationship with the campus beauty. Yichen refrained from answering them, and instead focused on the comments below in the forum, especially upon seeing that some were forming groups to engage with him. He felt quite helpless. He and the campus beauty were innocent, at least for now. Who knows what the future holds? Their relationship was currently platonic. Yet he had already become the target of envy among the entire male student body. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise concerning the illustrious Su Xiaohua in the future, it is likely that he would no longer feel secure within the confines of this institution. Without awaiting Yichen's response to the inquiries posed by his companions, the military training resumed. Upon the conclusion of the midday session, Yichen opted not to join his peers in the cafeteria. Instead, he drove off to dine elsewhere. Given the recent events, he deemed it unsafe to appear in the cafeteria. For the time being, he resolved to eat outside. Coincidentally, he still possessed a welcome package, which included a cashback card with a 1,000-fold return set to expire in 3 days. It was the perfect moment to utilize it, as Yichen needed to spend a mere 5,000 yuan to receive a staggering 5 million in return. Were it not for the card's limitations, he could have easily ascended to the status of the world's wealthiest individual this very afternoon. Alas, the game did not afford him such opportunities. At noon, Yichen promptly expended over 1,000 yuan from his current funds, as he did not possess even 5,000 at that moment. He received a cashback of over 1 million. Subsequently, he spent an additional 3,000 yuan and garnered a return of over 3 million. Yichen successfully depleted the 1,000-fold cashback card. At this juncture, his bank account had transformed from a mere 4 digits to an impressive 7. He was thoroughly pleased with his progress. The afternoon military training continued, and once it concluded, Yichen sought out the counselor to formalize his off-campus living arrangements. After all, nothing could compare to the comfort of his villa, especially now that he was viewed as a target by the entire school. That evening, Yichen returned to his villa. At the stroke of midnight, he spent a mere 0.2 yuan to procure the Bentley Continental, a luxury vehicle valued at 4 to 5 million. The Bentley Continental, a 2-door, 4-seat coupe, exuded elegance. Congratulations, your purchase of the Bentley Continental was successful and it is now parked in your garage. Please check it. As he found himself wide awake, Yichen made his way to the garage of his villa. Within the expansive space, alongside his Ferrari, stood the imposing black luxury car, his newly acquired Bentley Continental. Yichen felt a profound satisfaction with this purchase. While the Ferrari was exquisite, it only accommodated 2 passengers, proving inconvenient with larger groups. Now, with the Bentley Continental, many logistical challenges were effortlessly resolved. The following day, eager to showcase his new Bentley Continental, Yichen drove it to school. En route, he unexpectedly received a phone call. Chapter 15. The $1 Million Reward in Shopping with Su Ningxuang. The phone call came from Zhao Shuxian, Yichen's cousin. He was somewhat taken aback that his cousin would call him at this hour. What's the matter, sister? Yichen inquired curiously upon answering, instinctively fearing that something was amiss. Yichen, this evening, I plan to go shopping with Ningxuang. You should join us. Zhao Shuxuan's voice resonated through the line. She had not forgotten her intention to bring Yichen and Su Ningxuang together. This time, she had arranged to go shopping with Ningxuang, just the 2 of them. Inviting Yichen would make it a trio, and during their excursion, she could conveniently excuse herself to provide them with a moment of privacy. With time, surely, it would yield results. Sighing inwardly, Zhao Shuxian reflected on the challenges of being an older sister, tirelessly concerned for her brother's happiness. Oh, is it really appropriate for me to tag along while you 2 are shopping? Yichen asked hesitantly. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The weather will turn cooler soon. And since you just started university, you probably haven't brought enough autumn clothes, Zhao Shuxian countered. Consider this an opportunity to buy you some fall attire. With that agreement made, she concluded the conversation, not allowing Yichen a moment to decline. Once the call ended, Yichen felt he could not protest further. After all, it was just shopping. Truth be told, he lacked sufficient autumn clothing, and with the cold approaching, he would soon find himself inadequately dressed. He might as well treat himself to some new garments. His cousin had already been quite helpful and seemed more invested in his romantic prospects than he was himself. Now, Yichen was no longer the same. His worth had surpassed $1 million. He decided he could also purchase a small gift for her during their shopping trip. He would return home when he had the time over the weekend. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone vibrated. The game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest had a notification. As he was waiting at a red light, he took the opportunity to open the game. Selective challenge, option 1. Agree to go shopping with your cousin and Su Ningxuang tonight. Task reward, a shopping mall in Xintai. Option 2. Decline to go shopping with your cousin and Su Ningxuang, staying in the villa instead. Task reward, 5 million cash. Upon viewing the selective challenge presented by the game, Yichen did not hesitate at all. The reward for option 1 was a shopping mall in Xintai, one of the largest shopping centers in Jiaozhou, spanning over 100 acres with a total construction area of 100,000 square meters. It housed top-tier global brands including Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada, Cartier, Armani, and Tiffany Company. Its total value was at least over 100 million. In contrast, the second option offered a mere 5 million, which paled in comparison. Moreover, Yichen had already promised his cousin he certainly would not go back on his word. It seemed that the shopping mall in Xintai was destined to be his. To my surprise, in just a few days, yet another modest goal is on the verge of realization. Yichen's net worth is about to surpass 200 million. Alas, it is rather vexing. Achieving such a small target in merely a day or two feels exceedingly effortless. As the green light illuminated, Yichen set aside his phone and drove towards the school. Meanwhile, the incident from yesterday, when Yichen and Su Ningxuang alighted from a vehicle, has temporarily reached a conclusion. This is not to say that the public has accepted that the campus flower, Su, has already found her match. Rather, a few photographs were posted beneath the thread, capturing the moment when Su Ningxuang entered Yichen's car at the school gate. It turns out that Su Ningxuang boarded Yichen's vehicle right at the entrance, implying that the previous night, she was not with him. Upon realizing this, numerous boys sighed in relief. Perhaps, in the early hours of yesterday, Su Ningxuang, feeling fatigued, nearly sought a ride, considering the parking lot is not far from the girls' dormitory. Given her aloof demeanor, she would naturally refrain from clarifying such speculative matters. Whether it was delivering water or hitching a ride, neither could substantiate that Yichen and Su Ningxuang were in a romantic relationship. It's conceivable that they are merely casual friends or perhaps distant relatives. Many boys consoled themselves with such thoughts. The goddess in their hearts remained the same. The ethereal campus flower. With this in mind, they felt considerably more at ease and ceased their clamoring to amicably confront Yichen. This matter has reached a temporary resolution. The fact that Su Ningxuang entered Yichen's car at the school gate is now known among Yichen's classmates. It appears that Yichen's assertions were indeed truthful. He and Su Ningxuang share no extraordinary bond. Upon this realization, the boys in the class collectively exhaled, feeling less envious of Yichen. Not only that, but they also harbored a tinge of schadenfreude. Conversely, the girls in the class, particularly those who considered themselves somewhat attractive, were elated. Yichen is still single. They still have a chance. After all, Yichen's Ferrari is no mere illusion, and his striking looks only enhance his allure. The quintessential wealthy and handsome gentleman. How could one resist such charm? Since last night, they have eagerly sought to add Yichen on WeChat. Not only the girls from his class, but even stunning seniors from other classes, including sophomores and juniors, have attempted to connect with him. Previously, they believed they could not compete with Su Ningxuang, but the situation has shifted. As Yichen arrived at the playground, numerous beautiful girls flocked to him, eagerly offering water and milk tea. Witnessing this scene, the boys who had previously reveled in schadenfreude found themselves envious once again. Indeed, what does it matter if he has no connection with the campus flower? He remains an elite, affluent figure, driving a Ferrari and adorned with a Patek Philippe. This thought plunged them back into sadness. Surrounded by so many girls, Yichen was momentarily taken aback. He struggled to extricate himself from the floral throng and made his way to a few of his roommates, although the enchanting Su Xiao was no longer present. The attention from numerous young women still brings great delight to Lao Yi. Indeed, Lao Yi, you must remain strong. Even in the absence of Su Xiaohua, there are still many beautiful senior sisters and charming young ladies surrounding you. The three friends offered their encouragement to Yi Chun, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before he could voice his inquiries, the instructor approached, signaling the resumption of military training. As time gradually passed, the afternoon training concluded. Yi Chun returned to his villa, where he took a refreshing shower and changed into a new outfit. Only then did he drive his Bentley to the school to pick up Su Ningxuang and Zhao Shuxian. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningxuang descended from their dormitory and made their way towards the school gate. Zhao Shuxian had previously informed Su Ningxuang of Yi Chen's arrival. As neither of them could drive, Yi Chen's presence would conveniently serve as their complimentary chauffeur. Rather than declining, Su Ningxuang felt a flicker of anticipation for Yi Chen's arrival. Chapter 16. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun had already embraced the school beauty, Su Xiaohua. Su Ningxue found it difficult to articulate the sensation that enveloped her. Perhaps it was due to her curiosity about Yi Chun, which had been piqued during their previous encounters. Upon reaching the school gate, they waited briefly before Yi Chun arrived in his vehicle. The sight of Yi Chun's Bentley Continental left Zhao Shuxian momentarily speechless. This time, the three of them were together, and Zhao Shuxian had specifically advised Yi Chun against driving the Ferrari, as it would be too ostentatious and cramped for three. Yi Chun had assured her that he had procured a more understated car that could comfortably accommodate them all. To her astonishment, the understated vehicle Yi Chun referred to turned out to be a Bentley. Was this truly understated? Zhao Shuxian silently critiqued. However, in comparison to the Ferrari, the Bentley could be considered somewhat more discreet. In contrast, Su Ningxue displayed a remarkable composure upon seeing Yi Chen's Bentley. A discerning observer would notice that she had exhibited the same tranquility when she encountered Yi Chen's Ferrari. The only moment of surprise had been when she discovered that Yi Chen was, in fact, the proprietor of Sheng Granju, although even that revelation had only mildly astonished her. It appeared that Su Ningxue's family background was rather impressive. Once they boarded the car, Yi Chen headed straight for the Xintai shopping center. After all, the shopping center was soon to be under his ownership, and this visit was essentially an inspection of his enterprise. After a half-hour's drive, Yi Chen gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. The three of them exited the car and entered the expansive Xintai shopping center. Yi Chen had a rather indifferent attitude towards shopping, while Zhao Shuxian was brimming with excitement, and Su Ningxue maintained her cool demeanor, resembling Yi Chen more than ever. Under Zhao Shuxuan's guidance, the trio began to explore the shopping center. After wandering for a while, Yi Chen's phone vibrated. He sought out a secluded corner, retrieved his phone, and discovered it was a notification from the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Yi Chen opened the game to find several notifications awaiting him. Challenge completed. Agreed to go shopping with cousin and Su Ningxue this evening. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of Xintai Shopping Center, becoming the new proprietor. Congratulations on gaining 8 experience points. Congratulations on earning 3 points. Yi Chen glanced at his player level, which now stood at LV1, 13,100, with a mall rating of 1 star, 1550. The pace of level advancement was satisfactory, and he anticipated reaching the esteemed status of LV2 in no time, elevating the mall's rating to 2 stars. Quite promising indeed. Simultaneously, the management team of Xintai Shopping Center received the news that the previous owner had informed them of the establishment's acquisition by another party. They had a new owner. After a further 30 to 40 minutes of browsing, Zhao Shuxian excused herself under the pretext of needing the restroom. Before departing, she exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Chun. With Zhao Shuxian temporarily absent, both Yi Chen and Su Ningxue felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. They decided to find a place to rest. However, neither of them noticed that not far behind them, 3 girls were gazing in their direction. Isn't that Su, the campus beauty? One of them exclaimed. She is actually out shopping with a boy. Upon seeing Yi Chun and Su Ningxue, the 3 girls were taken aback. They were from the same school and had come out for a shopping trip, only to inadvertently discover Su Ningxue, the renowned aloof beauty, now shopping with a boy. This was utterly inconceivable. Who was that boy by her side? A slightly plump girl inquired with curiosity. I think he is that freshman, Yi Chun, right? Another girl confidently asserted. I've seen photos of Su delivering water to him and getting out of his car. Initially, she thought there was no connection between Su and Yi Chun, but now, witnessing them together, the situation seemed quite unusual. Come on, let us go take a look. The 3, driven by curiosity, quickly made their way towards Yi Chun and Su Ningxue. As Yi Chun and Su Ningxue turned a corner, Su Ningxue accidentally twisted her ankle and began to fall to the side. Fortunately, Yichen was quick on his feet, swiftly reaching out and catching her, thus preventing her from tumbling down. At that moment, the three girls happened to approach. Because of the turn, they missed the scene of Su Ningxue's misstep. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Yichen holding Su Ningxue in his arms. The three girls were left speechless, unable to believe their eyes. "Oh my goodness! What are we witnessing?" they gasped. The campus beauty was being embraced by someone, and she hadn't even rejected him. This was monumental. Previously, whether it was delivering water or the two of them emerging from a car, nothing could be conclusive. But now, Yichen had indeed held Su Ningxue close, and she had not refused him. This was enough to speak volumes. It was simply unbelievable. A freshman, having just begun his studies, had captured the heart of the illustrious, aloof beauty. How astonishing. One of the girls, quick to react, captured this moment on her phone. Not wishing to be noticed by Yichen and Su Ningxue, she swiftly turned and headed in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuxian had just exited the restroom. Initially intending to leave, she suddenly reconsidered. After all, Yichen and Ningxue had only recently met. If she weren't present, even if they found themselves in a private setting, they likely wouldn't linger for long. After pondering for a while, Zhao Shuxian decided to return. She planned to make multiple trips to the restroom, thereby creating opportunities for the two to spend time alone together. This way, they would be unable to part and would have to engage in conversation. With this back and forth, wouldn't they become familiar with each other? As Zhao Shuxian approached Yichen and Su Ningxue, she halted in her tracks, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yichen is actually holding Ningxue? My goodness, how swiftly things have transpired. Even she, who has long sought to unite Yichen and Su Ningxue, found herself momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Have the two of them already progressed to such a stage? How astonishingly rapid. Is Yichen's charm with the ladies truly so formidable? It seems I have been overly concerned. Undoubtedly, even in my absence, Yichen would effortlessly win over Ningxue. At this moment, I must resolutely avoid being a third wheel and disturbing their interaction. With this thought in mind, Zhao Shuxian swiftly slipped into a nearby shop while Yichen and Su Ningxue remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Yichen knelt down to examine Su Ningxue's ankle, which had begun to exhibit slight swelling and redness. Without hesitation, he gathered her into his arms and made his way outside, intent on taking her to the hospital for a precautionary checkup to rule out any fractures or injuries. On the other hand, Su Ningxue, cradled in Yichen's strong embrace, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Her heart raced uncontrollably. This was her first experience being held by a boy, and it left her feeling quite unaccustomed. However, she understood that Yichen's intentions were noble, aiming to ensure her well-being. Unable to walk on her own, she found herself unable to refuse him. Thus, she chose to embrace the situation, allowing Yichen to carry her as they made their way outside. Chapter 17. Su Ningxuang's heart stirred for the first time. As she found herself in a boy's embrace, Su Ningxuang dared not meet the gaze of those around her, instinctively shutting her eyes. With her head bowed, her heart raced, and a warm flush spread across her face, reaching her ears. Being held by a boy like this was a novel experience, one that left her feeling quite out of sorts. In her heart, she silently wished for them to reach the car swiftly, to escape this overwhelming moment. Yet, it seemed that fate conspired against her. What usually took mere minutes felt like an eternity, as if she were traversing a century. Despite her typically cool demeanor, often regarded as the aloof campus beauty, she felt as bashful as a young girl. The embarrassment was almost unbearable. In her shyness, she temporarily overlooked the pain radiating from her ankle. Meanwhile, witnessing Yichen carry Su Ningxuang away, Zhao Shuxian stood in stunned silence. What was happening? She could hardly believe her eyes. Was what she had just witnessed real or merely a figment of her imagination? Until now, the relationship between Yichen and Su Ningxuang had been tepid at best. Yet here they were, progressing to a level that could only be described as a genuine couple in the span of a few moments. Had Yichen's previously indifferent behavior been a facade? Had he been pursuing Ningxuang all along, successfully winning her heart? A flurry of bold conjectures flooded Zhao Shuxian's mind. She had not expected her cousin to possess such prowess in courting women, effortlessly captivating someone as enigmatic as Ningxuang. How intriguing. Regardless of Yichen's true progress, she felt she deserved a significant share of the credit for their union. After all, she had facilitated the connection between the illustrious campus beauty and her cousin. It was only fitting that he treat her to a lavish feast, especially seafood delicacies like king crabs and lobsters, to celebrate his newfound romance. Remaining in place, Zhao Shuxian refrained from pursuing them. Meanwhile, as Yichen cradled Su Ningxuang and made his way outside, Numerous passers-by paused to stare. Boys gazed enviously at Yi Chun, while girls cast admiring glances at Su Ningxuang, mistakenly believing she was simply tired from shopping and that her boyfriend had graciously offered to carry her. They yearned for a partner as charming and considerate as Yi Chun. Couples observing the scene felt a pang of envy for Su Ningxuang, prompting many girls to request their boyfriends to emulate Yi Chun's affectionate gesture. In that moment, the boyfriends, particularly one slight young man, felt a wave of despair wash over them, especially upon hearing their own girlfriends demand the same treatment. Finally, after what felt like an interminable wait, Yi Chun successfully placed Su Ningxuang in the car. Su Ningxuang exhaled a long sigh of relief, allowing herself to relax slightly. She felt that her face was hotter than if she had a fever. Yi Chun closed the car door, moved to the driver's seat, and started the engine, heading straight for the nearest hospital. With meticulous attention, Yi Chun navigated the road, utilizing his seasoned driving skills and the impressive performance of the Bentley Continental. Speeding along the highway, beside him, Su Ningxiang gazed at his serious profile. In that moment, her previously silent heart fluttered unexpectedly. Yi Chun, in his earnestness, appeared remarkably handsome. Was this the sensation of being cared for by a boyfriend? It felt warm, and her ankle pain seemed to diminish. If only one day Yi Chun could be her. At this thought, Su Ningxiang found herself bewildered. What had she just contemplated? She dared not reflect on it. Could that peculiar feeling she experienced be what is traditionally referred to as a crush? Su Ningxiang was uncertain. After all, having never been in a relationship or liked any boy, she was unfamiliar with the concept of a heart flutter. Nevertheless, she was certain that an unprecedented feeling had emerged within her. It was a wondrous emotion, indescribable. In that instant, with Yi Chun present, nothing seemed insurmountable. Su Ningxiang had never considered what it might be like to have a boyfriend. However, the thought of having someone who cared for her when she was unwell, who listened to her sorrows and offered comfort, and who stood by her during challenging times, didn't seem too bad. At that moment, subtle changes began to stir within her heart, changes so minute that even Su Ningxiang herself remained unaware. Thanks to Yi Chun's driving skills, what would typically be a 20-minute journey to the hospital was reduced to merely 12 or 13 minutes. Had they been in a Ferrari instead of a Bentley, perhaps they would have arrived even sooner. Upon reaching the hospital, Yi Chun lifted Su Ningxiang once more and carried her inside. This time, although she still felt shy, she was not as resistant. Being held by Yi Chun, they navigated through the necessary procedures until they stood before the doctor. After inquiring about her condition, the doctor began the examination. Once completed, he addressed Su Ningxiang, saying, "Young lady, your boyfriend is quite commendable. If he hadn't brought you to the hospital promptly, the situation could have been worse." Boyfriend? At the doctor's words, Su Ningxiang's face flushed crimson once again. We are not in a romantic relationship," she replied softly. "Ah, then you should express your gratitude to him. A young man who is so considerate and responsible is a rarity these days." The doctor remarked casually before discussing the condition of her ankle. Fortunately, due to their timely arrival, the issue was not severe. The doctor prescribed some medication and advised a few days of rest. "All right. Thank you, doctor." "Thank you, doctor." The two expressed their gratitude and exited the hospital, with Yi Chun still carrying Su Ningxiang. Yi Chun gently placed Su Ningxiang onto a nearby chair before proceeding to settle the payment and collect the medication. As she needed to rest and returning to school was inconvenient, Su Ningxiang decided to call her mother, requesting her to come and take her home for a few days of recuperation. Feeling overly shy after the recent events, she was reluctant to have Yi Chun escort her home. Moreover, she anticipated that her father would inquire incessantly, which would be quite bothersome. With a clear intention, Su Ningxiang dialed her mother's number. 20 minutes later, her mother hurriedly arrived. At that moment, Yi Chun was still queuing for the medication. Although it was evening, the hospital remained bustling with activity. "How are you, Ningxiang?" her mother asked anxiously upon seeing her, concern evident in her tone. "I'm fine, Mom. I just twisted my ankle," Su Ningxiang explained, recounting the entire sequence of events to her mother. "I see. What about that boy?" her mother inquired after listening. Glancing around the room to find that only Su Ningxiang was present, with no sign of the young man. "He went to fetch the medicine," Su Ningxiang clarified. "Let us wait for a moment, then," her mother replied. "Yes, we should express our gratitude to him," Su Ningxiang agreed, nodding. Without this young man, her daughter might have faced serious danger today. A few minutes later, Yi Chun approached with the medication in hand. From a distance, he spotted a gentle-looking middle-aged woman beside Su Ningxiang. It was evident that she was Su Ningxiang's mother. At that moment, Su Ningxiang's mother scrutinized him closely. Under her gaze, Yichen, who had felt at ease moments earlier, suddenly grew a bit anxious. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that Su Ningxiang's mother regarded him with an air reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Chapter 18. A visit to Su Ningxuang's home. Upon noticing Yichen's arrival, Su Ningxuang turned to her mother and announced, "Mom, Yichen is here." Having listened to Su Ningxuang's earlier descriptions, her mother had formed a general impression of Yichen. As a mother, she understood her daughter's character exceedingly well. From the tone of her daughter's voice, Su Ningxuang's mother discerned a hint of peculiarity in the relationship between her daughter and Yichen. Moreover, her daughter had deliberately omitted details about how she had left the shopping center after twisting her ankle and how she had arrived at the hospital. Naturally, it was implausible for her daughter to have exited the shopping center unaided after injuring herself. Thus, the only conclusion was that she must have been supported or carried by Yichen, regardless of which scenario it was. The fact that her daughter did not object indicated a level of normalcy that was, in fact, quite unusual. Su Ningxuang's mother was acutely aware of her daughter's tendencies. If her daughter had accidentally twisted her ankle, even if a boy had offered assistance, her daughter's disposition would have precluded her from accepting. It was only possible if she harbored no animosity towards the boy, or perhaps even a faint affection. Recognizing that her daughter had matured, Su Ningxuang's mother chose not to address this matter directly. Hence, upon hearing her daughter mention Yichen's return, her gaze towards him became subtly scrutinizing, reminiscent of a mother-in-law evaluating a son-in-law. Yichen was perceptive. He sensed that while her daughter's romantic pursuits were not opposed, any potential suitor would be subject to her mother's rigorous standards. Any inadequacy would disqualify him from being with her daughter. Under the watchful gaze of Su Ningxuang's mother, Yichen felt an indescribable sensation. Approaching with polite demeanor, he greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Su Ningxuang's mother nodded, finding her first impression of Yichen quite favorable. The young man was well-mannered and presentable. "Su Xuedre, here are the medications," Yichen said as he handed the prescriptions to Su Ningxuang, meticulously explaining the dosage and administration of each. Observing from the side, Su Ningxuang's mother felt increasingly satisfied with Yichen. He demonstrated genuine care for her daughter and exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility. Nodding in approval, Su Ningxuang's mother considered Yichen to be preliminarily acceptable. Yet further observation and evaluation would be necessary before he could aspire to be her future son-in-law. "I've noted it down," Su Ningxuang remarked as she committed the information to memory after Yichen had mentioned it only once. In school, Su Ningxuang was not only renowned as the aloof campus beauty but also acknowledged as an exceptional scholar, consistently achieving outstanding academic results. She was the type to accumulate awards effortlessly. Furthermore, Yichen had heard that despite being a top student, Su Ningxuang was not merely a bookish individual. She was remarkably versatile, excelling in singing, piano, classical dance, and various other skills. Having collected the medications, there was little reason to linger in the hospital. Therefore, Su Ningxuang's mother, alongside Yichen, assisted her daughter as they made their way outside. Although Yichen would not have minded the earlier method of carrying Su Ningxuang, he felt that walking out together was more practical and time-efficient. Indeed, that was the case. Yichen is a man of integrity. Although he harbors no particular objections, it is likely that Su Ningxuang's mother would not consent. Thus, Yichen could only assist Su Ningxuang and her mother, carefully guiding her out of the hospital. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, Yichen and Su Ningxuang's mother successfully escorted Su Ningxuang outside. Her mother's vehicle was parked just beyond the hospital's entrance. From a distance, Yichen caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a luxurious black Mercedes-Benz, valued at over $1 million. The license plate was noteworthy as well, bearing the intriguing combination SJ888. Upon reaching the car, Yichen aided Su Ningxuang in entering the vehicle. "Xiaochen, you've worked hard today. Why don't you come to our home for a visit?" Su Ningxuang's mother warmly invited Yichen after her daughter had settled in. "Perhaps another time." "It's getting rather late," Yichen replied, shaking his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Ningxuang's mother as she regarded her prospective son-in-law. "Let us plan for another occasion. I will surely make time to visit you, Auntie," Yichen assured her. "Very well, it's settled then. I will let Ningxuang speak with you in more detail later." However, Yichen's casual response was taken seriously by Su Ningxuang's mother. "All right," she said, and with that, she nodded in agreement. "Xiaochen, farewell for now." Su Ningxuang's mother bid him goodbye as she entered the car. Su Ningxuang also exchanged her farewells with Yichen. As he observed the Mercedes-Benz gradually departing, a sudden thought struck him, compelling him to look again. SJ888. SJ888. ISNT that the Su family's 888? Yi Chun pondered in astonishment. Gazing at the receding vehicle's license plate, a realization dawned upon him. Initially, he had considered the letters SJ to bear no particular significance. However, recalling Su Ningxuang's surname moments ago, he finally understood. In this context, the license plate took on extraordinary meaning. While a plate composed solely of 3/8 is impressive, it does not possess any exceptional distinction. Yet now, Yi Chun recognized that this license plate represented the Su family S888, which was indeed remarkable. It appeared that Su Ningxuang's family background was far more illustrious than he had previously imagined. Originally, Yi Chun had assumed that Su Ningxuang was merely a wealthy young woman from a privileged family. However, upon seeing this license plate, he realized that her family background was significantly more formidable than he had anticipated. Such a license plate would be difficult to procure. It is worth noting that while numbers like 88888 are flashy and impressive, many affluent individuals and prominent figures tend to avoid such ostentation. After all, those with more complex identities and backgrounds often prefer to remain discreet. Thus, license plates with letters of special significance paired with commendable numbers have become the preferred choice among these distinguished individuals and affluent families. For instance, Su Ningxuang's license plate, which stands for the Su family S888, is a prime example. Obtaining a license plate of this caliber likely requires exceptional connections. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chun departed, locating his Bentley and driving away. Upon returning home, he sent a message to his cousin, Zhao Shuxian, informing her of the events that had transpired earlier. After listening, Zhao Shuxian felt a tinge of regret, yet the explanation rendered was indeed reasonable. After all, how could Yi Chun possibly catch up with Ningxuang in such a brief span of time? Nevertheless, this turn of events might not be entirely unfavorable. It would undoubtedly serve to deepen the relationship between Yi Chun and Ningxuang. Zhao Shuxian found herself somewhat content. The sole source of her distress was the delectable seafood feast that she had almost secured, which had now slipped through her fingers. She resolved that sooner or later, she would indulge in that sumptuous seafood banquet. After conversing with Zhao Shuxian, Yi Chun settled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone as he awaited the stroke of midnight for the game store's refresh. At that moment, he unexpectedly received a WeChat message. To his astonishment, it was a message from Su Ningxuang, reaching out to him first. Chapter 19. Mall Update. Arrival of weighty goods. Thank you. Su Ningfang expressed her gratitude to Yi Chun for his assistance throughout the evening. Without him, the situation would have been quite troublesome. You're too courteous, Yi Chun replied. Good night. Su Ningfang sent back, contemplating for a moment before adding a heart emoji. After sending the message, she promptly shut her phone, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. This was the first time she had wished a boy good night and sent a heart. To her, it was indeed a significant breakthrough. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and Su Ningfang's mother entered slowly. Ningfang, if you're feeling unwell, you should rest early, her mother advised, urging her not to stay up late on her phone. Okay. Good night, Mom, Su Ningfang replied. Just as her mother turned to leave, Su Ningfang suddenly inquired, by the way, Mom, has Dad returned yet? Not yet. He has a social engagement tonight. He needs to meet several important clients due to company matters, so he will be home quite late, her mother explained. Due to work obligations, Su Ningfang's father often returned home late, a routine both she and her mother had grown accustomed to over the years. Mom, regarding the matter with Yi Chun today, could you please refrain from mentioning it to Dad for now? Su Ningfang asked hesitantly. Her father was a stern and meticulous man. If he were to learn about her interactions with Yi Chun, he would undoubtedly ask countless questions and might even send someone to investigate Yi Chun's background. It would be quite bothersome. All right. Her mother pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She was well aware of her husband's temperament. If her daughter had finally developed feelings for a boy, it would be unwise for her husband to ruin it. Thank you, Mom. With her mother's consent, Su Ningfang let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at Yi Chun's villa, after responding to Su Ningfang's good night, he exited WeChat, choosing not to continue the conversation. Knowing that Su Ningfang was unwell, he assumed she would need to rest early. Yi Chun then returned to his own pursuits. Time flowed like water, and at last, Yi Chun awaited the stroke of midnight. He opened the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I'm the world's richest. Upon entering, he immediately headed to the mall. As expected, the mall had undergone its regular update. Master-level piano performance skill. Price, 0. 8 yuan. Tenfold rebate card. Limit, 30 million. Price, 1. 5 yuan. Centurion Black Card. Price, 2. 5 yuan this time. 3 entirely new items were available. The first, the master-level piano skill, was self-explanatory. It endowed one with the piano-playing prowess of top-tier maestros, a remarkable skill. Currently, Yuchen held a keen interest in skills. Previously, he had acquired superior driving skills, which had proven invaluable on numerous occasions. Let us set aside distant matters and focus on the present, particularly the occasion of escorting Su Ningxiang to the hospital today. Had it not been for exceptional driving skills, Yi Chun, having just acquired his driver's license, would have taken at least half an hour to traverse the 20-minute journey. However, with his extraordinary driving prowess, even in a Bentley, he arrived in a mere 13 or 14 minutes. Were he to be driving a sports car, he might have completed the journey in as little as 10 minutes. This serves to underscore the significance of skill. Moreover, consider the tenfold rebate card. At first glance, this card may seem inferior to the thousandfold rebate card Yuchen previously obtained from a novice gift package. After all, one offers a mere tenfold return while the other boasts a thousandfold. However, it is essential to note that the tenfold rebate card has a cap of 30 million. This implies that Yi Chun need only spend 3 million to acquire 30 million. In this respect, he stands to gain a staggering 27 million. In contrast, the previous thousandfold rebate card had a limit of only 5 million, yielding a profit of slightly over 490,000. The disparity between these two amounts is a staggering 20 million, a figure so astronomical that an ordinary individual would scarcely dare to dream of it in a lifetime. To put it bluntly, even if one labored for a lifetime, amassing 2 million would be an arduous task. Thus, this tenfold rebate card is exceedingly advantageous. Once Yuchen secures it, the several million in his bank account will swiftly transform into tens of millions. As for the third item, the Centurion Black Card, it stands as the most prestigious offering in this marketplace. Many are aware of the power associated with black cards, yet few comprehend their true nature. The most renowned of these internationally is the Centurion Black Card, formerly known as the American Express Centurion Card, which is universally acknowledged as the king of cards. To possess such a card, one's total assets must reach at least 9 figures, with an initiation fee soaring into the tens of thousands, accompanied by an annual fee of 1 to 2,000. The Centurion Black Card is tailored for an elite clientele, including dignitaries, billionaires, and social luminaries, all of whom are significant cardholders. Owning this Centurion Black Card confers access to an array of exclusive services, such as VIP seating at global events and privileged treatment at premier private clubs in major cities worldwide. Additionally, it offers unparalleled benefits in travel, activities, and entertainment on a global scale. Cardholders can indulge in experiences like Formula One racing, seamless airport services, 24-hour private banking, and complimentary stays at top-tier 5-star hotels, such as Hilton, Banyan Tree, and Intercontinental. In essence, it symbolizes status, identity, and a vast network of connections. Furthermore, it is crucial to understand the stringent conditions for obtaining a Centurion Black Card. Unlike other types of credit cards, the Centurion Black Card cannot be applied for individually. Acquisition is solely possible through invitation from existing cardholders or the bank itself. This stringent criterion effectively bars many billionaires and influential figures from entry, underscoring the card's exclusivity. Finding even a handful of billionaires, let alone dozens, who possess an exclusive Centurion Black Card is a formidable task. To attain such a coveted card, one must wield an extraordinarily powerful network. Presently, this remarkable Centurion Black Card, which has long been the object of envy for countless billionaires and dignitaries, has surprisingly appeared in the one-star marketplace of a game, priced at a mere $2.50. Were this information to reach those affluent magnates, they would surely be consumed with envy towards Yi Chun, who can obtain what they have strained to secure through various connections for a trifling sum. This illustrates the vast chasm between them. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun resolved that his first purchase would undoubtedly be the Centurion Black Card, the most significant item available in the one-star marketplace. Tomorrow, he would procure a tenfold rebate card, followed by an advanced piano proficiency level. With his decision made, Yi Chun promptly spent 2.5 yuan to acquire the illustrious Centurion Black Card. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the Centurion Black Card, which is now placed on your desk. Please check it. The game notified Yi Chun of his successful acquisition. Turning around, he found a sleek black bank card resting on his desk, accompanied by the necessary documentation for card activation. The game had been remarkably considerate on his behalf. Yi Chun gazed at his first black card for a moment, nodding in satisfaction before tucking it into his wallet. Content, he prepared to retire for the night, for there was military training awaiting him the following day. Meanwhile, various online forums, social media platforms, and chat groups within the school erupted with fervent discussions. They had been engaged in heated debates for several hours, from 8 or 9 in the evening until the stroke of midnight. Even after the passage of time, the fervor of their conversation showed no signs of abating. Chapter 20. What lies within Yichen's wallet? The fervor among the crowd was palpable, ignited by a singular image, an illicit snapshot of Yichen embracing Su Ningxiang. Captured by a few girls in a shopping mall, this photograph sent shockwaves throughout every corner. Previously, trivial moments such as delivering water or Yichen and Su Ningxiang disembarking from a vehicle seemed inconsequential. However, the revelation that Yichen had actually held Su Ningxiang in his arms elevated the situation to an entirely different realm. The implications were profound. Yichen had cradled the esteemed school beauty, and astonishingly, she had neither resisted nor struggled. This was decidedly peculiar. Could it be that the rumors of their romantic involvement were true? How could this possibly be? One was merely a freshman who had recently enrolled, while the other was the renowned, aloof campus belle. In the span of mere days, had Yichen truly managed to win her over? This was utterly absurd. As they gazed upon the photograph, disbelief washed over the onlookers. Just moments ago, the majority had been convinced that Yichen and Su Ningxiang shared no connection whatsoever. After all, there had been denials, claims that Su Ningxiang had merely entered Yichen's Ferrari at the school gate, and that they had not spent the night together. At that time, Su Chuqing's suitors had breathed a sigh of relief, even reveling in Yichen's misfortune, convinced that he was unworthy of their exalted goddess. Yet now, as they beheld the image of Yichen embracing Su Ningxiang, those who had once mocked him were on the verge of tears. What was happening? Were Yichen and Su Ningxiang truly an item? All the young men looked upon Yichen with intense envy. Furthermore, many admired him greatly. Having successfully captured the heart of the campus beauty shortly after enrollment was nothing short of legendary. Nevertheless, skepticism lingered. After all, this was merely a photograph from behind. Neither Yichen's nor Su Ningxiang's faces were fully visible. Detractors questioned the authenticity of the image, speculating that the couple depicted was merely a silhouette resembling Yichen and Su Ningxiang, or that someone had intentionally doctored the photo to tarnish Su Ningxiang's reputation. The argument escalated so fiercely that even the girls who had taken the clandestine shot hesitated to confirm its validity, gripped by fear and regret for having released the image. Yet, it was too late. The authenticity of the photograph had sparked countless disputes, regardless of whether they believed the image to be genuine or manipulated. All were envious of Yichen. To be embroiled in rumors with the school beauty was undoubtedly a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Were they in his shoes, they would likely awaken from dreams, laughing in disbelief. Their envy for Yichen was insatiable. Before long, several groups had already planned to pay him a friendly visit at his dormitory the following evening. The next morning, Yichen rose and once again encountered his exquisite neighbor, Mo Mengfei, during her morning jog. The two circled Lingyun Lake together, engaging in delightful conversation before Yichen returned to his villa. After tidying up, he took to the road in his Bentley Continental, heading straight for the university. Upon his arrival at the playground, all eyes were immediately drawn to him. This time, Yichen's arrival attracted even more attention than on previous occasions. Previously, delivering water and such were trivial matters. Cradling the aloof campus beauty in one's arms was truly remarkable. Regardless of its authenticity, it was undeniably impressive. Even if it were fabricated, the envy it inspired among all would surely be exhilarating. As Yichen approached his classroom, the girls who had encircled him yesterday regarding the photograph maintained a hushed demeanor, still observing, uncertain of the relationship between Yichen and Su Ningxiang. Conversely, the boys gazed at Yichen with profound admiration. While they had reveled in his misfortune the day before, today they genuinely respected him. This was the mark of a true figure of renown. While they were still troubled by their own romantic pursuits, he had already captured the heart of the campus beauty. Old Yi, we were mistaken yesterday. Is there any girl more beautiful than Su? Your actions are truly surprising. You are remarkable, holding Su in your arms. I am so envious. Yichen's three roommates gathered around him. Upon inquiring, Yichen discovered the cause of their excitement. He casually opened a forum, and indeed, the most popular post featured the photograph of him unexpectedly embracing Su Ningxiang. Upon seeing this, Yichen felt a wave of frustration. He had hoped that his reputation as the school pariah would fade for a while, yet today, he had become even more of a target. His only desire was to quietly enjoy his games and become the world's richest man. Why had he become the rumored boyfriend of the aloof campus beauty? Sigh. It was quite vexing. As time passed, in the afternoon, Yichen received a message from his chubby friend. The chubby one, whose real name was Zhao Guan, was Yichen's high school classmate and a good friend. He had also been accepted into a university in Jiangzhou, not far from Yichen's location. Zhao invited Yichen to go out that evening. Having not seen him in a while, Yichen agreed. After military training concluded, Yichen returned to his villa. Around 8 o'clock that evening, he grabbed his wallet filled with black cards, hopped into his Ferrari, and headed straight to the bar where he had arranged to meet Zhao. Upon arrival, Yichen found Zhao already waiting there, accompanied by a few classmates, both male and female. As soon as Zhao noticed Yichen, he rushed over and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. The boys regarded Yichen with stoic expressions, while several girls' faces brightened at the sight of him. What a handsome young man. Zhao led Yichen over, and they introduced one another briefly. Being young, they adhered to no strict formalities and soon settled down to play games. After a round of play, Yichen and a boy dressed in Gucci regrettably lost. The winner was a strikingly beautiful girl. Since it was a game, naturally, there had to be a punishment as previously agreed upon. The winner could dictate a task for the losers. Casting a glance at Yichen and the boy in Gucci, the beautiful girl began contemplating the punishment. Well, let us take out our wallets and reveal their contents. Since we are newly acquainted, the beautiful girl casually suggested a light-hearted penalty, nothing too challenging. No problem, remarked the young man clad in Gucci with a nonchalant demeanor. In the next moment, he placed a wallet emblazoned with the LV logo onto the table. Exuding an air of indifference as if inviting others to inspect it, Yichen remained silent and similarly retrieved his wallet. This particular wallet had been purchased by Yichen during his high school years, costing him around 100 or 200. It had accompanied him ever since. When the two wallets were laid side by side, the contrast was striking. Upon seeing both wallets, most onlookers overlooked Yichen's humble wallet, redirecting their attention entirely to the other young man's. Chapter 21. What is this? The young man clad in Gucci attire is named Zhang Anning, reputed to hail from an exceedingly affluent family. The LV wallet he brandished instantly captivated everyone's attention, if their eyes did not deceive them. It was a limited edition LV wallet, seemingly worth tens of thousands. A single wallet valued at such a figure equates to several years' worth of living expenses for most individuals, inciting profound envy among the onlookers. In stark contrast, Yichen's wallet, which he had just revealed, appeared to be nothing more than a commonplace item sold at local shops, devoid of any allure. In that moment, the sole individual intrigued by Yichen's wallet was the stunning young woman who had recently triumphed in the game. Her beauty eclipsed that of other girls present, elevating her to a far superior echelon. The reason she compelled the losers to present their wallets was primarily her curiosity about the contents of Yichen's wallet. The items within a wallet often offer a glimpse into a person's circumstances. While examining a mobile phone might yield even more secrets, it was their first encounter, making such an intrusion inappropriate. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, the beautiful girl opted to inspect the wallet instead. As for the plump fellow, he had grown quite familiar with Yichen and had seen his wallet countless times, rendering him uninterested. Zhang Anning was the first to take action, opening his wallet and instantly capturing the gaze of several individuals. What emerged first was a stack of cash, appearing to amount to several thousand. This revelation was anticipated, and no one was surprised. However, what followed left the onlookers momentarily speechless. Zhang Anning extracted a multitude of cards from his wallet, encompassing both premium bank cards and an array of high-tier membership cards. These cards immediately drew the attention of several spectators. Wow, how many cards are there? As expected of young Master Zhang, truly impressive. They marveled, hastily estimating the contents. Among the cards Zhang Anning produced, there were 4 or 5 bank cards and 5 or 6 membership cards. Notable among them was a platinum card from the Marriott Hotel Group and a gold card from the Beijing Golf Club. The group began to scrutinize these cards, initially focusing on the membership ones. Each card represented access to exclusive venues, and the prestige associated with them was undeniable. Obtaining such a card often required significant annual expenditures, some potentially reaching 6 figures in a single year. Remarkable, the gold card from the Beijing Golf Club stood out among the membership cards. The Beijing Golf Club is the most prestigious golf club in Jiazhou, without question. The clientele comprises billionaires and high-ranking dignitaries, and the prerequisites for membership are exceedingly stringent. It was astonishing that Zhang Anning possessed a gold card from such a distinguished establishment. After perusing the membership cards, the group turned their attention to the bank cards, which were no ordinary cards but predominantly gold and platinum varieties. "Excuse me, what type of bank card is this from the construction bank? I have never seen one like it before," a young man inquired curiously, pointing at an unfamiliar card. Following his gaze, the others furrowed their brows in confusion. "What kind of card is this?" they echoed, equally perplexed. "This is the construction bank's diamond card," Zhang Anning casually responded after a brief glance. "The diamond card? Does the construction bank really offer a diamond card?" they asked, having only heard of gold and platinum cards, and were astonished to learn of the existence of a diamond card. With expressions of disbelief, they realized this was something entirely foreign to them. "Zhang, are there any requirements for obtaining such a diamond card?" the young man pressed on. "Requirements?" Zhang Anning pondered for a moment before calmly answering. "I believe it's not overly difficult. One only needs personal assets exceeding 10 million and an annual spending of no less than 300,000. Personal assets exceeding 10 million? Upon hearing this, the mood among the group shifted dramatically. Goodness! To possess such a construction bank platinum card, one must have assets above 10 million? They were all taken aback. If Zhang Anning possessed such a diamond card, did that imply his personal assets had indeed surpassed 10 million? The thought left them even more astonished, especially considering Zhang Anning's earlier remark that acquiring such a diamond card was not particularly challenging. The implication was clear. Having 10 million in assets was not an extraordinary feat. Was this what they referred to as extravagance? Wow, impressive. Truly, Zhang is remarkable, they marveled, acknowledging his possession of such a prestigious construction bank diamond card. After a brief moment of awe, both the boys and girls began to flatter Zhang Anning. Basking in their adulation, Zhang Anning felt a sense of pride. In truth, however, this diamond card was not his, it belonged to his father, and there was hardly any money left on it. Zhang Anning had surreptitiously borrowed this card from his father to impress others, successfully flaunting it several times before. Besides money and a few bank and membership cards, his wallet contained nothing else. As for Yichen, he was nearly overlooked by the group. What good was good looks if they couldn't be converted into something tangible? By the way, Yi, why don't you show us what you have? The most beautiful girl suddenly directed her attention to Yichen, having been the only one intrigued by his wallet after glimpsing Zhang Anning's. Upon hearing the beautiful girl's request, the others reluctantly turned their gazes toward Yichen. "All right," he nodded, opening his wallet. Yichen's wallet held even less, just his ID and 2 bank cards. One was a standard card, while the other was a sleek black card that piqued the curiosity of the group, who had never seen one before. However, it was overshadowed by the presence of the ordinary card. A few individuals did not inquire further, speculating that it was merely a newly issued bank card. After examining Yichen's wallet, the group of men and women resumed their flattery of Zhang Anning. At that moment, a young man, dressed as a dandy, sauntered by. Upon seeing him, Zhang Anning's eyes brightened instantly. "Huang Xiao." Zhang Anning swiftly rose and greeted him with utmost respect. The young man turned in surprise upon hearing someone call out to him. "Xiao Zhang, is that you?" Recognizing Zhang Anning, he nodded slightly, exuding an air of arrogance. "Xiao Zhang, Huang Xiao?" The mutual addresses between Zhang Anning and the young man left everyone bewildered. The esteemed Zhang Anning, who appeared quite impressive in their eyes, was reduced to Xiao Zhang in the presence of this Huang Xiao. What, then, was the status of Huang Xiao? The others could scarcely fathom. "Allow me to introduce this individual. This is Huang Hai, known as Huang Xiao." Zhang Anning introduced the young man to the group. "Huang Xiao, hello?" The others hastened to greet Huang Xiao, eager to establish a familiar rapport. Huang Hai responded dismissively, preparing to turn away, unwilling to utter another word. These individuals were unworthy of his attention. However, just as Huang Hai was about to depart, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the black card in front of Yichen, and he was taken aback. This. Chapter 22. The young master of Jiangzhou Brother Chen. "You can just call me Xiao Huang," Huang Hai said. Gazing dreamily at the black card before Yichen, his eyes wide with astonishment. The peculiar expression on Huang's face left the others bewildered. What was happening? What was wrong with Huang? "Young Master Huang, what is this?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Anning approached Huang Hai respectfully and inquired. It seemed Huang Hai did not hear Zhang Anning's question. Instead, he took a step forward, his right hand trembling as he picked up the black card before Yichen for a closer inspection. This action only deepened the confusion among those present. Why was young Master Huang scrutinizing Yichen's bank card? As they began to comprehend the situation, Huang Hai examined the card with envy and swallowed hard. He then turned to Yichen with utmost politeness. "May I ask, is this Centurion Black card yours?" Centurion Black card? The mere mention of this card's name struck fear into everyone present. Although they had never seen one, they had certainly heard of its legendary status. It was said to be the most prestigious of bank cards, owned only by billionaires. Could it be? Could Yi Qin's card truly be the fabled Centurion Black Card? This was unfathomable. The crowd was in disbelief, unable to accept their assumptions. After all, in their minds, Yi Qin was just an ordinary university student, perhaps slightly more handsome than the rest. Yet, he did not appear to embody the traits of a wealthy individual. To them, a wealthy person resembled Zheng Anning, adorned in luxury brands, even carrying an LV wallet that seldom saw use. While they were initially surprised by the unusual color of Yi Qin's bank card, none had dared to speculate it might belong to the elite category. But now, they were all taken aback. Yes, it is mine, Yi Qin affirmed with a nod. At that moment, the group was utterly convinced. Could it be true? Yi Qin possessed the legendary Centurion Black Card? The revelation was staggering. Huang Hai respectfully returned the Centurion Black Card to Yi Qin. Esteemed one, may I ask your name? Young Master Huang inquired, his excitement palpable. Yi Qin. Hello, Brother Qin, I am Huang Hai. You may call me Xiao Huang, young Master Huang said with extraordinary courtesy. Xiao Huang. The others stood in stunned silence, unable to process what they had just heard. Their perception of the young master, Huang, had been turned upside down. He was now allowing Yi Qin to address him as Xiao Huang, implying that Yi Qin was far more formidable than he. Brother Qin, may I sit for a while? Huang Hai tentatively asked. Yi Qin nodded. Seeing this, Huang Hai hurriedly took a seat beside Yi Qin and began to lavish him with compliments. Zheng Anning and the others remained frozen in place, resembling lifeless statues. Among them, Zheng Anning was the most shocked, fully aware of young Master Huang's remarkable stature. Huang Xiao comes from a distinguished family, a true young master who strides confidently through Jianzhou. In comparison, I feel utterly insignificant. Yet now, this prominent figure appears to act like a subordinate, constantly flattering Yi Qin. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. It turns out that this remarkably low-profile Yi Qin is indeed a hidden powerhouse. Brother Qin, I raise my glass to you. No, I toast you. Sir. Zheng Anning, quick on the uptake, immediately lifted a glass of wine, respectfully offering a toast to Yi Qin. I drove here, so I won't be drinking. Yi Qin waved his hand to decline. I see. Zheng Anning pondered for a moment before swiftly exchanging his wine for juice, and once again toasting Yi Qin. Soon, Zheng Anning joined the ranks of those eager to curry favor with Yi Qin. The previously indifferent individuals who had overlooked him now changed their attitudes, going to great lengths to ingratiate themselves with him. A beautiful girl gazed at Yi Qin, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Her instincts had proven correct. This young man was indeed extraordinary, and the truth was unfolding before her. After some time, Yi Qin found the gathering rather dull and decided to take his leave. By the way, Brother Qin, where do you live? I'd love to visit you sometime. Huang Hai inquired as he noticed Yi Qin preparing to depart. I just moved into Villa number 8 at Lingyun Tiangong. Yi Qin replied casually. Moved into Villa number 8 at Lingyun Tiangong? Well, his words once again astonished everyone, including Huang Hai. Lingyun Tiangong is one of the most prestigious villa districts in Jiazhou. To think Yi Qin resides there is the epitome of true wealth. The group marveled at such an impressive individual who remained so unassuming. Zheng Anning was equally struck by this revelation and resolved to learn from Brother Qin, to adopt a more low-key lifestyle and refrain from indulging in excessive luxury. Huang Hai, possessing more knowledge than the others, felt a deeper sense of unease. He understood that Villa number 8 in the Lingyun Tiangong district was one of the largest and most luxurious homes in Jiazhou. The security in such a high-end area is exceedingly strict. Even if you wish to visit Brother Qin, entry would be impossible. Brother Qin, how about we add each other on WeChat? Huang Hai, unwilling to forfeit the chance to connect with Yi Qin, urged once more. Ultimately, after Huang Hai's fervent entreaties, Yi Qin acquiesced. Nearby, the beautiful girl also approached to add Yi Qin on WeChat. The others, having just realized their prior neglect of Yi Qin, hesitated to make the same move. The stout gentleman also wished to leave, and Yi Qin kindly offered to drive him back to school. Upon exiting the bar, the sight of Yi Qin's car, a Ferrari worth over 5 million, intensified the envy of the onlookers. Huang Hai personally opened the car door for Yi Qin, watching as he and the stout gentleman departed. Once Yi Qin had driven away, Huang Hai reverted to his initial aloof and arrogant demeanor before taking his leave as well. Only Zheng Anning and a few others stood in place, lost in their thoughts. In the car, the stout man struggled to regain his composure. He had yet to accept the reality that a former classmate, an old friend, had transformed into a wealthy heir, or perhaps a self-made millionaire, driving a Ferrari, residing in a villa, And possessing the fabled black card, was this merely a figment of his imagination? As he touched the Ferrari, he finally believed that it was all indeed real. "Oldie, you've made it big," he exclaimed. "It's only been a short while since we last met. How have you undergone such a remarkable transformation?" Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed on. "Did you win the lottery?" "No, that can't be right. Even a lottery win wouldn't yield such wealth." "All right, enough pretense. I'll come clean. The truth is, I've caught the eye of a wealthy woman," Yichen declared with an air of seriousness. "Caught the eye of a wealthy woman? You? That does seem plausible." Chapter 23. My dear? A reward worth 300 million. Upon hearing Yichen's words, the rotund fellow blurted out in disbelief. However, as he caught sight of Yichen's handsome visage, he suddenly pondered the possibility of Yichen being favored by a wealthy woman. "Have you truly captured the attention of a wealthy woman?" The rotund fellow remained somewhat skeptical. "What wealthy woman?" "That's my dear," Yichen teased, seeking to provoke him further with a playful correction. Lost in contemplation, the rotund fellow fell silent. But upon noticing the faint smile playing at the corners of Yichen's mouth, he quickly grasped the situation. "You scoundrel, if you weren't going to say anything, you should have kept quiet," he retorted, choosing not to press the matter further. Yichen escorted his friend to the vicinity of his school before returning to his own villa. As time passed, a few days later, the military training concluded successfully. That evening, in a bid to welcome the new students, the school organized a freshman welcome party. Su Ningxuang also attended, accompanied by several classmates. Having returned to school just the day prior, her health nearly restored. The evening's festivities featured myriad performances, but undoubtedly, the new students were most enamored with the captivating dances performed by the senior female students. As the gala unfolded, in the background, the head of the publicity department, Su Tairan, was engaged in discussion with several members of his team. Tonight's program included a pivotal segment to enhance interaction and enliven the atmosphere of the freshman gala. They had received approval from the administration to incorporate a special feature, a random selection of a fortunate audience member who would be invited to perform on the spot, whether it be singing, dancing, magic, or even comedic acts. "In a moment, we shall select our lucky audience member," Su Tairan announced, retrieving his phone to display a photograph to his companions. "Is the lucky audience member predetermined?" they inquired with curiosity. On Su Tairan's phone was a snapshot of Yichen and Su Ningxuang, taken when she brought Yichen water on the first day of military training. At that moment, it became clear that Su Tairan had set his sights on Yichen. With a mere glance at the photo, the others understood Su Tairan's motives. They were well aware that he had been pursuing Su Ningxuang for quite some time and had even confessed his feelings, only to be met with an unwavering rejection. Now, Su Tairan's intention to have Yichen selected as the lucky audience member was undoubtedly aimed at humiliating him. "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Su Tairan inquired. "Understood. I will promptly locate Yichen's position," he declared, and his companions offered no objections. A smirk crept across Su Tairan's face as he thought, "Just wait. Yichen." Originally, the selection of the lucky audience member was intended to foster interaction and elevate the ambience. Yet, upon seeing the photograph of Yichen embracing Su Ningxuang, Su Tairan's temper flared. How could his goddess be held in the arms of another man? This was utterly intolerable. Thus, he devised this scheme. As long as he and a few companions remained silent, who could possibly know that the fortunate audience member had been predetermined? Once Yichen is selected, the spectacle shall truly commence. He had previously inquired discreetly, discovering that Yichen seemed to possess no particular talent. Therefore, should he be chosen, there exists a significant likelihood that Yichen would decline. To refuse in front of such a multitude would undoubtedly lead to a loss of face for him. Furthermore, he had just noticed that the campus belle, Su, was also present. Consequently, if Yichen were to embarrass himself, it would be in the presence of Su, making the situation all the more entertaining. Of course, aside from refusal, Yichen might also acquiesce. After all, with so many eyes upon him, especially those of Su, he might muster the courage to comply. That would be even more amusing. Lacking any talent, even should he take the stage, he would surely make a fool of himself. Regardless of the path he chooses, the outcome would be unfavorable. This was exactly what Su Tairan yearned to witness. He cared not whether the photograph of Yichen embracing Su was authentic, even if it were fabricated. Daring to spread rumors about the campus belle would certainly exact a price from Yichen. This was the first time such rumors had circulated about Su. As the comedic performance on stage concluded, the selection of the fortunate audience member began. Below, some were elated, desiring to be chosen to showcase themselves before the entire school. Others prayed fervently to be spared from selection, fearing the humiliation of being called forth when they possessed no skills to display. Soon, all the lights in the venue extinguished, leaving only a solitary white beam that began to rotate throughout the crowd. Ultimately, the white light landed unmistakably upon Yichen. Sutai Ran's scheme was officially set in motion. Well, the lucky audience member has been selected. It is the student, the host exclaimed with enthusiasm. Instantly, all eyes in the audience turned towards Yichen, particularly those who knew him or had heard of him, all expressing their astonishment. They had not anticipated that the final fortunate audience member would be him. Yichen himself was somewhat taken aback. What a coincidence. Ding dong. Suddenly, Yichen's phone chimed, for he had been perusing it moments earlier. Upon checking the new message, he was surprised to find it was from the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's wealthiest. He promptly opened it. Challenge issued. No longer low-key. Take the stage to showcase your talents and let everyone recognize your prowess. Challenge reward. Become the president of Yilan Talent Agency and acquire 30% ownership of Yilan Talent Agency, valued at 300 million. Upon reading this, Yichen was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for this challenge. Not only would it elevate him to the position of president of Yilan Talent Agency, but he would also gain ownership worth 300 million. This challenge was one he simply had to undertake. It was indeed the most significant reward Yichen had ever encountered. He tucked away his phone, having made a decision. Soon, a staff member approached, inviting Yichen onto the stage. Another staff member handed him a microphone. What shall we call this student? The host inquired politely. Yichen. He replied. Yi, do you possess any particular talents? The host inquired. If so, would you be willing to showcase it for everyone? If not, that's perfectly acceptable. You may decline. I can play the piano, Yichen responded after a moment of contemplation. Recently, he had acquired a master-level proficiency in piano performance from the gaming store. To his surprise, just a few days later, he found the opportunity to utilize this newfound skill. The host was taken aback by Yichen's response. This contradicted what Sutai Ran had informed him earlier. He had been led to believe that Yichen was devoid of any notable talents. How could he possibly play the piano? Behind the scenes, Sutai Ran wore a look of astonishment as well. This was inconsistent with his findings. When had Yichen learned to play the piano? Observing Yichen's relaxed demeanor, the host surmised that he must be quite skilled at it. Having hosted numerous grand events, the host quickly regained composure. Just average, Yichen casually replied. He believed that his current piano skills were merely mediocre, still a notch below those of the world's elite maestros. Just average? The host nodded, relieved by this revelation. Meanwhile, Sutai Ran exhaled a sigh of relief, a smirk forming on his lips. If his talent is merely average, then that is splendid. Chapter 24. How did the welcome party become a venue for showcasing affection? Suddenly, Sutai Ran had a brilliant idea flash through his mind. You, Yichen, are adept at playing the piano, aren't you? Excellent, truly splendid. Sutai Ran swiftly communicated through his earpiece to the host. Upon hearing this, the host nodded in understanding. Fellow student Yi, we have already enjoyed a standard piano performance earlier. The host announced. I wonder if you might be familiar with the intricate art of a four-hand piano duet. A four-hand duet, in essence, involves two individuals seated together, harmoniously playing a single piano. The complexity of this performance is considerable. Upon hearing this term, the audience, who had previously shown little enthusiasm, suddenly became invigorated. They had only witnessed such impressive performances on television and were eager to experience one in person. That could indeed work, Yichen replied with a nod. Wonderful. The host exclaimed. Let me find a volunteer from the audience to join you in this four-hand duet. With that, the host stepped forward and addressed the audience. Is there anyone among you who can play the piano? Please step forward. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent, their earlier excitement dissipating. Those who could play piano were already few, let alone those capable of performing a four-hand duet. A profound silence enveloped the room, with not a single hand raised. Meanwhile, Sutai Ran stealthily emerged from backstage and made his way to the audience. This plan had come to him suddenly, unluckily for others. Sutai Ran had been proficient in piano since childhood and possessed considerable skill. He had even dedicated a year to mastering the four-hand duet, all in an effort to impress women and enhance his image. Therefore, when Yichen claimed he could play the piano, Sutai Ran conceived a new scheme. He believed himself to be the only one present who could both play the piano and perform a four-hand duet. He yearned to take the stage. Today, Su, the campus beauty, was in attendance. After a moment, he raised his hand to volunteer and accompany Yichen in the performance. With Yichen's relatively modest piano skills as a backdrop, his own talent would shine even brighter, allowing him to showcase his capabilities. Su, the campus beauty, would surely understand his intentions. Upon reaching the audience, Su Tairan did not hastily raise his hand, but instead surveyed the surroundings. Not a single hand was lifted in the entire venue. Just as I imagined, he thought. An opportunity to flaunt his prowess, overshadow Yichen, and win the affections of Su was within reach. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a victorious smile spread across Su Tairan's face. I am willing to perform with Yichen. However, just as Su Tairan was basking in his triumph, an unexpected voice echoed from behind. Suddenly, everyone turned to see who had spoken. As the audience beheld the individual stepping forward, they were left in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? This voice jolted Su Tairan from his reverie. Su Tairan turned his head to gaze at the person who had stepped forward, equally astonished. Su Xiaohua. How could she have emerged? Indeed, the one who had voluntarily taken the stage to perform alongside Yichun was none other than Su Ningxuang. Su Tairan was utterly flabbergasted at the sight of her. The unfolding events had far exceeded his expectations. He never anticipated that Su Xiaohua would stand up. At this moment, Su Tairan's mind was in a state of bewilderment. Having made her decision, Su Ningxuang stepped forward with resolve. To speak candidly, she indeed possessed the skill to play the piano, and quite adeptly at that. However, she had little experience with four-hand duets. Typically, given her character, she would not have volunteered. Yet, upon observing that no one else was willing to accompany Yichun in performance, and noticing his evident discomfort, she decided to step in, motivated by gratitude for his assistance when she had previously injured her ankle. On stage, the host was momentarily taken aback by Su Ningxuang's appearance. How had the situation evolved in such a manner? Shouldn't Su Tairan have been the one to take the initiative? As the host regained composure, it was already too late. There was no way to assist Su Tairan now. Reluctantly, the host announced that Yichun and Su Ningxuang would perform together. A few staff members wheeled the piano onto the stage. After a brief discussion, Yichun and Su Ningxuang settled at the piano. Observing this scene, all the boys were filled with envy. They too longed for the opportunity to sit so closely beside Su Xiaohua. Now, please welcome Yichen and classmate Su Xiaohua as they perform the renowned piano piece Butterfly Lovers. The host proclaimed loudly. Butterfly Lovers is a highly celebrated four-hand piano composition. Let us see how you manage not to hold Su Xiaohua back, Su Tairan muttered with a glare directed at Yichun. At that moment, he was consumed by jealousy, yearning for the chance to play alongside Su Xiaohua. He should have raised his hand first. Had he done so, Yichun would not have had the opportunity to perform with her. The moment had passed, and it was too late. Now, Su Tairan could only envy Yichun while secretly wishing for a mishap that would hinder Yichun's performance. Yichun had earlier claimed his playing was merely mediocre. Soon enough, Yichun and Su Ningxuang began to play. The enchanting melody filled the air, captivating the audience instantly. In that moment, everyone was struck by an illusion, as if Yichun and Su Ningxuang were a couple akin to the legendary Liang Zhu. They were truly a match made in heaven, displaying an undeniable synergy that could only be described as a meeting of minds. As the audience savored the performance, they gradually sensed something amiss. Was this a freshman welcome party? Why did it suddenly feel like a display of affection? Particularly for those who were single, it felt rather unkind. They had come merely to enjoy the show, not to witness a romantic exhibition. They felt as if they had been struck by 1,000 blows. As for Su Tairan, he was utterly bewildered. He could scarcely believe his ears. Is this what Yichun meant by merely average? Is this truly just average? This performance could easily rival that of the nation's esteemed pianists. He couldn't fathom how many times it exceeded his own abilities. Su Tairan was inwardly seething with frustration. At that moment, he was filled with regret. His original intention had been to embarrass Yichun, yet it had transformed into an opportunity to showcase Yichun's prowess and assist him in winning over the school beauty. If Su Tairan had known that it was precisely his idea of a four-hand duet that prompted Su Ningxuang to step forward, he would likely have choked on his own blood. He had aimed for Yichun to humiliate himself in front of everyone, including Su Ningxuang, but instead, he ended up inadvertently fostering a closer bond between Yichun and Su Ningxuang. Su Tairan was utterly dismayed. Meanwhile, as the music gradually faded, Yichun and Su Ningxuang concluded their performance. Instantly, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Chapter 25. The transformation of Su Ningxue. Although all the spectators felt as though they had indulged in a rather bitter dose of jealousy, their hearts were undeniably stirred. To speak frankly, the performance by the two was truly remarkable, particularly that of Yichun. The audience erupted into genuine applause. And even those who admired Su Ningxue could not help but commend Yi Chun. Despite being rivals, at least in their own estimation, they had to concede that Yi Chun's playing was indeed exceptional. Observing Yi Chun and Su Ningxue seated together, everyone felt they were a perfect match. The only one who refrained from applauding was Su Tairan. He sat there, overwhelmed with disbelief and astonishment. He could hardly fathom that it was Yi Chun who had just played. Was this truly the level of a master? Was this what Yi Chun had described as merely average? Su Tairan felt as if he had unwittingly shot himself in the foot. He had chosen Yi Chun as the lucky audience member with the intent to embarrass him, but unexpectedly, he had only facilitated a deeper connection between Yi Chun and Su Ningxue. The more he pondered on it, the angrier he became. Finally, he could not restrain himself and slapped his own face. The individual seated near Su Tairan looked on, bewildered by his sudden self-inflicted punishment. And after a moment of stunned silence, they discreetly distanced themselves, astonished to encounter such eccentricity on a university campus. After Yi Chun and Su Ningxue concluded their performance, they slowly rose to their feet. The music had been exquisite, prompting the audience to collectively applaud Yi Chun and the illustrious Su. The host stepped onto the stage, filled with emotion, and remarked on the occasion. The applause swelled once more. Once Yi Chun and Su Ningxue descended from the stage, they parted ways. As Su Ningxue glanced towards Yi Chun making his way back to the classroom, her curiosity about him intensified. Her decision to perform with Yi Chun had been intended to alleviate his awkwardness. A duet requires considerable skill, and she had initially presumed that Yi Chun's piano prowess was comparable to her own. However, during their performance, Su Ningxue was genuinely astonished. Yi Chun's talent was nothing short of masterful. She had nearly faltered several times, grateful for Yi Chun's support. It dawned on her that he was indeed a treasure of a person. In Su Ningxue's mind, her perception of Yi Chun began to shift subtly. So much so that she hardly noticed the transformation within herself. Old Yi, I never expected you to be so talented. Bravo, Old Yi, your skills are truly astounding. To perform with the illustrious Su, you are indeed fortunate, remarked some of Yi Chun's familiar classmates as he returned to his classroom. Just average, just average. Yi Chun humbly replied. He then sought a quiet corner to sit down. Once he was assured that no one was paying attention, he eagerly pulled out his phone. The reward for this challenge was what Yi Chun valued most. It was worth 300 million. How could one not be excited? Once he obtained this reward, his worth would soar to 500 million. Yi Chun excitedly launched the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's wealthiest. A notification promptly appeared. Challenge completed. Congratulations. You have acquired 30% ownership of Yilin Entertainment Company and have become its president. The acquisition contract is placed on your office desk in the villa. Please check it. Experience points gained. 7. Points earned. 3. Upon opening his phone, he was greeted by this delightful surprise. Not only had Yi Chun secured ownership of Yilin Entertainment Company, valued at 300 million, but he had also earned 7 experience points and 3 credits. This was indeed an unexpected joy. Curious. Yi Chun glanced at his level, player level, LV1, 2100, mall level, 1-star mall, 1850. At this moment, he possessed a total of 20 experience points and 18 credits, drawing ever closer to leveling up. He felt quite content. Suddenly, another prompt appeared. Would you like to view the specific details of Yilin Entertainment Company? The game had thoughtfully prepared this information for him. Since he was unfamiliar with Yilin Entertainment Company, he felt compelled to review the material, especially as he was now its president, and a part of the company belonged to him. Quickly, the details of Yilin Entertainment Company appeared on the screen. After a brief perusal, Yi Chun gained a clear understanding. The company had been founded 3 years prior by several entrepreneurs, primarily focused on nurturing internet celebrities and streamers, with major platforms being Douyin and SharkLive. To date, Yilin Entertainment Company had reached a staggering valuation of 1 billion. They had successfully cultivated numerous internet celebrities with millions of followers on Douyin and several promising streamers on SharkLive. As the short video and live streaming industries flourished, Yilin Entertainment Company continued to thrive. This indicated that while Yi Chun currently held 30% ownership valued at 300 million, its worth could significantly exceed that figure in a year's time. More importantly, Yilin Entertainment Company was located in Jiazhou. After reading the details, Yi Chun felt immensely satisfied. He resolved to take a tour of the company, as it was essential for a president to conduct inspections. With his 30% ownership, Yi Chun's net worth had successfully surpassed 500 million. He reflected on his journey with a sense of wonder. This game truly lived up to its title. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's wealthiest. After spending only a few dollars, his wealth had skyrocketed exponentially, transforming him into a billionaire. Who could have imagined that not long ago, Yi Chun was merely an ordinary student just stepping into university? Now, he was the owner of a top-tier restaurant, a shopping center, and a large economic enterprise. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's wealthiest, a game that remains eternally glorious. After completing military training, tomorrow coincidentally marks a Saturday of rest. Yi Chun checked the address of Yilin Entertainment Company and decided to pay a visit the following day. At the very moment Yi Chun ascended to the role of owner of Yilin Entertainment Agency, a gathering of the agency's upper management convened in the conference room. The president of Yilin announced to all present that a mysterious magnate had acquired the ownership of the company. Henceforth, the presidency would undergo a change. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the attendees. Such abruptness was indeed surprising. However, it is not unusual in this industry. I know little about our future employer, save for the fact that he goes by the name Yi Chun, remarked the former president before departing, leaving the executives engrossed in fervent discussion. What manner of individual is this Mr. Yi? As the saying goes, a new emperor brings forth new courtiers. With the change in leadership, we must dedicate ourselves to our work with even greater diligence. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, contemplating how best to endear themselves to the new boss, Yi Chun. Ahem. Everyone, may I have your attention, announced a man in his 30s or 40s who stepped forward. He was Yang Xueming, the general manager of Yilin Entertainment, ranked just below the president within the company hierarchy. Given the transition to Mr. Ye's presidency, I believe we should establish contact with him immediately, Yang suggested. The former president had left behind Mr. Ye's contact information. I concur. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. With a hint of nervousness, Yang picked up his phone and dialed Yi Chun's number. The call connected swiftly. Is this Mr. Yi? I am Yang Xueming, the general manager of Yilin Entertainment. Ah. Manager Yang, came Yi Chun's voice over the line. We have just learned of your acquisition of the company. Do you have any instructions for us? I plan to visit the company tomorrow morning. There is nothing else of concern, Yi Chun replied. Understood. I shall ensure that everything is prepared for your arrival, Yang responded, eager to ingratiate himself. After hanging up, Yang relayed the news of Yi Chun's impending visit to the other executives, instantly igniting a sense of urgency among them. A meeting with the new boss was imminent. How could one not feel anxious? Everyone must be on their toes tomorrow. We absolutely must leave a favorable impression on Mr. Yi, Yang reiterated, emphasizing the importance of first impressions. As time passed, a new day dawned. After the arduous military training concluded, Yi Chun indulged in a leisurely sleep. In the morning, he drove his Ferrari directly to Yilin Entertainment Agency. Chapter 26. You will be dismissed immediately at Yilin Entertainment Agency. The senior executives were already anxiously awaiting developments. Following the navigation, Yi Chun arrived in front of the agency half an hour later. After parking his car, he slowly stepped out, curiously surveying his surroundings. Yilin Entertainment occupied a modest office building, with one section designated for various departmental offices, while the remaining area was transformed into independent live streaming studios for the agency's hosts. The environment surrounding the agency was quite pleasant. Just as Yi Chun was about to approach the entrance of Yilin Entertainment, a thunderous roar echoed nearby. A rare pink Lamborghini glided into view, ultimately halting right in front of the agency. Shortly thereafter, a tall woman wearing sunglasses gracefully emerged from the vehicle, with striking features indicative of a quintessential internet celebrity. She surveyed her surroundings with an air of haughtiness before her gaze settled upon Yi Chun. Are you also affiliated with Yilin Entertainment? The woman in sunglasses inquired imperiously. Sort of. I just joined the company yesterday, Yi Chun replied, nodding after a moment's contemplation. Upon seeing his acknowledgement, the woman tossed the keys of the Lamborghini at Yi Chun. Find a place to park this, she commanded, as if he were merely a valet. Yi Chun stood there, bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't he here to inspect the company? How had he suddenly become a parking attendant? Do it yourself, he retorted, returning the Lamborghini keys to her. Although the woman was indeed attractive, she exuded the kind of charm that attracted many admirers, yet Yi Chun was not inclined to indulge her. Huh. The woman was taken aback as she caught the keys he had thrown. This was a first for her. Usually, wherever she went, men would rush to offer their assistance, eager to park her car. Yet now, she found herself rejected by a mere newcomer to the agency. Are you sure you want to turn me down, a fresh hire? She countered, her disbelief palpable. Do you know who I am? I am Ling Xier. Yi Chun shook his head, genuinely unfamiliar with the name Ling Xier. The woman's fury intensified, After all, she was one of the agency's star figures, boasting millions of followers on Douyin. Ling Xie threatened, "Believe me, with just a word, I can have you dismissed from the company at once." "Is that so?" Yichen chuckled, amused by her bravado. At present, within the entire Yilin talent agency, it seems that apart from Yichen himself, no one else possesses the capability to accomplish this task. "Is that so?" Hearing Yichen's doubts about her abilities, Ling Xie was infuriated. "Just wait," she exclaimed, as she took out her phone, preparing to make a call. "Sister Xie, please don't be upset." A tall girl in a white t-shirt approached, hastily attempting to calm Ling Xie. In comparison to this leggy girl, who exuded remarkable beauty and could easily be considered a campus belle, Ling Xie, who was previously deemed attractive, suddenly seemed rather ordinary. This tall girl, Bai Hanyin, had just joined the company as a new employee and had recently graduated from university, possessing little knowledge of the industry. She instinctively defended Yichen, perceiving him as a recent graduate who had just entered the workforce. Earlier, Bai Hanyin had left the company and fortuitously overheard the argument between Yichen and Ling Xie. For some reason, upon seeing Yichen, she was reminded of her own struggles right after her graduation last year, during which she had caused a great deal of trouble due to her ignorance. If someone had come to her aid back then, perhaps she would not have been dismissed from her previous job. Now, observing Yichen, Bai Hanyin felt compelled to step forward and assist him. "Humph, just graduated and knows nothing?" Ling Xie scoffed dismissively. "Sister Xie," Bai Hanyin interjected once more. Silence. Ling Xie's patience had worn thin. Bai Hanyin felt somewhat wronged, yet she was resolute in her decision to help the young man. Though she intended to continue defending Yichen, he gently stopped her. "Thank you for your kindness," he said to Bai Hanyin, expressing his gratitude but asserting that it was unnecessary for her to appease Ling Xie on his behalf. "You've just graduated. This will lead to many losses for you," Bai Hanyin explained. She recalled her own experience, where she had found herself in a similar position as Yichen and had ultimately been dismissed, resulting in months of unpaid labor. "Just wait." Ling Xie confidently dialed a number. "Uncle Lu, I was scolded by a new employee at the company gate once the call connected." She blatantly twisted the narrative. Uncle Lu, her contact, was a supervisor at Yilin Talent Agency and held a significant position within the company. His close relationship with her father served as her shield, allowing her to act with impunity at the agency. "Very well, I will come and take a look," Uncle Lu replied, ending the call. In the conference room, Lu's supervisor hung up, and his expression darkened. "Old Lu, what is the matter?" Yang Xuemin, seeing the change in his colleague's demeanor, asked in surprise. At that moment, Yang Xuemin and the other executives were awaiting Yichen's arrival in the conference room. "It's nothing, just a minor incident involving Ling Xie outside the company," Lu's supervisor explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuemin's expression also shifted. Ling Xie was acutely aware of her own domineering disposition. Yet due to her status as a pillar of the Yilin Entertainment Agency and the influence of Supervisor Lu, Yang Xuemin chose to turn a blind eye. With President Ye's imminent arrival, Ling Xie was once again causing a scene at the company entrance. What if President Yi were to witness this and become displeased? Could Ling Xie bear the weight of such responsibility? Let us take a look and encourage her to settle down a bit. Noticing the time, Yang Xuemin discerned that President Yi would soon arrive, and it would be appropriate to greet him. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. The others in the conference room, unable to remain seated, unanimously agreed to accompany him to the entrance to welcome President Yi. Soon, under Yang Xuemin's leadership, a procession of senior executives made their way towards the company entrance. "Just wait, soon it will be your turn to weep," Ling Xie smugly remarked to Yichen. "Sister Xie." Bai Hanyin understood all too well the weight Ling Xie's words carried within the company. Once Ling Xie took such action, the likelihood of that young man facing dismissal was exceedingly high. In today's job market, opportunities were scarce, and Yilin Entertainment offered relatively generous compensation. For a recent university graduate, securing a position in such a company was a formidable challenge. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the vicinity as the senior executives emerged. Upon spotting Supervisor Lu amidst the crowd, Ling Xie's confidence surged. Chapter 27. What is your name? Upon their emergence, the senior executives of Yilin Entertainment immediately laid eyes upon Ling Xie, Yichen, and Bai Hanyin. Regrettably, they were only acquainted with Ling Xie and Bai Hanyin. Having no prior knowledge of Yichen, the former president had only provided their information, which included a phone number, yet no photograph of Yichen was included. The executives stood at the entrance of the company, poised to welcome the forthcoming arrival of President Yi. Manager Yang, I shall attend to a matter first, Supervisor Liu remarked, casting a glance at Ling Xier as he addressed Yang Shuimin. Very well, but do remind Ling Xier to maintain decorum moving forward, Yang Shuimin replied with a nod, adding a cautionary note. Understood, Supervisor Liu acknowledged, striding towards Ling Xier, Yichen, and Bai Hanan. As Supervisor Liu approached, Ling Xier's arrogance swelled. Prepare to be dismissed from the company, she boasted, crossing her arms defiantly. What is it? Supervisor Liu inquired, his tone laced with impatience. President Yi is about to arrive. And you are causing a disturbance at the company entrance. Is this not a source of trouble for the organization? Supervisor Liu, they have insulted me, Ling Xier feigned innocence, pointing accusatorily at Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan. I work diligently for the company. Now, even my colleagues seek to ostracize me. Supervisor Liu, you must advocate for me. After hearing Ling Xier's claims, Supervisor Liu nodded, grasping the general situation. Though he understood that her narrative was likely skewed, he also recognized Ling Xier's character. He was aware that the events that had transpired were not as she had depicted. However, at this moment, his priority was to resolve the situation, ensuring Ling Xier refrained from further antics and behaved appropriately as they awaited President Yu's arrival. The reason for Ling Xier's presence at the company today was a deliberate request from Supervisor Liu to enable her to make a favorable impression before President Yi. Supervisor Liu. That is not the case, Bai Hanyan interjected hastily, eager to clarify on Yi Chen's behalf. Ling Xier was the one who instigated trouble. He was merely defending me. Yet before Bai Hanyan could finish, Supervisor Liu interjected, there is no need for further explanation. Do you think I am unaware of what transpired? He reprimanded. Supervisor Liu's words angered Bai Hanyan. It was evident that Ling Xier had acted arrogantly, yet rather than admonishing her, Supervisor Liu chose to scold Bai Hanyan. Ling Xier beamed with delight at the sight of Supervisor Liu chastising her rival. Such individuals should not remain in the company. They should be dismissed together. Ling Xier insisted once more. I will contemplate this matter. If the events transpired as you described, they shall not continue their tenure at Yilin Entertainment, Supervisor Liu declared, presenting himself as a figure of impartiality. From Supervisor Liu's statement, even a fool could discern the underlying implications. He had already allied himself with Ling Xier, preparing to dismiss both Yi Chen and Bai Hanan. Thank you, Supervisor Liu, Ling Xier promptly interjected. You are the most caring and fair leader in the company. As she flattered Supervisor Liu, she cast a scornful glance at Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan. At that moment, Ling Xier's expression practically screamed arrogance and triumph. Seeing Supervisor Liu, who was clearly in cahoots with Ling Xier, Bai Hanyan trembled with anger. Individuals who display favoritism while feigning fairness are the most despicable. With a leader like you, Yilin Entertainment is destined for trouble. A company like this is not worth staying in. Bai Hanyan felt disheartened. Although she had previously been willing to plead for Yi Chen, she had her principles, and in this situation, she would not humiliate herself by begging. Bai Hanyan chastised Supervisor Liu directly, inciting his fury. Without waiting for further words from him, she turned to gather her belongings and leave. Just as she was about to turn away, Yi Chen suddenly intercepted her. I will take charge of this matter today, he declared. Bai Hanyan, I will protect you. With a leader like you, I am embarrassed for Yilin Entertainment. After blocking Bai Hanyan, Yi Chen confronted Supervisor Liu with a cold demeanor. Previously, he could overlook the presence of such employees and leaders at Yilin Entertainment. But now that he had become the president, he intended to see this matter through to the end. The sudden emergence of Yi Chen left several people astonished. What position do you hold at Yilin Entertainment? Yi Chen inquired. I am the head of the Human Resources Department, Supervisor Liu replied coldly. Originally, I intended to investigate the matter thoroughly before proceeding, but witnessing your blatant disrespect for leadership leaves no room for discussion. Pack your things and leave. You are both dismissed. I believe the ones who should leave Yilin are you, Yi Chen replied calmly, delivering a shocking statement. Upon hearing this, those nearby were taken aback. What? Did they just hear this young man assert that the one who ought to be expelled was Supervisor Liu? Surely, they were not imagining things. Bai Hanyan was somewhat stunned, not expecting Yi Chen to be so audacious. Even Ling Xier's face was filled with astonishment, unable to believe Yi Chen would speak so boldly. Supervisor Liu, thoroughly enraged, responded. Fine. Very well. He reprimanded Yi Chen loudly. In the distance, Yang Shuiming and others, who were awaiting President Ye's arrival, heard Supervisor Liu's raised voice and were bewildered. What was happening over there? Yang Shuiming's expression darkened. He urged Supervisor Liu to resolve the situation promptly, wondering why the more they attempted to handle it, the larger it became. With this thought, Yang Xueming proceeded towards Supervisor Liu. Seeing Yang Xueming move, the other executives swiftly followed suit. Supervisor Liu pointed at Yuqin and Bai Hanyan, reprimanding them loudly. However, just as he finished calling Bai Hanyan's name, he prepared to shout Yuqin's name, only to realize that he did not know Yuqin and was unaware of his name. "Young man, what is your name?" Supervisor Liu inquired sharply. "Yuqin," came the reply. "Yuqin, splendid. From this moment onward, you, Yuqin, and Bai Hanyan." Supervisor Liu continued, but midway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. What? What did this young man say? His name is Yuqin? Why does that name sound so familiar? Supervisor Liu could hardly believe his ears, and with a trembling voice, he asked, You, what is your name? Chapter 28. I am Yi Chun, the new president of Yilan Agency. Yi Chun, Yi as in leaf, Chun as in time. Did you hear that? Yi Chun replied calmly. Yi Chun. The mere utterance of those two simple syllables resonated in Supervisor Liu's ears like thunder from the heavens. His mouth fell agape, a picture of sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Yang Xuemin, accompanied by a cadre of senior executives, approached just in time to overhear Yi Chun's words. In an instant, Yang Xuemin and the high-ranking officials stood frozen, as if turned to stone. What? This young man is named Yuqin. Gazing at Yuqin, Yang Xuemin and the executives were utterly bewildered. Observing the shock etched on Supervisor Liu's face, Ling Xier and Bai Hanyan felt equally confused. They were unaware of the unfolding situation. Bai Hanyan, an ordinary employee, was naturally oblivious to the name of their new boss. As for Ling Xier, when Supervisor Liu contacted her, he merely informed her that the company had a new owner, Mr. Yi, without disclosing his full name. Consequently, Ling Xier was equally in the dark about Mr. Yi's identity. Noticing Supervisor Liu's pallid complexion and trembling form, Ling Xier was filled with questions. Uncle Liu, what is wrong? You were fine just a moment ago. How did you become like this? As she pondered deeply, it seemed that upon realizing the name of the boy who had defied her was Yi Chun, Uncle Liu had transformed. So what if he's called Yi Chun? It's just an ordinary name, nothing remarkable. Ling Xier could not fathom this and could not help but inquire, Uncle Liu, what is significant about him being called Yi Chun? However, Supervisor Liu appeared not to hear her and did not respond. Seeing that he remained silent, Ling Xier stepped closer and gently shook his arm. With that jolt, Supervisor Liu finally regained his senses. Uncle Liu, what is significant about him being called Yi Chun? Ling Xier repeated her question. Gulping audibly, Supervisor Liu swallowed hard and stammered. Our new president at Yilan Agency is also named Yi Chun. What? Ling Xiao exclaimed, her face drained of color, unable to believe her ears. The new president, Mr. Yi, shares the same name? She turned abruptly to face Yi Chun, her eyes wide with disbelief. Beside her, Bai Hanyan was equally taken aback. What? I heard about the new president yesterday, but I had no idea what his name was. Could it be that this young man, whom I instinctively assumed was a recent graduate, is actually our new president? Excuse me, may I ask, who are you? Supervisor Liu, his face ashen, cautiously inquired of Yi Chun. Indeed, I am Yi Chun, the new president of Yilan Agency, Yi Chun replied with calm assurance. Upon receiving Yi Chun's affirmative response, Supervisor Liu nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. Really? He truly is the new president? He is the Mr. Yi I was preparing to welcome? Manager Liu was utterly stunned. As for Ling Xier, she felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly fainting from shock. This young man was none other than her new boss, the company's new president, Mr. Yi. Ling Xier was taken aback. Initially, she had mistaken her own boss for a mere parking attendant, and had audaciously spoken in front of him. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her, her legs trembling uncontrollably. It was over. She was truly doomed. After her earlier outburst, even the most good-natured individual would not easily let her off the hook. Meanwhile, Yang Xuemin and several senior executives confirmed Yi Chun's identity and hurried over. Hello, Mr. Yi. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Greetings, Mr. Yi. As they approached, Yang Xuemin and the other executives quickly greeted Yi Chun. At that moment, their feelings mirrored those of Manager Liu, their hearts racing with anxiety. After waiting so long, they were astonished to find that their president had already arrived. They had just witnessed the drama involving their own president. Although they were unclear about the specific events that had just transpired, it was not difficult to imagine that Manager Liu, being Ling Xier's superior, must have clashed with Mr. Yi over her actions. The thought sent shivers down their spines. To curry favor with Mr. Yi, they had prepared extensively, only for it all to go to waste. They had initially aimed to leave a favorable first impression, but it now appeared they had inadvertently made a blunder. Gazing at Yi Chun, Yang Schwimin and the senior executives struggled to regain their composure. They were still grappling with the reality that this young man was their new president. Mr. Yi was remarkably young. They had heard rumors of his youth, speculating he might be in his mid-20s. Yet now, upon seeing him in person, they were left speechless. He appeared to be merely 18 or 19, at most 20. To ascend to the position of company president at such a tender age was utterly astonishing. Mr. Yi, I am the general manager of the company, Yang Schwimin. I have been in contact with you previously. Taking a deep breath, Yang Schwimin stepped forward. As general manager, he could not evade this situation. We will discuss your matters shortly. I will address them first, Yichen replied, then turned his attention to Manager Liu and Ling Xier. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I was wrong, Manager Liu repeatedly apologized to Yichen, filled with dread. Slap. Slap. In a moment of desperation, Manager Liu even struck himself across the face. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I was blind. Manager Liu continued to plead for forgiveness. This is a grave matter. Mr. Yi, I too was at fault. Please do not hold it against me, Ling Xier implored, seizing Yichen's arm in desperation. I do not wish to elaborate further. You have 5 minutes to gather your belongings and leave Yilan, Yichen stated firmly. I shall return your earlier words to you. The Yilan Talent Agency does not require employees of your caliber. At this moment, no amount of pleading from Supervisor Liu and Ling Xier will prove efficacious. Mr. Yi, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me, they implored, desperate to avoid expulsion. Manager Yang, where are the security personnel? Yichen inquired, turning his head. Understood, understood. Yang Schwimin promptly nodded, dispatching someone to summon the security guards. Soon, several guards arrived, seizing Supervisor Liu and Ling Xier and unceremoniously ejecting them from the premises. Chapter 29, What does it feel like? After Supervisor Liu and Ling Xier departed, the atmosphere became significantly quieter. Yichen bid farewell to Bai Hanyan, and subsequently he, along with Yang Schwimin and other senior executives, made their way toward the Yilan Entertainment Company. Left behind was Bai Hanyan, who stood there in a daze. Watching Yichen's retreating figure, Yichen, the new president of the company, Bai Hanyan's heart was in turmoil. She had unknowingly treated the new president as a recent graduate who had just joined the company. How embarrassing. Furthermore, she had even pleaded on behalf of the president to Ling Xier. In retrospect, had it not been for her, Yichen would have managed the situation effortlessly, and the subsequent events might not have unfolded as they did. How could she have been so foolish? Meanwhile, in the conference room of Yilan Entertainment Company, Yichen occupied the foremost seat, his countenance cold as he surveyed the crowd. The senior executives sat with their heads bowed in silence, the atmosphere exceedingly tense. Their hearts raced with anxiety. The arrival of President Yi had not gone as they had anticipated. The unfolding events had exceeded their expectations, and they never imagined they would meet the president in such an awkward manner. Ahem. Yichen cleared his throat, prompting the anxious executives to lift their gazes. I do not wish for the occurrences of today to be repeated within Yilan Company, he stated icily. As the president of the company, Yichen could no longer adopt the demeanor of a student in their presence. He was indeed dissatisfied with the earlier events, which reflected in his frosty demeanor. At this moment, Yichen had fully acclimated to his role as president. President Yi, I assure you that such incidents will never happen again, Yang Schwimin promptly responded, offering his guarantee. I previously overlooked these matters, but now that I have taken over the company, I do not wish to have leaders like Supervisor Liu. Yichen surveyed the room and continued, if any of you exhibit similar behavior, I expect you to either restrain yourselves or resign. Should I discover otherwise? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing Yichen's words, the senior executives nodded vigorously. We will conduct a thorough investigation and dismiss anyone with a complicated relationship with Supervisor Liu, Yichen added. I will issue instructions immediately to ensure a meticulous examination. Yang Schwimin replied, leading the charge. After Yichen articulated a few more points, he exited the conference room. Subsequently, under Yang Schwimin's guidance, he arrived at the presidential office. The office of Yilan Entertainment Company was, without doubt, the most spacious, well-located, and luxuriously appointed area within the entire establishment. Seated in the office, Yichen listened as Yang Schwimin reported on various tasks. Once the report concluded, Yang Schwimin departed to address the matters Yichen had instructed in the conference room. The vast office was now empty except for Yichen. He slowly rose, meandering about the office, ultimately standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape in the distance. At this moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within Yichen. Perhaps this was the feeling that power bestows. Once experienced, it becomes indelible, akin to an obsession. Beneath his feet lay a brokerage firm valued at $1 billion. He envisioned that, in a few years, this enterprise could transform into a company worth $1 trillion, or even $10 trillion. Currently, Yichen's net worth stood at $500 million. However, he firmly believed that with the game with a monthly salary of $3,000, I am the world's richest, and his diligent efforts, surpassing $1 billion, then $100 billion. Ultimately becoming the wealthiest in Jiangzhou, the nation, or even the world, was by no means an impossibility. If one day he were to become the richest man on earth, occupying the office of the CEO of the world's leading conglomerate, what would that sensation be like? Would invincibility be a profound solitude? Yichen found it beyond his imagination. Since he could not fathom it, he resolved to experience it firsthand. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was noon. Yichen summoned by Han Yin and headed directly to Shang Granju, inviting her to dine as a modest expression of gratitude. Shang Granju was his own restaurant, naturally. It was his first choice for dining, particularly as the cuisine there was indeed delightful. After 20 minutes, Yichen and Bai Hanyan arrived at Shang Granju. Chapter 30. A unique challenge. Yichen merely intended to enjoy a meal and did not seek out the manager of Shang Granju. Instead, he and Bai Hanyan settled into a window-side table. The waitress promptly recognized Yi Chun as the proprietor and, aware of his preference for solitude, treated him with the courtesy befitting an ordinary patron. After placing their orders, Yichen and Bai Hanyan engaged in conversation while they waited. Do you aspire to become a singer? During their discussion, Yi Chun inadvertently learned of Bai Hanyan's passion and dreams. Before he could respond, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification from the game, monthly salary of $3,000. I am the world's richest. Curious, Yi Chun opened the game, and immediately a pop-up appeared. Long-term challenge issued, cultivation challenge, transformed Bai Hanyan into a top-tier singer. Challenge duration, 1 year. Task reward, 51 shares in Saint C Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. Note, Saint C Entertainment Group is valued at nearly $30 billion. Task reward, 1,500 experience points. Task reward, 800 points. Challenge failure penalty, 3,000. Yichen was taken aback at the sight of this challenge. The rewards were astonishing. Holding 51 of the shares in Saint C Entertainment Group would grant him absolute control over it. From that moment on, Yichen would be the master of the group. Most significantly, the company's valuation stood at a staggering $30 billion. A rough estimation revealed that 51 of that amounted to a fortune of approximately $15.3 billion. This reward was indeed daunting. With such wealth, Yichen would rank among the billionaires, firmly establishing himself among the elite. Beyond just the financial gain, the challenge also offered substantial experience points and rewards, 1,500 experience points and 800 points. With these, Yichen's player level in the game and his standing in the marketplace could potentially elevate by several tiers, enabling him to purchase multiple items in one go. Moreover, the value of goods in the marketplace would likely multiply several times over by then. The mere thought was exhilarating. In a moment of reverie, Yichen became absorbed in his imaginings. Long-term challenge task, do you accept? Accept, decline. Another pop-up materialized in the game. There was no need for deliberation. Yichen would undoubtedly choose to accept. The potential rewards from this challenge were indeed formidable, even in the event of failure. The penalty of $3,000 was negligible compared to his current net worth of $500 million, rendering it almost inconsequential. Yichen's mind raced with possibilities. With the foundation of the current Yilan Talent Agency, cultivating Bai Hanyan into a star was not beyond the realm of feasibility. However, it was evident that simply thrusting Bai Hanyan into the entertainment industry was unrealistic. The depths of the entertainment world were profound, and for a newcomer, achieving stardom was an immensely challenging endeavor. In the vast entertainment industry, the billion-dollar Yilan Agency is but a mere drop in the ocean. Thus, Yichen resolved to adopt a different approach. Previously, numerous prominent female streamers and internet celebrities had ventured into the entertainment sphere, achieving moderate success, certainly better than attempting to navigate the industry through sheer determination. Now, with the Yilan Agency as her backbone, Bai Hanyan could commence her journey as a singing streamer, gradually building her presence. Once she amassed a substantial fan base, she could then step into the entertainment realm. This strategy would undoubtedly be more prudent than charging headlong into the industry without preparation. Having just dismissed Ling Xie, the resources that once belonged to her were now fortuitously available. With a mere word from Yichen, the Yilan Agency could readily allocate these resources to Bai Hanyan. Armed with such support, her ascent to becoming a leading streamer would be assured. Yi Chun had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Do you truly have a passion for singing and aspire to become a star? He inquired earnestly. Yes, Bai Hanyan replied, fully aware that expressing her affinity for another profession in front of her employer felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, she was unwilling to speak falsely. Very well. I am prepared to offer you an opportunity to develop under the agency's full support. You can start as a singing streamer, and once you establish a fan base, we can transition you into the entertainment industry. Are you willing? Yi Chun sought her consent. Taken aback by Yi Chun's unexpected question, Bai Hanyan felt momentarily disoriented. After a brief internal struggle, she nodded, indicating her willingness. She was ready to strive for her dreams. Opportunities in life are scarce, and missing one could lead to lifelong regret. Now that a chance to realize her aspirations had finally presented itself, Bai Hanyan was determined not to let it slip away. Good. With Bai Hanyan's affirmation, Yi Chun promptly selected the accept option in the game. Long-term training challenge initiated. Cultivate Bai Hanyan into a top-tier singer. Challenge duration, 1 year. Yi Chun successfully embarked on the challenge. You should continue with your regular job, and in your spare time, practice singing. I will discuss and devise a detailed plan with the company, he advised. Although the challenge was set for a year, haste was not the answer. A well-laid plan was essential before embarking on the journey. Thank you. Bai Hanyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yi Chun. This opportunity he had bestowed upon her filled her with appreciation. Soon, their meal arrived, and the two began to eat. Midway through their meal, a stranger passed by their table and suddenly halted. Bai Hanyan? He called out in surprise. Upon hearing her name, Bai Hanyan looked up. She found the man somewhat familiar, yet his name eluded her memory. Sensing her discomfort, the stranger responded with a hint of resignation. It's me, Wei Rui Yuan. Your college classmate. A year has passed, and Bai Hanyan found it difficult to recall the name of the unfamiliar classmate. During her university days, she and Wei Ruiyan were scarcely acquainted, despite being in the same class, and they had exchanged hardly a few words. In contrast, Bai Hanyan, regarded as the campus belle, was certainly memorable to others. So it is student Wei, she realized upon hearing his self-introduction. After introducing himself, Wei Rui Yuan adopted a familiar demeanor, moving a chair from the side to sit between Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan. Is this your boyfriend? Wei Rui Yuan inquired curiously, casting a glance at Yi Chun. Not a boyfriend, he is my. Bai Hanyan began to speak to introduce Yi Chun, but he preempted her, responding succinctly, a friend. Yi Chun's brief reply reflected his current thoughts on how to quickly nurture Bai Hanyan into a singing star. A friend, I see, Wei Rui Yuan said, feeling a slight sense of relief upon understanding the nature of their relationship. It was a relief that he was not her boyfriend. Chapter 31. I share a friendship with the proprietor of the Xintai shopping center, and securing a retail space is a trivial matter. Wei Rui Yuan harbored somewhat different thoughts. During his university days, he was quite unremarkable. However, a little over 6 months ago, his circumstances changed dramatically. His family's several old properties were demolished, yielding a substantial sum of money. Thus, he could now be considered a beneficiary of urban redevelopment. Upon encountering the campus belle from his university days, Wei Rui Yuan's thought shifted. With newfound wealth came an air of confidence. After learning of Yi Chun and Bai Hanyan's identities, he disregarded Yi Chun entirely and initiated a conversation with Bai Hanyan. What line of work are you in now, Bai? He inquired. I work at a brokerage firm, Bai Hanyan replied politely, her tone imbued with a palpable sense of distance. Although Wei Rui Yuan discerned this, he feigned ignorance and continued to engage her. A brokerage firm, how commendable, he nodded appreciatively. And you? Bai Hanyan reciprocated the pleasantry with a courteous inquiry. As for me, I own a shop. Business is quite good, earning roughly 200,000 to 300,000 a month. Upon hearing Bai Hanyan's question, Wei Rui Yuan's spirits lifted. He responded nonchalantly, as if it were of little consequence. His inquiry about her profession had been a strategic move, designed to elicit her curiosity and provide him the opportunity to flaunt his financial prowess. 200,000 to 300,000, is that so? Bai Hanyan expressed her surprise. This amount exceeded her annual salary. Was it truly possible to earn such profits in retail? Not too much, just a little. At times, it can reach up to 500,000, he exaggerated. Although he had indeed utilized his family's funds to establish a store, his actual net profit per month was merely a little over 10,000. Yet, in a bid to impress Bai Hanyan and demonstrate his prowess, Wei Rui Yuan decided to embellish the truth. After all, the specifics of his claims were unlikely to be scrutinized. My shop is located in the city center, not too shabby, he boasted, reveling in Bai Hanyan's astonishment. You see, due to the limited availability of retail spaces in the city center, I've recently set my sights on the Xintai Shopping Center, he continued, articulating his thoughts with enthusiasm. As one of the most frequented shopping centers in Jiazhou, the Xintai Shopping Center possesses remarkable potential for growth. I plan to lease 8 or 9 storefronts there to diversify my business ventures and explore new opportunities. While his previous shop had yielded mediocre business, Wei Ruiyuan was indeed interested in the Xintai Shopping Center. However, contrary to his claims of leasing multiple storefronts, securing even one would be a significant achievement. With its high foot traffic, the rental prices at the Xintai Shopping Center were exorbitant, likely amounting to several tens of thousands per month for a single shop. Leasing 8 or 9 would entail expenses in the hundreds of thousands, an undertaking far beyond his financial means. Although his family had received a considerable sum from the demolition, it amounted to only a few tens of millions. Upon hearing the mention of the Xintai Shopping Center, Yi Chun, who had been contemplating, suddenly perked up. This was indeed his shopping center, a reward he had earned from a previous task. Until now, Yi Chun had only visited once. You wish to rent 8 or 9 shops at the Xintai Shopping Center? Bai Hanyan was utterly astonished. She was well aware of the Xintai Shopping Center, as she frequently visited it with her friends for shopping. The rental fee for the shops at Xintai Shopping Center is exorbitant, and securing a lease is notoriously difficult, unless one has connections within. Possessing wealth alone does not guarantee success, as there are countless individuals vying for those spaces. Bai Hanyan sighed. One of my close friends, who comes from a well-off family, had aspirations of renting a shop at Xintai Shopping Center to sell clothing, and she had prepared the funds. Yet, to this day, she has not succeeded in securing a lease. Bai Hanyan expressed her deep regret. If renting a single shop is so challenging, how much more formidable is the task for Wei Ruiyuan, who intends to rent 8 or 9? It is indeed a Herculean task. After hearing Bai Hanyan's remarks, Wei Ruiyuan continued to boast. Not a problem. It may be difficult for others, but for me, it is a mere trifle. Wei Ruiyuan believed that since he was merely boasting, there was little chance anyone could refute him. Thus he spoke with even greater audacity. To be candid, I know the owner of Xintai Shopping Center. We are friends. If I wish to rent a shop, it's simply a matter of making a phone call. Easy as pie. Really? Bai Hanyan was taken aback. Certainly, Wei Ruiyuan confidently asserted, and one must admit, the sensation of boasting felt quite exhilarating. He claims to be friends with the owner of Xintai Shopping Center? Upon hearing Wei Ruiyuan's words, Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, perplexed. When did he acquire such a friend? How was it that he himself was unaware? Could you possibly speak to your friend, the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, about renting a shop for my close friend? We can offer a higher rental fee. Bai Hanyan inquired of Wei Ruiyuan. Her friend had been troubled by this matter for 2 months, to the point of becoming somewhat mentally exhausted. Bai Hanyan felt a deep sense of compassion for her friend. Now, with an opportunity at hand, she wished to assist her. Bai Hanyan's suggestion left Wei Ruiyuan momentarily stunned. He was merely boasting, after all. He indeed possessed the owner's contact information, but that was solely for his own future dealings regarding the rental of a shop at Xintai Shopping Center. He had not yet reached out to the owner. His assertion of friendship was purely for show, intended to impress Bai Hanyan. The owner was a prominent figure, a wealthy magnate of Xintai Shopping Center. How could a mere second-generation demolisher like himself possibly have such connections? Is it too troublesome? If so, then let it be. Bai Hanyan expressed her disappointment. Wait. Wei Ruiyuan gritted his teeth. If he declined, then all the groundwork and boasting would be rendered futile. He still wished to leave a favorable impression on Bai Hanyan, as he intended to pursue her. How about this? Ultimately, in a bid to impress and pursue Bai Hanyan, Wei Ruiyuan resolutely declared, although success is not guaranteed, I can certainly attempt to contact the owner of the Xintai Shopping Center and inquire. Upon hearing this, Bai Hanyan exclaimed in excitement, Really? I thank you on behalf of my dear friend. It's nothing, merely a trifling matter. Wei Ruiyuan continued to feign nonchalance. As he spoke, he nervously retrieved his phone and located the contact number for the owner of the Xintai Shopping Center. Letting out a long breath, he steeled himself for the call, determined to impress Bai Hanyan. What was a mere phone call, after all? He refused to believe that by doubling the price, the owner would decline his request. Who would turn away from profit? Committed to winning Bai Hanyan's affection, Wei Ruiyuan braced himself for the financial sacrifice. With a final surge of resolve, he dialed the number for the owner of the Xintai Shopping Center. At that very moment, Yi Chen's phone on the table began to ring. Chapter 32. Conspiracy. Upon hearing the ring of Yi Chen's phone, Wei Ruiyuan immediately turned his attention towards him. Can't you see I'm on an important call? Either hang up or step aside to take it, Wei Ruiyuan remarked with irritation. At that moment, he felt a surge of anxiety, his heart racing. This was his first time calling the owner of the Xintai shopping center, and he fervently hoped nothing would go awry. Yi Chun, however, paid no heed to Wei Ruiyuan and simply answered the call. Witnessing this, Wei Ruiyuan's anger flared, and he contemplated reprimanding Yi Chun. Hello, Yi Chun spoke into the phone. Hello? Suddenly, a voice responded from Wei Ruiyuan's phone as well. He was taken aback. What was happening? Why was there also a voice saying hello from his phone? Could it be that he misheard due to their proximity? That hello did not originate from his device, he speculated. The call to the owner of the Xintai shopping center had connected, and Wei Ruiyuan did not wish to bicker with someone as insignificant as Yi Chun. If he upset the owner, a person of considerable stature, it could spell trouble. Thus, he decided to step away to discuss matters with the important figure, Wei Ruiyuan. At that moment, another voice emerged from his phone, and this time, he was certain it was indeed coming from the device. The tone seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be? A bold hypothesis formed in Wei Ruiyuan's mind. Could it be that Yi Chun was the esteemed owner of the Xintai shopping center? How could that be? His face was a canvas of shock and disbelief as he turned, nervously glancing at Yi Chun, who was not far away. He saw Yi Chun end the call simultaneously as Wei Ruiyuan was also disconnected by the owner of the shopping center. Is it truly so? Was his speculation accurate? Wei Ruiyuan could hardly fathom it. Yet, regardless of his disbelief, the reality stood before him. Trembling, he returned to his previous seat and anxiously inquired, Yi Chun, are you the owner of the Xintai shopping center? He was unwilling to accept the harsh truth unless Yi Chun confirmed it himself. Yes, Yi Chun nodded. Upon witnessing this, Wei Ruiyuan could no longer contain himself. Could it really be true? The owner of the Xintai shopping center was this exceptionally young man before him? It was utterly inconceivable. Wei Ruiyuan's complexion turned pale, especially as he recalled boasting about being friends with the owner, when in fact, the owner sat right beside him, unbeknownst to him. Was he essentially slapping his own face? Wei Ruiyuan felt on the verge of collapse, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Beside him, Bai Hanyin was equally astonished. She truly did not expect that Yi Chun was, in fact, the owner of the renowned Xintai shopping center. Bai Hanyin was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. After all, Yi Chun was the president of her own company. It was entirely normal for the president of a billion-dollar enterprise to also own a large shopping center. Suddenly, Bai Hanyin remembered what Wei Ruiyuan had mentioned earlier, and it all became clear. It turned out that Wei Ruiyuan had been boasting all along. He was not even acquainted with the owner of Xintai shopping center. If they were friends, how could Wei Ruiyuan not recognize Yi Chun from the outset? Are you looking to rent 8 or 9 shops in Xintai shopping center? Yi Chun inquired. No, I'm not renting anymore. Wei Ruiyuan fervently shook his head, as if he were a rattle. How could he dare to rent a shop in Xintai shopping center now? Moreover, renting 8 or 9 shops at once would cost several million for a year, a sum he simply did not possess. Most of his compensation from the demolition was with his parents. Seeing Wei Ruiyuan shaking his head repeatedly, Yi Chun chose not to press further and turned his attention to Bai Hanyin. Does your friend wish to rent a shop? Yes, Bai Hanyin affirmed with unwavering certainty. That is simple. I will contact them shortly. Just have your friend go directly to Xintai shopping center to sign the contract with the staff. There is no need to pay extra. The regular rent will suffice, Yi Chun stated. I cannot thank you enough. Bai Hanyin expressed her profound gratitude. She never anticipated that her boss would assist her, as well as her friend. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to convey her appreciation. It's nothing. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. Having nearly finished their meal, Yi Chun and Bai Hanyin rose to leave. Goodbye, Wei Ruiyuan, still in shock, abruptly stood up and uttered a dazed farewell before hastily exiting. Subsequently, Yi Chun escorted Bai Hanyin back to the company. After giving Yang Xuemin some instructions, he took his leave. After all, Yi Chun could not remain there indefinitely. He entrusted most matters to Yang Xuemin. Should any issues arise, Yang Xuemin could reach out to him. Moreover, Yi Chun informed Yang Xuemin about his intention to mentor Bai Hanyin and transfer resources previously allocated to Ling Xier to her. Yang Xuemin promptly assured him that he would handle it immediately. He would hold a meeting to devise a concrete plan for cultivating Bai Hanyin and then present it to Yi Chun. He aimed to complete all plans within a day before submitting them to Yi Chun. Yi Chun was relatively satisfied. A day was reasonable. Yi Chun had already added Bai Hanyin as contact information on WeChat. Once the plan was finalized, he would reach out to her. Later, Yi Chun returned to his villa. The following evening, in a private room of an upscale restaurant, Ling Xier and Supervisor Lu were anxiously awaiting. After several minutes, a plump woman adorned with a pearl necklace entered. Manager Yin. Good evening, Manager Yin. Upon seeing the stout woman, Ling Xier and Supervisor Lu immediately rose, greeting her with utmost politeness. Please, there is no need for such formality. Do take a seat, she replied graciously. The plump woman, General Yin, nodded decisively before taking her seat at the head of the table. My secretary has likely already briefed you on the specifics. Once seated, General Yin wasted no time in getting to the crux of the matter. General Yin, Yin Baimei, is the owner of Yuanyin Brokerage Company, which, like Yilin Brokerage Company, operates in Jiangzhou and specializes in cultivating internet celebrities and streamers. The two companies are fierce rivals, with Yilin consistently outpacing Yuanyin, much to Yin Baimei's chagrin. She has long sought an opportunity to retaliate and bring Yilin to its knees. Last night, upon learning that the new owner of Yilin had dismissed both Ling Xier and Manager Lu, she recognized this as a golden opportunity, one that could enable Yuanyin to turn the tables and trample Yilin underfoot. Chapter 33. Misunderstanding upon reaching a decision. Yin Baimei promptly contacted her secretary, Ling Xier, and supervisor Lu to express her intention to collaborate. Secretary Li had already conveyed Yan's sentiments to us, articulating them with clarity. Yin Baimei nodded in satisfaction and added, as long as you are willing to join Yuanyin, I am prepared to offer you 3 times the price to secure your services. Ling Xier, formerly a prominent figure on Douyin with millions of followers, had signed a contract worth 10 million with Yilin Entertainment. Now, with Yin Baimei's offer of 3 times the original amount, Ling Xier was set to receive an additional 3 million. The same 3 times offer applied to Supervisor Lu as well. What do you think? Yin Baimei inquired, as she aimed to undermine Yilin Entertainment with this generous proposal. Certainly, certainly. Supervisor Lu responded eagerly, nodding repeatedly. I am also willing. Thank you, President Yin. Ling Xier, overjoyed, unhesitatingly agreed as well. Initially, she had anticipated that Yin Baimei's offer would be comparable to Yilin Entertainment's, but she was pleasantly surprised to find an additional 3 million on the table. Who would refuse such a lucrative opportunity? President Yin, when can we sign the contract? Ling Xier asked eagerly. There is no rush to sign the contract first. You must agree to a few conditions, Yin Baimei replied with a knowing tone. Firstly, Ling Xier, you will need to help us shoot several videos, portraying yourself as a former employee of Yilin Entertainment, exposing the various misdeeds of their new president, such as coercing you into drinking. Do you understand? Huh? Both Ling Xier and Supervisor Lu were taken aback. Coercing Ling Xier into drinking? How were they unaware of such happenings? President Yin, I am not aware of this. Ling Xier questioned, perplexed. It is of no concern that you are unaware. All you need to do is take the front stage. The rest will be handled by us, Yin Baimei continued, her intentions laden with significance. Upon hearing this, Ling Xier and Supervisor Lu suddenly grasped Yin Baimei's true meaning. It was merely about tarnishing Yilin Entertainment and its new president, Yichen, fabricating accusations against them. Given Ling Xier's previous fan base, her voice would undoubtedly carry weight. President Yin, but wouldn't this lead to trouble? Ling Xier expressed her concerns. After all, this was defamation, and what if something went awry? Moreover, the impact was uncertain. No need to worry, Yin Baimei reassured dismissively. I have recently become acquainted with a major figure in Jiangzhou, a billionaire. When the time comes, I will enlist his assistance to amplify this matter's influence in Jiangzhou through his connections. Yin Baimei explained, as long as nothing unexpected occurs. Expelling Yilin from Jiangzhou should pose no problem. While Yin Baimei aspired to completely dismantle Yilin Entertainment, she recognized the reality. Yilin currently boasted total assets of 10 billion. Truly obliterating Yilin Entertainment in one fell swoop would demand a hefty price from Yuanyin as well. Not only that, but a robust network is also essential. In the persona of Yin Baimei, it would undoubtedly be unattainable. Even the billionaire associate she knows may not guarantee success. Only a magnate worth in the hundreds of billions could potentially dismantle the Yilin Talent Agency entirely. Regrettably, she lacks the standing to be acquainted with such titans of wealth. Although the objective of this endeavor is to obliterate the Yilin Talent Agency, even succeeding in expelling it from Jiangzhou would constitute a significant victory. Subsequently, Yin Baimei articulated several conditions, all aimed at the Yilin Talent Agency and the new president, Yichen. Ling Xier and Supervisor Lu acquiesced. Ultimately, the trio reached a consensus on collaboration. By the way, Ling Xier, since your Douyin account is no longer accessible, why not venture into Sharklift for a while? Instructed Yin Baimei. Previously, Ling Xie's account belonged to the Yilin Talent Agency, and now that she had been dismissed, she could no longer use it. Tomorrow, you shall commence your live broadcast. The competition on Douyin is exceedingly fierce, and establishing a new account may prove challenging. Try Shark Live first, should it not suffice. You can always return to Douyin, Yin Baimei elucidated. Understood, President Yin, Ling Xie replied, fully compliant with her new employer's directives. Meanwhile, as Ling Xie and Yin Baimei conspired against Yichun, he found himself at his villa, perplexed about what to have for dinner. The question of what to eat is an unavoidable dilemma for everyone. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door of Yichun's villa. Curiosity piqued. He opened the door to find his exquisite and alluring neighbor, Mo Mengfei. Mo Mengfei extended an invitation to Yichun to dine at her home. It was her intention to express gratitude to him for his assistance with the recent kitten incident, a gesture she had meant to reciprocate. However, her demanding schedule had made it difficult to find the time. Finally, having completed the majority of her tasks that afternoon, she felt a brief respite and decided to invite Yichun over for dinner, believing it to be more sincere than dining at a restaurant. That sounds wonderful. Yichun agreed, relieved to have an invitation from a neighbor while grappling with his dinner dilemma. He returned to his villa to fetch his phone and accompanied Mo Mengfei to her residence. Prior to inviting Yichun, Mo Mengfei had already prepared the ingredients. All that remained was the cooking. She instructed Yichun to relax in the living room while she headed to the kitchen. Bored in the living room, Yichun entertained himself by playing with Mo Mengfei's kitten, which, having recognized him from the previous encounter, did not shy away from his company. Half an hour later, Mo Mengfei emerged from the kitchen, her hair tied back and an apron on, carrying a selection of dishes. Given that it was just the two of them dining, she had not prepared an elaborate feast, merely a standard 4 dishes and a soup. Yichun assisted in bringing the dishes to the table, while Mo Mengfei uncorked a bottle of red wine to honor her guest. Previously, Yichun and Mo Mengfei had jogged around the picturesque Lingyun Lake together several times, fostering a sense of familiarity between them. As they dined, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Mo Mengfei ladled soup for Yichun, who instinctively rose to receive it. In a moment of carelessness, she accidentally spilled the soup on herself. Fortunately, the broth was no longer scalding, and Yichun was merely left with a damp garment. My sincerest apologies, Mo Mengfei exclaimed, quickly reaching for a napkin to assist in wiping Yichun's attire. Just then, the door to Mo Mengfei's villa was unexpectedly flung open from the outside. Her parents entered, and to their surprise, they beheld the scene of Mo Mengfei tending to Yichun's clothing. The atmosphere grew undeniably tense. Chapter 34. I am acquainted with quite a few billionaires in Jiazhou. Mo Mengfei's parents gazed at Yichun with wide eyes, their faces a canvas of astonishment. Mom, Dad, what are you doing here? Mo Mengfei exclaimed, utterly surprised by the unexpected arrival of her parents. Who is he? Mo Mengfei's mother inquired curiously, directing her gaze towards Yichun. This is Yichun, my neighbor. Mo Mengfei hastily clarified to her parents. We were having dinner, and I accidentally spilled soup on him, so I was just helping him clean up. Upon hearing Mo Mengfei's explanation, her parents exchanged glances, their skepticism palpable. Could matters truly be so straightforward? Hello, uncle and aunt, Yichun greeted politely. Hello. Mo Mengfei's mother nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Hello, little Yi. In contrast to her mother's cool demeanor, Mo Mengfei's father appeared more affable. Mengfei, come upstairs and have a chat with me. After addressing his daughter, Mo Mengfei's mother ascended the stairs first, having come with significant matters to discuss with her daughter. All right. Mo Mengfei followed her mother upstairs. In the living room, only Yichun and Mo Mengfei's father remained. Little Yi, please, make yourself comfortable. Mo Mengfei's father warmly invited Yichun to sit down. Yichun sensed a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere, however, as Mo Mengfei's father had spoken. He felt it would be impolite to decline. Do you smoke? Mo Mengfei's father inquired as he took out a cigarette upon seeing Yichun seated. No, thank you. Yichun politely declined. Mo Mengfei's father lit a cigarette for himself and began conversing with Yichun. What do you do for a living, little Yi? He asked with curiosity. I am still in university, Yichun replied. Oh, Mo Mengfei's father nodded, having suspected as much given Yichun's youthful appearance. Do you truly live here? I reside in Villa number 8 next door, Yichun answered. Villa number 8? Mo Mengfei's father was momentarily taken aback. The adjacent Villa No. 8 was one of the largest and most expensive properties in the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area, coveted by many and requiring formidable connections to acquire. He was astonished to learn that Yichun resided there. Please do not take your mother's demeanor to heart, Mo Mengfei's father explained. She is a strong woman, managing a company, and can sometimes be a bit overbearing. The household is primarily governed by her. However, do not worry, Mengfei is not like that. Mo Mengfei's father added this reassurance. As Yichun conversed with Mo Mengfei's father, he learned that Yichun had already ventured into entrepreneurship during his university years and was the president of a billion-dollar company, which left a strong impression on him. This young man is quite remarkable, ambitious, and accomplished. Mo Mengfei's father was fond of Yichun and thus remarked, "If you ever need anything, little Yi, feel free to contact me. I cannot speak for others, but I am acquainted with quite a few billionaires from Jiazhou." As Yichun embarks on his entrepreneurial journey, he may encounter a myriad of challenges. Although he does not take an active role in his family affairs, he can effortlessly assist Yichun with matters pertaining to a small billion-dollar company. He trusts Yichun's words. Indeed, Yichun is a neighbor to his daughter. Uncle Mo is being overly modest. After conversing briefly with Mo Mengfei's father, Yichun took his leave. Upon returning to his villa, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Yichun received a message from Yang Shuimin, the vice president of Yilin Entertainment. The plan for nurturing by Han En has been meticulously crafted. Upon reviewing the document, it is evident that the agency, specializing in cultivating internet celebrities and streamers, has designed an exceedingly thorough strategy. Excellent. Tomorrow, Bai Hanyan shall commence her live broadcast on the Shark platform. We shall conduct a trial run. After perusing the details, Yichun nodded in satisfaction. Recently, Yilin Entertainment has shifted its focus to Shark Live, as competition on Douyin is exceedingly fierce. If Bai Hanyan streams on the Shark platform, she will be able to better leverage the agency's various resources. Very well, I will arrange for Bai Hanyan to broadcast on Shark tomorrow. Yang Shuimin nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and the following day, under the directive of Yin Baimei, Ling Xier filmed several videos, all of which were aimed at slandering Yichun, casting aspersions upon his character. In Ling Xier's portrayal, Yichun became a tyrannical boss, coercing female employees into drinking, withholding wages, and behaving wantonly within the company. Although she knew this was fabricated, Ling Xier felt no remorse whatsoever. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated and arrogant she became. Yichun, just you wait. You've dismissed me, haven't you? Humph. Once these videos are finalized, coupled with Yin Baimei's connections, neither you nor your Yilin Entertainment will be able to remain in Jiazhou. Yichun, prepare to leave Jiangzhou. For a time, Ling Xier reveled in her vindictive schemes against Yichun. In the evening, Ling Xier commenced her live broadcast on the Shark platform. Thanks to her prior fan base and Yin Baimei's promotional efforts, her stream quickly became lively. User by ES Sky sent an airplane in Ling Xier's live stream. User sorry. It's me sent a super rocket in Ling Xier's live stream. User I'm not the future subscribed to Ling Xier's live stream. Various gifts flooded the screen. Within mere minutes, Ling Xier's live stream garnered an audience exceeding 500,000. With the added resources from Yilin Entertainment and several featured spots, her viewership skyrocketed past 1 million. Besides her loyal fans, a plethora of new admirers were drawn in by her rising fame, transforming Ling Xier's live stream into a vibrant spectacle. Meanwhile, Bai Hanyan also initiated her live broadcast on the Shark platform. As a newcomer, her stream initially attracted a modest audience of only 1,000 or 2,000 viewers shortly after starting. During this occasion, it was Bai Hanyan's inaugural live broadcast. To alleviate her anxiety and minimize psychological pressure, Yilin Entertainment did not allocate an abundance of resources, merely providing a few modest endorsements. Consequently, Bai Hanyan's popularity stabilized at around 10 to 20,000. Gradually, she acclimatized herself and sang earnestly. Under the direction of the supervisor from Yuan Yin Entertainment, Ling Xier commenced her PK battles. With effortless grace, she triumphed over her opponents in 3 or 4 consecutive rounds, much to the pride of her fans in the live stream. After concluding the 4th PK, Ling Xier once again selected the random PK option, initiating her 5th challenge. Meanwhile, as it was her first live broadcast, Bai Hanyan was also experimenting with various endeavors, including PK battles. Out of curiosity, she too opted for the random PK option. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 6 or 7 seconds, the random PK commenced. However, once the PK began, Bai Hanyan was taken aback as she recognized her opponent across the screen, none other than Ling Xier. Chapter 35, The God of Wealth. Please accept my submission. Not only was Bai Hanyan taken aback, but Ling Xier was also struck with astonishment. How is this possible? What a coincidence! Bai Hanyan. In a random PK, she unexpectedly encounters this despicable person. Ling Xier had long harbored animosity towards both Bai Hanyan and Yi Chen. If it weren't for Bai Hanyan's interference last time, she wouldn't have acted so arrogant. Ling Xiao attributed all her audacity to Bai Hanyan, absolving herself of any responsibility. Family. That female streamer opposite is not a good person. Attack her. Before Bai Hanyan could react, Ling Xier had already begun inciting the audience. Although she yearned to hurl insults at Bai Hanyan directly, this being her first live broadcast on the Shark platform, she was cautious not to expose her brash personality, as it would undermine her carefully crafted persona. Thus, Ling Xier resorted to subtle sarcasm. What? That female streamer isn't a good person? If Sierra says so, there must be a reason behind it. Brothers, let us score some points. User, I just like Maserati sends a plane in Ling Xier's live stream. User, my tomorrow and the day after are missing sends a rocket in Ling Xier's live stream. User la 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 sends a super rocket in Ling Xier's live stream. In an instant, gifts began to flood in for Ling Xier. The plane was valued at 100, the rocket at 500, and the super rocket at 2,000. The PK scores between Ling Xier and Bai Hanyan rapidly widened. 26,000, 0. The score in the PK is 10 times the value of the gifts. Ling Xier received 2,600 in gifts, equating to 26,000 points, while Bai Hanyan stood at a mere 0 points. Ling Xier continued to play the victim, vehemently criticizing Bai Hanyan. The fans in Ling Xier's live stream immediately felt sympathy for her and began to shower her with gifts. Before long, the PK score transformed into 102866, 0, with Ling Xier's popularity soaring to 1.5 million, while Bai Hanyan languished with only 20,000. Furthermore, due to Ling Xier's lamentations, her audience had begun to perceive Bai Hanyan as a duplicitous seductress. Some even ventured into Bai Hanyan's live stream to stir the pot with scornful mockery. Goodness, the current duplicitous seductresses are utterly revolting. How dare someone like you stream on the Shark platform? Get out of Shark Live. Initially nervous about her first live broadcast, Bai Hanyan now felt even more wronged as she faced slander and manipulation. After a while of playing the victim, Ling Xier's face blossomed with a hint of triumph as she observed the rising score. What a farce! Ling Xier scoffed internally, noting that her score was nearing 200,000 while Bai Hanyan remained at 0. What significance does Bai Hanyan hold? Watching the popularity in her live stream steadily rise, Ling Xier felt elated. It appeared that her inaugural broadcast on the Shark platform was indeed a resounding success. Disregarding the earlier events, in the brief span of 2 to 3 minutes during the competition with Bai Hanyan, she received gifts worth over 20,000. Today, she aims to surpass Bai Hanyan and establish herself as one of the prominent streamers on the Shark platform. Meanwhile, in Bai Hanyan's streaming room, her few loyal fans were initially defending her. However, due to the overwhelming number of viewers on Ling Xier's side, these supporters found themselves unable to contend with the crowd. The atmosphere in Bai Hanyan's stream quickly descended into chaos. 0 points. What are you even competing for? Who do you think you are, daring to disrespect our Xier? Not a single viewer has gifted anything. Oh dear, 257639. 0 points? Haha, you should just leave the Shark platform. Observing the scores of the competition, Ling Xien's fans felt emboldened and began to mercilessly mock Bai Hanyan. Just then, a dramatic change occurred in Bai Hanyan's PK value. User, I truly have no interest in money. Send a super rocket in Bai Hanyan stream. User, I truly have no interest in money. Send a super rocket in Bai Hanyan stream 2. User, I truly have no interest in money. Send a super rocket in Bai Hanyan stream 3. Ultimately, the data settled at 100 super rockets, totaling a staggering 200,000 in gifts. The PK score also underwent a monumental shift. 267,899. 200,000. Over 200,000, surpassing 2 million. Witnessing the sudden change in scores, everyone was left bewildered, particularly Ling Xier and her fans, who were rendered speechless. Previously, those in Ling Xier's stream had been taunting Bai Hanyan for her lack of gifts, for her 0 score. Now, in the blink of an eye, the PK score had undergone a complete transformation. The opposing side boasted 2 million points, effortlessly crushing their own. Ling Xier was equally stunned, utterly perplexed by the situation. 2 million points equated to 200,000. How had Bai Hanyan suddenly received gifts worth that much? The sense of superiority Ling Xier had felt moments ago dissipated entirely. The gifting of super rockets displayed prominently across the Shark platform quickly attracted viewers drawn by curiosity. Wow, the young lady is stunning. Is this the kind of beauty one should expect in the mortal realm? She must be a celestial being descended to Earth. Such a beautiful young lady. I have followed her. As these viewers entered Bai Hanyan's stream, many were struck by her beauty and began to express their astonishment in the chat. Of course, a significant portion of the audience came to pay homage to the wealthy benefactor. Another affluent patron has emerged in Shark Live. I truly have no interest in money. What an impressive name. Wealthy benefactor, please accept my admiration. As these viewers entered, they began showering praise upon the enigmatic benefactor. And who was this mysterious figure? You may wonder. It was, of course, Yichun. Upon witnessing the fierce competition between Bai Hanyan and Ling Xier in the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest, a new challenge emerged. The call to assist his employee, Bai Hanyan, in triumphing over Ling Xier's audacity was irresistible. The reward for this challenge was none other than a world-class hypercar, the Koenigsegg Agera. The Koenigsegg Agera, a pinnacle of automotive excellence, is valued at over 26 million. Faced with such an enticing challenge, Yichun was quick to accept. Acquiring a Koenigsegg is not merely a matter of wealth. It often necessitates a reservation months in advance, sometimes even longer. Furthermore, regardless of the challenge, Yichun would have been compelled to act, as Bai Hanyan is indeed one of his own. Yichun recalled the long-term challenge task released by the game. Nurturing Bai Hanyan into a superstar could yield a reward exceeding 15 billion. Additionally, he possessed a powerful asset. Previously, he had exchanged for a tenfold rebate card from the game's marketplace, with a cap of 30 million. This meant that an expenditure of merely 300,000 would grant him a reward of 30 million. With the card nearing its expiration, the timing was impeccable. Bai Hanyan's live stream began to surge in popularity due to the 100 super rockets, swiftly surpassing 1 million and continuing to climb. After a brief wait, Yichun noticed that the PK scores had stagnated. Ling Xier and her audience exhaled in relief, believing that with some effort, they could still hope to surpass the 200,000 gift mark. Come on, family. We must prevail. Ling Xier feigned distress, pleading for gifts. However, before she could finish her appeal, the PK scores underwent a dramatic shift. 278, 690 to 10, 000, 000, over 200,000 against 10 million. Chapter 36. What does it mean to dominate? Observing the sudden fluctuation in scores, Ling Xier and all her viewers were left in a state of bewilderment. 10 million points? That equates to a gift worth 1 million. Just moments ago, the opposing score was 2 million. How did it plummet to 10 million so abruptly? This meant an astonishing 800,000 in gifts had been dispatched all at once. As Ling Xier and her audience grappled with their astonishment, Bai Hanyan's live stream erupted with excitement. User, I am truly uninterested in money. Sending 100 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live stream. User, I am truly uninterested in money. Sending 200 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live stream. Ultimately, it culminated in 400 super rockets. Incredible! The user I am truly uninterested in money is astonishing. A true tycoon. I have finally encountered a genuine magnate. The audience in Bai Hanyan's stream was awestruck by the grandeur of I am truly uninterested in money. Typically, gifts valued at 2,000 yuan are sent one by one. Today, they witnessed something extraordinary. The magnate sent 100 at once, truly impressive. Due to these 400 super rockets, countless viewers from the Shark platform surged into Bai Hanyan's live stream, eager to pay homage to the tycoon. In Shark Live, the influence of top-tier magnates is comparable to that of prominent streamers. The opposing streamer is merely a pretender, with just over 200,000 points. She dares to mock our host. Look at us now, we have reached 10 million points. I recognize that Ling Xier. She is the internet celebrity from Douyin, previously embroiled in scandal. The influx of viewers into Bai Hanyan's stream immediately rallied to her side, launching a counterattack. The tide began to turn. The once arrogant fans of Ling Xier found themselves at a loss for words, unable to respond. Some viewers even recognized Ling Xier, recalling her questionable character from her days at Yilin Entertainment, but the agency had suppressed the news at the time. Yet, many were aware, and now some had identified her. Supervisor, I have encountered a dilemma. May I request the company to allocate some funds to bolster the situation? On the other side, under the relentless pressure from Bai Hanyan, Ling Xier could no longer withstand the onslaught. Thus, she began to plead for assistance from her superior at Yuanyan Entertainment. All right, I will arrange for someone immediately. The supervisor of Yuanyan Entertainment accessed Ling Xier's live stream, grasped the situation, and promptly made contact. This supervisor intended to utilize company funds to send gifts to support Ling Xier, a common tactic in nurturing streamers. Before long, Ling Xier's live stream was awash with a flurry of gifts. In the vibrant atmosphere of Ling Xier's live stream, The user Yuan Yin Tian Xia Wudi generously gifted a multitude of super rockets, first 100, then 200, and subsequently 300. Soon, the official account of Yuan Yin Entertainment began showering Ling Xier with extravagant gifts, utilizing several high-tier accounts specifically designated to support their affiliated streamers, creating an impressive spectacle. Before long, Ling Xier received gifts valued at 1 million, propelling her PK score to over 10 million, allowing her to surpass Bai Hanyan. The audience erupted in excitement. Exclaiming their admiration for Ling Xier, their spirits lifted as they witnessed her score regain the lead. A smile graced Ling Xier's face, her pride intact. The substantial gifts attracted a surge of viewers to her stream, elevating its popularity to 4 million. Meanwhile, Bai Hanyan's audience appeared somewhat disheartened by Ling Xier's resurgence. Rather than resting on her laurels after overtaking Bai Hanyan, Ling Xier pressed forward, ultimately receiving an additional 500,000 in gifts. Her PK score soared to over 15 million. The representatives from Yuan Yin Entertainment ceased their generous contributions after reaching 1,500,000, deeming it a satisfactory sum given their limited liquid assets. Although they were not a small company, their financial resources were constrained, especially with several prominent streamers under their wing who also required support. 1,500,000 was deemed the absolute limit. With the influx of 500,000 from the company, Ling Xier's confidence soared to new heights. She looked down upon her competitors and their audience, mocking them with disdain. The viewers on Bai Hanyan's side felt a mix of indignation and helplessness, unable to match such lavish spending. They could only silently endure Ling Xier's taunts. Just as she was poised to deliver more scorn, the PK scores shifted once more. 15298766. 20 million. Ling Xier found herself once again overwhelmed. In the live broadcast of Bai Hanyan, the audience witnessed the remarkable generosity of Yi Chun, who presented gifts worth 1 million. Bai Hanyan, in turn, overwhelmed Ling Xier with gifts totaling 2 million, far surpassing Ling Xier's 1.5 million. The sentiment of indifference towards wealth echoed through the comments. Celebrating the prowess of this affluent benefactor, countless viewers expressed their admiration for Yi Chun, believing they had encountered a true financial titan. As the PK competition drew to a close, with merely 2 or 3 minutes remaining, Ling Xier found herself in a state of utter bewilderment. Would she truly be overshadowed by that insufferable Bai Hanyan? No, she was determined to triumph, resolutely vowing to win. Ling Xier reached out to her supervisor, Manager Zhao. You must believe me, 2 million is undoubtedly their upper limit. If we can secure an additional 50,000, we will surely clinch victory in this PK. This contest is not merely between me and that wretched Bai Hanyan. It also reflects on the prestige of our Yuan Yin Entertainment Company against the Yilin Agency. A victory here would yield significant promotional benefits, she explained. Manager Zhao, understanding the gravity of the situation, realized that the Yilin Agency was in a comparable position. 2 million was indeed their threshold. They could not possibly exceed that amount. Spurred by Ling Xier's compelling argument, he felt compelled to act. This was not simply a personal contest. It was a battle for the dignity of their respective companies. Victory was paramount. In the end, Manager Zhao managed to discreetly gather the additional 50,000, despite it being against company policy. He understood that if they emerged victorious, all would be well. However, a loss would bear consequences for both him and Ling Xier. Are you certain that their limit is just 2 million? He inquired, filled with trepidation. I am certain. Ling Xier replied, her judgment clouded by envy and animosity. Her singular focus was on defeating Bai Hanyan, indifferent to all else. Very well, he conceded, gritting his teeth as he transferred the final 50,000 to Ling Xier. 200299998. 20 million. Ling Xier surged ahead once more. Chapter 37. The joy of acquiring a world-class supercar. Ling Xier's radiant smile reappeared, and the viewers in her live stream straightened their postures. However, before they could bask in their joy, the score fluctuated once more. 200299998. 30 million. User, I have no interest in money. I activated the noble, Super Emperor in Bai Hanyan's live stream. User, I have no interest in money. I renewed the Super Emperor for 1 month in Bai Hanyan's live stream. User, I have no interest in money. I renewed the Super Emperor for 2 months in Bai Hanyan's live stream. The Super Emperor is the highest noble rank on the Shark platform, requiring an investment of 180,000. Following that, the monthly renewal costs 120,000. Yi Chun found the process of gifting cumbersome and opted to directly activate the Super Emperor rank. After a few months of renewal, he gifted a few additional items, ultimately exhausting the balance of his tenfold cashback card. Meanwhile, Baihanyan's PK score soared to 30 million. 200-29998 3000000. As she witnessed the PK score change yet again, Ling Sierra was utterly bewildered. How could this be? How did Baihanyan manage to gift another million? She felt completely overwhelmed. This was disastrous. She was utterly defeated. Ling Sierra's face turned ashen, and she surrendered entirely. PK concluded. Congratulations to the streamer Baihanyan for winning this PK match. At that moment, the PK ended, and Baihanyan triumphed with a staggering advantage of 10 million. Not only did Ling Sierra lose, but her audience was also left in profound disappointment. It was humiliating. Consequently, viewers began to exit Ling Sierra's live stream en masse. The once thriving audience of millions dwindled to merely 50 or 60,000. Ling Sierra. Upon seeing the PK results on his phone, Supervisor Zhao erupted in fury. He took a considerable risk and gifted Ling Sierra an additional 500,000, yet she was still crushed by the competition. Hadn't Ling Sierra claimed that 2 million was the opponent's limit? How could they possibly gift another million? This was an enormous embarrassment. Not only had Ling Sierra lost, but her agency, Yuan Yin, had also suffered a blow to its reputation. Following this defeat, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the company. Ling Sierra, too, was not in a better position. After the loss, she received a call from Supervisor Zhao, who immediately unleashed a torrent of criticism upon her. Ling Sierra, chastised by Zhao's tirade, finally snapped out of her daze. Fear gripped her. Having misled Zhao into gifting her an additional 500,000, she knew she would face consequences. As expected, shortly thereafter, Ling Sierra received a call from the upper management of her company. She promptly terminated her live stream. This marked the first time Ling Sierra announced her defeat on the Shark platform, an event riddled with humiliation that also tarnished Yuan Yan's image. As Ling Sierra hastily closed her stream, the audience on Baihanyan's side erupted in exuberance. Their spirits ignited. The Emperor of Wealth was magnificent, and a single PK. They had gifted 3 million, truly remarkable. The Money Emperor is truly a figure of immense wealth. The title bestowed upon Yichen by others is a mark of their respect. Recently, Yichen activated the Noble Super Emperor feature, thus earning the moniker of Emperor. Consequently, he gained the additional title of Money Emperor. Countless viewers have prostrated themselves in admiration of the Money Emperor. At this moment, the popularity of Baihanyan's live stream has surged, surpassing 10 million viewers, making it the most popular broadcast during this time slot on Shark Live. Seizing this momentum, Baihanyan commenced singing, captivating many viewers and prompting them to follow her account. Within a mere few minutes, her follower count skyrocketed from 0 to several hundred thousand. This surge was partly due to her own appeal and also influenced by the presence of the illustrious Money Emperor. While Baihanyan was singing, Yichen began to assess his gains. He received a bank notification stating that his account had been credited with 30 million, leaving him with a balance of 33 million. After deducting the 3 million he had spent today, Yichen's profit amounted to 27 million. He then launched the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Challenge completed. Congratulations! You have received a world-class hypercar, a Koenigsegg Agera, now parked in your villa garage. Please check it. The challenge was successfully accomplished. Upon investigation, Yichen discovered that the domestic price of a Koenigsegg Agera was 26,500,000, not including additional options. To purchase such a vehicle, one would likely need over 30 million due to various add-ons. With 27 million in funds and a hypercar priced at over 30 million, Yichen conservatively estimated his earnings to be around 60 million. Remarkably, he had only spent 3 million but earned 60 million, a staggering profit of 20 times his investment. Yichen welcomed the prospect of such occurrences happening frequently. If it were to happen daily for a few months, he could become a billionaire. The game indicated that his Koenigsegg Agera was now in the garage, prompting Yichen to go take a look. This marked his first acquisition of a top-tier hypercar. A Koenigsegg, widely recognized as one of the finest in the world, while cars like Ferrari and Lamborghini can occasionally be seen in bustling areas. Vehicles of the caliber of Koenigsegg and Bugatti are so rare that many individuals go their entire lives without encountering one, let alone owning one. Now, as a freshman in college, Yichen found himself the proud owner of a Koenigsegg. Such hypercars, valued in the tens of millions, are beyond the reach of many affluent individuals. While those with substantial wealth might invest millions, the thought of spending such an amount on a single vehicle is often unfathomable. As hypercars are merely toys for amusement, ordinary wealthy individuals would hesitate to frivolously allocate millions for entertainment unless they possessed extraordinary financial resources. Soon, Yichen arrived at his garage. Upon entering, Yi Chun was immediately captivated by his brand new Koenigsegg Agera. This sleek, black masterpiece exuded a sense of power and elegance, strikingly handsome beyond measure. In comparison, his former Ferrari seemed rather mundane. Truly, it is a testament to the pinnacle of hypercars. A vehicle valued at 20 to 30 million naturally cannot be ordinary. Yi Chun was exceedingly pleased with his Koenigsegg Agera. After admiring the car, he returned to the villa, where the atmosphere in Bai Han's live stream had settled into a serene quiet. It was not that the audience had departed. Rather, they were intently listening to Bai Han's melodious singing. One cannot deny her remarkable vocal prowess. She indeed possesses the potential to become a talented singer. The popularity of her live stream stabilized at around 3 to 4 million viewers. Given the absence of extravagant gifts flooding the chat, maintaining such an audience was already impressive. Although it was her inaugural live stream, Bai Han's talent was unmistakably evident. Consequently, she had successfully ascended to the ranks of prominent streamers on the Shark platform. Her debut on Shark was remarkably successful, a result that even the higher-ups at Yilin Entertainment did not anticipate. Sometimes, even with substantial resources at their disposal, they could not achieve such results. The influence of a wealthy benefactor was undeniable. Without Yi Chun, this outcome would not have been so splendid. Initially, Yilin Entertainment's plan was to allow Bai Han to acclimate with a modest following of 1,000 and a few tens of thousands of viewers. They intended to let her adapt for a few days before providing her with various resources. However, they were astonished by the unfolding situation. After a brief discussion, the executives unanimously resolved to allocate several promotional resources to Bai Han the following day, embarking on an earnest endeavor to cultivate her into one of the top streamers on Shark. Late into the night, the Yilin Entertainment team convened to deliberate. Yi Chun, watching Bai Han's live stream, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The day's results surpassed his expectations. If future endeavors proceeded as smoothly, it was likely that within a year, Bai Han could emerge as a leading singer. Yi Chun envisioned the prospect of 1.5 billion beckoning towards him. Splendid, indeed. After listening for a while, Yi Chun exited Bai Han's live stream. Just then, he received an unexpected phone call. Chapter 38. I have heard that you are acquainted with a prominent figure known as Brother Chen. Is it you, Brother Chen? Yi Chun answered the phone, and a young man's voice resonated from the other end. This is Yi Chun. Brother Chen, it's Xiao Huang Hai, from the bar. The young man introduced himself. Upon hearing the introduction, Yi Chun recalled Huang Hai. A few days prior, a chubby friend had invited Yi Chun out, and at the bar, Huang Hai was utterly astonished by Yi Chun's black card. Thus, Yi Chun became acquainted with this affluent young master from Jiazhou. What is the matter? Well, Brother Chen, there's a gathering tomorrow night, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. Huang Hai clarified his intentions. Tomorrow night? Yi Chun pondered. It seemed he had no prior commitments. Please, Brother Chen, do not decline. I have shared your remarkable story with a few friends, and they are eager to witness your presence. Huang Hai earnestly implored. All right, Yi Chun acquiesced, as he had no plans for the following evening and could indulge in some leisure. Thank you, Brother Chen. Huang Hai exhaled with relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He was apprehensive about Yi Chun's potential refusal. After confirming the time and location, Huang Hai continued, Brother Chen, I want to take up more of your time. We shall see each other tomorrow night. After hanging up, Yi Chun proceeded to freshen up and prepare for rest. The following evening, he drove his Koenigsegg Agera straight to the agreed-upon location with Huang Hai. Meanwhile, at a private estate on the outskirts of Jiangzhou, numerous young elites and wealthy heiresses gathered. Inside the estate, Huang Hai was engaged in conversation with a few friends. Old Huang, are you certain that Brother Chen will attend tonight? One friend inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Of course, I just spoke with Brother Chen, and he's already en route. Huang Hai confidently responded. Are you sure this Brother Chen is impressive? I have never heard of him during my time in Jiazhou. Another friend asked, intrigued. Absolutely. Brother Chen resides in Villa No. 8 of Lingyun Tiangong. Isn't that remarkable? Huang Hai declared with pride. Knowing someone of Brother Chen's stature allowed him to boast for quite some time. What? This Brother Chen lives in Villa No. 8 of Lingyun Tiangong? His friends were taken aback by Huang Hai's revelation. As young elites in Jiangzhou, they were well acquainted with the luxurious estates in the area. Villa No. 8 in the Lingyun Tiangong estate was among the most prestigious. Villas No. 1, 6, 11, and 18 were also renowned, with the owners of villas No. 6 and 18 being well-known figures in Jiangzhou. Now, the Brother Chen spoken of by Huang Hai, residing in Villa No. 8, undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of significant personalities. Brother Huang, when you meet Chen later, could you kindly introduce me? Several friends of Huang Hai implored. Of course, it's a trivial matter. Chen is quite a congenial person. Huang Hai nodded in agreement. As they engaged in conversation within the estate, the distinctive roar of a supercar echoed through the air. Soon, under the gaze of the onlookers, a white supercar sped into view and gradually came to a halt before Huang Hai and his companions. Is that a Lamborghini Aventador? The legendary beast, the young men exclaimed in astonishment as they beheld the magnificent vehicle. It was not merely any supercar that had stopped before them, but a Lamborghini Aventador, often referred to as the Big Bull. The Aventador's price tag is exorbitant, typically ranging from 7 to 9 million. It is a dream car for many young men. And these wealthy scions were no exception, gazing at the Lamborghini with envy. At that moment, their curiosity piqued. They wondered who the owner of this stunning Lamborghini could be. As they marveled, the doors of the Aventador swung open, and a slender young man emerged. Zheng Yuanliang? Young Master Zheng? The group gasped in surprise, recognizing him immediately. This young man, Zheng Yuanyang, was also a prominent figure from Jiangzhou, hailing from a family worth billions. However, he was famously at odds with Huang Hai, nearly rivals in every sense. Huang Hai was particularly taken aback upon seeing Zheng Yuanliang alight from the Lamborghini. When had he acquired such a luxurious vehicle? Huang Hai pondered in confusion, recalling that his own car had been comparable, a supercar worth 4 to 5 million. He never expected Zheng Yuanyang to purchase a Lamborghini Aventador, which cost several million more. Immediately, Huang Hai felt overshadowed. What do you think of my bull? Zheng Yuanyang said with a smile, leaning against his Lamborghini Aventador. Impressive. Brother Liang, you're incredible. Truly the legendary beast, it's so eye-catching. The onlookers exclaimed, their admiration palpable. Hearing such praises, Zheng Yuanyang's smile widened even further. The purchase had indeed been worthwhile. The allure of a supercar, aside from personal preference, was to impress and evoke envy. Now, with his Lamborghini Aventador causing quite a stir, he felt justified in the extravagant expenditure. Brother Liang, how much did this beauty cost you? One of the young men inquired. Oh, not much, just over 9 million. Zheng Yuanliang replied nonchalantly. Zheng Yuanliang spoke with an air of nonchalance. Over 9 million. His Lamborghini Aventador exceeds 900,000. Truly remarkable. The gathering of affluent young men was once again astounded. Brother Liang is formidable. Brother Liang, do take your little brothers along sometime. Several young gentlemen began to flatter Zheng Yuanyang unreservedly. As for the wealthy young ladies in attendance, their eyes sparkled with interest upon seeing Zheng Yuanyang. Wealth is indeed a significant advantage. Old Huang, what do you think of my car? Zheng Yuanliang asked with unabashed pride as he admired his Lamborghini Aventador. It's decent. Huang Hai replied, forcing a smile. Oh, merely decent? If I recall correctly, your vehicle is a sports car worth over 400,000, isn't it? Zheng Yuanyang remarked with a hint of insinuation. Hearing this, Huang Hai's face flushed crimson. His companions also lowered their heads in embarrassment. Ah, by the way, I remember you boasting recently about knowing some big shot, someone named Brother Chen, right? Zheng Yuanyang interjected, suddenly recalling something. Chapter 39. If you possess the ability, why not have your esteemed Brother Chen arrive in a more impressive supercar? What is the matter? Huang Hai retorted. If my memory serves me well, the Brother Chen you mentioned drives a Ferrari worth 5 million, doesn't he? Zheng Yuanyang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. For someone who drives a $5 million Ferrari, you dare to call him brother? Then what should I call myself, considering I possess a Lamborghini Aventador worth over 9 million? Should I be addressed as father or perhaps grandfather? Zheng Yuanliang smiled mockingly. You. Huang Hai was instantly infuriated. Zheng, watch your words, he said sternly to Zheng Yuanyang. Zheng Yuanyang dismissed it, claiming it was of no consequence. After all, his vehicle could not compare to Zheng Yuanyang's. However, Brother Chen was his idol, and he could not allow Zheng Yuanyang to belittle him. Hey, Zheng Yuanyang, unfazed, merely scoffed. To consider a person who drives a $5 million Ferrari as a significant figure, how naive or foolish can one be? Zheng Yuanyang held both Huang Hai and the so-called Brother Chen in contempt. A mere $5 million Ferrari? What significance does that hold? It does not even compare to him. So how could such a person be deemed important? Brother Chen? Merely a joke. You. Huang Hai trembled with rage. Several of his friends kept their heads down, feeling furious yet unable to counter Zheng Yuanyang's words. They were not acquainted with Brother Chen at that moment. Brother Liang is right. A person who drives a $5 million Ferrari is no better than us, not even a fraction of Brother Liang's worth. Why call him Brother Chen? He is unworthy of such a title. Let us refer to him as Little Chen instead. A few onlookers, eager to please Zheng Yuanyang, chimed in. After all, Brother Chen was not present. What harm was there in mocking him? As long as they could curry favor with Zheng Yuanyang, they would even agree to insult their own ancestors. Huang Hai, your taste is truly lacking, Zheng Yuanliang remarked once more, critiquing Huang Hai. Allow me to introduce you to what constitutes a significant figure, Zheng Yuanyang said with an air of mystery. Recently, he had made the acquaintance of a prominent individual, young Master Fang. In the presence of young Master Fang, Huang Hai's brother Chen would be nothing more than an insignificant insect. Upon hearing Zheng Yuanliang's words, the crowd fell into a state of confusion, uncertain of what to make of it. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed in the distance. A yellow supercar was approaching the estate. My goodness, what is that? One wealthy young man immediately recognized the supercar and exclaimed in awe. Everyone turned to follow his gaze, spotting the striking yellow supercar. What kind of car is that? It looks so dazzling. Indeed, it appears quite magnificent. I wish to own one too. I would love to drive it on the road. It would surely attract everyone's attention. Someone mused. You think you could buy one? Do you even know what kind of car that is? Can you afford it? At the outset, the young gentleman scoffed. What car? What kind of car is that? The crowd, puzzled, inquired further. That is a McLaren P1, priced at a staggering 13 million, and with taxes and fees, it may well reach 15 million. The mere mention of this price caused everyone to swallow hard. Although many had never heard of the McLaren P1, the figure of 15 million was indeed startling. A supercar worth 15 million? Good heavens. Today, they finally beheld the legendary multi-million-dollar supercar. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the McLaren P1, valued at over $1 million, gracefully came to a halt beside a Lamborghini. Upon seeing the McLaren P1 stop, Zheng Yuanyang hurriedly approached with eager steps. As the car door swung open, a defiant young man emerged. Young Master Fang, you have arrived, Zheng Yuanyang exclaimed, brimming with flattery. Allow me to introduce you all. This is Fang Hongxiu, the heir of the Fang Group. Upon learning the identity of the audacious young man, the crowd was taken aback. The Fang Group, a colossal enterprise in Jiangzhou, boasts a market value exceeding 10 billion. They could hardly believe that this audacious figure was the son of the chairman and the future successor of the Fang Group. This is the significant figure I wanted to introduce to you, Zheng Yuanyang proclaimed with pride. The crowd reacted with a sense of awe. This was indeed a true heavyweight. Huang Hai and his friends were left speechless. They had never anticipated that the esteemed individual Zheng Yuanyang spoke of was none other than the heir of the Fang Group. Truly, he was someone to whom they could only aspire. Greetings, young Master Fang. You are quite handsome. The gathered young gentlemen and affluent ladies flocked around, showering Fang Hongxiu with compliments. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuanyang approached Huang Hai with an air of superiority. Old Huang, do you see? This is a true heavyweight, he said with a tone laced with sarcasm. Young Master Fang drives a McLaren P1 worth over $1 million, far surpassing your friend Chen in every conceivable way. From now on, refrain from casually addressing anyone as brother. With young Master Fang backing him, Zheng Yuanliang felt emboldened to mock Huang Hai without restraint. The friends of Huang Hai seethed with indignation at Zheng Yuanliang's taunts but dared not retaliate, especially with the heir of the Fang Group present. Zheng Yuanyang, do not be so arrogant. Chen is quite formidable as well, Huang Hai retorted, taking a deep breath. Oh, is that so? Your Chen is formidable, is he? Zheng Yuanyang scoffed dismissively. Well then, since your Chen is so impressive, let him drive a car more extraordinary than young Master Fang's McLaren P1. Zheng Yuanliang countered with unwavering confidence. As long as that esteemed Chen Ge can drive a car more formidable than the McLaren P1 owned by Fang Xiao, I shall humbly call him brother on my knees. I would even gift him my newly acquired Lamborghini Aventador, worth over 9 million. Aware that the Chen Ge spoken of by Huang Hai is utterly incapable of such a feat, Zheng Yuanyang boldly proclaimed his challenge, provoked by Zheng Yuanliang's audacity. Huang Hai trembled with indignation. Though he yearned to defend Chen Ge, he found himself powerless, despite Chen Ji's undeniable prowess. His humility shone through as he merely drove a few millions worth Ferrari, which pales in comparison to Fang Xiao's extravagant McLaren P1, priced over 10 million. What is the matter? Lost for words? Haha. Zheng Yuanliang's arrogance only intensified, just as he reveled in his boastful laughter. An exceptionally sleek black supercar gradually rolled into the estate. Chapter 40. The astonished crowd. My goodness, am I dreaming? A young gentleman was the first to spot the sleek black supercar, exclaiming in disbelief. Hearing this, the others turned their heads in curiosity. Upon seeing it, they were left utterly speechless. Is this the legendary Koenigsegg? Someone asked, their voice trembling. Indeed, this is the fabled Koenigsegg. Moreover, it appears to be a Koenigsegg Agera priced at over 20 million, nearing 30 million. A young man who was well-versed in supercars confidently replied. A Koenigsegg Agera? 20 million. Nearly 30 million? At that moment, the crowd's astonishment transformed into sheer shock. They had previously considered a supercar worth over 10 million to be exceptional. Little did they expect to encounter a supercar valued at 20 to 30 million. Such a sum could easily purchase an exquisite villa in Jiangzhou. Everyone was profoundly struck by the price of this Koenigsegg Agera. Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai were also momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the Koenigsegg Agera. Undoubtedly, this vehicle was breathtakingly magnificent. Even the striking McLaren P1 that Feng Xiao had showcased earlier paled in comparison to the Koenigsegg Agera. To illustrate the disparity, one could almost acquire two McLaren P1s for the price of a single Koenigsegg Agera. Such is the difference. Gulping, Zheng Yuanliang stared at the Koenigsegg Agera with wide, envious eyes. This supercar was astonishingly elegant, akin to a black spectre, exuding an unparalleled charisma. Not only Zheng Yuanliang, but even Feng Hongxiu, who typically regarded others with disdain, displayed an unmistakable envy in his eyes upon gazing at the Koenigsegg Agera. Whose esteemed possession is this Koenigsegg Agera? No one knew, but it was undoubtedly owned by a significant figure, for one could hardly drive a legendary Koenigsegg Agera without considerable wealth. Everyone present was filled with immense curiosity regarding the identity of the Koenigsegg Agera's owner. Ultimately, the black Koenigsegg Agera slowly came to a halt beside the McLaren P1. The car door gracefully ascended, capturing the undivided attention of all. A remarkably handsome young man emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing the owner of the Koenigsegg Agera, the young gentlemen and wealthy ladies present were astonished. Not a single one of them recognized this illustrious figure. Wait. Upon seeing the emerging handsome young man, Huang Hai covered her mouth in disbelief. Isn't this Chen Gu? Chen Gu has driven a Koenigsegg Agera here? My heavens! After a brief moment of astonishment, Huang Hai quickly jogged over. Chen Gu, you have arrived, she said with great respect. Upon hearing Huang Hai refer to the owner of the Koenigsegg, everyone was taken aback. Brother Chen? This owner of the Koenigsegg was indeed the illustrious Brother Chen that Huang Hai had often mentioned. Most of those present had heard Huang Hai speak of this Brother Chen, but few believed that he could be such a significant figure. However, they soon realized their grave error. How could a person driving a Koenigsegg Agera worth tens of millions not be a person of stature? They finally accepted Huang Hai's words. Meanwhile, a few of Huang Hai's friends, who had initially kept their heads down, now wore expressions of delight. It turned out that the Brother Chen spoken of by old Huang was indeed a prominent figure. They shared in Huang Hai's pride. After enduring the ridicule of Zheng Yuanliang moments before, they felt vindicated now that Brother Chen had arrived in his Koenigsegg. Amongst the crowd, Zheng Yuanliang appeared the most astonished. He could not have fathomed that the Brother Chen, whom Huang Hai had mentioned, would arrive in a multi-million-dollar Koenigsegg. Zheng Yuanliang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, clearly shaken. Particularly when he recalled the bold declaration he had made earlier, his fear intensified. He had boasted that if the so-called Brother Chen arrived in a car more impressive than the McLaren P1, he would kneel and call him brother. He had even offered to give away his recently purchased Lamborghini worth over 9 million. The thought of parting with his Lamborghini was something he would regret for a lifetime. As his anxiety grew, Zheng Yuanliang began to retreat, seeking to distance himself from the scene. However, Huang Hai quickly spotted him. Come here, old Zheng. What did you just say? You mentioned if Brother Chen arrived in a car more formidable than the McLaren P1, what would you do? Huang Hai inquired. Brother Huang. I was wrong. Zheng Yuanliang repeatedly apologized, clearly reluctant to give up his Lamborghini. Observing Zheng Yuanliang's humiliated demeanor, Huang Hai smirked, recognizing this as the consequence of his earlier arrogance. How about this? Let's forget the Lamborghini, but you must fulfill your other promise. Giving away a car worth over 9 million was surely unrealistic. Even if Zheng Yuanliang agreed, his family would undoubtedly object. It would be troublesome to incite any unnecessary conflict. However, the other vow Zheng Yuanliang made was one he had to keep. Brother Huang, may I? Zheng Yuanliang hesitated, wishing to negotiate. But Huang Hai's expression darkened. Very well. Reluctantly, Zheng Yuanliang had no choice but to comply. It was better to endure embarrassment than to lose the car altogether. Ultimately, With trepidation, Zheng Yuanliang approached Yi Chun. With a gulp, he knelt before Yi Chun and spoke, "Greetings, Brother Chun." Everyone was taken aback by Zheng Yuanliang's actions. Yi Chun, too, was momentarily stunned. "Now, please offer me your New Year greetings. I have not brought any red envelopes." Yi Chun shrugged and lamented. Not to worry, not to worry. Brother Chun, I have brought one." Huang Hai suddenly interjected, approaching with a grin. He produced a lone dollar bill from some hidden recess and promptly thrust it into Zheng Yuanliang's hands. "This is for you, Xiao Liang. No need for change," Huang Hai declared with great generosity. Zheng Yuanliang, left with no choice, accepted the money with a reluctant smile. "Brother Chen, your Koenigsegg is absolutely stunning," exclaimed the onlookers who had previously surrounded Fang Hongxiu, now abandoning him to shower their admiration upon Yi Chen. In the next moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Fang Hongxiu, the heir of the Fang group, strode directly towards Yi Chen. Coming to a halt just 2 or 3 meters away, he stood defiantly before Yi Chen, an air of tension enveloping the scene. "I hereby challenge you," Fang Hongxiu proclaimed, issuing a formal duel to Yi Chen. Chapter 41. Has the mind gone awry? As Fang Hongxiu's words echoed, they left the surrounding crowd in a state of astonishment. Challenging Yi Chen, what was the nature of this challenge? "I concede. Your Koenigsegg Agera surpasses my McLaren P1, yet that does not imply my driving prowess is inferior to yours," Fang Hongxiu stated with measured calmness. "Let us each select 2 vehicles and engage in a contest. Should you emerge victorious, I shall acknowledge your superiority from that moment forth. I shall regard you with utmost respect, and you will be my elder brother. At your behest, I shall comply with any request." Fang Hongxiu articulated his reluctance, aware that his vehicle could not rival Yi Chen's. However, he harbored considerable confidence in his own driving skills. Were it not for familial obligations, he might have pursued a career as a professional racer. Upon hearing Fang Hongxiu's declaration, excitement rippled through the crowd. They were eager to witness a showdown between Yi Chun and Fang Hongxiu, curious to discern whose driving skills would prevail. Undoubtedly, Yi Chun had the superior vehicle, but the mastery of driving remained an open question. Whispers had circulated regarding Fang Hongxiu, the heir of the Fang group, who was reputedly fervent about racing and possessed formidable skills behind the wheel. Zheng Yuanliang, who had just risen to his feet, was momentarily taken aback before his excitement surged. Fang Xiao was a distinguished figure he had invited. Should Fang Xiao triumph over this Chen Gu, it would restore his pride. "Yi Chun, you must accept the challenge," he silently implored. Beside Yi Chen, Huang Hai felt a wave of tension upon hearing Fang Hongxiu's challenge. Chen Gu, Fang Hongxiu is exceptionally skilled. Among the young elites of Jiangzhou, his driving ability ranks among the very best, Huang Hai whispered urgently into Yi Chen's ear. Initially, Yi Chen had little interest in competing with Fang Hongxiu. However, Huang Hai's words piqued his curiosity. Previously, he had acquired top-tier driving skills through gaming, but had yet to test his abilities in a real-world scenario. Now, with Fang Hongxiu, a leading figure in Jiangzhou's racing scene, as a comparison, it presented an ideal opportunity for him to gauge his full potential. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. The atmosphere erupted in fervor as the crowd rallied behind him. "Chen Gu, you are magnificent. Let the race commence." They cheered. A smile spread across Zheng Yuanliang's face. He was well acquainted with Fang Xiao's driving acumen, having witnessed him overpower a professional racer in the past. Now, they would pit Fang Xiao's greatest strength against Yi Chen. Could Fang Xiao truly be defeated? He felt a sense of impending victory. With Fang Xiao's potential triumph, Zheng Yuanliang would no longer fear encounters with Huang Hai. As a young elite of Jiangzhou, racing was a familiar pursuit, and they had designated tracks for such endeavors. Among the assembly, many affluent young men and women had arrived in their supercars. Yi Chun and Fang Hongxiu each selected a vehicle for the contest. Yi Chun opted for a Ferrari, while Fang Hongxiu chose a Lamborghini, both vehicles boasting comparable prices and specifications, thus ensuring a fair competition. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a desolate, rugged road, a favored locale for these affluent young men to engage in exhilarating races. To capture every moment of the event, they had meticulously prepared numerous drones to soar high above, ensuring that every detail of the race would be immortalized on film. Yi Chun, driving a Ferrari, and Fang Hongxiu, in a Lamborghini, reached the starting point. Soon, the race commenced. The Ferrari and Lamborghini shot forward like arrows, racing ahead with fervor. Who do you think will emerge victorious? As they observed the two competitors surge forth, the onlookers, comprising wealthy young men and women, engaged in curious discussions. "I believe Fang will win," one asserted. No, I think you will prevail. He possesses a Koenigsegg. Yet we remain uncertain of his driving prowess. Perhaps Fong is indeed superior. Most present were inclined to believe that Fong Hongxiu would triumph, given his well-recognized skills behind the wheel. They were unaware of Yi Chen's true capabilities. Only a select few, including Huang Hai, held the conviction that Yi Chen would come out on top. Old Huang, what is your take? Zheng Yuanliang inquired with a smile as he approached Huang Hai. Brother Chen will undoubtedly win, Huang Hai replied resolutely. I'm not so sure, Zheng Yuanliang countered, shaking his head. What, do you doubt Brother Chen's abilities? Huang Hai retorted. Zheng Yuanliang quickly shook his head, clarifying, No. Brother Chen's strength is evident to all. While he indeed possesses formidable financial resources, his driving skills remain uncertain. Fong is famously skilled, Zheng Yuanliang hinted. Brother Chen will surely prevail, Huang Hai responded with unwavering conviction. Let us wait and see. Zheng Yuanliang replied confidently, firmly believing in Fong's abilities. At that moment, the drone footage revealed the unfolding competition between Yi Chen and Fong Hongxiu. On the initial stretch of smooth road, their speeds were closely matched. However, as they approached a turn, the gap began to widen. Fong Hongxiu's prowess was undeniable, his drifting technique nearly flawless, eliciting envy from the onlookers. Yet, when compared to Yi Chen's drift, Fong seemed rather ordinary. If Fong's maneuver was nearly perfect, Yi Chen's was nothing short of perfection itself. The spectators were left in awe. As a result of that turn, Yi Chen left Fong Hongxiu trailing behind. How could this be? Zheng Yuanliang was incredulous, his expression one of shock. Others who had anticipated Fong's victory were equally astonished. The small group that believed in Yi Chen's potential victory breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with smiles. Brother Chen is amazing. After that turn, Yi Chen had decisively pulled ahead of Fong Hongxiu. Fong Hongxiu, unwilling to concede defeat, made several attempts to catch up with Yi Chen, yet all were in vain. As the two rounded the next corner, the distance between their vehicles widened, leaving Fong Hongxiu trailing far behind. The racecourse was not extensive. When Yi Chen reached the finish line, it was a good 20 to 30 seconds before Fong Hongxiu arrived. Upon witnessing both competitors crossing the finish, a group of young gentlemen, who had chosen to wait at the conclusion rather than return to the starting line, hastily gathered around. As Yi Chen emerged from his vehicle, they eagerly exclaimed, Brother Chen is formidable. Brother Chen is extraordinary. Meanwhile, Fong Hongxiu also disembarked from his car. Initially, onlookers anticipated he would be profoundly disappointed or perhaps even enraged. However, Fong Hongxiu's demeanor far exceeded their expectations, rather than displaying signs of dismay or anger. He wore an expression of joy and excitement. What has come over Fong? Has he been stimulated to the point of losing his senses? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 42. Entering Su Ningxuang's boudoir as the crowd stood in bewilderment, Fong Hongxiu, brimming with excitement, approached Yi Chen. Brother Chen, you are my idol. That drift was simply flawless. Fong Hongxiu exclaimed, grasping Yi Chen's arm like an awestruck admirer. Indeed, when Yi Chen first overtook him, Fong Hongxiu had been furious and indignant. Throughout the race, he had persistently attempted to catch up to Yi Chen, even striving to surpass him. However, in the end, Fong Hongxiu relinquished all hope, realizing that his driving skills were not on par with Yi Chen's. He was thoroughly convinced, especially when recalling Yi Chen's near-perfect drift, leading Fong Hongxiu to idolize him even more. Thus, this scene unfolded. Witnessing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief that young Master Fong was in good spirits. Any mishap would have been too burdensome for them to bear. Previously, they had deliberated on what to do if young Master Fong lost and became irate. After all, the competition was merely a form of entertainment. However, if tensions escalated, it could lead to undesirable confrontations. Their greatest fear was young Master Fong losing and erupting in fury. Now, the outcome was undoubtedly the best possible resolution. Brother Chen, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me, Fong Hongxiu declared with unwavering admiration for Yi Chen. Whenever you have the time, please guide me in honing my driving skills. After the race concluded, everyone returned to the estate to partake in dinner. As they had all driven there, no one indulged in alcohol. At the dining table, Fong Hongxiu, substituting tea for wine, continually endeavored to flatter Yi Chen. Ultimately, he achieved his goal and acquired Yi Chen's contact information. After dinner, they lingered at the estate for a while before Yi Chen took his leave. With Fong Hongxiu leading him out, a new day dawned as Yi Chen drove to school. Since he only had one class that day, which ended at 10, he planned to return to the villa afterward. Just then, he received a WeChat call from his cousin, Zhao Shuxian. Yichen, are you at school? Zhao Shuxian inquired anxiously. I am. What is the matter? Yichen responded. It's about Ning Shuang. Her USB drive is missing, Zhao Shuxian explained. It contains an article she wrote, which she needs to submit for a competition in an hour. She searched the dormitory thoroughly but couldn't find it. Ning Shuang suspects she may have left it at home during her last visit and wishes to return to search for it. If you have the time, could you drive Ning Shuang home to look for it? Zhao Shuxian relayed the situation to Yichen. Initially, Su Ning Shuang had intended to take a taxi home, but Zhao Shuxian had intervened, suggesting that Yichen could drive them. After all, it's quite inconvenient to take a taxi, especially when time is of the essence. Your Ferrari is swift, and it would save a great deal of time, not to mention it could strengthen the bond between you and Ning Shuang. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Shuxian promptly dialed Yichen's number. All right, I will drive over to the girls' dormitory immediately. Yichen, understanding the urgency of the situation, readily agreed. Leaving the classroom, he hopped into his Koenigsegg and swiftly arrived at the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Su Ning Shuang was already waiting there. When she noticed an unfamiliar sports car pull up beside her, she instinctively took a few steps back, thinking someone was attempting to engage her in conversation. Su, get in the car, Yichen called out as he rolled down the window. Yichen? Su Ning Shuang was taken aback to see him behind the wheel. Had he changed cars again? How many vehicles did he actually possess? Although curiosity stirred within her, she refrained from asking further questions and got into Yichen's car. Thank you, Yushuedi, Su Ning Shuang expressed her gratitude. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for having to trouble him again, she appreciated his assistance. We are friends, there's no need for formalities. Yichen replied casually, then headed straight for the school gate. With Su Ning Shuang guiding him, Yichen no longer required navigation. Under her direction, he soon arrived at another renowned villa area in Jiangzhou, the Century Shanhua Villa District. The property prices here were on par with those in the Lingyun Tiangong Villa District where Yichen resided. He parked the car in front of Villa number 3. It appeared that Su Ning Shuang's mother was not at home today. She opened the villa door and ushered Yichen inside. Yushuedi, please make yourself comfortable while I search for something in my room, she said as she hurried toward her chamber. It was now 10:50, and the submission deadline was 11 o'clock. Su Ning Shuang had merely 10 minutes to locate her USB drive, access her computer, and send the document within to the school authorities. Time was of the essence, and she needed to act swiftly, otherwise, her efforts over the past few months would be in vain. Seated on the sofa, Yichen surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice called out, Yishuedi, you may come in. Su Ning Shuang invited him into her room. He hesitated, feeling it might not be appropriate. While he had no reservations, it was indeed her private space, and his presence there felt somewhat inappropriate. Yushuedi, please come in and help me search. Time is tight, Su Ning Shuang urged again. She rummaged through her belongings but found nothing. With only 4 or 5 minutes left until 11, the situation was becoming critical. Acknowledging the limitations of her own efforts, she asked Yichen to assist her. After their previous encounters, she deemed Yichen a trustworthy individual, which emboldened her to extend the invitation. Had it been any other boy in the living room, she would never have invited them in to help. Yet, knowing it was Yichen outside, she felt assured of his character. Given Su Ning Shuang's insistence, Yichen felt it inappropriate to decline. Yichen hastened upstairs and entered Su Ning Shuang's room. What a lovely shade of pink. His first impression upon entering was this. Everything, from the curtains to the bed linens, exuded an abundance of youthful exuberance. A person's bedroom often serves as a mirror to their inner self. It appeared that while senior sister Su projected an air of aloofness, she still harbored a heart full of girlish charm. After a brief moment of surprise, Yichen began to assist Su Ning Shuang in her search within the room. He surveyed the desk but found nothing, so he opened Su Ning Shuang's wardrobe. While muttering about propriety, he meticulously searched. Ultimately, he discovered a USB drive nestled among her clothing. Is this it? Yichen inquired, holding up the drive. Yes, that's it. Su Ning Shuang nodded eagerly. Wonderful, thank you, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, and instinctively embraced Yichen. Taken aback by her sudden affection, Yichen stood in stunned silence. Su Ning Shuang quickly realized her gaffe, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. In her moment of joy, she had forgotten that the person entering her room was Yichen, not one of her close friends. Previously, only her female friends had been allowed into her sanctuary, making Yichen the first male to cross that threshold. Caught up in the moment, Su Ning Shuang hastily released Yichen, her face aglow and her mind swirling with confusion. Chapter 43. Oh no, Yushiwedi, my mother is back. Sushiwejia, time is running out. Yichen glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10:59. Suning Shuang also realized the urgency and quickly inserted the USB drive into the computer. Fortunately, she had turned on the computer as soon as she entered the room. In a race against time, Suning Shuang successfully sent the file to the school leaders at precisely 10:59 in a few seconds. Phew. Suning Shuang let out a sigh of relief. It was a close call. Months of effort would have been in vain otherwise. She was immensely grateful to Yichen for his assistance in locating it. Had it not been for him, she would have likely run out of time even if she had managed to find it herself. Let us take a moment to rest. Suning Shuang wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and said to Yichen. She had been so anxious that she had broken into a sweat. Yichen settled into the chair beside her. I truly appreciate your help today, Yishiwedi, Suning Shuang expressed sincerely, momentarily at a loss for how to repay him. You're too kind, Sushiwejia. Yichen felt he hadn't done much, merely assisting in the search, which he considered insignificant. Oh, suddenly, Suning Shuang noticed the open wardrobe, and her complexion flushed once more. All her clothes were inside. How embarrassing. She hurriedly stood up to quietly close the wardrobe. Just as Suning Shuang was about to speak, they heard the sound of the villa door opening. Surprised, she stealthily stepped out to take a look. It turned out to be her mother returning. Suning Shuang quickly dashed back into the room, nervously telling Yichen, Oh no, Yushiwedi, my mother is back. She urged him, You stay in my room for a moment. Don't go out. I'll check it out first. All right. Yichen nodded. Suning Shuang's heart raced. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself before opening the door. Upon stepping outside, she swiftly shut the door behind her. Seeing the door close, Yichen was struck with realization. This was not right at all. He had merely come to assist in finding something. His relationship with Su Shuejia was innocent. They hadn't done anything wrong. Why then was he hiding in her room as if they had committed a transgression? There was nothing amiss initially. But this concealment made it seem suspicious, as if both he and Su Shuejia were guilty. Had he stepped out to greet Suning Shuang's mother earlier, it would have spared them this trouble. But now, hiding like this, if Suning Shuang's mother were to find him in her daughter's room, it would escalate into a significant issue, with no way to explain it. Yichen felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Suning Shuang also came to the same realization. Was her behavior akin to that of a thief? This was the first time she had invited a boy into her room, and her nervousness and shyness had muddled her thoughts. She should have let Yichen come out with her. Alas, it was too late now. Su Ningxiang felt a twinge of regret, realizing she had no choice but to greet her mother. Mom, she called as she descended the stairs. You're back, Ningxiang. What seems to be the matter? Her mother inquired, noticing the beads of sweat glistening on Su Ningxiang's forehead. Nothing. Su Ningxiang hurriedly wiped her brow and reassured her mother. Oh, her mother replied, her expression laced with skepticism, but she chose not to pursue the matter further. By the way, Mom, I just noticed that one of the koi in the backyard seems unwell. You might want to check on it, Su Ningxiang suggested, hoping to divert her mother's attention and allow Yichen to slip out of the bedroom. If Yichen did not leave immediately, they would have to wait until her mother ventured out again the next day, which would mean Yichen would have to spend the night in her room, a situation that was decidedly inappropriate. What? At her daughter's words, Su Ningxiang's mother grew anxious. She had a small group of koi in the garden that she cherished dearly, prompted by her daughter's concern. She immediately stood up and made her way to the backyard. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ningxiang rushed back to the bedroom and called for Yichen. Yishuedi, my mom has gone to the backyard. You should come out quickly and head home. I truly appreciate your help today. Su Ningxiang spoke with a sense of urgency, eager to express her gratitude to Yichen, but felt it was not the right time. Understood, Yichen replied, grasping Su Ningxiang's intent and wishing to avoid any misunderstandings with her mother. Thus, he followed Su Ningxiang, and the two moved cautiously toward the first floor, as if they were thieves in the night. Yichen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of their situation. The more they attempted to conceal their actions, the more convoluted it seemed. Before long, Su Ningxiang led Yichen downstairs, carefully making their way toward the villa's entrance. Just as Yichen was about to step outside, Su Ningxiang let out a sigh of relief. Creak. At that moment, the door leading to the backyard swung open. Yichen quickly reacted, turning around to shield himself from the view of the villa's entrance. Ningxiang, I checked on the koi, and they seem fine, her mother announced as she re-entered the villa. Upon spotting her mother, Su Ningxiang's heart raced, feeling a mix of anxiety and guilt. Huh? As Su Ningxiang's mother stepped inside, She was astonished to see Yi Chun. "Isn't this little Chun? What brings you here?" At her mother's question, Su Ningxiang's tension escalated. This was disastrous. Despite her carefulness, her mother had still discovered them. Just as she was about to explain, Yi Chun interjected, "Andy, I had some matters to discuss with Su Shiwejia. I knocked on the door, and she kindly let me in." With his back turned to the villa door, Yi Chun appeared as if he had just arrived. "I see," her mother responded, accepting his explanation. Su Ningxiang's mother appeared to harbor no suspicions and promptly invited Yi Chun to take a seat with warmth. "Please, have a seat," she insisted. "Thank you, Andy," Yi Chun responded. A sigh of relief escaped Su Ningxiang as she cast a grateful glance at Yi Chun. At that moment, she was profoundly impressed by Yi Chun's quick wit. Her own reflexes paled in comparison. Had it not been for Yi Chun's swift response, their ruse would have been exposed. Su Ningxiang directed a look of gratitude towards him. Both Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang settled into their seats, while her mother offered Yi Chun some fruit. "Thank you, Andy," he said, accepting a banana and eating it with unhurried grace. "If there is anything to discuss, please carry on," Su Ningxiang's mother remarked, choosing not to intrude as she gathered fish food to feed the koi in the backyard. In the living room, only Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang remained. Chapter 44. Has Su Ningfang's mother discovered the truth? Upon her mother's departure, Su Ningfang sank into the sofa, reflecting, "If it weren't for your quick response, it could have turned troublesome, Yi Shiwedi." "Not at all," Yi Chun replied, lingering for a moment longer before finishing his banana and rising to bid farewell to Su Ningfang. She, understanding the inappropriateness of the moment, refrained from insisting he stay. "Perhaps another time, I shall invite you over for a visit," she suggested. Just as Yi Chun was preparing to leave, Su Ningfang's mother re-entered. "Oh, is classmate Chen leaving?" she inquired, surprised. "Why not wait a bit? It will soon be noon. Please stay for a meal." Su Ningfang's mother warmly invited Yi Chun to join them. "No, perhaps next time," he gently declined. "I will make a special visit to see Andy when the opportunity arises." Respecting his refusal, Su Ningfang's mother did not press further. "Ningfang, why don't you see classmate Chen off?" "Of course," Su Ningfang replied, escorting Yi Chun out of the villa. After observing her daughter and Yi Chun depart, Su Ningfang's mother cast a knowing glance towards her daughter's room. These two youngsters, a faint smile graced her lips. Does she truly think I can be deceived so easily? In truth, from the very beginning, Su Ningfang's mother had perceived something amiss. Her daughter's demeanor upon their first encounter was decidedly unusual, and as a mother, she naturally sensed it. However, this alone did not serve as conclusive evidence. What truly solidified her suspicions was the extravagant sports car parked at the villa's entrance. It was evident that there was a guest. Coupled with her daughter urging her to the backyard, Su Ningfang's mother began to harbor doubts. Thus, she deliberately played along with her daughter's ruse and ventured into the backyard. When she deemed sufficient time had elapsed, she returned, fortuitously encountering Yi Chun. At that moment, as someone familiar with such matters, Su Ningfang's mother grasped the entire situation. Yet, she chose not to expose her daughter's deception. Such matters were delicate, especially now that her daughter had matured. Nonetheless, she pondered whether the pace at which their relationship was developing was a tad too swift. The youth of today? Su Ningfang's mother felt a slight headache coming on. Perhaps it was time for a candid conversation with her daughter. Even if Su Ningfang and Yi Chun were to become a couple, it was only reasonable for Yi Chun, in the capacity of a boyfriend, to formally meet her and her husband. Meanwhile, as Yi Chun drove away, heading home, several videos began circulating. Although the content varied, they shared a common theme: Ling Xie's accusations against Yilin Entertainment Company and its new president, Yi Chun, with the intent of tarnishing Yilin's reputation and ousting it from Jiazhou. The Yuan Yin Entertainment Company deliberately disseminated these videos within the local circles. The impact was seismic. After all, Yilin Entertainment was among the largest agencies in Jiazhou, and it had only recently appointed a new president. Currently, the newly appointed president, Yi Chun, has been exposed as a man of questionable character, coercing female employees into attending banquets with him. Consequently, both Yi Chun and Yilin Entertainment Company have seen their reputations tarnished. Although some individuals from Yilin have stepped forward to defend Yi Chun and the company, the machinations of Yuan Yin Entertainment in the background have tainted their efforts, leading many to perceive Yilin's representatives as mere pawns attempting to cleanse their company's image. Trust in Yilin's claims has dwindled significantly. Moreover, due to Yuan Yan's president, Yin Baimei, seeking the intervention of a billionaire tycoon from Jiangzhou, rumors regarding Yilin Entertainment have spread like wildfire, turning the company into a target of public disdain. In the face of such rampant gossip, The upper management of Yilin has felt like ants on a hot pan, desperately seeking solutions to the crisis. Suggestions arose from the executives to inform General Manager Yi of the situation, allowing him to manage it, yet this was promptly dismissed by Deputy General Manager Yang Xueming. They were reluctant to burden Yi with every issue, fearing it would reflect poorly on their capabilities. They continued brainstorming, hoping to resolve the matter independently, and only turning to Yi as a last resort. The following day, Yi Chen received a call from Yang Xueming, who informed him of an upcoming banquet attended by numerous presidents and affluent individuals from Jiangzhou. As the president of Yilin Entertainment, Yi was invited as well. However, the invitation was sent directly to the company due to their unfamiliarity with him. Yi agreed to attend. That evening, he arrived at Yilin to collect the invitation, and since Yang Xueming was also invited, they proceeded to the banquet together. En route, Yang Xueming briefed Yi Chen on the rumors propagated by Ling Xier against Yilin and himself. Despite the numerous efforts made by Yang and the senior management of Yilin, they had been unable to quell the rumors. Reluctantly, Yang sought Yi's assistance. Pondering the situation, Yi Chen considered that Ling Xier, now under contract with Yuanyin Entertainment, was likely behind this orchestrated smear campaign. With firm conviction, Yang confirmed Yi's suspicion regarding Yuanyin. Yi murmured the name to himself, noting it down for future action post-banquet. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the villa hosting the banquet. The moment Yi Chen and Yang Xueming entered, they garnered immediate attention, as the scandal surrounding Yi and Yilin had stirred significant chatter within Jiangzhou's circles. However, the reception was notably tepid, few approached them, and the atmosphere was decidedly frosty. The indifference was not rooted in a belief in the rumor's veracity. Rather, the truth of the gossip was inconsequential to these individuals. Their primary concern lay with their own interests above all else. They are also aware that this matter is essentially a struggle between Yilin Entertainment Agency and Yuanyin Agency. Whichever party holds the upper hand, they will align themselves with that side. It appears that Yuanyin Agency is backed by powerful allies, firmly establishing their advantage. Yilin Agency is simply unable to withstand the pressure, and given time, it may even find it impossible to remain in Jiangzhou. Naturally, those who foresee the impending downfall of a company will distance themselves. At the scene, only a middle-aged man approached Yi Chen and Yang Xueming after spotting them. Greeting the two, "You must be Mr. Yi, a remarkable young talent," he said, extending his hand. "This is Mr. Li, who has collaborated with our Yilin Agency for a considerable time," Yang Xueming introduced him. Due to their long-standing partnership, Mr. Li shares a strong rapport with Yilin Agency. Furthermore, should Yilin encounter difficulties, Mr. Li's interest would also be adversely affected. It is at this critical juncture that he has chosen to stand with Yilin Agency. Hello. Just as Yi Chen was shaking hands with Mr. Li, two unexpected figures entered the banquet hall. Upon seeing these two individuals, the previously aloof guests suddenly approached with great enthusiasm. These two were none other than the owner of Yuanyin Agency, Yin Baimei, and Ling Xier. Chapter 45. Astonishing Remarks. Greetings. General Yin, it has been some time since we last met, and you appear even more radiant than before. Wishing you prosperity, General Yin. The guests enthusiastically greeted Yin Baimei, their voices tinged with a hint of flattery. After all, they had heard whispers of her association with a significant figure. To demonstrate their allegiance, such cordialities were expected. Thus, the lively atmosphere surrounding Yin Baimei stood in stark contrast to the desolation enveloping Yi Chen. Originally, Yin Baimei intended to attend the banquet alone. However, she unexpectedly learned of a noteworthy guest, a prominent figure's son from Jiangzhou, who would also be in attendance that evening. Eager to forge a connection with this gentleman, Yin Baimei immediately thought of Ling Xier. Upon sharing the news with Ling Xier, she readily agreed, eager to meet influential individuals. After exchanging pleasantries with numerous guests, Yin Baimei's gaze fell upon Yi Chen and Yang Xueming not far off. A smirk danced upon her lips. Rumors regarding Yilin Agency and its new CEO, Yi Chen, were rampant, and she felt a swell of satisfaction. Taking the initiative, Yin Baimei grasped Ling Xier's hand and strode towards Yi Chen. The guests, witnessing this spectacle, remained stationary, poised to observe the unfolding drama, anticipating a charged exchange. "Ah, is that not Vice President Yang?" Yin Baimei approached with a beaming smile. "General Yin," Yang Xueming replied, masking his disdain for Yin Baimei with polite formality as was necessary in public. "And who might this be?" She feigned ignorance of Yi Chen's identity. "This is our new CEO, Mr. Yi," Yang Xueming introduced. "Oh, so this is Mr. Yi." Yin Baimei continued her charade, feigning enlightenment. "Mr. Yi, I must express my gratitude for entrusting me with such an exceptional employee as Sierra. Without you, our Yin agency would not be where it is today. Her words rang true. Were it not for Yi Qin's decision to dismiss Ling Sierra, she would not have discovered such a splendid opportunity to undermine Yin agency. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Yi, she exclaimed with genuine appreciation. Ha! Come, Sierra, do express your thanks to Mr. Yi. After her declaration, she turned to Ling Sierra with a mocking tone. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Ling Sierra replied, her pride evident. At that moment, she felt a surge of delight. You dismissed me, and now you must regret it. Yin agency will surely meet its demise. With laughter ringing in the air, Yin Baimei led Ling Xiao away to engage with other guests. Meanwhile, Mr. Li pondered a solution he wished to convey to Yi Qin. Given the cordial atmosphere, Yi Qin felt compelled to accept. Thus, he and Mr. Li found a quiet corner to sit. Suddenly, a prominent figure from Jiangzhou made an entrance, instantly igniting a wave of excitement. Upon encountering the esteemed figure from Jiangzhou, Yin Baimei and Ling Sierra hurried over, greeting him with exaggerated flattery. This prominent individual, known as Ma Jiangwen, was none other than the billionaire whom Yin Baimei had previously met. The recent success of Yuan Yin's agency in suppressing Yilin's agency was largely due to Ma Jiangwen's assistance. Yin Baimei and Ling Sierra expressed their gratitude to him. This matter is of little significance. I wish to inquire about the subject we previously discussed. How prepared are you? Ma Jiangwen inquired. In his eyes, Yilin agency was merely a minor establishment, and its president, Yi Qin, was an inconsequential figure unworthy of his attention. Rest assured, Ma Zong, I summoned Sierra specifically to foster a connection with that young gentleman, Yin Baimei articulated. Ma Jiangwen scrutinized Ling Sierra with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The young gentleman attending tonight possesses a remarkable identity. It is imperative to cultivate a favorable rapport. Ma Zong, who exactly is this young gentleman? Yin Baimei queried with curiosity. Just as Ma Jiangwen was about to respond, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the space. A defiant young man strode in. Upon seeing him, Ma Jiangwen immediately exchanged glances with Yin Baimei. He approached the young man first, with Yin Baimei and Ling Sierra following closely behind. Ah, it is indeed you, Ma Zong, the young man acknowledged. Allow me to introduce you. This is young Master Fong. Ma Jiangwen presented him to Yin Baimei and Ling Sierra. Young Master Fong, greetings. Yin Baimei and Ling Xie greeted him with trepidation. After exchanging a few words with young Master Fong, Ma Jiangwen took the initiative to step aside with Yin Baimei, leaving space for Fong and Ling Xie. Being young, they surely have much in common, and besides, Ling Xie is quite beautiful, Ma Jiangwen mused. Ma Zong, could this young Master Fong be the son of Fong Hongya? Once they were apart, Yin Baimei suddenly inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Indeed. Ma Jiangwen confirmed with a nod. What? Yin Baimei exclaimed in astonishment, realizing her guess was accurate. This young Master Fong was indeed the son of Fong Hongya, the chairman of the Fong Group, whose wealth exceeded 100 billion, nearing 200 billion. Now understanding the gravity of the situation, Yin Baimei recognized why Ma Jiangwen placed such importance on this young gentleman's presence. I hope Sierra can make a favorable impression on young Master Fong, she silently wished. Though standing at a distance, both Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen remained vigilant, observing young Master Fong and Ling Sierra closely. What are your interests, young Master Fong? Ling Sierra endeavored to ingratiate herself with him. Racing, he replied nonchalantly, appearing disinterested. Racing, how delightful. I too have a fondness for racing. If time permits, might you take me along sometime? Ling Sierra inquired earnestly. However, after waiting for a while, Fong Xiao did not respond, leaving Ling Sierra immensely disappointed. This Fong Xiao was so aloof that she struggled to find any common ground. Just then, as Ling Sierra was lost in her thoughts, Fong Xiao's expression suddenly brightened, revealing a look of joy. Ling Sierra, taken aback by this unexpected change in Fong Xiao's demeanor, was left bewildered. What was happening with him? In the next instant, Fong Xiao disregarded the meticulously dressed Ling Sierra and hastily strode forward. What was his intention? Fong Xiao, wait for me. Ling Sierra hurriedly pursued him. Not far behind, Ma Jiangwen and Yin Baimei also hurried to follow, perplexed by Fong Xiao's sudden shift in behavior. Soon, Fong Xiao came to a halt before Yi Qin. Oh, what does Fong Xiao want with Yi Qin? Ling Sierra wondered, trailing behind him. Could it be that Fong Xiao had seen some troubling news about Yi Qin and was intent on confronting him? Ling Sierra speculated. However, in the next moment, Fong Xiao uttered something astonishing. Brother Chun, I didn't expect to see you here. Chapter 46. The call from the big shot approaching Yi Qin, Fong Xiao. almost like a devoted subordinate, greeted him with exuberance. Witnessing this scene, the words Fang Xiao had just uttered echoed in their minds. Ling Xie, along with the approaching Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen, stood in stunned silence. What? What had they just heard? Brother Chen, I didn't expect to see you here. Fang Xiao had just referred to Yi Chun as Brother Chen. Surely, they hadn't misheard. Ling Xiener's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments ago, she had speculated whether Fang Xiao had seen the videos in which she had falsely accused the Yilin Management Company, as well as Yi Chun. She had imagined that Fang Xiao was furious and had come to severely reprimand Yi Chun. Yet now, the situation had taken a complete and astonishing turn. Rather than reprimanding Yi Chun, Fang Xiao was here, ingratiating himself with unrestrained flattery. Good heavens, was the world truly this insane? Who was Fang Xiao? He was a young master of such prominence that even the billionaire Ma would treat him with utmost regard. He was undoubtedly a figure that Ling Xie and countless others looked up to with awe. Yet, here stood this formidable individual acting like a sycophant beside Yi Chun. In this moment, Ling Xie felt her entire worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. It was utterly inconceivable. Not only Ling Xie, an ordinary online celebrity, but even seasoned executives like Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen were rendered speechless. While Ling Xie was oblivious to Fang Xiao's true identity, they were all too aware. Fang Xiao was the son of the influential Fang Hongye, the princeling of the Fang Group, with a status that was extraordinarily unique. Even Ma Jiangwen treated him with deference. Yet now, Fang Xiao was calling Yi Chun Brother Chen. How could this be? Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to react. Standing beside Yi Chun, Fang Xiao was brimming with excitement. He never anticipated that he would encounter Brother Chen again so soon. It was truly serendipitous. This young master, Fang Hongxiu, had idolized Yi Chun due to his exceptional driving skills. Since parting ways with Yi Chun that fateful night, he had longed to reach out and invite him to join his circle of friends, showcasing to them what a true driving god was like, and perhaps even learn a few tricks from Brother Chen himself. However, Fang Hongxiu had restrained himself. After all, they had only recently met, and it would be inappropriate to intrude. Now that he had spotted Yi Chun, he was determined to seize this opportunity to become familiar in Brother Chen's presence. Oh, it's young Master Fang. What a coincidence, Yi Chun remarked, instinctively turning to see who had called him, only to find Fang Hongxiu before him. Just call me Xiao Xiu, please, Fang Hongxiu replied, his tone filled with trepidation, unwilling to let Yi Chun refer to him as young Master Fang. Call you Xiao Xiu. Fang Hongxiu's words struck Ling Xie, Yin Baimei, and Ma Jiangwen like a bolt from the blue, startling them into sheer astonishment. They were no longer merely shocked. They were now gripped by fear. Though they were unaware of the reason behind Fang Hongxiu's address to Yi Chun as brother, it was evident that Yi Chun was not an ordinary individual, especially to earn such esteem from the son of a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. Even if Yi Chun were merely the owner of a small agency, the fact that he shared a close connection with Fang Hongxiu was undeniably formidable. Fang Hongxiu himself may not have held much significance, but his father, Fang Hongye, was a heavyweight whom even Ma Jiangwen dared not provoke. The breadth of Yi Chun's connections was indeed astonishing. As this realization dawned on Yin Baimei, she gasped in trepidation, gripped by regret. She lamented her decision to exploit the situation following Yi Chun's dismissal of Ling Xie, attempting to undermine him and his agency. In hindsight, she should have thoroughly investigated Yi Chun first. Had she known the extent of his influence, she would have never dared to act so recklessly. It was over, truly over. Yin Baimei was engulfed in panic, feeling like an ant on a hot stove. Beside her, Ma Jiangwen was equally unsettled. Initially, he regarded Yi Chun as nothing more than the owner of a trivial company, a mere insect beneath his notice. Yet now, reality struck him with the weight of his arrogance. Yi Chun's ties with the heir of the Fang Group were far from trivial. Consequently, any attempt to leverage his connections to assist Yin Baimei in suppressing Yilin Agency was a monumental miscalculation, an egregious error indeed. What to do? What to do? Ma Jiangwen's mind raced frantically as he sought a strategy. Meanwhile, Ling Xie, observing how even the esteemed Mr. Ma was now ingratiating himself with the very Yi Chun she had previously mocked, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The thought of the slanderous videos she had recorded at Yin Baimei's behest, driven by her desire for revenge against Yi Chun and Yilin Agency, filled her with dread. Previously, with Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen shielding her, she had felt secure. But now, it seemed both were themselves in peril, unable to offer her any protection. It was inevitable. She would surely be abandoned. The more she pondered, the paler Ling Xie became, trembling in fear. Yin Baimei, at a loss, cast a pleading look toward Ma Jiangwen. In contrast to her disarray, the billionaire Ma Jiangwen had already devised a plan. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. He pulled Yin Baimei aside and began to organize their next steps, immediately dispatched someone to delete those videos. Then, swiftly arranged to cease any further actions against Yilin Agency. I will instruct my subordinates to halt their targeting of Yilin as well. Find an opportunity to apologize to Yi Chun. That should suffice. Ma Jiangwen surmised that Yi Chun's relationship with Fang Hongxiu might not be as profound as it appeared. Even though Yi Chun sought assistance from Fang Hongxiu, the latter, being merely a privileged son, lacked the capacity to retaliate. Fang Hongxiu then turned to his father, Fang Hongye. Yet it was unlikely that Fang Hongye would personally intervene in what he deemed a trivial matter concerning himself and Yin Baimei, given his social standing. At most, he might send someone to offer a discreet warning. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to downplay the situation, transforming a significant issue into a minor inconvenience. Yin Baimei should approach Yi Chun to offer an apology and relinquish a small portion of her interests as a gesture of goodwill. As for himself, despite his familiarity with Fang Xiao, Yi Chun was ultimately just the proprietor of a modest company, hardly warranting an apology from him. Yin Baimei could handle it. Ma Jiangwen conveyed his analysis to Yin Baimei. All right, she exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. After Ma's assessment, she realized that her fears were somewhat exaggerated. Moments ago, she had believed she had offended a powerful figure. Not only could it jeopardize the company, but she also feared she might face repercussions for slander. However, Ma's words reassured her that if she merely offered an apology, things would likely resolve themselves. Just as Ma Jiangwen was about to instruct Yin Baimei further, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Ma Jiangwen's expression shifted dramatically. A billionaire was on the line. He could not afford to be negligent and swiftly answered the call. Midway through the conversation, Ma Jiangwen's demeanor changed drastically, and he looked at Yi Chun, his body trembling involuntarily. Chapter 47. The mysterious man. Upon noticing Ma Jiangwen's unusual demeanor, Yin Baimei was taken aback. What could have happened to Mr. Ma? After hanging up the phone, Ma Jiangwen took several deep breaths to calm himself. Mr. Ma, what is the matter? Yin Baimei inquired, her voice laced with surprise. I received a call from Mr. Zheng, and he berated me regarding the situation with Yilin Entertainment Company, insisting that I personally apologize to Yi Chun, Ma Jiangwen replied, his voice trembling. Yin Baimei, who had just begun to relax, immediately tensed up. Mr. Zheng? He was a renowned billionaire in Jiangzhou. Why would he personally call Mr. Ma to question him about the matter concerning Yilin Entertainment? Yin Baimei was perplexed. In contrast to Yin Baimei's confusion, Ma Jiangwen had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. He had misjudged the circumstances. Yi Chun's identity was likely far more formidable than he had initially assumed. It was not merely a connection to Fang Hongxiu. Mr. Zheng and Ma Jiangwen shared a close relationship, akin to that of a benefactor. And in all the years of their acquaintance, Ma Jiangwen had never witnessed Mr. Zheng exhibit such fury. He understood that he had landed himself in serious trouble. Not long after the call with Mr. Zheng had ended, Ma Jiangwen's phone rang again. Upon glancing at the screen, his face fell. It was Mr. Wang calling. Mr. Wang was another billionaire in Jiangzhou, but their relationship was merely acquaintanceship, lacking any deeper connection. Why would Mr. Wang reach out to him today? Ma Jiangwen did not dare to delay and immediately answered the call. Mr. Wang, how may I assist you? He asked politely. The next moment, upon hearing Mr. Wang's words, Ma Jiangwen found himself speechless once more. Mr. Wang was also contacting him regarding Yi Chun, though Mr. Wang's tone was not as vehement as Mr. Zheng's. It carried a palpable threat and a warning. After hanging up, Ma Jiangwen's complexion turned pale. He was genuinely frightened. Given the tenuous nature of their relationship, Mr. Wang was not like Mr. Zheng, who, despite his scolding, was concerned for his well-being and urged him to apologize promptly. Mr. Wang's words were a direct threat. Failure to provide a satisfactory answer would result in dire consequences. What sort of identity did Yi Chun possess that prompted two billionaires to personally confront him? Just as Ma Jiangwen was grappling with his astonishment, his phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. Could it possibly be related to Yi Chun as well? It was too coincidental. Murmuring to himself, he answered the call. Hello. May I ask who is speaking? Ma Jiangwen inquired courteously. Is this Xiao Ma? I am Tang Yu, came an elderly voice from the other end. Tang Yu? Upon hearing that name, Ma Jiangwen nearly dropped his phone in shock. My heavens, it is Elder Tang? He was utterly bewildered by the unexpected call from Elder Tang. Mr. Tang possesses an exceptionally unique status, surpassing even the combined influence of General Manager Zheng and General Manager Wang. Greetings, Mr. Tang. Ma Jiangwen responded with a quivering voice. Mr. Tang exchanged only a few brief words with Ma Jiangwen before abruptly terminating the call. Yet, those mere utterances left Ma Jiangwen drenched in cold sweat, his attire thoroughly soaked. Mr. Tang had approached him to inquire about Yi Chen's affairs. Just how monumental of a hornet's nest had he stirred? Not only had General Manager Zheng and General Manager Wang reached out, but now even Mr. Tang had called him, demanding answers. It was worth noting that he had previously never even been deemed worthy of Mr. Tang's contact information. Yi Chen truly is a formidable figure. His very presence had compelled Mr. Tang to intervene. Ma, what has transpired? Seeing Ma Jiangwen connecting 2 consecutive calls, his face now pale and drenched in perspiration. Yan Baimei was perplexed. Ma Jiangwen succinctly recounted the content of the 2 calls to Yan Baimei. Upon learning of General Manager Wang's call, she was shocked, but somewhat relieved. However, the revelation that the last call was from Mr. Tang rendered her weak in the knees, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Ma Jiangwen was there to support her. Otherwise, she might have been utterly paralyzed by fear. What shall we do? Yan Baimei trembled as she inquired. What can we do? Quickly seek Mr. Ye's forgiveness. Ma Jiangwen exploded in frustration. At that moment, he harbored intense resentment towards Yan Baimei. If it weren't for her, he would not have targeted any entertainment agency, nor would he have set his sights on Yi Chen. Suddenly, the surrounding guests were drawn by Ma Jiangwen's outburst. Their curiosity piqued. What was happening? Confusion swept through the crowd. Despite being the center of attention, Ma Jiangwen dared not exhibit any negligence. He led Yan Baimei directly before Yi Chen. Thud. In the next moment, Yan Baimei knelt before Yi Chen. Ma Jiangwen hurriedly bowed as well. Mr. Yi, we have erred. The 2 offered their apologies in unison. This scene left all the guests present utterly astonished. Why were Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei behaving in such a manner? One was bowing in apology, while the other knelt. What had transpired? Seeing the suddenly contrite Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei, Yang Xiefeng and General Manager Li were bewildered. Yan Baimei's actions could be somewhat understood, but Ma Jiangwen, a figure of considerable stature in their eyes, was now humbling himself before Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, it is I who have been blind to your greatness. I have willfully defamed you. Please grant me your forgiveness. Yan Baimei quickly implored Yi Chen for pardon. Upon finishing her plea, she struck her own face with great force. In no time, her visage became swollen and red. Observing this, Ling Xie felt compelled to follow suit, kneeling as well while apologizing and striking herself. Is an apology truly effective? Yi Chen countered. I shall have my associates file a lawsuit against you for defamation. Prepare yourselves for a court summons. In the face of individuals like Yan Baimei and Ling Xie, Yi Chen would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yan Baimei and Ling Xie were momentarily taken aback. Yan Baimei slumped to the ground, appearing as though her soul had departed. If this matter were brought before the court, falsely accusing another could lead to severe consequences, potentially imprisonment. Her actions certainly qualified as grave. It was too late, truly too late. As for Ling Xie, she was so frightened that she fainted. With a snap. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Jiangwen gritted his teeth and delivered several hard slaps to his own face as a form of apology. Mr. Yi, I understand that such matters cannot be resolved with mere words of regret. Rest assured, I shall personally visit to offer my sincere apologies and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution, Ma Jiangwen said with the utmost humility. He was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. My lawyer will be in touch with you. Yi Chen, weary of further entanglement with these individuals, rose and departed the banquet hall first. Once outside, he took out his phone. Why were Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen so abject in their apologies? Clearly, a mysterious benefactor had intervened on his behalf, instilling fear in Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei. Otherwise, they would not have behaved in such a manner. As for the identity of this benefactor, Yi Chen was beginning to form an answer. Chapter 48. Suning Feng Yi, you left your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. After concluding the call, Yi Chen departed in his vehicle. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the banquet had shifted dramatically. Initially, when Yi Chen and Yang Shuimin arrived, all the guests, except for Mr. Li, treated them with palpable disdain, avoiding them at all costs. However, following the recent incident, the guests' demeanor underwent a significant transformation. With Yi Chen's departure, they found themselves surrounding Yang Shuimin, eager to curry favor with him. They hoped he would convey their goodwill to Yi Chen. Initially, They believed that the confrontation between Yilin Agency and Yuan Yin Agency would inevitably result in Yilin's downfall due to Ma Jiangwen's involvement. To their astonishment, both Yin Baimei and even Ma Jiangwen humbly apologized to Yi Chen in the end. Consequently, they promptly abandoned their support for Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen. Observing these opportunists, Yang Xuemin couldn't help but smirk internally, dismissing their words as inconsequential, merely responding with a few casual remarks. On the other side, Yi Chen returned to his villa and promptly called Yang Xuemin. He had contemplated the situation throughout his journey and perceived it as an opportunity. With the current turmoil at Yuan Yin Agency, they could seize this chance to capture the market originally held by Yuan Yin, thereby allowing Yilin Agency to flourish and potentially become the largest agency in Jiangzhou in the future. I understand, Mr. Yi. Yang Xuemin nodded, having come to the same conclusion. Initially, Yin Baimei aimed to undermine Yilin, but in the end, she had shot herself in the foot, inadvertently benefiting Yilin instead. Yang Xuemin felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Yi Chen. Without him, Yilin would likely have faced ruin. As midnight approached, Yi Chen focused intently on the game. When the time arrived, he opened the virtual marketplace. Among the 3 items available, 2 were rather ordinary, but one new item captured his interest. Skill Blind Box. Priced at 0.9 yuan. Note: the blind box contains 99 different skills, from which 1 or 2 can be drawn at random. What you receive and how many depend on luck. This skill blind box intrigued Yi Chen. The possibility of drawing up to 2 distinct skills from a single box was enticing. Without hesitation, he purchased it. Congratulations. You have successfully purchased a high-level skill blind box for 0.9 yuan. Soon, a notification appeared in the game confirming the successful purchase. Would you like to open the blind box? Yes, no. Yi Chen immediately selected yes. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired high-level archery skills. Hitting the mark with every shot is now within reach. Congratulations, you have obtained high-level fishing ability. The blind box had yielded 2 skills, high-level archery and high-level fishing ability. Overall, it was quite satisfactory, as he had drawn 2 skills from a single blind box. Yi Chen felt content. Skills were not something one could simply purchase with money. As a new day dawned, Yi Chen hopped into his Koenigsegg and sped towards the school. When Yi Chen arrived at the classroom, most of his classmates had already gathered. After all, with the new semester just beginning, few dared to be late or skip class. As there was still a bit of time before the lesson commenced, Yi Chen engaged in conversation with several peers. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Everyone looked up, and before their eyes stood a breathtakingly beautiful figure, none other than the aloof campus belle, Su Ningxuan. The unexpected arrival of Su Ningxuan left everyone astonished. Hello, Senior Su. The campus belle. Some students took the initiative to greet her, while others whispered amongst themselves. Su Ningxuan nodded in acknowledgement to those who spoke to her, then scanned the classroom until her gaze landed on Yi Chen. Yi Jr., could you step outside for a moment? Su Ningxuan called out to Yi Chen, who was not too far away. After saying this, she stepped out of the classroom, waiting for him. Instantly, all heads turned towards Yi Chen. As expected, the campus belle was indeed seeking him. In that moment, every male student in the class envied Yi Chen immensely. Such a stark contrast. While they themselves had yet to find a girlfriend, he had already garnered the attention of the illustrious Su Ningxuan, particularly when considering that Yi Chen owned a Ferrari. Their envy deepened. The disparities among people were indeed striking. Old Yi, why are you still dawdling? The campus belle is calling for you. Hurry up, urged Yi Chen's friends. Go on, Old Yi. Su Ningxuan is waiting for you to share some whispers. Yi Chen stood up and made his way outside. As he stepped out of the bustling classroom, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone held their breath, straining to hear what Su Ningxuan wanted to discuss with Yi Chen. What whispered secrets awaited them. Yi Jr., you left your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. I came specifically to return it to you. Outside the classroom, Su Ningxuan handed Yi Chen his jacket. The previous day, feeling a bit warm while searching for something, Yi Chen had removed his jacket and casually placed it in Su Ningxuan's room. However, Su Ningxuan's mother had unexpectedly returned, disrupting the moment, though nothing inappropriate had transpired. Su Ningxuan's nervousness complicated the situation, leading Yi Chen to forget about the jacket. Having attended a banquet the previous evening, Yi Chen had completely overlooked the matter of the jacket. Had it not been for Su Ningxuan's thoughtful gesture, he might have truly forgotten it. As Su Ningxuan's words echoed within the classroom, they were heard clearly by all. Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the room. Oh my goodness! Yi Chen was in the campus belle's bedroom yesterday and left his jacket there. My goddess, it seems she has quickly been swept away. Various exclamations filled the air. as the students buzzed with astonishment. As for the reason why Yichen entered Su Xiaohua's private chamber and removed his outer garment, is there truly a need for inquiry? Initially, they perceived Yichen and Su Ningxiang as merely having a close friendship. However, upon the emergence of that photograph depicting Yichen embracing Su Xiaohua, they began to suspect that the two were indeed romantically involved. Now, with Su Xiaohua herself having uttered those words, their beliefs have been fully solidified. Not only are they in a relationship, but they are also deeply enamored with one another. At this moment, all the boys in the class are overwhelmed with jealousy towards Yichen, to the extent that some even contemplate physically confronting him. While they may accept the notion of romance, such public displays of affection are simply unbearable for them. Among those present, it is not only the boys without girlfriends who feel this way. Even some who are in relationships cannot help but envy Yichen. After all, his girlfriend is the school beauty and, moreover, a senior. This only serves to heighten their admiration. Chapter 49. Has Ningxuang truly developed affections for Yichen? Even some of Yichen's friends harbored thoughts of confronting him. To flaunt affection and spread sweet nothings before this group of single souls, one must pay the price. Amid the clamor in the classroom, the subsequent conversation between Yichen and Su Ningxuang went unheard by all. Thank you, senior. Yichen expressed his gratitude as he took the clothing from Su Ningxuang's hands. By the way, Yi Junior, do you have time tomorrow? Su Ningxuang suddenly inquired after a moment of hesitation. Tomorrow is Saturday, a day free from classes. At this moment, although Su Ningxuang appeared outwardly calm, her heart raced with nervous anticipation. I have time. What is the matter, Senior Su? Yichen pondered briefly, realizing he had no plans for the following day. That's wonderful. Su Ningxuang sighed in relief, knowing that Yichen was available. Let us visit the Baiyun Resort tomorrow. She mustered the courage to extend the invitation to Yichen. The Baiyun Resort is one of the most renowned vacation spots in Jiazhou. Despite having been established only a couple of years ago, it has gained considerable fame, attracting not only locals but also visitors from neighboring cities. Su Ningxuang wished to express her gratitude to Yichen for helping her find her USB drive yesterday, as well as for accompanying her to the hospital when she had injured her ankle. Initially, she contemplated treating Yichen to a meal, but soon dismissed that idea, feeling it lacked sincerity given how much he had assisted her. After thoughtful consideration, she decided inviting him out for a day of fun would be more fitting. By the way, I've already spoken to Xu Xian, and she is also willing to join us, Su Ningxuang mentioned, having invited Yichen's cousin, Zhao Xuxian. Would you like to come? She asked, her large eyes fixed intently on Yichen, exuding palpable tension. At this moment, Su Ningxuang felt quite anxious. This was her first time inviting a boy out, and she feared Yichen might decline. Absolutely, Yichen nodded, as he had no other commitments for the day. That is fantastic. Upon receiving Yichen's affirmative response, Su Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief, her excitement evident. Goodbye, Yu Junior. See you tomorrow. As the class time approached, Su Ningxuang chose not to linger and bid farewell to Yichen before departing. After parting ways with Su Ningxuang, Yichen entered the classroom, holding the jacket. The moment he stepped inside, all eyes turned towards him, more specifically, towards the jacket he held. Realization dawned upon everyone. They had not misheard earlier. Yichen had not taken the jacket when he left, so it must have been given to him by the school beauty. Feeling the weight of their gazes, especially the unfriendly stares from the boys in the class, Yichen felt a shiver run down his spine. What was the matter with them? Was it merely that Senior Su had come to deliver a jacket? What was so significant about that? It was as if she had confessed her feelings to him. Are they truly this envious? Yichen could not comprehend their sentiments and returned to his seat. Upon sitting down, he noticed that several friends, with whom he had previously shared a good rapport, looked at him with a peculiar expression. Yichen shrugged in resignation. Perplexed by their behavior, bored, he took out his phone and immediately saw a notification from the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it and was greeted with a game alert. Game challenge released. Travel to Baiyun Resort with Su Ningxuang. Challenge reward. Complete ownership of Roman International Hotel. Roman International Hotel? Yichen was not particularly surprised by the game challenge. Rather, he was intrigued by this Roman International Hotel. Driven by curiosity, he conducted a brief search. Roman International Hotel, one of the premier five-star establishments in Jiangzhou, boasted that even its most affordable rooms started at over 1,000 yuan per night, while the luxurious presidential suite soared to a staggering 888 yuan. Most astonishingly, the total value of Roman International Hotel was a remarkable 270 million. Upon discovering the hotel's valuation, Yichen felt a wave of excitement wash over him. He had not expected the challenge reward to exceed 200 million, nearing 300 million. Excellent. It appeared his worth would soon skyrocket once again. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest never ceases to amaze. Before long, the teacher arrived to commence the lesson. That evening, a skill-blind box appeared in the game shop, which Yichen promptly purchased. This time, he unlocked a skill culinary mastery. Although he had only acquired a single skill, it proved to be immensely practical. The following morning, after a quick wash-up, Yichen began to gather his belongings in preparation for a day of leisure. Once he finished packing, he opted not to drive his Ferrari or Koenigsegg, as there would be 3 of them today. While supercars were splendid, their capacity for only 2 passengers was rather inconvenient. Thus, Yichen settled on the more understated Bentley Continental and set off to school to collect Su Ningxuang and his cousin, Zhao Shuxian. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Su Ningxuang was rummaging through her belongings. Ningxuang, what are you searching for? You seem to have been at it for quite a while, a curious roommate inquired. I'm selecting my outfit, Su Ningxuang replied, continuing her search. After she finalized her choice of clothing, she sat down to meticulously apply a light touch of makeup. Observing this scene, her 2 roommates exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared expressions of surprise and curiosity reflected in one another's eyes. Why did this moment feel so familiar to them? It was reminiscent of their own first outings with their boyfriends, mirroring Su Ningxuang's current state. Is Ningxuang seeing someone? Upon this thought, the 2 roommates, who had initially been half awake, suddenly found their energy renewed. They quickly rose and approached Su Ningxuang. Ningxuang, have you found a boyfriend? One roommate could not help but ask. Not at all, Su Ningxuang shook her head. Are you going out today? Another roommate inquired. Yes. Shuxian and I are heading to Baiyun Resort for some fun, Su Ningxuang explained. Moments ago, Zhao Shuxian ventured out to procure breakfast, leaving the dormitory empty. It was just you and Shuxian, or was there another presence? Another roommate inquired. If she had left with Shuxian, it would be unlikely for Ningxuang to be so meticulously selecting her attire and even applying light makeup. Indeed, there is someone, but he is merely Shuxian's cousin. Yichen, Su Ningxuang elucidated. Yichen. Both of Su Ningxuang's roommates expressed their astonishment. They had previously heard whispers about the rumored connection between Ningxuang and her cousin Yichen. However, having been roommates for over a year, they understood Ningxuang's character well enough to believe that she would not fall into a romantic relationship so swiftly. Thus, they instinctively dismissed it as mere gossip. Yet, witnessing Ningxuang's current demeanor, they could no longer regard it as trivial chatter. There seemed to be some unspoken tension between Ningxuang and Yichen. Had Ningxuang truly developed feelings for him? Chapter 50. Su Linger. Sister, is this your husband? Su Ningxuan's 2 roommates exchanged glances, both silently pondering this question. Even though Ningxuan might not yet fully appreciate Yichen, she undoubtedly harbored a modicum of affection for him. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to spend time with him. Contemplating this, the 2 roommates wisely refrained from further inquiries. The current situation was rather delicate, and it seemed that Ningxuan herself had yet to realize it. Such matters were best left for her to uncover on her own. Before long, Zhao Shuxian returned, carrying the breakfast she had prepared. Shuxian, did you prepare breakfast for your cousin and brother-in-law? What about us? The 2 roommates teased as she entered. Brother-in-law? Zhao Shuxian paused, momentarily taken aback by the term, but quickly deduced that they were referring to Ningxuan. Yes, indeed. I brought some, she replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She relished the idea of her best friend potentially becoming her sister-in-law. The thought was undeniably thrilling. With that, Zhao Shuxian shared a portion of the breakfast with her friends, saving a single serving for Ningxuan, before they began to eat together. After a little over 20 minutes, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ningxuan emerged with their luggage in tow. The Baiyun Resort was expansive, and it was impossible to explore it all in a single day. If all went according to plan, they would likely be staying at the resort's hotel for the night. Upon reaching the school gate, they waited a few minutes until Yichen's Bentley Continental gracefully came to a stop before them. Zhao Shuxian handed him the breakfast she had prepared, and after placing their belongings in the car, the 2 girls prepared to board. Before Su Ningxuan could react, Zhao Shuxian had already opened the passenger door for her. I intend to claim the back seat for myself. Ningxuan, you can endure a bit of discomfort and sit up front with Yichen, Zhao Shuxian declared with a hint of authority. Su Ningxuan, taken aback, did not protest, and soon Zhao Shuxian settled into the rear seat. Once Yichen finished his breakfast, the trio set off. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the renowned Bayern Resort. After parking, they began to queue for tickets. As they stood in line, a commotion erupted nearby. A group of young men and women, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age, approached, their laughter and chatter drawing the attention of those in line, including Yichen and Su Ningxuan. "Hey, Lingo?" Su Ningxuan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the most beautiful girl in the group. Lingo? The stunning girl, upon hearing her name, turned in astonishment to see who had called her. Upon spotting Su Ningxuan, she rushed forward, excitement radiating from her. "Cousin, what a surprise to see you here." It became clear that this enchanting girl, Linger, was none other than Su Ningxuan's cousin, Su Linger. "On the weekend, I came here to have some fun," explained Su Ningxiang. "So did I. After finally getting a break this weekend, I decided to come out with a few classmates," Su Linger chimed in. This year, as a sophomore, Su Linger found her schedule tightening, with few opportunities for leisure on weekends. Seizing this rare chance, she made plans with her classmates to enjoy their time together. "Cousin, it's been a while since we last met. Let us hang out," she suggested, having not seen her cousin in quite some time. Su Ningxiang inquired about Zhao Shuxian and Yi Chen's thoughts, and upon receiving no objections, she agreed. "Linger, let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Zhao Shuxian." Su Ningxiang began her introduction. "Sister Shuxian," Su Linger greeted politely. Before Su Ningxiang could introduce Yi Chen, Su Ling eagerly interjected, "Cousin, this must be my brother-in-law." Being Su Ningxiang's younger cousin, she was well aware of her cousin's aloof demeanor. Throughout her life, she had never seen her cousin out with a boy. Now, seeing her cousin at the Bayun Resort with a young man, it was evident to her that his identity was unmistakable. He must be her brother-in-law. Su Linger scrutinized Yi Chen for a moment. "Not bad, my brother-in-law is quite handsome." "Hello, I'm Su Linger. You must look out for me in the future." She greeted Yi Chen with a friendly smile. At her words, a flush crept across Su Ningxiang's face, and she appeared bashful. "Linger, don't say that. This is my friend." "Yi Chen," Su Ningxiang corrected her, her cheeks still flushed. "It's fine. He is a friend now. But who knows, he might just be my brother-in-law later on. I'll just call it as I see it," Su Linger replied nonchalantly, fully confident that her cousin's relationship with Yi Chen was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, Su Ningxiang would never have chosen to spend time with him, even in a group. "Hello," Yi Chen responded, momentarily taken aback by Su Linger's exuberance. Out of politeness, he returned her greeting. Meanwhile, Su Linger's classmates approached, 2 boys and 2 girls, all possessing admirable looks. Yet, when compared to the sisters, they still fell short in stature. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin, Su Ningxiang," Su Linger announced, now taking the lead in introductions. Her classmates were momentarily stunned by her words. Indeed, the genes in Lingo's family were impressive. Linger herself was already a standout in their school, garnering much attention. To discover that her cousin was equally stunning, one could easily describe her as a beauty of unparalleled grace. "This is my sister. No, rather, this is my future brother-in-law." Su Linger began to introduce Yi Chen, but halfway through, she caught Su Ningxiang's glance and amended her statement to future brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Linger's male classmates gazed at Yi Chen with envy. "This guy is truly impressive." To everyone's astonishment, they managed to win over Linger, who was renowned for her beauty. The more they contemplated it, the more they found themselves envious and jealous of Yi Chen. After a round of introductions, the group became acquainted. While most were indifferent, one tall classmate of Su Linger remained vigilant as he shook hands with Yi Chen. Subsequently, they purchased tickets and successfully entered the Bayern Resort. The resort offered a plethora of activities, including horseback riding, golfing, bungee jumping, and archery. However, the group showed little interest in golf and decided to head straight to the horseback riding area. After enjoying more than an hour of riding, they prepared to move on to the next activity. "What shall we do next?" Su Linger asked, her spirits high after the ride. "I'm open to anything, except bungee jumping," she declared. Most of the group was indifferent, willing to partake in any activity. "How about we try archery?" suggested her tall classmate, Sun Siyuan, who had long harbored feelings for Su Linger. Archery was his forte, and in the presence of these girls, particularly in front of Su Linger, he was eager to showcase his skills to impress her. Chapter 51. Impressive brother-in-law. Shall we go archery? Upon hearing Sun Siyuan's suggestion, everyone paused in surprise. Yet no one voiced any objections. As long as it wasn't bungee jumping, any activity was acceptable. Yi Chen felt indifferent as well. With no dissent, Sun Siyuan took the initiative to lead the group to the archery range within the estate. Among the crowd, only a couple had prior experience, the rest were novices. Upon arrival at the archery venue, a dedicated staff member instructed everyone on the art of archery. Once the demonstration concluded, the staff member stepped aside, allowing Yi Chun, Su Ningxuang, and the others to practice on their own. "I'll go first," exclaimed Su Linger, brimming with excitement, drawing the bowstring and knocking an arrow. She released it with a swift motion. However, the arrow fell short of the target. "Let me try." One of Su Lingo's female classmates eagerly took her turn. After mimicking the same actions, her results were similarly lackluster. Subsequently, others took their shots, with Su Lingo's male classmate achieving the best outcome. Yet he barely hit the target and failed to score any rings. Zhao Shuxian expressed her disappointment at missing entirely. At last, only Yi Chun, Su Ningxuang, and Sun Siyuan remained who had yet to shoot. "Allow me," Sun Siyuan declared, sensing the moment was ripe for him to showcase his prowess. Drawing back the bowstring, his form illustrated that he had undergone professional training. With a swift release, the arrow soared forth, striking the 6 ring. "Wow, 6 rings. Siyuan is incredible!" Su Lingo's classmates gasped in astonishment, utterly amazed. While they had all failed, Sun Siyuan had effortlessly hit the 6 ring. Such prowess evoked admiration and envy from all present. "What is so impressive about that?" "It's merely 6 rings," Sun Siyuan feigned modesty, though inwardly he reveled in the praise. "Let me try again." He proceeded to shoot 4 or 5 more times, consistently landing in the 6 to 7 ring range. Remarkably, one arrow nearly struck the 8 ring. "Incredible! Siyuan is unbeatable." Su Linger's classmates were once again astounded by Sun Siyuan's formidable archery skills. "I must have misheard the instructions from the staff, which is why I missed," Su Linger said, unwilling to concede defeat. "Let me call the staff over to teach us again." As she turned to do so, Sun Siyuan intercepted her. "There is no need for that. I can teach you all, no problem," he asserted confidently. Given Sun Siyuan's earlier display, the group had no objections, placing their trust in his abilities. It was clear that he was the most skilled archer among them. Sun Siyuan meticulously instructed a few individuals once more, and indeed, during their second attempt, everyone exhibited a slight improvement. "Brother-in-law, why not give it a try?" Su Lingo suggested, having noticed Yi Chun seemingly unengaged. It appeared she had yet to witness her brother-in-law shoot an arrow. "Me? Perhaps not. I've never done this before," Yi Chun responded, wishing to maintain a low profile despite this being his inaugural experience with archery. However, he was not like the others. He had previously acquired advanced archery skills. "Come on, brother-in-law," Su Linger insisted, pulling Yi Chun closer. "It's all right. Even if you miss on your first shot, it doesn't matter." At that moment, Sun Siyuan, buoyed by the praise from the crowd, chimed in, "I'll teach you shortly. I guarantee you'll hit the target." With confidence radiating from him, he appeared eager to impart his knowledge to Yi Chun. Given the circumstances, Yi Chun did not decline. It was an opportunity to gauge the effectiveness of his advanced archery skills within the game. As he prepared to shoot, Su Ningxiang also glanced over with curiosity. Drawing the bowstring, Yi Chun released the arrow. Whoosh! In the next instant, the arrow struck the target with pinpoint accuracy, 9 rings. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide with astonishment. What just happened? The crowd was utterly taken aback. Hadn't Yi Chun just claimed this was his first attempt? How had he managed to hit the 9 rings so effortlessly? Was it mere luck? The onlookers were bewildered. "Brother-in-law is incredible," Su Lingo exclaimed, momentarily stunned before bursting into joyful cheers. Her excitement eclipsed even her earlier triumph of hitting the target. "Brother-in-law is simply amazing." Su Ningxiang and Zhao Shuxian wore proud smiles, while Sun Siyuan appeared utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape as if a whole apple could fit inside. How was this possible? He mused inwardly. To strike the 9 rings on his first attempt was nothing short of absurd. His strongest shot had barely grazed the 8 rings, ultimately only scoring 7. Yet, this Yi Chun, claiming to be a novice, had effortlessly outperformed him. Was this a joke? No. It couldn't be that Yi Chun was simply more skilled. It must be luck at play. After all, archery does involve an element of chance. Yes, it was merely luck, Sun Siyuan reassured himself. "Yi Chun, why not give it another shot?" Sun Siyuan invited him once more, determined to see if Yi Chun could replicate such fortune on a second attempt. Yi Chun nodded. Indeed. It had been his first experience with archery, and due to his inexperience, he had not fully showcased his capabilities. This time, with the advantage of prior experience, he felt more at ease. Whoosh! The second arrow flew forth, striking directly at the bullseye, 10 rings. The scene fell into a profound silence. All present gazing in awe at the arrow that had found its mark. The astonishment was palpable. Yi Chen's second arrow struck the bullseye. A perfect 10 rings? Surely, this cannot be mere illusion. Oh my, brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Su Linger exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Her brother-in-law is simply extraordinary. The first arrow, 9 rings. The second arrow, 10 rings. His prowess is escalating. Su Lingo's 2 female classmates gazed at Yi Chen in admiration, wondering if Linger's brother-in-law was indeed so formidable. Sun Siyuan remained in utter disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. 10 rings? 10 rings? Yi Chen's second arrow achieved 10 rings? Impossible, this cannot be. He simply could not accept that Yi Chen possessed such strength, capable of utterly dominating him. Luck, it must be sheer luck. Sun Siyuan attributed Yi Chen's performance to fortune once more. Why not try a few more times? Sun Siyuan suggested to Yi Chen. Without uttering a word, Yi Chen picked up another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen released his third, fourth, and fifth arrows. 10 rings, 10 rings, yet another 10 rings. In that moment, the onlookers were rendered utterly speechless, as if petrified by astonishment. Chapter 52. The astonishment of Su Ningfang. Everyone stood there as if carved from stone. Utterly speechless. All 10 rings? How astonishing. Brother Chen is truly remarkable. After a moment of stunned silence, several of Su Lingo's classmates erupted into applause. Clearly enamored with Yi Chen. Previously, they had witnessed Sun Siyuan's first arrow striking a 6 ring, followed by subsequent arrows that either hit 6 or 7 rings. They were utterly astonished and instinctively considered Sun Siyuan the most skilled archer among them. However, after witnessing Yi Chen's archery prowess, the crowd experienced a profound realization. The most exceptional and formidable individual among them had been the remarkably humble Yi Chen. My brother-in-law is incredible, Su Linger exclaimed with uncontainable excitement and pride. Despite his low profile, when he finally revealed his skills, he left everyone in awe. Truly worthy of being her future brother-in-law, indeed impressive. Zhao Shuxian nodded in agreement. Equally proud. Standing a short distance away, Su Ningfang was equally astonished, never having anticipated Yi Chen's archery skills to be so formidable. Yi Chen seemed like a treasure trove of talents, with endless virtues waiting to be uncovered. In the midst of the jubilant atmosphere, only Sun Siyuan remained frozen in place. Utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? If Yi Chen's first arrow had struck a 9 ring and the second a 10 ring, it could have been attributed to luck. However, the subsequent 3 arrows all hitting 10 rings? This could hardly be mere fortune. At that moment, Sun Siyuan could no longer dismiss Yi Chen's achievement as chance. Such results surpassed those of many professionals. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Sun Siyuan finally understood. Yi Chen had claimed it was his first time shooting. But he was undoubtedly lying. He must be a master archer, merely choosing to remain low-key. The realization flushed Sun Siyuan's face with embarrassment. He had been boasting in front of an archery expert. It was utterly mortifying. The more he thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. Sun Siyuan quickly stepped back, distancing himself from the crowd's gaze. Today, no matter what, he could not bring himself to shoot again. It would be best if he could remain unnoticed in this place. His wish was granted, as once everyone discovered Yi Chen's extraordinary skill, they naturally overlooked Sun Siyuan. Brother-in-law, please teach me. Su Lingo approached, her sparkling eyes pleading with Yi Chen. Brother Chen, include me as well. Brother Chen, would you teach me too? 2 of Su Linger's female classmates also chimed in, eager for Yi Chen to instruct them in archery. Yi Chen found it difficult to refuse Su Linger and nodded in agreement. Naturally, he did not forget to offer guidance to Su Ningfang and his cousin Zhao Shuxian as well. Time flew by, and as noon approached, everyone reluctantly departed from the archery range. Brother-in-law, you must teach me again when you have the time. Archery is simply exhilarating. The lively Su Lingo adored the gallant feeling that accompanied shooting arrows. However, her demeanor was striking, yet her academic performance was lacking. She could barely hit the target. All right. Yi Chen nodded. At noon, the group arrived at the restaurant of the villa for a meal. While dining, they inadvertently overheard that the estate boasted a vast expanse of lakes, where many enjoyed fishing. The caught fish could be handed over to the villa staff for the cleaning of entrails and scales. Once prepared, the staff would return the fish to them, allowing them to personally grill the catch. Upon hearing this, Su Linger immediately became intrigued. Not only her, but the others present were also quite interested in this activity. The prospect of catching their own fish and grilling it promised a unique flavor. Sister, brother-in-law, how about we go fishing this afternoon? After catching the fish, we can have a barbecue tonight, Su Lingo proposed, having already mapped out the group's plans for the afternoon and evening. What does everyone think? She inquired. I think it's a splendid idea. I concur. The others expressed their agreement, fully supporting Su Lingo's suggestion. Seeing this, Yuchen and Su Ningxuang nodded in approval, finding the plan agreeable as well. After lunch and a brief rest, the group headed straight to the villa's lakeside. They rented fishing gear from a designated area and listened attentively to the staff's instructions before making their way to the water's edge. Finding a shaded spot, they spread out slightly, with Yuchen and Su Ningxuang sitting closely together. As the fishing commenced, only Sun Siyuan and another male classmate of Su Linger had prior fishing experience. Despite his eagerness to show off and attract Su Linger's attention, Sun Siyuan, still reeling from the earlier archery incident, hesitated to boast, fearing that Yuchen might be an undisclosed fishing expert. Therefore, he refrained from showcasing his skills at the outset. I hope the first fish today is caught by me, he mumbled quietly after glancing at Yuchen. Fishing, while requiring skill, equally hinges on luck. Sun Siyuan, naturally, hoped for favorable fortune. After being disheartened earlier, he dared not wish to be the one who caught the most fish today. He merely aspired to be the first to land a catch. This way, he could bask in a moment of pride before the others and regain a semblance of dignity. His expectations were modest, but surely achievable. Sun Siyuan reassured himself that even if Yuchen was indeed a concealed fishing prodigy, it didn't guarantee he would be the first to catch a fish. He still had a fighting chance. With this thought, Sun Siyuan began to fish earnestly. As time passed, he suddenly noticed the bobber moving. A fish had taken the bait. He instantly felt a surge of excitement, focusing intently and readying to reel in. Ultimately, Sun Siyuan successfully brought up the fish, which was about the size of his palm. Gazing at his catch, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. It seemed that the first person to catch a fish today was. He looked around proudly, murmuring to himself. Yet, he had only spoken halfway. And upon glancing towards Yuchen, Sun Siyuan found himself momentarily stunned. He observed that Yuchen had already removed the fish from his hook. A rough estimate suggested it weighed 2 to 3 pounds. Witnessing this scene, Sun Siyuan was left dumbfounded. Sighing softly, he began to question his existence. It seemed that the first person to catch a fish today was not himself, even if he and Yuchen had hooked their catches simultaneously. The latter's fish was significantly heftier, while his own was barely the size of his palm, likely falling far short of half a pound. Once again, he had been bested by Yuchen. Though a tinge of regret washed over him, Sun Siyuan felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, after catching his fish, he had refrained from boasting or showing off. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. He intended to stow away his catch discreetly, not wanting others to see the minuscule fish he had reeled in. It was simply too embarrassing. Quickening his pace, he resolved to remain inconspicuous. However, just as Sun Siyuan was about to detach the fish from the hook and quietly gather it, a voice of astonishment rang out. Wow! Both Chen and Siyuan have caught fish. Sun Siyuan's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 53. What is it like to have Yuchen as a boyfriend? Ah! Sun Siyuan's heart roared in anguish, his spirit seething. This time, he had genuinely aimed to remain inconspicuous, wishing not to reveal his catch. Yet, why had it unfolded this way? In this moment, Sun Siyuan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Alas, life felt exceedingly difficult. He yearned to be a good person, a modest individual, yet why was it so arduous? This time, he truly did not wish to show off or draw attention. However, with such remarks from others, it all seemed ruined. Once again, he felt overshadowed by Yuchen. At that moment, Sun Siyuan harbored a fierce desire to silence the very person who had spoken. Turning, he shot a fierce glare at the male classmate who had spoken earlier. Siyuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The classmate inquired, puzzled by Sun Siyuan's unusual expression. Nothing. Nothing at all, Sun Siyuan replied, suppressing the impulse to kick the boy into the lake, shaking his head instead. Meanwhile, the others had initially overlooked the fact that Yuchen and Sun Siyuan had caught fish. However, upon the classmate's exclamation, everyone turned their attention toward them. First gazing at Yuchen. Wow, Brother Chen is incredible. Such a large fish, truly a versatile talent. They exclaimed in awe. Brother-in-law, you're my idol. So impressive. Su Linger declared with immense pride. My cousin has such good taste. Brother-in-law excels at everything. So strong. It's all right, Yuchen replied candidly, not entirely satisfied. After all, he had only recently acquired advanced fishing skills, and the first fish he caught weighed merely 2 or 3 pounds, quite average. Yet, his statement landed upon the ears of the onlookers like thunder. Caught such a large fish, and he still considers it average? They believe that if they managed to catch such a fish, they would awaken laughing from their dreams. Brother Chen's standards were exceedingly high. He was truly remarkable. After expressing their admiration for Yi Chen's impressive catch, their gazes shifted to Sun Siyuan. Upon discovering that Sun Siyuan's fish was merely the size of a palm, silence enveloped the group, who chose to selectively ignore him and continued to praise Yi Chen. At that moment, feeling utterly overlooked, Sun Siyuan was left in a quandary, unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment. Sighing, he stored the fish away. As time slowly passed, what had initially been a collective fishing endeavor dwindled, with everyone's patience waning. Apart from Yi Chen and Sun Siyuan, only Zhao Shuxian had the fortune of catching a half-pound fish, while the others had no success. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the group conceded defeat. They contemplated purchasing additional fish if needed, but upon witnessing the magnitude of Yi Chen's catch, they swiftly altered their thoughts. What if we can't finish all these fish? Brother Chen is truly exceptional. How many fish has he caught? Deciding they'd had enough, Yi Chen ceased fishing, paid a sum of money, and entrusted the staff to handle the fish. They then proceeded to a designated area for grilling the fish. Subsequently, they purchased some raw lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings, and the like. After a while, they began grilling together. Half an hour later, the staff delivered the prepared fish. Due to the large number of people, they split into 2 groups. Grilling together would have been too slow. Perfectly, there were 8 people, thus forming 2 teams of 4 for the barbecue. Yi Chen, Zhao Shuxian, and Su Ningxuang naturally formed one team. Su Linger eagerly volunteered to join Yi Chen's side. Her classmates had no objections, considering that both her cousin and brother-in-law were present. Neither Su Linger nor Su Ningxuang could cook, although Zhao Shuxian had some culinary skills. She was not adept at grilling. Hence, the task of barbecuing fell upon the sole male, Yi Chen. The 3 girls were responsible for assisting him, while Yi Chen took charge of the grilling. Soon, the enticing aroma of grilled food wafted through the air. Yi Chen's culinary prowess was remarkable. Su Ling, inhaling the delightful scent, couldn't help but marvel at her brother-in-law's versatility. In that moment, she finally understood why her brother-in-law had won over her aloof cousin. Meanwhile, Su Ningxuang gazed at Yi Chen with admiration. He was truly impressive, proficient in a myriad of skills, not just superficially knowledgeable. She found herself wondering what it would be like to have Yi Chen as a boyfriend. It must be warm and reassuring. For a moment, Su Ningxuang lost herself in fantasy. Sis, what's wrong? Seeing her cousin lost in thought, Su Linger couldn't help but poke her. Huh? Startled by Su Linger's call, Su Ningxuang snapped back to reality. Oh my goodness, what was I just thinking? A blush spread across her cheeks as she looked at Yi Chen, feeling shy. These are ready, come and taste. Yi Chen handed the grilled food to the 3 girls. They accepted and took a bite. Wow, it's heavenly. Su Lingo exclaimed, brother-in-law, your culinary skills are exceptional. My sister is in for a treat. Having just fantasized, Su Ningxuang felt even more bashful upon hearing Su Linger's praise. Oh my. What on earth is Linger saying? In stark contrast to Yi Chen's side, a burnt odor wafted from Sun Siyuan's group. Among the 4 of them, 3 had some culinary knowledge, yet it was still a chaotic affair. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful barbecue from Yi Chen's side, 2 girls could no longer endure it. They abandoned Sun Siyuan and another male classmate and eagerly rushed to Yi Chen. Brother Chen, it smells so good. May I have a taste? The 2 girls implored. Since they were Su Linger's classmates, Yi Chen generously shared some of his food with them. Witnessing this, Su Linger's male classmate attempted to join, but was stopped by Sun Siyuan. This was the same guy from their fishing trip that afternoon. He sought to maintain a low profile, yet was betrayed by this individual. He restrained himself from casting this person aside. However, this evening's charred barbecue would not allow him to escape unscathed. Ultimately, this male classmate was coerced by Sun Siyuan, and they both partook in the burnt barbecue. After dinner, it was time to prepare for the night's rest. Initially, they intended to stay at the hotel within the resort. However, Su Linger had her own ideas. I believe, with so many of us, it would be far more enjoyable to book a vacation villa, she suggested. Baiyun Resort not only offers a hotel, but also luxurious vacation villas, replete with numerous rooms. The villas at Baiyun Resort are quite upscale, with scenery that far surpasses that of a standard hotel. The vacation villa even boasts a swimming pool, a private cinema, a gym, and more, providing unparalleled comfort. The only downside is that it is somewhat pricey, but with so many people, the costs would be quite reasonable when shared. No need to split the cost. I shall cover the expenses for the vacation villa, Sun Siyuan interjected suddenly. Having been effortlessly overshadowed by Yichen throughout the day, Sun Siyuan felt quite disheartened. Upon hearing Su Ling Er's suggestion, he was instantly invigorated. He promptly stepped forward, volunteering his support. While he could not compete with Yi Chun in terms of ability, he was confident he could surpass him in financial resources. His father was a CEO, owning a large factory with substantial wealth. Renting a vacation villa wouldn't cost an exorbitant amount. Eager to showcase his capabilities in front of Su Ling and the others, he decided to shoulder this expense. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Sun Siyuan directly called Baiyun Resort and successfully secured a villa. Soon, guided by the staff, they made their way to the villa area of the resort. However, upon their arrival, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. To their astonishment, someone was already residing in the villa that Sun Siyuan had just rented. As Yi Chun and the others arrived, the occupants of the villa also spotted them. One of the young men within the villa pointed at Yi Chun and his companions, brazenly shouting, "Who allowed you to enter? Get out." Chapter 54. A special incident. Get away from me. Yi Chun and his companions stood perplexed in front of the villa. What was happening? Wasn't this the villa that Sun Siyuan had just rented? How could they be accosted before even entering by a young man emerging from the villa? What did you say? Sun Siyuan, unable to contain his irritation, stepped forward to confront the young man. This was his newly rented villa. For the time being, he was considered its owner. To be insulted in his own residence and told to leave? Was this a joke? Even an ordinary person would find such indignity intolerable, let alone someone as hot-headed as Sun Siyuan. Humph. The young man scoffed, clearly dismissing Sun Siyuan's presence. I said to get lost. Did you not hear me? The arrogant youth repeated his earlier statement. Sun Siyuan, now furious, clenched his fists. Oh, you want to throw a punch? Everyone, come out. The brazen youth, upon seeing Sun Siyuan's clenched fists, sneered and called out to the villa. Before long, a group of 11 or 12 men and women emerged from the villa, the majority of them being men. Ding Xiao, who are these people? A short-haired woman among the arrogant youth's friends inquired curiously. I have no idea. A bunch of fools barging into my villa, and they dare to threaten me. Ding Xiao disdainfully replied. What? Dare to throw a punch? Which one of you dares to strike at Ding Xiao? Whoever does, we are more than ready to respond. Upon hearing Ding Xiao's words, 6 or 7 youths from the villa immediately stepped forward, standing beside Ding Xiao and locking eyes with Sun Siyuan and Yi Chun. Kid, are you the one? Questioned a tall youth, towering at nearly 2 meters. Wait, what did you just say? Sun Siyuan asked, his expression one of confusion. I said to get lost. The arrogant youth mocked. You claim this is your villa? Indeed, what of it? Ding Xiao nodded. Sun Siyuan was utterly baffled. What was going on? Hadn't he just rented this villa? When he finalized the rental, the staff had congratulated him, stating that this was the last available villa of the day. If he had delayed even a moment longer, he might have lost the opportunity to rent it. Could it be that he had come to the wrong place? He turned to the staff member who had brought them here. You didn't lead me astray, did you? I rented this villa, correct? Sun Siyuan inquired. At that moment, even the staff member appeared bewildered. This is the villa, he stammered. He had worked there for many years and was well aware that there were only over 20 villas in the resort. How could he confuse them? Yet, the current situation caused him to question himself. Please hold on a moment. As he spoke, the staff member retrieved his phone to check Sun Siyuan's reservation information. Villa number 16. The staff confirmed that Sun Siyuan had indeed reserved villa number 16. Before them stood the very villa in question. There was no mistake. I have verified the information, and this is indeed the location, the staff replied to Sun Siyuan. Do you see? This villa is rented in my name. How could it possibly belong to you? With the staff's affirmation, Sun Siyuan gained confidence and directly retorted to the arrogant youth. The staff approached as well, inquiring of the haughty young man, Ding Xiao. Sir, did you also book villa number 16? Faced with the inquiries from Sun Siyuan and the staff, the arrogant youth responded with palpable impatience. This villa was assigned to me by Manager Yang. If there are any issues, direct your questions to Manager Yang. Additionally, stop wasting our time. I will say this one last time, get out. Upon hearing the name Manager Yang, the staff immediately grew anxious. Manager Yang was the manager of their Baiyun Resort, and the fact that this villa was supposedly assigned to them by him was alarming. Please hold on. I will consult Manager Yang, the staff said, stepping aside to call. That villa? Yes, I instructed Ding Xiao to occupy it directly, Manager Yang replied. Return the funds to that customer and let them leave. Do not disturb Ding Xiao. Understood, the staff nodded, beginning to piece together the situation. It appeared that Mr. Sun Siyuan had indeed reserved the villa first, securing his booking. However, due to Ding Xiao's arrival, Manager Yang, in an effort to appease Ding Xiao, directly intervened and allowed him to occupy the villa, resulting in the current predicament. Now, the issue of offending a customer had to be dealt with by him. Sir, I apologize. How about this? We will refund your payment, and you may stay at the resort's hotel instead. The staff approached Sun Siyuan and explained. All other villas within the resort had already been rented out, leaving no vacancies. What on earth is happening? Sun Siyuan inquired angrily. The staff, reluctant to take the blame for Manager Yang, quietly explained the situation to Sun Siyuan. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Siyuan was furious. That Manager Yang, in an effort to curry favor with that insufferable Ding Xiao, had given away the villa he had booked, forcing him to stay in a hotel. Although a refund was possible, the more he pondered this situation, the angrier he became. Siyuan, why not let it go? Suggested several of Su Linger's classmates. Yes, I see they have an impressive background. Perhaps we should just stay at the hotel. The arrogant youth and his friends exuded an air of superiority, clearly not to be trifled with. It would be wiser for them to take a step back. Sun Siyuan began to waver. Dare to intrude upon our reserved villa? I see you lot are seeking trouble. Hurry up and leave. Do not disturb our party. Ding Xiao's friends jeered at Sun Siyuan and Yi Chen, displaying their arrogance unabashedly. Young man, do you now comprehend to whom this villa belongs? You should swiftly depart. The arrogant youth, Ding Xiao, spoke, insisting that Sun Siyuan, Yi Chen, and the others vacate the premises. Do not sully my vision. How dare you, Ding Xiao? Just wait. Sun Siyuan, who had previously hesitated, was now filled with fury upon hearing this. Moments ago, he pondered whether to concede. Now, he was determined to confront Ding Xiao to the very end. Ding Xiao's identity and background were undoubtedly formidable, while Sun Siyuan's background was rather unremarkable. Beside him, Yi Chen furrowed his brows, his mood decidedly grim. This Ding Xiao's words were exceedingly offensive. Today, I shall ensure that you are expelled from this villa. With that, Sun Siyuan retrieved his phone and dialed his father. Once the call connected, he relayed the situation to his father. Yes, I understand. I will make a call to inquire further. Sun Siyuan's father acknowledged the gravity of the situation. After hanging up, a smile spread across Sun Siyuan's face. Fear not, everyone, my father is intervening. Those who will be expelled from this villa will surely be them. With confidence, he pointed towards Ding Xiao and his companions while addressing Su Linger and the others. Chapter 55. Why do the esteemed figures display such humility and respect in the presence of Yi Chen? Upon hearing Sun Siyuan's remark, several of Su Linger's classmates heaved a sigh of relief, well aware of the influential background of Sun Siyuan's family. With his father now intervening, they believed that the situation would soon be resolved. However, Ding Xiao and his companions regarded Sun Siyuan with disdain. Oh, how impressive. We are truly terrified. If you possess any capability, have your father expel us from here. We shall wait. They continued to mock, dismissing Sun Siyuan and Yi Chen entirely. We shall see. Sun Siyuan retorted angrily. With his father's involvement, he was confident that he would reclaim the villa. It was they who should leave. A minute later, Sun Siyuan received a call from his father. See, my father is calling. You all should be prepared to leave, he boasted confidently. You will see. With my father involved, it is you who must go. Encouraged by Sun Siyuan's father's intervention, Su Linger's classmates stepped forward to confront Ding Xiao and his group. Emboldened and unafraid of this so-called Ding Xiao, they placed their trust in Sun Siyuan. Meanwhile, as Sun Siyuan answered the call, his smile abruptly vanished upon hearing his father's first words. You little rascal, do you know who Ding Xiao is? He is the son of the chairman of Yuanli Corporation. His father's reprimands were harsh. Yuanli Corporation, with assets exceeding 3 billion, was not an entity they could afford to provoke. Although I own a factory, it pales in comparison to Yuanli Corporation, his father continued. Now, hurry and apologize to Ding Xiao, immediately. With that, Sun Siyuan's father commanded him loudly before hanging up. In stunned silence, Sun Siyuan stood frozen, his expression blank. While he was unaware of the specifics of Yuanli Corporation, the tone of his father indicated it was a formidable company beyond their reach. In an instant, he appeared to age a decade, lost and despondent. With a sigh of resignation, Sun Siyuan felt utterly hopeless. He stepped forward, and upon seeing him approach, his classmates, who had believed his father's involvement would resolve the matter, eagerly gathered around him, their expressions animated. Ding Xiao, I apologize. It was my fault, he stated unexpectedly. His classmates were left dumbfounded. What? Why is Siyuan apologizing? Is Ding Xiao's status truly that formidable? They feared that even with his father's intervention, it was not enough. How amusing. Weren't you the one who told us to wait? Why the sudden change? What are you even worth? Ding Xiao and his companions reveled in their arrogance. Leave. Ding Xiao waved dismissively. Sun Si-Yuan turned away, resignedly addressing his peers. Let us go. Having said that, Sun Si-Yuan led the group forward, preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a slender henchman of Ding Xiao obstructed Sun Si-Yuan's path. The men may leave, but the ladies must stay. The slender henchman turned to Ding Xiao and said, Ding Xiao, we are hosting a party and the number of women is insufficient. Those few men can take their leave, but let these girls stay. He pointed specifically at the sisters Su Ningxuang and Su Linger. That makes sense. Ding Xiao paused momentarily, casting an appreciative glance at the slender henchman. The men may go. The ladies shall remain. Ding Xiao commanded. On the other side, the few individuals who had initially intended to leave were now completely taken aback. Su Linger's two classmates turned pale, their eyes filled with terror, clearly frightened. Su Ningxuang and Su Linger also changed their expressions. What did you say? Yuchen furrowed his brow, stepping forward to inquire in a cold voice. The matter of staying in a villa or not was of little concern to him. However, Ding Xiao's demand for Su Ningxuang and the others to remain was utterly unacceptable. Yichun was genuinely enraged this time. Oh, so another hero has emerged? Ding Xiao's companion sneered, dismissing Yichun entirely. Did you not hear? Let me repeat myself. Those girls must stay. Do you understand? Ding Xiao threatened Yichun. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, you will pay the price. Upon hearing Ding Xiao's words, several of his henchmen immediately encircled Yichun. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Seeing this, Su Ningxuang swiftly took out her phone, preparing to call her father. What are you doing? At that moment, an imposing voice resonated, devoid of anger yet commanding respect. A serious-looking middle-aged man approached, accompanied by a secretary in professional attire. Upon seeing the stern figure, the staff members nearby instantly changed countenance, rushing towards the middle-aged man. Mr. Tian, you have arrived, they greeted with utmost deference. The middle-aged man, named Tian Wu, was the owner of the Baiyun Resort. Ah, Uncle Tian. The previously arrogant Ding Xiao's demeanor shifted instantly upon recognizing Tian Wu, his face breaking into a smile as he approached to greet him. Oh, so it is Chengji. Tian Wu recognized Ding Xiao's identity as Ding Chengji. He was acquainted with Ding Xiao's father, and their relationship was quite amicable. What is happening here? Tian Wu inquired. Coincidentally, he was residing in a villa at the resort that day and had come out for a stroll, noticing the gathering of people suggesting a potential conflict. As the owner of Baiyun Resort, he naturally felt compelled to investigate. Uncle Tian, this brat just dared to threaten me. Ding Xingji pointed at Yichun, seeking to complain to Tian Wu. Observing this, Su Ningxuang was ready to dial her father's number. The classmates of Su Linger also deduced that this middle-aged man was of a terrifying identity, a figure of great significance. Now, such an eminent person had appeared, and he was acquainted with Ding Xiao. They were doomed. Upon this realization, Su Lingo's two female classmates turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ding Qingji's subordinates grew increasingly arrogant, exuding an air of invincibility. Just when they believed that General Tian would assist Ding Qingji in reprimanding Yichun, the next scene left everyone present utterly astounded. Tian Wu followed Ding Qingji's gaze, but before Ding Qingji could finish his words, Tian Wu cast aside Ding Qingji and swiftly approached Yichun. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Tian Wu inquired, his tone imbued with profound humility and obsequiousness. Witnessing this, all present were rendered speechless. This my heavens. Everyone was taken aback by Tian Wu's actions and words. Why was this esteemed figure, General Tian, standing beside Yichun with such deference and respect? Chapter 56. Take matters into your own hands. All those present gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their worldviews teetering on the brink of collapse. A figure of such high stature was exhibiting profound respect, even humility, towards a mere youth. It felt surreal, as though one were caught in a vivid dream. Shouldn't the roles be reversed? Similarly, Su Linger's classmates were left utterly dumbfounded. Sun Si-Yuan, who had appeared utterly despondent, now stared wide-eyed, his face a portrait of disbelief. Su Ningxiang and Su Linger breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no need for Su Ningxiang to call her father after all. Indeed, with Yichun present, he effortlessly navigated any situation, instilling a profound sense of security. As she observed Yichun, an inexplicable emotion began to well up within Su Ningxiang's heart. The most unsettled individuals at the scene were Ding Qingji and his few underlings, who stood frozen as if they had encountered a ghost. How had the situation transformed so dramatically? Wasn't this Mr. Tian an uncle to young Master Ding? How had he suddenly resorted to fawning over someone they deemed beneath them? Yichen, struggling to comprehend the shift, Ding Qingji himself was also engulfed in confusion. What on earth was happening? Why was Uncle Tian attempting to curry favor with Yichen? No matter how hard he tried, Ding Qingji could not fathom a sensible explanation. Do you know me? Yichen inquired, perplexed, as Tian Wu approached him with an unexpected air of courtesy. Yichen did not recognize this Tian Wu. Of course, I had the privilege of witnessing your remarkable presence at the banquet a few days ago, Tian Wu replied with utmost respect. He had indeed attended the gathering. Standing among the crowd of guests at the time, where he and the other executives had dismissed Yichen and his entertainment company, to their astonishment. They later witnessed Yin Baimei and Ma Jiangwen kneeling before Yichen, pleading for forgiveness. This event had left Tian Wu and the other attendees utterly stunned. Although Tian Wu was a billionaire with considerable status, he still paled in comparison to Ma Jiangwen. Seeing someone of Ma Jiangwen's caliber bowing to Yichen prompted Tian Wu and his peers to switch allegiances in an attempt to win Yichen's favor. Unfortunately, Yichen had departed before they could engage him in conversation. Had the situation ended there, Tian Wu might not have felt compelled to show such deference, even subservience, towards Yichen. However, 2 days ago, Tian Wu had learned some internal news. It was rumored that Ma Jiangwen had been compelled to seek Yichen's forgiveness due to pressure from a prominent figure in Jiazhou. If even Ma Jiangwen could not afford to offend such a heavyweight, it was clear that Tian Wu stood no chance. The involvement of such an influential person led Tian Wu to speculate that Yichen must possess either an exceptionally powerful background or formidable connections. Either way, he was someone to whom Tian Wu felt he must aspire. Recently, his own business had encountered some challenges, and having discovered the existence of this significant figure, Yichen, Tian Wu's mind began to race with thoughts of how he might cultivate a relationship with him. In the days that followed, he had been pondering how best to secure an audience with Yichen. Unexpectedly, while taking a stroll at his villa this evening, Tian Wu encountered Mr. Yi. Recognizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he naturally seized the moment, leading to the earlier scene. Good evening, Mr. Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tian Wu, the proprietor of Baiyun Resort. With utmost respect, Tian Wu introduced himself to Yichen. So it is Mr. Tian, Yichen replied courteously, acknowledging the formality. Please, just call me Tian Wu. The revelation that this middle-aged man was the owner of the Baiyun Resort astonished everyone present. The Baiyun Resort is not merely renowned within Jiazhou. It ranks among the most esteemed resorts in the entire province. This middle-aged gentleman was indeed a significant figure. Yet, even such a notable person exhibited deference before Yichen, which was quite formidable. Uncle Tian, who is he? Ding Qingji sensed that something was amiss. The young man named Yichen seemed to possess a considerable stature, and he had unwittingly found himself in a precarious situation. This is Yichen, Mr. Yi, Tian Wu introduced, then curiously inquired, by the way, what were you and Mr. Yi discussing just now? Upon hearing this question, Ding Qingji felt a wave of dread wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. He was at a loss for words, unable to confess that they had nearly confronted Mr. Yi. Observing Ding Qingji's distress, Tian Wu's expression darkened instantly. Upon reflection, he recalled that Ding Qingji and his companions had indeed surrounded Mr. Yi. Could it be? Understanding Ding Qingji's character, Tian Wu's heart sank. What transpired just now? Tian Wu commanded one of the nearby staff members. Faced with the authority of their employer, the staff, without hesitation, recounted the events as they had unfolded. Upon hearing the account, Tian Wu's face turned ashen. Such an incident occurring within his own resort was intolerable. Scoundrel! Tian Wu, infuriated, could not restrain himself and delivered a sharp kick to Ding Qingji. With a thud, Ding Qingji was sent sprawling to the ground. Uncle Tian, I was wrong. I was wrong. Ding Qingji recognized the gravity of his misstep and pleaded for mercy. What good is your apology to me? Quickly, go and apologize to Mr. Yi. Tian Wu reprimanded sternly. Ding Qingji hurriedly approached Yichen, kneeling before him and repeatedly begging for forgiveness. Although he was unaware of Yichen's true identity, the fact that Tian Wu held him in such high regard indicated that his standing was exceptionally formidable, someone not to be trifled with. In truth, Ding Qingji's father was slightly less influential than Tian Wu. Seeing Ding Qingji kneel, his subordinates swiftly followed suit, kneeling before Yichen and fervently apologizing. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Yichen retorted coolly. In that moment, Ding Qingxi and his followers felt an even greater sense of trepidation. Tianwu realized that Mr. Yi was genuinely angered. One must never think that a mere apology suffices. Tianwu whispered to his secretary, who promptly entered the villa to retrieve a metal rod. With a meaningful glance, Tianwu signaled her to toss it to Ding Qingxi. Your father previously warned that if you caused trouble again, he would break one of your legs, Tianwu stated, although he wished to remain uninvolved. The incident transpired within his own estate, thus he bore considerable responsibility. Tianwu sought every means to quell Yi Chen's fury. Today, having angered Mr. Yi, you shall bear the consequences yourself, he declared. What? Ding Qingxi's complexion drained of color, his body trembling in fear. Did Uncle Tian imply that he must break his own leg? No, no. Ding Qingxi instinctively shook his head. If you refuse, shall I summon your father to take action? Tianwu challenged. No, please, no. At this, Ding Qingxi hastily shook his head. If his father intervened, both legs might very well be broken. He turned to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I apologize. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence, and I take full responsibility. I am willing to break one of my legs as an act of contrition. With that, Ding Qingxi gritted his teeth and forcefully swung the metal rod down. A cry of agony erupted as he shattered his own right leg. And you lot. Tianwu commanded Ding Qingxi's subordinates directly. Witnessing Ding Qingxi's fate, they dared not refuse and followed suit. However, one of the slender men who had suggested leaving the girls on Yi Chen's side, paralyzed by fear, miscalculated his actions, resulting in a disastrous outcome. Chapter 57. Matters only couples can engage in. The pain is unbearable. The emaciated man cried out in anguish, his lament echoing through the air. From this moment forth, he would likely face a lifetime of solitude, devoid of any romantic companionship. Do not let me see you again. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the security personnel from the Baiyun Resort swiftly arrived at the scene. They promptly lifted Ding Qingxi and his companions, rushing them to the hospital. It was anticipated that Ding Qingxi and his associates would be bedridden for several months. Once they departed, tranquility descended upon the area. Observing the removal of Ding Qingxi and his cohorts, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Su Ling's two female classmates gazed at Yi Chen with admiration and gratitude. Sun Siyuan also expressed profound appreciation. Mr. Yi, the issues surrounding this villa stem from my subordinate, Manager Yang. I will have him pack his belongings and leave immediately. Such an employee does not deserve to remain at Baiyun Resort. Tianwu approached, offering repeated explanations to Yi Chen. This villa was meant for you and your companions tonight. As compensation, we shall waive all expenses incurred by you and your companions during your stay at Baiyun Resort. With a grand gesture, Tianwu announced that all costs for those present would be excused, a gesture of recompense for Mr. Yi and his companions. Of course, this alone would not suffice. Given that the incident occurred on his premises, he was determined to ensure Yi Chen's satisfaction. It is an honor to have you at Baiyun Resort. It truly elevates our establishment. Therefore, Mr. Yi, I would like to gift you a villa that is not available for public sale. In the future, you may stay here whenever you wish to relax. To express his apologies and win Yi Chen's favor, Tianwu resolved to present him with a vacation villa. Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, Tianwu took him toward the villa he had mentioned. The villa in question was not situated within the main cluster, but rather atop a mountain behind the estate. The scenery was more breathtaking, the air more pristine, and it was an exclusive area, not open to the public. Upon arrival, Yi Chen and his companions discovered a quaint cluster of villas, approximately 5 or 6 structures. These villas had been specifically constructed by Tianwu for distinguished guests to enjoy their holidays. In terms of land area and the quality of materials used in their construction, these villas far surpassed those previously rented by Sun Siyuan. Tianwu had already gifted 4 of these villas, leaving only 2 remaining. He had intentionally reserved the largest of the 2 for Yi Chen. Upon entering this grand villa, the gathered individuals were left in awe of its vast expanse. It was astonishingly luxurious, encompassing 2 to 3 times the area of the villa previously rented by Sun Siyuan. It boasted a substantial private swimming pool, an exceptionally equipped gym, a private cinema, and a personal wine cellar, among other opulent features. Ultimately, under Tianwu's earnest insistence, Yi Chen accepted the gift. Upon receiving the acceptance, Tianwu finally let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, it's getting late, so I shall take my leave and not disturb you any further. Being perceptive, Tianwu bid farewell to Yi Chen and departed with his secretary. Left in the room were only Yi Chen and his companions. Thank you so much, Brother Chen, exclaimed Su Ling's 2 female classmates in unison. Thank you, Brother Chen. Sun Siyuan also expressed his gratitude to Yichen. It's nothing. Yichen waved his hand dismissively. After a brief moment, Sun Siyuan bade Yichen farewell, as he himself had rented a villa and could not stay there. Eventually, Sun Siyuan and a few of Su Linger's classmates left, agreeing to meet again the next morning. Within the villa, aside from Yichen, only Su Ningxue, Su Linger, and Zhao Shuxian remained. Gazing at the expansive private swimming pool, they were all quite enchanted. Unfortunately, none of them had brought their swimsuits, leaving them to regretfully postpone their enjoyment for another time. The three girls headed to the villa's private cinema to watch a movie. The film they chose did not pique Yichen's interest, so he remained in the living room, with no one around. He took out his phone and opened the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. What could possibly be more captivating than a movie? Especially one that could influence reality and assist in becoming a tycoon. As soon as Yichen entered the game, a notification appeared. Ding challenge completed. Travel to Baiyun Resort with Su Ningxue. Congratulations. You have acquired 100 ownership of Roman International Hotel, becoming its new owner. Yichen successfully acquired ownership of the Roman International Hotel, a 5-star establishment valued at 270 million. With this achievement, his net worth surged by over 200 million in a single day. The game with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest, is truly remarkable. Yichen smiled. This challenge posed little difficulty. He merely enjoyed an outing with Su Ningxue and was rewarded with nearly 300 million. Oh, the loneliness of a master. Is it too much to ask for some more challenging tasks? Earning money so easily made Yichen feel a bit embarrassed. Ding detected player's desire for challenge. A difficult task has appeared. Challenge issued. Go bungee jumping with Su Ningxue as a couple. Task reward. 20 shares in Loaning Group, becoming the third largest shareholder. Suddenly, new content emerged in the game with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. Yichen was taken aback by the appearance of a challenging task. Had a genuinely difficult challenge truly surfaced? The game was indeed user-friendly. Looking at the new challenge, Yichen's expression stiffened. He had merely been pondering for a moment, and the game had already issued a new challenge, one that was notably more difficult. Bungee jumping. This challenge was indeed formidable. Bungee jumping could be categorized into solo and tandem jumps, with couple bungee jumping falling under the latter. Bungee jumping for couples is an activity reserved solely for partners, serving to enhance mutual trust and deepen their emotional bond. Engaging in couples bungee jumping presents a greater challenge than embarking on such an adventure alone. The mention of Loaning Group piqued Yichen's curiosity, as he had not previously heard of this conglomerate. Upon delving into the information, Yichen's eyes widened in astonishment. Loaning Group is one of the major corporations in Jiangzhou, boasting a staggering market value of billions. The reward of 20 equity in Loaning Group translates to an astonishing 2 billion. 2 billion. This undeniably stands as the most significant reward Yichen has encountered since embarking on this journey, unparalleled in magnitude. Securing this sum would undoubtedly elevate Yichen's worth exponentially. Lost in contemplation, he resolved, isn't it merely bungee jumping? I shall accept the challenge. That 2 billion is as good as mine. Yichen solidified his determination. Chapter 58. The sense of security of Su Ning Frost in comparison to 2 billion. Bungee jumping seems trivial. This challenge represents the most substantial reward that Yichen can receive after winning the game, with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. Should he succeed, his worth will soar dramatically. Such an opportunity is rare and precious. After all, his current player level in the game is merely LV1. And typical challenges yield rewards of only 2 to 3 billion. A challenge with a reward of 20 billion, like this one, is unlikely to appear again while he remains at LV1. Thus, Yichen must seize this opportunity. After all, it is just bungee jumping. He accepts the challenge. Upon completing this challenge, he stands to gain 20 of Loaning Group's shares, significantly enhancing not only his wealth but also his network. With those 20 shares, Yichen would become the third largest shareholder of Loaning Group. Holding such a position in a 100 billion enterprise is impressive and would undoubtedly broaden his connections. How could he persuade senior sister Su to join him in bungee jumping? Yichen pondered. He had made his decision. For the sake of the 20 billion worth of shares in Loaning Group, he was willing to attempt couple bungee jumping. But how to convince Su Ning Frost? Girls might be more apprehensive about challenges like bungee jumping compared to boys. Meanwhile, Su Ning Frost, Su Linger, and a few others had finished watching the movie. After selecting their rooms, they were too exhausted to do anything else and went to rest. The next day, around 10 in the morning, they gradually awoke. After more than half an hour, the four left Yuchin's villa to meet with Sun Si-Yuan and the others, preparing to have lunch. During lunch, as the dishes required some time to be served, the group engaged in conversation. They had already enjoyed most of the entertainment activities at the resort yesterday, leaving only a few for today. Is anyone brave enough to try bungee jumping? Someone suddenly asked. Among the attractions at Baiyun Resort, bungee jumping undoubtedly ranks among the top 3, if not first. Particularly, Baiyun Resort is one of the few places in the province that offers couple bungee jumping, drawing many young couples. Su Linger's heart fluttered with excitement at the thought of bungee jumping. It was an exhilarating activity she longed to try, but was also apprehensive about. Bungee jumping? The atmosphere shifted as everyone's expression changed. I'm not too sure about that, one of Su Linger's classmates replied, shaking her head in hesitation. Since we're here to have fun, not attempting bungee jumping would surely leave us with regrets, someone suggested. How about this? Let us play a little game. And the loser will have to go bungee jumping. What do you think? Sure, that sounds fine, Sun Si-Yuan replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence that he would not lose. Soon, the game commenced, and it was determined that 2 individuals ended up losing. One was Su Linger's classmate, and the other, Su Ningfrost. Upon discovering that the game had been lost by 2 girls, one of whom was her cousin, Su Lingo promptly suggested, "How about we play another round and disregard this one?" Initially, her intention was to trick Sun Si-Yuan and another male classmate. To her surprise, neither of them had lost. I truly cannot bungee jump. The girl who lost trembled as she spoke, her face ashen with fear. She pleaded repeatedly for mercy. Su Ningxiang also began to waver. To be honest, the thought of bungee jumping frightened her somewhat. Nevertheless, Su Ningxiang had always been a woman of her word, unwilling to compromise her principles. Gradually, her resolve began to tilt towards the idea of bungee jumping, adhering to her commitment. Ultimately, she nodded, indicating her willingness to take the plunge. Yet, it was evident that fear still lingered within her. How about this? I am willing to join Su Xuejia, Yichen interjected. This presented an excellent opportunity to assist Su Xuejia, provide companionship for her, and simultaneously complete the game challenge. A twofold gain. Everyone was taken aback by Yichen's words, staring at him in utter astonishment. Brother-in-law is indeed a brother-in-law, willing to accompany my sister through anything. Su Linger gazed at Yichen with admiration. By the way, doesn't Baiyun Resort offer couple bungee jumping? It would be perfect for brother-in-law and my sister to give it a try. It could even foster their relationship, Su Linger suggested. Su Ningxiang, initially feeling anxious, suddenly lifted her head upon hearing Yichen's words. She cast a grateful glance towards him. Strangely, her previously anxious heart was now enveloped in an overwhelming sense of calm. With Yichen by her side, she seemed to fear nothing. A surge of inexplicable security washed over her. Thus, when Su Linger recommended that Yichen and Su Ningxiang try couple bungee jumping, she did not refuse. Do you 2 boys see that? This is my brother-in-law, responsible and a true man, Su Linger remarked to the other 2 boys. Indeed, you are no match for Chen Ge. Another girl who had not been chosen chimed in, looking down on Sun Si-Yuan and his companion. Fueled by youthful bravado, Sun Si-Yuan suddenly stood up, determined to prove himself. Come on, it's just bungee jumping. Xiao Yuan, you don't need to go. I'll take your place, he declared heroically to the other selected girl. Old Zhang, you should join too. Sun Si-Yuan suggested to another boy nearby. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Let us just jump, he urged, provoked by Sun Si-Yuan's challenge. The boy who had been hesitant agreed to bungee jump for the sake of pride. In the end, the outcome was determined. Yichen and Su Ningxiang would embark on the couple bungee jump, while Sun Si-Yuan and another boy, Old Zhang, would partake in the tandem jump. Soon, the food was served. Yichen remained unfazed, simply enjoying his meal. Su Ningxiang also felt at ease with Yichen's presence, her worries dissipating. Those who refrained from bungee jumping continued to dine normally. Sun Si-Yuan and Old Zhang, despite their earlier fervent expressions, now found their appetites diminished. Old Zhang barely touched his meal, managing only a single bite before losing his appetite entirely. Regret washed over him. After dining and resting for a while, they made their way to the bungee jumping site at the Baiyun Resort. Upon reaching the summit and gazing at the bungee platform, Old Zhang's legs trembled uncontrollably. I can't do it, I concede. I'm too afraid, he admitted, unable to approach the bungee area. Defeated, he collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. I'll forego the notion of being a man, he lamented. Sun Si-Yuan, filled with confidence, couldn't he help but tease. What a waste. I'll go first, he declared, striding towards the bungee site. Initially, his steps were bold, but with each stride, his confidence waned. Unable to resist, he glanced down. And upon seeing the dizzying height of the platform, darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. In that moment, Sun Si-yuan's legs began to tremble as well. Observing his distress, the staff prepared to approach him. However, before they could reach him, Sun Si-yuan turned on his heel and fled the bungee area like a frightened rabbit. No, 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 he gasped, his face pale. I'll abandon my masculinity. I can't do it. I can't. His voice trembled as he spoke to the group. Initially anxious, witnessing old Zhang's capitulation had shaken Sun Si-yuan's resolve. The sight of the drop had completely dismantled his last vestige of courage, leading him to concede as well. How can you criticize others? A girl scoffed at Sun Si-yuan. Both he and old Zhang had surrendered, preferring to forego their masculinity rather than attempt bungee jumping. The eyes of their companions turned expectantly towards Yi Chun. Chapter 59. Is it not bungee jumping? Why has it turned into a display of affection? Faced with the gazes of several onlookers, Yi Chun remained unfazed. Having made his decision, he was resolute in his determination not to back down. I'm fine. Sister Su, how about you? Yi Chun inquired, deliberately checking on Su Ningxue's feelings. If she were reluctant or filled with fear, he would not force her. I'm all right, Su Ningxue responded calmly, her voice steady. Witnessing this exchange, everyone present held immense admiration for Yi Chun and Su Ningxue. Did you see that? Brother Chen is so courageous. Even Sister Ningxue, a girl, is willing to give it a try, while you two gentlemen are not even a fraction of her bravery, a girl disdainfully remarked to Sun Si-yuan and old Zhang. Hearing this, the two men bowed their heads in shame, realizing they could not measure up to Yi Chun and Sister Su. Sister, brother-in-law, go for it. You're the best. Su Ling exclaimed with pride. Good luck, and remember to stay safe, Zhao Shuxian reminded them, urging caution. Yi Chun and Su Ningxue stepped forward to the bungee jumping site, where the staff introduced the process to them. Soon, another attendant arrived to secure their safety harnesses. Once fastened, the attendant double-checked their safety before departing. As the previous jumper left, Yi Chun and Su Ningxue approached the edge. The staff member responsible for the jump conducted another safety check on their harnesses, confirming their readiness. Handsome and beautiful, you may embrace each other now, the staff member instructed. Naturally, as a couple bungee jumping, they were to hold each other tightly. The staff intended to guide them on the proper embrace for added safety. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. However, this was not the moment for shyness. She opened her arms. Yi Chun, equally unembarrassed, naturally enveloped her in his embrace. They held each other tightly, their heartbeats audible amidst the stillness. For a moment, it felt as if the very air had solidified. This was Su Ningxue's first experience being so openly held by a boy, leaving her somewhat bashful, prompting her to close her eyes. The staff, sensing that Yi Chun and Su Ningxue were not like other couples, perhaps they had not yet fully committed, encouraged them to hold each other tighter. Yi Chun and Su Ningxue complied. Drawing closer, Su Ningxue peeked down, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Ultimately, she rested her head against Yi Chun's solid chest, her nervousness swiftly dissipating. In holding Su Ningxue, Yi Chun could even catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Not far away, Su Ling and the others observed the scene, their expressions clouded with discontent. They came to witness the bungee jumping, yet it has transformed into a display of affection, inundating us with love tokens. This love, akin to unsavory dog food, has become unbearable. Oh, the pungent scent of love, in broad daylight, amidst the vast expanse. How can you indulge in such public displays of affection, leaving us single souls in despair? We bear the wounds of 1,000 arrows. Will you take responsibility? My heart aches. Su Ling and Zhao Shuxian, both solitary souls, instinctively clutched their chests. They have had their fill of this love food. Could you hasten your preparations? Are you ready? After conducting a final check, the staff inquired. Ready, they replied in unison. Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang, both prepared. Very well, off you go. The staff exclaimed, giving a sudden push to Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang. With a swift whoosh, they were propelled into the air. In that moment, Su Ningxiang tightened her embrace around Yi Chun, yearning to be as close to him as possible to feel secure. Together, they plummeted downwards at an exhilarating speed. Although Yi Chun initially felt a twinge of nervousness, holding Su Ningxiang calmed him. He found tranquility amidst the thrill of the bungee jump. The bungee experience concluded in one of two ways. The first, known as an upward recovery, involves drawing the individual back to the launch platform. The second, a downward recovery. Involves lowering the visitor to the ground, managed by the staff below. The bungee at Baiyun Resort employs the upward recovery method, swiftly hoisting the participants back up. Soon, the jump was completed, and the staff hoisted Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang back up. Phew, we're back, Su Ningxiang sighed with relief. The staff unfastened the safety harnesses, and both Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang successfully completed their jump, departing the platform together. Brother Chen is truly formidable, a genuine man, exclaimed the onlookers. Sister Ningxiang, you are impressive as well, they added with admiration. Upon seeing Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang return, others, like Sun Si Yuan and Old Zhang, hung their heads in embarrassment. They could not help but concede that Brother Chen was indeed exceptional. Compared to him, they felt significantly inferior. This incident prompted Sun Si Yuan to abandon any lingering aspirations he had of pursuing Su Linger, realizing he could never measure up to Yi Chun, her brother-in-law. Impressive as he may be, this love food we are forced to consume is quite disheartening, remarked Zhao Shuxian, the cousin, unable to suppress her criticism. While she secretly yearned for the day when Su Ningxiang would call her sister, the abundance of affection was decidedly uncomfortable. Indeed, Su Linger pouted in agreement, voicing her grievances. Sister, brother-in-law, we understand your love is profound, but might you refrain from so brazenly displaying affection in public, or perhaps reserve it for another venue? We, the single souls, are rather fragile. At this, Su Ningxiang became even more bashful. What were they saying? After their exhilarating bungee jump, the group sought a place to rest. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Yi Chun discreetly took out his phone and launched the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest. As soon as he tapped the game, a notification appeared. Ding! Completing a couple's bungee jump with Su Ningxua. Challenge accomplished. Congratulations. You have acquired a 20% stake in Loading Group. Becoming the third largest shareholder, the share transfer contract will be delivered to you within 24 hours. Please be on the lookout. In light of your courageous completion of this challenging endeavor, you have triggered a special reward 3. You have received an experience point enhancement card, which grants an additional 30 experience points. You have also obtained a mall points card, providing an increase of 15 points. Upon reading this, a look of astonishment spread across Yi Chun's face. He had not anticipated that completing such a formidable challenge would also unlock special rewards. This was truly remarkable. The first 2 rewards significantly elevated both player and mall levels, which was quite impressive. However, as Yi Chun reveled in the satisfaction of the first 2 rewards, he inadvertently caught sight of what the third special reward entailed. In an instant, Yi Chun stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? Chapter 60, Brother-in-Law. If I were you, my sister would probably have begun nurturing her pregnancy. What on earth is the indestructible pill? Yi Chun gazed at the third reward with a peculiar expression. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the description of the indestructible pill. The description read, Indestructible pill. As the name suggests, once consumed, enhances threefold, crafted from pure natural herbal concoctions, devoid of any side effects. Upon reading the description, Yi Chun's expression darkened. Goodness! With his robust physique and remarkably powerful kidneys, how could he possibly require such a thing? It was evident that the game was deliberately targeting him. Alas! Even being handsome seems to attract the game's ire. While Yi Chun was lamenting, a small porcelain vial materialized in his pocket. The sudden change in weight did not escape his notice. He promptly retrieved it. It was a thumb-sized, exquisitely crafted blue and white porcelain bottle, imbued with an antique charm. Curiously, Yi Chun opened it, revealing a pill the size of a mung bean. As he did so, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into the air. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun, who had been somewhat fatigued from bungee jumping, felt a surge of energy. Remarkably, the indestructible pill seemed to have quite a commendable effect. Brother-in-law, what do you have there? Su Lingo inquired curiously, having noticed the exquisite porcelain vial in Yi Chun's hand. Nothing much, just a trivial item of little significance. Yi Chun replied meticulously. Is that so? May I take a look? Su Lingo pressed on, her curiosity piqued. What are you looking at? Go play in the mud. You child, Yi Chun retorted, carefully placing the indestructible pill back into his pocket. Such a thing could potentially have side effects, for the sake of others' safety. It was better kept hidden and preserved by him alone. Should any adverse effects arise, he would bear the burden himself. For he was the kind of person who put others before himself. Upon returning home, he intended to store it in the villa's safe. Humph, you're the child. Your whole family is full of children. Su Lingo immediately countered, refraining from further inquiry. Setting aside the dubious pill, It was undeniable that the rewards from this couple's bungee challenge were exceptionally generous. This marked the most fruitful occasion since Yi Chun began playing this game. Firstly, he received 20 of Longting Group S shares, valued at 2 billion. Yi Chun successfully became the third largest shareholder of Longting Group. With these 2 billion, along with his previous assets, his net worth soared to 30 billion. In a second or third-tier city like Jiangzhou, he could truly be considered a wealthy individual. In addition, he acquired 2 cards, an experience point enhancement card, which could boost his experience by 30 points, and a mall points card, which could increase his points by 15. With 30 experience points and 15 points added to his previously accumulated total, he was on the cusp of leveling up. Currently, both Yi Chun's player level and mall level were at 1, quite ordinary. He could hardly contain his eagerness to ascend to the next level. In recent evenings, Yi Chun has been attentively monitoring the game store. However, the items available no longer captivate him given his current status. Yet, once the in-game shop ascends to a 2-star rating, the value of its offerings will soar tenfold. With Yi Chun's player level elevated to LV2, he will be able to purchase 2 items from the store in a single transaction, a far cry from the present circumstances. Shall we depart? Suggested Su Linger. After a brief respite, the group had no objections, quickly tidying up before descending the mountain. Several hours later, they dined at the villa and subsequently went their separate ways. Su Linger's classmates shared a taxi, while she intended to hitch a ride with Yi Chun back home, as her residence was not far from Yi Chun's Lingyun Tiangong villa. Yi Chun first drove Su Ningxuang and her cousin, Zhao Shuxian, back to school, bidding them farewell before heading off with Su Lingo directly to her home. Brother-in-law, how did you come to know my sister? With Su Ningxuang absent, Su Linger felt liberated to ask the questions that had been brewing within her for quite some time. She had refrained from doing so in her cousin's presence, fearing retribution. Now, with only Yi Chun in the car, her apprehension dissipated. It was through my cousin. Yi Chun replied after a moment's contemplation. I see, Su Linger nodded. Having spent the past couple of days with him and thus understanding the nature of Yi Chun's relationship with Zhao Shuxian, brother-in-law, did you and my sister share a room last night, or did you sleep separately? Su Linger inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Last night, she was rather fatigued and went to rest early, Yi Chun explained, as he remembered their conversation in the living room before Su Ningxuang had retired. This question had plagued Su Linger all day, but she had previously hesitated to ask due to her cousin's presence. Now, with only Yi Chun to contend with, her fear vanished. Upon hearing Su Lingo's inquiry, Yi Chun glanced at her, who appeared to be a curious child, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. What was this girl thinking? Of course, Su Xuejia and I slept separately, Yi Chun responded candidly. Initially, he had thought this admission would quell Su Linger's curiosity. To his surprise, she retorted, You're hopeless, brother-in-law. With a look of disdain. Do you not believe me? Yi Chun nearly stumbled, slamming on the brakes upon hearing her words. What was she implying? You shared a house with my sister and didn't make a move? Brother-in-law, you are a beast. No. Worse than a beast. Su Linger continued to berate him with a look of utter disdain. Fortunately, they encountered a red light ahead, allowing Yi Chun to stop the car. Otherwise, Yi Chun feared that he might succumb to temptation and stop by the roadside to give Su Linger a sound thrashing. After pulling over, Yi Chun promptly delivered a resounding slap to Su Linger's head. Ah! Su Linger exclaimed, clutching her head in distress. What are you doing, brother-in-law? Are you enraged because I spoke the truth? It's clearly your inadequacy that's at fault, and yet you strike me. This is utterly unfair. Yi Chun earnestly clarified. Firstly, I am not inadequate. I am a respectable individual. Secondly, you are the one who is truly unworthy. Thirdly, my relationship with Sister Su is merely platonic. Hence we cannot engage in anything beyond that. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Su Linger could not help but express her thoughts. Brother-in-law, I was merely jesting. Yet it appears you're indeed lacking. At this point, you haven't even won over my sister. With a look of sympathy, Su Linger added, Brother-in-law, if I were in your position, my sister would have likely begun to nurture a child by now. Chapter 61, Brother-in-law. The road ahead is long and arduous. Su Linger continued to speak astonishingly. Oh please, I have only known Sister Su for a week or two. After a moment of earnest contemplation, she remarked, Indeed, this is not conducive to nurturing a pregnancy. Brother-in-law, if I were you, I would have already moved in with my sister. Su Linger rephrased her thoughts. You have a long journey ahead, so do put in the effort, she said, patting Yi Chun on the shoulder with a serious tone. Throughout their journey, Su Linger thoroughly divulged everything about her cousin, Su Ningxuan, the thing she adored and despised. Leaving no stone unturned for Yichen. 20 minutes later, Yichen had escorted Su Lingo to her residence. Before exiting the car, she made sure to remind him, brother-in-law, keep striving to win over my sister. I have faith in you. Having experienced the events of the past couple of days, Su Lingo genuinely acknowledged Yichen as her brother-in-law. It was unthinkable for her to joke around with him or share her cousin's preferences if she had not accepted him. All right, Yichen replied, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Su Lingo, merely nodding in agreement. By the way, brother-in-law, I will devise some strategies over the next few days to assist you in pursuing my sister. Just as Su Lingo was about to close the car door, she suddenly added, I'll see you next weekend, and then I will share my ideas with you. She emphasized, having helped you so much. Don't forget to treat me to a lavish meal. Of course, Yichen responded with a sense of resignation, casually agreeing before he closed the door for her and drove away. Upon returning home, Su Lingo's mind raced with thoughts on how to assist her brother-in-law in winning over her cousin. Were Su Ningxuan to discover this plan, Su Lingo would undoubtedly face her wrath. You are my cousin, not Yichen's. Why are you always scheming to sell out your sister? Meanwhile, Yichen had also returned to his villa at Lingyun Tiangong. Though he had not resided there for long, it already exuded a sense of home. After returning, Yichen made his way to the study, cautiously placing the indestructible pill he had received from the game into the safe. This was something he had no real use for. Once everything was secured, Yichen changed into a fresh set of clothes and headed for a shower. After bathing, while enjoying some fruit in the living room, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a somewhat familiar voice greeted him. Is this Mr. Yi? This is Tian Wu from Baiyun Resort. The caller immediately introduced himself. Ah, it's Mr. Tian. What can I do for you? Yichen inquired upon recognizing the identity of the caller. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for last night's incident. I was wondering if you might have time for dinner tomorrow evening? Tian Wu asked nervously, fearing that Yichen might decline. Although he did not inquire about Yichen's contact information last night, as the proprietor of Baiyun Resort, he easily obtained Yichen's phone number through the ticketing information of the visitors. Having the opportunity to be acquainted with such a prominent figure as Mr. Yi, he naturally wished to seize the moment and cultivate a connection with him. Tomorrow evening? That works. Yichen contemplated for a moment, realizing he had no other commitments, and thus acquiesced to Tian Wu's proposal. After all, he had just acquired a vacation villa from the man, making it rather impolite to refuse. It was merely a dinner. After all, very well, Mr. Yi, we shall meet tomorrow evening, Tian Wu exclaimed, visibly excited upon receiving Yichen's agreement. After finalizing the time and place for their meeting, Tian Wu prudently ended the call, respecting Yichen's space. As the new day dawned, Yichen attended his classes as usual. Concurrently, Longting Group was convening a small executive meeting. President Jiang Taiyuan engaged in discussion with several high-ranking officials within his office. You must be aware that we have a new third-largest shareholder at Longting Group, Jiang Taiyuan addressed the executives. Indeed, I just heard the news, one replied. I too was only recently informed, another added. The mysterious magnate, Mr. Yichen, has acquired 20 of our shares in a single transaction. His influence is formidable. Jiang Taiyuan remarked with a sense of awe. It is important to note that despite being the president of Longting Group, Jiang Taiyuan is not the largest shareholder. In fact, he does not even rank among the top 5, holding merely 6 of the company's shares. This is quite typical. For instance, the well-known Xiaoma Gu is not the largest shareholder of Ali, possessing only a single-digit percentage, and Ma Teng of Penguin Group is similarly not the largest stakeholder. The primary shareholder of Longting Group is a major corporation based in Hangzhou, though this entity typically refrains from participating in the company's decision-making processes. The second-largest shareholder is a billionaire from Jiangzhou, who holds 23 of the shares, a mere 3 more than Yichen, the new third-largest shareholder. Within Longting Group, the distinction between the second and third-largest shareholders is negligible. Given the critical shift in the third-largest shareholder, Jiang Taiyuan, as president, must regard this development with utmost seriousness. If he were to incur the displeasure of Mr. Yi, it would not be beyond the latter's means to dismiss him from his presidential role. Chapter 62. Shocked Jiang Taiyuan resolved to personally deliver the company's equity transfer contract to General Manager Yi. In doing so, he aimed to leave a favorable impression on Yi and demonstrate his regard for him. As time passed, afternoon approached swiftly. After class, Yichen drove directly to the location he had arranged with Tian Wu the previous day. It was a premier restaurant in Jiangzhou, one that Yichen had never visited before. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Tian Wu and several other executives were quietly awaiting in the private room. Old Tian. Who exactly is your guest this time? One of them inquired, curiosity piqued regarding the esteemed individual they were to meet. Last night, Tian Wu had mentioned inviting a significant figure to dinner, prompting them to join in hopes of networking. Yet, to their surprise, despite their prompt arrival, this notable guest had yet to appear. Aside from Tian Wu, the individuals in the room were also executives from various companies in Jiazhou, each with comparable wealth to Tian Wu. Even the least affluent among them possessed fortunes amounting to several billion. Typically, they were accustomed to others waiting on them. Now, however, they found themselves in a position of waiting. Consequently, a palpable curiosity arose regarding the identity of the distinguished guest whom Tian Wu had invited. What prominent figure could it be? A peculiar smile appeared on Tian Wu's face. Since you are eager to know, I shall reveal it to you. Today, my esteemed guest is Yi Chun, General Manager Yi. Yi Chun, General Manager Yi? Confusion and surprise washed over the faces of those present. They had not previously heard of this Yi Chun. Who is this Yi Chun? One asked. Tian Wu replied. You must have heard about the incident where Ma Jiangwen publicly knelt to apologize a few days ago. The General Manager Yi I have invited today is the very person to whom Ma Jiangwen offered his apology. What? The General Manager Yi attending today is the same individual who received Ma Jiangwen's apology? Two among the attendees recognized the incident, their astonishment evident upon learning that Tian Wu's guest was indeed the man at the center of the controversy. However, two others remained unaware of the incident, displaying a more subdued reaction. Uncle Tian, just tell us what status this Yi Chun holds. One of the unaware individuals, a young man in his late 20s named Yin Hanlin, interjected candidly. He was the youngest among those present, having recently taken over his father's company just a few months prior, and was currently enjoying a surge of success. The others in attendance were well acquainted with Yin Hanlin's father, which is why he had been invited along. General Manager Yi is the owner of Yilin Entertainment Company. Tian Wu explained. Yilin Entertainment Company? I believe I have heard of it. Yin Hanlin mused, lost in thought. Moments later, Yin Hanlin suddenly realized. Was that not just a small company with a total asset barely reaching 1 billion? What kind of significant figure could the owner of such a modest enterprise be? A look of disdain crossed Yin Hanlin's face. He could hardly believe that this Yi Chun could compel the esteemed Ma Jiangwen to kneel in apology. Who was Ma Jiangwen, after all? A tycoon with a fortune of several billion. Even in his presence, one would have to respectfully address him as Uncle Ma. This was clearly mere rumor. When Yi Chun arrived, he would be cordial. Understood. Yin Hanlin nodded. Though he acquiesced verbally, his heart remained unconvinced. He was eager to discover what distinguished this so-called Yi Chun. As the group engaged in discussion, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Yi Chun. President Yu. Upon seeing him, Tian Wu hurriedly approached with a beaming smile to greet him. President Yi? The other individuals in the room, upon hearing Tian Wu's address, deduced Yi Chun's identity. So, this was the illustrious President Yi. How youthful he appeared. President Yu. They all stood, extending their hands to shake with Yi Chun, displaying utmost courtesy. Once seated, Yin Hanlin boldly inquired, May I ask where President Yi is currently employed? Although the others felt Yin Hanlin's directness bordered on rudeness, they refrained from intervening. Their curiosity about Yi Chun's true status piqued. I am still in university, currently managing Yilin Entertainment Company, Yi Chun replied casually. Though he had recently become the third largest shareholder of Lonting Group, he held no specific position within the company. Strictly speaking, he was only managing Yilin Entertainment Company, while the hotels and restaurants under his name were trifling ventures, hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Yin Hanlin's regard for Yi Chun diminished considerably. Merely the owner of a small entertainment company, he hardly seemed significant. His fortune paled in comparison, lacking 3 to 4 billion. Let us welcome President Yi with a toast. Tian Wu suggested enthusiastically as he rose. Excellent idea. The others chimed in, lifting their glasses in unison. Everyone, save for Yi Chun, remained seated, with only Yin Hanlin leisurely lounging in his chair. Xiaoyan, Tian Wu reminded. Uncle Tian, he is simply the owner of a minor entertainment company, nothing of great consequence, and lacks any remarkable background. Why should I toast him? Yin Hanlin retorted. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in, Tian Wu called, assuming it was the waiter. The next moment, the door swung open, and an unexpected figure stepped into the private room. Upon seeing the man who entered, the atmosphere shifted, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. Even Yin Hanlin, who had appeared so nonchalant moments before, was jolted to attention upon witnessing the newcomer. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood up, displaying the utmost respect. Yin Hanlin was utterly astonished. Not only he, but the others present were equally perplexed. What was going on today? Why had this prominent figure appeared? Had Tianwu invited him as well? As this thought crossed their minds, several guests turned their gaze towards Tianwu, filled with admiration. To have secured such a guest was truly impressive. Old Tian had certainly soared to new heights recently. In response to their looks, Tianwu shrugged, equally bewildered and confused. How could he possibly have invited such a distinguished individual? Just as Tianwu was about to greet this notable figure, an unexpected scene unfolded before the astonished crowd. The esteemed guest walked directly up to Yichen and respectfully introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Jiang Taiyuan." It turned out this man was none other than Jiang Taiyuan, the president of Longding Group. "Oh, it is Mr. Jiang," Yichen acknowledged, having recognized the visitor's identity. Earlier that morning, Jiang Taiyuan had attempted to call Yichen, but due to his classes, Yichen had been unable to answer. In the afternoon, Jiang Taiyuan called again, introducing himself and stating he wished to deliver the share transfer contract of Longding Group to Yichen, inquiring about his location and availability. As it was already quite late, and Yichen had prior commitments with Tianwu, he had simply instructed Jiang to meet him here. Witnessing this interaction, everyone present was left in a state of disbelief. What was happening? Mr. Jiang had come to find Yichen? Although Jiang Taiyuan was not the majority shareholder of Longding Group, as the president of a conglomerate valued in the billions, his stature was enough to command respect from Tianwu, Yin Hanlin, and others. Yet, here was such a distinguished individual voluntarily seeking out Yichen. "Mr. Yi, here is your share transfer contract. Please accept it," Jiang Taiyuan said, handing Yichen the contract for a 20 stake in Longding Group. The sight of this transaction only deepened the confusion among the onlookers. "Mr. Jiang, what is this?" Yin Hanlin could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. "Mr. Yi has acquired a 20 stake in our Longding Group, making him one of our major shareholders," Jiang Taiyuan replied candidly. His words echoed in their ears like a thunderclap. What had they just heard? Jiang Taiyuan stated that Yichen had acquired a 20 stake in Longding Group, making him one of its major shareholders. A 20 stake in Longding Group was equivalent to nearly 2 billion. Everyone was profoundly shocked. To possess the means to casually invest 2 billion in shares spoke volumes about Yichen's formidable background and wealth. It became clear that they had misjudged him. Indeed, Mr. Yi was a person of great significance. Tianwu beamed with pride, recognizing that his judgment had been astute. Mr. Yi's stature was undeniably impressive. The others felt a wave of relief, grateful that they had toasted to Mr. Yi earlier. Meanwhile, only Yin Hanlin trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was disastrous. He had made a grave mistake. Yichen is not merely the proprietor of the Yilin Entertainment Agency. His ability to effortlessly acquire a 20% stake in the Longding Group surely indicates he is no ordinary individual. "Mr. Yi, I must confess my ignorance and lack of discernment. Please do not hold my folly against me," said Yin Hanlin, rising swiftly to apologize to Yichen. "Allow me to express my contrition by pouring myself 100 cups of wine, hoping for your forgiveness." With that, Yin Hanlin began to pour. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. By the time he reached over 30 cups, he could no longer endure. He dashed out to the restroom to purge violently. Yet, he dared not cease drinking. To placate Mr. Yi, he could not relent. After regurgitating, Yin Hanlin returned, making countless trips back and forth, until he finally consumed all 100 cups. Following this ordeal, he was promptly carried away by an ambulance to the hospital. Meanwhile, as Yin Hanlin imbibed, Yichen engaged in conversation with Jiang Taiyuan. From Jiang Taiyuan, Yichen gleaned some essential insights regarding the Longding Group. Coincidentally, Yichen had no classes the following morning, so he arranged with Jiang Taiyuan to tour the Longding Group. After all, he is now one of the major shareholders of this billion-dollar enterprise, making it imperative to pay a visit. After a brief discussion with Yichen, Jiang Taiyuan departed to organize the details for the next day. Following his meal, Yichen left, escorted by Tianwu and others. On the other side, within a sprawling, traditional-style mansion, 2 middle-aged men were engaged in conversation when one, a portly gentleman, abruptly received a phone call. "What? Only around 20 years old? All right, I understand," he remarked with a look of profound contemplation after ending the call. Chapter 63. Unimaginable. The slightly plump man, named Wan Xiangyang, is a billionaire tycoon from Jiangzhou. Beyond his immense wealth, he holds another significant title as the second-largest shareholder of Longding Group. "Old Wan, what's the matter?" inquired a serious middle-aged man, his expression one of astonishment. "It's like this. As the second-largest shareholder of Longding Group, I discovered yesterday that someone has acquired 20 of the company's shares, thus becoming the third largest shareholder. Wan Xiangyang explained. What? The serious middle-aged man was utterly incredulous. The market value of Longting Group is around 10 billion. Acquiring 20 of its shares amounts to a staggering 2 billion. To amass such an amount at once is beyond the reach of many billionaires. Is there truly someone in Jiangzhou capable of such financial prowess? That is not all. What truly astonishes me is that the individual who acquired the 20 stake is said to be a young man of around 20 years old. Wan Xiangyang revealed the source of his shock. What? At this revelation, even the typically composed middle-aged man could not contain his surprise. A young man in his 20s. A young individual who can produce 2 billion to acquire 20 of Longting Group's shares? Is this a jest? Are there truly young people in Jiangzhou with such financial resources? To effortlessly muster 2 billion, what must this young man's worth be? 100 billion? 200 billion? Or perhaps even more? The serious middle-aged man dared not ponder further. Just now, Jiang Taiyuan met with this young man who acquired the 20 stake. He is scheduled to visit Longting Group tomorrow, Wan Xiangyang contemplated. At this moment, curiosity about this financially formidable young man stirred within him. Such an individual would be worth befriending. Soon, Wan Xiangyang devised a plan. It had been a considerable time since he last visited Longting Group. He decided to go there tomorrow as well, with the intention of meeting the young man who had purchased 20 of the company. After making his decision, Wan Xiangyang reached out to Jiang Taiyuan to inform him of his intention to visit Longting Group. Just as he hung up the phone, the serious middle-aged man beside him could no longer contain himself. Old Wan, please allow me the opportunity to meet this young man as well. His curiosity about this financially robust and powerful youth was palpable. Rest assured, Old Su, I will ensure you have the chance, Wan Xiangyang promised, patting his chest, confident that this task would not be too arduous. Thank you. The serious middle-aged man, Old Su, expressed his gratitude. Come now, Old Su. Do we need to stand on ceremony between us? Wan Xiangyang chuckled, ever the one to dismiss trivialities. As a new day dawned, Yuchen, wishing to maintain a low profile, drove his Ferrari directly to Longting Group. Upon his arrival, Jiang Taiyuan and a number of company executives were already there, waiting for him. Standing beside Jiang Taiyuan was a slightly plump middle-aged man. Upon noticing Yichen alight from his vehicle, all except this rotund gentleman approached him with eagerness. Hello, Mr. Yi. They greeted, the executives of Longting Group displaying utmost politeness at the company entrance. Yichen acknowledged them with a nod. Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce you. Jiang Taiyuan said, gesturing towards the slightly plump man. This is our second largest shareholder of Longting Group, Mr. Wan. Oh? Yichen mused, not particularly astonished upon learning the identity of the middle-aged man. He had surmised as much. After all, even Jiang Taiyuan had approached him, while this gentleman remained steadfastly still, indicating a position of significance. After Jiang Taiyuan concluded his introduction, Wan Xiangyang stepped forward and extended his hand. Yichen shook it warmly. Indeed, Mr. Yi is remarkably accomplished and impressive, Wan Xiangyang remarked sincerely. Despite having prepared himself for Yuchen's youth, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment upon seeing him in person. The esteemed Mr. Yi could scarcely be in his 20s. To effortlessly acquire a 20% stake in Longting Group at such a tender age was nothing short of extraordinary. Mr. Wan is too kind, Yichen replied courteously. Upon meeting Mr. Yi, I feel an immediate kinship. As I am a few years your senior, I shall refer to you as Brother Yi. We are all shareholders of Longting Group. After all, we are akin to family. Wan Xiangyang altered his address to foster a sense of camaraderie with Yichen. Should this statement circulate, it would likely cause quite a stir in Jiangzhou. An influential figure like Wan Xiangyang, with a net worth in the billions, extending a hand of friendship to a young man was indeed unfathomable. Brother Yi, please do not stand on ceremony, Wan Xiangyang continued, recognizing the warmth of the invitation. Yichen felt it inappropriate to decline. Then I shall call you Brother Wan. Subsequently, amidst the company of numerous high-ranking officials from Longting Group, Yichen and Wan Xiangyang entered the premises together. Wan Xiangyang, alongside Jiang Taiyuan, served as a guide, providing a tour of Longting Group, after which they proceeded to the group's conference room. Jiang Taiyuan presided over the gathering, and it was Wan Xiangyang, as the second largest shareholder, who spoke first, offering a few welcoming remarks to Yichen. When it was Yichen's turn, he reciprocated with a few brief words. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Wan Xiangyang and Yichen engaged in conversation within the office. During this exchange, Wan Xiangyang extended an invitation for Yichen to visit his residence for tea that afternoon. His enthusiasm made it difficult for Yichen to refuse, and he ultimately acquiesced. After finalizing the arrangements, Yichen took his leave from Wan Xiangyang. Upon returning to his villa, Wan Xiangyang immediately dialed Old Su's number. "Old Su, do you have time this afternoon? I've accomplished the task you entrusted to me. I've invited Brother Yi to my home for tea." On the other end of the line, Old Su contemplated the news. "I have postponed my afternoon commitments and will arrive later." Old Su, filled with curiosity about Mr. Yi, promptly declared that he would certainly be there in the afternoon. Early that afternoon, Old Su arrived at Wan Xiangyang's villa, eagerly awaiting the meeting. After a brief interval, a knock resounded at the door. Wan Xiangyang personally went to answer it. As the door swung open, the figure of Yi Chun came into view. "Brother Yi has arrived. Please come in." Wan Xiangyang warmly invited Yi Chun inside. Upon hearing this, Old Su also rose to his feet. "Old Su, let me introduce you. This is the Mr. Yi I mentioned." "Brother Yi," Wan Xiangyang introduced Yi Chun to Old Su. "Brother Yi, this is my friend, Old Su." Just as Old Su was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Wan Xiangyang. Chapter 64. Yi Chun intends to take the school beauty Su to a hotel, feeling that addressing him as Mr. Yi is rather distant. Wan Xiangyang speaks up, praising Mr. Yi for his youth and talent, exuding charm and prowess. Old Su, displaying great courtesy, suggests, "How about this? If Mr. Yi does not mind, let us be on equal terms." "Indeed, that would be best," Wan Xiangyang concurs. Yi Chun hesitates initially, but Old Su's politeness and warm invitation make it difficult for him to decline. "Brother Yi," Old Su greets Yi Chun enthusiastically with a handshake. "Brother Su." Wan Xiangyang invites the two guests to take a seat. "This exquisite De Hong Pao is something I procured with great effort. Had it not been for Brother Yi's presence today, I would not have dared to present it." Wan Xiangyang pours tea for Yi Chun with great initiative. "Indeed, today I too am fortunate to share in the honor of tasting the cherished tea from Brother Wan's collection," Old Su reflects with deep sentiment. As they savor the tea, the trio engages in conversation, drawing their relationships closer. "Ah, Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable. My daughter is of a similar age to you. Yet her accomplishments pale in comparison," Old Su laments. "Your niece is quite exceptional as well. Individuals like Brother Yi are a rarity indeed," Wan Xiangyang responds, filled with admiration. In their youth, Wan Xiangyang was only able to establish a modest company with 5 or 6 employees, thanks to familial support and connections. Now, however, Brother Yi is in a position to effortlessly acquire shares in Longting Group. "Such is the disparity," Wan Xiangyang remarks, almost bashfully. "Brother Wan, you flatter me," Yi Chun replies, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, Brother Yi is truly outstanding," Old Su adds, showering Yi Chun with compliments. "By the way, Old Su, your niece's birthday must be approaching, right?" Wan Xiangyang inquires curiously. "Indeed," Old Su nods. "I was away during her last birthday. This time, I must make it up to her with a grand gift." Wan Xiangyang responds. Wan Xiangyang and Old Su share a long-standing friendship. Had it not been for the fact that both of their children are daughters, they might have already arranged a betrothal. "That is your promise," Old Su remarks. "Of course, as her uncle, how could I miss my niece's birthday?" Wan Xiangyang confidently asserts. "By the way, Brother Yi, you should come along as well," Old Su invites Yi Chun. "I will introduce you, and as Uncle Yi, you must look out for your niece in the future," Old Su emphasizes, hoping to broaden his daughter's connections by introducing her to Uncle Yi. Meanwhile, at Jiangzhou University, Su Ningxuang suddenly sneezes a few times. "Ningxuang, what's wrong?" Zhao Shuxian beside her asks in surprise. "Are you feeling ill? Caught a cold?" "It's nothing. I don't know why I suddenly sneezed," Su Ningxuang shrugs, puzzled by her unexpected sneezing. The Wang Xianjiang villa, upon being mentioned by Brother Su, made Yi Chun feel it was difficult to decline. "Very well, I shall certainly attend my niece's birthday as her uncle. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my daughter," Brother Su said, raising a cup to Yi Chun in lieu of a toast. As time drew near, Yi Chun stood to bid farewell to Wang Xianjiang and Brother Su, who made a point to see him off. "By the way, you brother, what is your WeChat? I would like to add you." Just as Yi Chun was about to depart, Wang Xianjiang suddenly inquired. Yi Chun took out his phone, and they exchanged WeChat information. Nearby, Brother Su observed Wang Xianjiang adding Yi Chun, but refrained from doing so himself, thinking he could later have Wang Xianjiang recommend him. After adding Wang Xianjiang on WeChat, Yi Chun finally drove away. Wang Xianjiang and Brother Su returned to the villa. "Old Wan, don't forget to pass ye brother's WeChat to me," Brother Su casually remarked. "What? What did you say?" Wang Xianjiang feigned ignorance. "I said, later, please share ye brother's WeChat with me," Brother Su reiterated. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Perhaps my hearing is a bit off. Wang Xianjiang feigned again, maintaining an expression of having not heard. The exchange caused a subtle change in Brother Su's demeanor. Something felt amiss with Old Wan. Was he pretending not to hear? What was his intention? Old Wan, what are you up to? Brother Su inquired directly, knowing him well. Hiki, Wang Xianjiang smiled mysteriously, revealing no secrets. I intend to pass the WeChat to my daughter, encouraging her to add you brother. Brother Su chuckled, bemused. You brother regards you as an elder brother, yet you wish to assume the role of father-in-law? Alas, I am left with no choice. My daughter has not dated throughout her 4 years of university, and she is about to graduate. Can I not be anxious? Wang Xianjiang expressed his helplessness. Even a billionaire feels powerless in such circumstances. Old Su, you must not compete with me. The next moment, Wang Xianjiang cast a wary glance at Old Su. My niece is only a sophomore, still young, while my daughter is about to graduate. I deem ye brother exceptionally outstanding and a perfect match for her. Wang Xianjiang then asked, By the way, did you invite ye brother to your niece's birthday banquet with similar intentions? Humph, who thinks so much like you? Old Su shrugged helplessly. I genuinely regard ye brother as a friend across generations. I merely wish for my daughter to become acquainted with this Uncle Yi. Transforming ye brother into his son-in-law? How could that be possible? I am not that kind of person, Old Su stated earnestly. That's good. Then I shall not pass ye brother's WeChat to you. Should anything arise, you may contact me, and I will reach out to ye brother. Wang Xianjiang replied with vigilance. Seeing this, Old Su chose not to pursue the matter further. He truly regards Brother Yi as a younger brother, without a hint of intention to transform him into a son-in-law. As for Old Wan. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, Yuchen returned to school. Around 4 o'clock, he had another class to attend. He managed to return just in time. This weekend, in addition to loaning group, Yichun had also acquired a 5-star hotel, Roman International Hotel. Tonight, it would be perfect to visit and perhaps enjoy a meal as well. From his prior research, he discovered that the restaurant at Roman International Hotel was quite commendable. Do not assume that a 5-star hotel is merely a place for rest and sleep. Many renowned 5-star hotels in the country boast exceptionally famous restaurants, such as the Peninsula Hotel in the vibrant metropolis and the Four Seasons Hotel in Yinjing. The restaurant at Roman International Hotel is indeed quite good. Thus, it was settled. For tonight's dinner, they would dine at Roman International Hotel. After class, Yuchen prepared to leave. By chance, he encountered Su Ningxiang walking towards him. What should we eat tonight? Su Ningxiang murmured softly, seemingly troubled by this daily dilemma. Sister Su, are you worried about what to have for dinner? Would you like to join me? Yichen casually inquired, having fortuitously crossed paths with her. At that moment, Su Ningxiang finally noticed Yichen not far ahead. Sure, she nodded. Since she was already fretting over dinner, Yichen's proposition alleviated her concerns. Brother Yi, where are we going tonight? Su Ningxiang asked with curiosity. We shall go to Roman International Hotel, Yichen replied. Nearby. A few of Yichen's classmates had just finished packing and were exiting the classroom. They happened to overhear his words. When they realized to whom Yichen was speaking, they were utterly stunned. What did we just hear? Yichen is actually taking the school beauty to a hotel? Chapter 65. Is this something a cold, elegant school belle should say? Several classmates stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, profoundly shocked by the unfolding scene. Whispers had circulated about the unconventional relationship between Yichen and the school belle, Su, with speculations that they might indeed become a couple. Yet, none anticipated that their connection had already progressed to such an extent. Was Yichen truly this forthright? Initially, they presumed that Yichen's bold declaration would suffice. However, Su Ningxiang's subsequent remark left them utterly astounded. The Roman International Hotel? She replied to Yichen, it's quite nice. We could visit several times. As a privileged heiress, Su had naturally frequented the restaurant at the Roman International Hotel with friends on numerous occasions. It was said that the chef had been specially invited from the bustling metropolis, renowned for his culinary prowess. Su found the cuisine delightful. Hence her suggestion to Yichen that they might indulge in several visits together. However, the meaning of Su's words transformed in the ears of the onlookers. My heavens! The understanding of Yichen's classmates was further reshaped. What had they just heard? The aloof school belle, Su, had audaciously remarked on the merits of a hotel and even proposed multiple visits. They gasped in disbelief, feeling as if their entire worldview had shattered. Was this truly something a cold, elegant school belle ought to articulate? How was it possible that the dignified Su, in Yichen's presence, resembled a lovesick girl? Could this be the essence of love, rendering a once aloof belle inexplicably ardent? albeit solely towards one individual. They were in awe, utterly captivated by Yi Chun's prowess. All were freshmen, having just embarked on their university journey, still unfamiliar with even the girls in their class. While Yi Chun had already won the affections of the school belle, why was there such a vast chasm between individuals? Alas, Yi Chun's strength was undeniable. Unaware of the envy surrounding them, Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang continued their conversation as they walked. Wait for me a moment. I need to change my clothes in the dormitory, Su instructed Yi Chun. All right, he nodded in agreement. As Yi Chun and Su distanced themselves, his classmates were consumed by envy. Oh, great one, I bow before you. Please bestow upon me the secrets to winning over the school belle. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Yi Chun, Su Ningxiang hurried to her dormitory. Upon entering, she swiftly began rummaging through her clothing. Zhao Shuxian had just returned as well. Placing her belongings down. Observing Su's anxious demeanor, Zhao felt curious. Hadn't Su seemed perfectly fine in class just moments ago? What could have transpired in such a short time? Ningxiang, what's the matter? Zhao inquired with concern. It's nothing. I'm just looking for that outfit I bought earlier to wear out later, Su explained. She had recently acquired a stunning ensemble that she had yet to don. On her way back to the dormitory, Su Ningxiang pondered for quite some time about what to wear, hesitating before finally making her choice. Who will you be going out with? Zhao Shuxian inquired with curiosity. I'm going out with Yi Chun, Su Ningxiang replied as she rummaged through her clothes. With Yi Chun? Zhao Shuxuan's interest was piqued, igniting a fervent curiosity within her. The two had previously been quite shy around each other, requiring her to mediate between them. Now, it seemed they had cast her aside to embark on their own romantic escapades. Oh, men. Once they have a partner, they tend to forget their dear ones, including their own cousin. She had painstakingly introduced Ningxiang to him, and he had promised to treat her to a grand meal. Now, with Ningxiang, he had completely forgotten the promise. Ah, truly, men are not to be relied upon. What are you two planning to do? Although she felt a twinge of annoyance towards Yi Chun for neglecting to invite her to the feast, the knowledge that he and Su Ningxiang were going out alone brought Zhao Shuxian joy. She eagerly anticipated the day when Ningxiang would call her cousin with pride. Hee. We are heading to the Roman International Hotel, Su Ningxiang casually replied while selecting her outfit. Zhao Shuxian, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked. What? Did I hear that correctly? Yi Chun is taking Ningxiang to the Roman International Hotel? Their relationship is progressing rather swiftly. Ningxiang, are you feeling unwell? She asked. Noticing the startled reaction of Su Ningxiang, concerned for her friend's health, she quickly inquired. I'm fine. Su Ningxiang hastily shook her head, anxious not to hinder their budding romance. But Ningxiang, you should be cautious. Yi Chun can be rather mischievous, Zhao Shuxian hinted. Although Yi Chun was her cousin, Ningxiang was also her dear friend. Wasn't it a bit too soon for him to claim her? While she hoped for their union, they had only known each other for half a month. Su Ningxiang exclaimed in surprise at Zhao Shuxuan's words. Yi Chun is mischievous? I think he is wonderful, she retorted. Having known Yi Chun for some time, she believed him to be a person of integrity, full of responsibility and resolve. All right, Zhao Shuxian shrugged, conceding that if Ningxiang felt that way, she would not press the matter further. By the way, Shuxian, would you like to join us? Su Ningxiang suddenly invited. Since Shuxian was Yi Chun's cousin and likely hadn't eaten yet, it seemed a natural suggestion. What? Did I hear you correctly? Zhao Shuxian nearly jumped in disbelief. What business do I have going to a hotel with Yi Chun and Ningxiang? Am I to be a third wheel, consuming their dog food? I've had my fill over the weekend. Moreover, it would be rather inappropriate for her to tag along. No, she quickly shook her head. All right then. Su Ningxiang sighed with a hint of regret. After changing her clothes, she bid farewell to Zhao Shuxian and departed. Watching Ningxiang leave, Zhao Shuxian hesitated for a moment before dialing Yi Chun's number. What's up, sis? Came Yi Chun's voice as the call connected. You little rascal, I warn you. Do not bully Ningxiang later, Zhao Shuxian cautioned deliberately. How could I? I am a respectable person, Yi Chun retorted. Respectable, huh? Zhao Shuxian scoffed, clearly not believing his words. If Yi Chun was a respectable person, then it would seem there were no unrespectable individuals left in the world. Finally, with a determined heart, Zhao Shuxian advised Yi Chun. Be careful. Don't worry, sis. My driving skills are excellent. I've acquired top-notch driving prowess from gaming. Nothing will go wrong. Safety is not a concern, he assured her. And you still claim to be respectable? Goodbye. With a final remark of exasperation, Zhao Shuxian ended the call. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was left puzzled, wondering what was troubling his sister. Chapter 66. Who, besides Yi Chun, could truly comprehend such distress? He patiently awaited Su Shuejue for their meal. Was that not the mark of a respectable individual? Could it be that he should have invited her to dine together, and thus bore the blame himself? Yichen found himself perplexed. He decided to let it go this time, planning to invite her out for a lavish meal next time as a form of compensation. He muttered to himself, acknowledging that it was already too late to extend an invitation to her now. He would save it for another occasion. Before long, Su Ningxue arrived. With her in tow, Yichen made his way directly to the Roman International Hotel. Upon arrival, as the proprietor of the establishment, he felt like a mere stranger. It was only under Su Ningxue's guidance that he found his way to the restaurant within the hotel. After dining, Yichen departed with Su Ningxue, choosing not to meet with the hotel manager. His visit was not for the purpose of inspecting operations. He had recently acquired this five-star hotel and was merely curious to see it for himself, alongside the desire to enjoy a meal and sample the cuisine. It was quite satisfactory, and Yichen felt pleased. After escorting Su Ningxue back to school, Yichen returned to his villa. The following day, with no classes in the afternoon, he left school and headed straight to Yilin Entertainment Agency. It had been a while since he last visited, and he was eager to ascertain the current state of affairs. Having absorbed some interest from the rival Yuanyin Agency, Yilin should be thriving now. Additionally, Yichen had another reason for his visit. He wished to check on the progress of his employee, Bai Hanyin. He still remembered the long-term challenge worth 15 billion. If he could cultivate Bai Hanyin into a top-tier singer, he would secure 51 of St. C Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the nation. This stake, amounting to approximately 15 billion, could elevate him to the ranks of the most affluent in Jiangzhou, if not the wealthiest. Upon arriving at the company, Yichen made his way directly to the general manager's office. "Mr. Yi, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Yichen, Yang Shuimin, who had been working, immediately stood up. "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to see how the company has been faring lately," Yichen inquired. "Mr. Yi, our development has been quite promising recently, largely due to the circumstances surrounding Yuanyin Agency," Yang Shuimin began to report. He elaborated extensively. But the most significant point was that the total assets of Yilin Entertainment Agency had risen to nearly 1 billion. This was the matter that Yichen was most concerned about, and he nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, how has Bai Hanyin been doing lately?" Yichen asked curiously. "Bai Hanyin is progressing well. She has successfully become one of the prominent streamers on SharkLive. We are currently preparing to manage her Douyin account," Yang Shuimin replied. Given that such matters were better handled by the professionals in the company, Yichen chose not to delve further. After their discussion, he took his leave. On the other side, he glanced at Bai Hanyin, who was currently in class, as it was not yet time for her live broadcast. The Yilin Talent Agency has thoughtfully engaged professionals to instruct Bai Hanyin in the art of singing. Upon noticing Yichen's arrival, Bai Hanyin immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Addressing him as President Yi, she has always harbored immense gratitude towards Yichen. Had it not been for his generous opportunity, her dreams would have remained unattainable. After exchanging a few words, Bai Hanyin extended an invitation to Yichen to join her for coffee the following day, to which he gladly consented. With Bai Hanyin needing to attend her class, their conversation came to a natural pause. Parting ways with her, Yichen departed from the Yilin Talent Agency and returned to his villa. Previously, he had undertaken numerous challenges within the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest, ranging from grand to modest. Upon completing these challenges, in addition to the rewards, Yichen accrued a variety of experience points and score bonuses, which he had not previously taken the time to examine. Now, having elapsed some time, his curiosity piqued regarding the extent of his experience points and scores. He speculated that his player and store levels must be nearing an elevation. Although the marketplace refreshes daily, the offerings within the one-star store had begun to lose their allure for Yichen. Seated upon his sofa, he delved into the game. First, he sought out his player level and opened the details. Player level, LV1, 91-100. Yichen had amassed 91 experience points, a mere 9 points shy of leveling up to the esteemed LV2 player status. Upon achieving this, he would be able to purchase 2 items in the marketplace simultaneously. Next, he turned his attention to the store level and opened it. Store level, 1-star store, 4750. Yichen's store level surpassed his player level slightly. He was now just 3 points away from advancing to a 2-star store. Once this upgrade was achieved, not only would he be able to acquire 5 items, but the value of the products within the store would also multiply significantly. This was of utmost importance. Yichen was intensely curious about the offerings that would accompany the elevation to a 2-star store. At this moment, His greatest anticipation lay in swiftly advancing both his store level and player level. Just as Yi Chun prepared to exit the game, a pop-up window suddenly appeared, announcing the emergence of a new challenge. Chapter 67. Unbelievable challenge issued. A talent agency seeks to recruit Bai Han-in. Although she refuses, they persist in trying to retain their own employee and safeguard their fortune of 15 billion. Challenge reward. A luxury residential building. Experience points 9. Shop credits 3. Upon seeing this challenge, Yi Chun was instantly invigorated. The audacity of a company attempting to poach his employee, especially Bai Han-in, was intolerable. This matter was intrinsically linked to his long-term challenge valued at a staggering 15 billion. After examining the details of the challenge, Yi Chun's attention was suddenly drawn to the rewards. While a residential building might seem trivial, valued at perhaps a few billion, it was not the primary incentive for him. What truly captivated Yi Chun were the additional rewards from this challenge: 9 experience points and 3 shop credits. With those 9 experience points, Yi Chun could elevate his player level from LV1 to the esteemed LV2. Furthermore, the 3 shop credits would enhance his marketplace to a 2-star rating, significantly increasing the value of its offerings by nearly tenfold. In comparison, the residential building paled in significance. This was the crux of the matter. He resolved to inquire about Bai Han-in's situation the following day. Yi Chun muttered to himself. Tomorrow, Bai Han-in had invited him for coffee to discuss recent developments, providing an opportune moment to delve into the particulars. Even without the allure of the 15 billion reward, if another company attempted to lure Bai Han-in away, he would still intervene. She was an employee he had personally nurtured. After the incident with Ling Xier, Yi Chun recognized Bai Han-in as a kind-hearted individual with a strong sense of justice, qualities that made her worthy of his investment. The next afternoon, Yi Chun drove his Koenigsegg directly to the CAF where he had arranged to meet Bai Han-in. Meanwhile, Bai Han-in had already arrived at the CAF. Lacking her own transportation and fearing tardiness, she made it a point to be early. She could not bear the thought of making Yi Chun wait. In a bid to convey her appreciation and respect for Yi Chun, Bai Han-in had deliberately chosen a high-end CAF that she would typically shy away from. Shortly after settling in, a rather portly middle-aged woman approached her. "Miss Bai, what a coincidence to see you again," the woman exclaimed, feigning surprise as she greeted Bai Han-in. Upon recognizing this woman, Bai Han-in's expression shifted. Not her again, she thought. Is she stalking me? Bai Han-in was skeptical of the notion that their meeting was merely coincidental. The woman, named Zhang Xiaoran, was a director at the Beyond Agency. Just days prior, Zhang had contacted her, expressing the agency's keen interest in recruiting her, even offering generous terms. Despite the alluring proposal, Bai Han-in had firmly declined. Although she had emerged as a prominent anchor for Shark Live, amassing a considerable following, she understood that her current success was a direct result of Yi Chun's recognition. Without him, she would not have achieved her present standing. Without Mr. Yi, she would likely have been dismissed from the company for offending Ling Xier and would now be desperately searching for employment. She is a person who values gratitude and feels deep appreciation for Mr. Yi. Given his considerable assistance, she is eager to repay him tenfold, regardless of the conditions proposed. She remains resolute in her refusal. Initially, Bai Han-in believed that declining Zhang Xiaoran's overtures would dissuade her, yet to her astonishment, Zhang Xiaoran not only persisted, but became even more fervent, reaching out daily. Even after Bai Han-in blocked her, Zhang Xiaoran would merely change her number to maintain contact. It seemed impossible to shake off Zhang Xiaoran's relentless pursuit. "Director Zhang, I have already informed you that I will not leave Yilin Entertainment," Bai Han-in said with evident exasperation. "Beautiful Bai, please do not hastily reject me. Allow me to present my offer," Zhang Xiaoran replied as she took a seat opposite her. "First, I propose to double the terms I previously mentioned. If you are willing, our buy-in agency can provide you with a 30 million contract for a mere 3-year commitment. That translates to an impressive 10 million per year. Furthermore, should you endorse games or similar ventures, we would only take 30%, allowing you to retain 70% of the endorsement fee. Our buy-in agency is committed to nurturing your talent, transforming you into the premier host on Shark Live, and even facilitating your ascent into the entertainment industry to become a major star is entirely feasible." To entice Bai Han-in, Zhang Xiaoran painted an alluring picture of possibilities. "I'm afraid I must decline. I have no interest," Bai Han-in responded without hesitation. "You must be concerned that leaving Yilin Entertainment would entail hefty penalties, correct?" Zhang Xiaoran pressed on. "Our buy-in agency can assist in covering that penalty. Moreover, you need not fear retaliation from Yilin's owner. We are aware that Mr. Yi has connections. But rest assured, our buy-in agency also has formidable backing. Director Zhang, I have no intention of departing from Yilan, Bai Hanyan reiterated firmly. Just as she finished speaking, Yuchen happened to approach. Mr. Yi, Bai Hanyan exclaimed, rising to greet him. Yuchen nodded, then noticed the middle-aged woman seated opposite Bai Hanyan and inquired curiously. Who is this? Bai Hanyan stepped closer to Yuchen and quietly explained the situation. Upon hearing her explanation, Yuchen understood that this middle-aged woman was indeed the representative from the agency attempting to lure Bai Hanyan away. As Bai Hanyan concluded her conversation with Yuchen, Zhang Sharan also stood up. This must be Mr. Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Sharan greeted Yuchen confidently, showing no signs of intimidation. Her company's owner, Mr. Dai, is a significant figure in Jiangzhou, being the brother-in-law of the influential Pan Tianwen, whose wealth approaches 80 billion. Mr. Yi. I wish to recruit Bai Hanyan, Zhang Sharan suddenly interjected. Is that so? What are Bai Hanyan's thoughts on this? Mr. Yi inquired. Mr. Yi. I have no intention of leaving Yilan, Bai Hanyan immediately responded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sharan's expression changed. Mr. Yi, this matter is at the behest of our director Dai, he asserted, directly invoking their superior and the influential Pan Tianwen from the other side to intimidate Yuchen. Director Dai's actions were further influenced by Pan Tianwen's intentions. Brother Yi? Before Zhang Sharan could finish his statement, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. The group turned to see a slightly plump middle-aged man standing there, grinning broadly. Upon spotting this individual, Zhang Sharan was rendered speechless. My goodness. How did this esteemed figure arrive here? He covered his mouth in disbelief. Such a distinguished personage was beyond his reach, let alone their director Dai's. Yet, this notable figure was now standing right before him, leaving Zhang Sharan in a state of utter shock. Brother Yi, what brings you here? The jovial middle-aged man approached, warmly greeting Yuchen. This man was none other than Wan Xiangyang, the second-largest shareholder of Longding Group. Be Brother Yi. Zhang Sharan, already astonished by Wan Xiangyang's presence, was now utterly flabbergasted by the manner in which one addressed Yuchen. What? Did I hear that correctly? The prominent figure of Jiazhou, Wan Xiangyang, was referring to Yuchen as Brother Yi? How could this be possible? Initially, Zhang Sharan found it incredible that Wan Xiangyang would address Yuchen in such a manner, but the next moment, Yuchen's words nearly caused him to lose his balance. So it's Brother Wan. He stepped forward to greet Wan Xiangyang. Brother Wan. Yuchen referred to Wan Xiangyang in such a familiar tone, and remarkably, Wan Xiangyang appeared delighted rather than offended. The two men, it seemed, were peers. Zhang Sharan looked as though he had seen a ghost, utterly astounded. One was a towering figure, a magnate worth over 10 billion, while the other was a young man of around 20, the owner of a small company. The stark contrast in their statuses made it all the more shocking that they shared a camaraderie as equals. This was unfathomable. It was understood that not even their director Dai, nor Pan Tianwen who stood behind their agency, could dare to treat Wan Xiangyang as an equal, having to show utmost respect instead. Yet, Yuchen was somehow able to achieve this. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through Jiangzhou. Zhang Sharan swallowed hard, fear gripping him. To be on equal footing with Wan Xiangyang implied that Yuchen's status was not far removed from that of Wan Xiangyang himself. The thought nearly caused Zhang Sharan to suffer a heart attack as he felt the weight of this revelation. Such youth, yet possessing a status comparable to that of Wan Xiangyang, the background of this President Yi must be truly formidable. Zhang Sharan dared not delve further into her thoughts. How terrifying! How appalling! She had just shown disrespect to such a distinguished figure. Her body trembled involuntarily, cold sweat pouring from her brow. Originally, Wan Xiangyang had come here for some matters, but upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered Yuchen. Thus, Wan Xiangyang took the initiative to greet Yuchen. After exchanging a few words, Wan Xiangyang turned his gaze toward Bai Hanyan and Zhang Sharan. And who might these two be? He inquired with curiosity. These are my employees. This one is from the Bianjin Brokerage Company, Yuchen introduced. Upon learning Bai Hanyan's identity, Wan Xiangyang nodded slightly and then turned to Zhang Sharan. By the way, I seem to have heard you mention Pan Tianwen from a distance. What about him? A jolt ran through Zhang Sharan's heart at this. She had long heard of President Ye's esteemed reputation and admired him, wishing to pay her respects. Her mind raced, and she quickly rephrased her response. Is that so? Wan Xiangyang seemed skeptical. I care not what Pan Tianwen intends to do. If he dares to target Brother Yi, he will be opposing me, Wan. And I shall not back down, Wan Xiangyang warned. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Sharan nearly stumbled in fright. At that moment, her mind went blank. Any thoughts of undermining Bai Hanyan or suppressing Yilan Brokerage Company were cast aside. Now, Zhang Xiaoran's sole concern was to leave swiftly and inform President Dai and President Pan, urging them to prepare to apologize to President Yi Qin and seek forgiveness, lest they face dire consequences. The repercussions of incurring President Ye's wrath were unimaginable. They need not even wait for President Yu to become enraged. A single word from Wan Xiangyang could spell their doom. Let us go, let us go. Wan Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively, wishing to avoid further interaction with Zhang Xiaoran. Thank you, President Wan. Zhang Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she departed, she made a point to bow and apologize to Yi Qin and Bai Hanan. President Yi, Miss Bai, I apologize. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. I shall ensure I do not cross your paths again, lest I offend your eyes. With that, Zhang Xiaoran hurried away. As she watched Zhang Xiaoran leave, Bai Hanyan too felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed she would no longer need to worry about being pursued by Zhang Xiaoran. This time, she was truly indebted to President Yi. She pondered how she might repay him. By the way, Brother Yi, has anyone added you on WeChat recently? Wan Xiangyang suddenly asked with curiosity. Added me on WeChat? Yi Qin considered for a moment before shaking his head. I see, Wan Xiangyang nodded. My daughter has already been given your WeChat information and is encouraged to add you, even if just for the sake of acquaintance. It seems that my daughter has yet to take action. Upon my return, I must certainly urge her to do so, thought Wan Xiangyang. Brother Yi continued his busy endeavors. And I shall take my leave, Wan Xiangyang stated. Safe travels, Brother Wan. Yi Qin replied courteously as he bid farewell to Wan Xiangyang. Once Wan Xiangyang departed, Yi Qin resumed his seat. At that moment, Yi Qin's phone suddenly chimed. Upon unlocking his device, he noticed a message from with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's wealthiest. Chapter 68. Upgrade upon launching the game. A flurry of notifications greeted Yi Qin. Task completed. Assist by Han In resolving entanglements. Safeguard your employees. And protect your fortune of 15 billion. Congratulations. You have acquired a building in Modern Garden Community, Block 18. Congratulations. You have gained 9 experience points. Congratulations. You have earned 3 points in the shopping mall. Yi Qin had successfully completed his challenge. The first reward was a building in the prestigious Modern Garden Community, a well-known high-end residential area in Jiangsu, where the price per square meter soared above 20,000. In a second or third-tier city, such a price is remarkably high. The building in question appeared to be 28 stories tall, with 6 units per floor, totaling 168 apartments. Thus, Yi Qin had acquired over 160 properties in one fell swoop. A rough estimation placed the value of this building around 300 to 400 million. However, the building itself was secondary to the more significant rewards, 9 experience points and 3 shopping mall points. With these, Yi Qin was finally poised for an upgrade. He promptly checked his player level. Player level, LV1, 100-100, you have met the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade? Indeed. Yi Qin's experience points had reached a perfect 100, allowing him to level up. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You are now a distinguished LV2 player. The game announced his successful advancement, and Yi Qin reveled in his new status as a distinguished LV2 player. He glanced at his current player level. Player level, LV2, 0300. To ascend from LV2 to LV3, he would require 300 experience points. Yi Qin felt a sense of satisfaction. He had initially anticipated needing 500 points for the next upgrade, yet it was merely 300. The game truly catered to its players. As a distinguished LV2 player, Yi Qin could now purchase 2 items from the mall each day. Excellent, indeed. With his player level elevated, he turned his attention to the mall level. Mall level, 1-star mall, 50-50. Following the same procedure, Yi Qin initiated the upgrade. Mall upgraded to 2-star. The number of items available has increased to 5. Soon, another notification chimed. Yi Qin's game mall had successfully advanced to a 2-star level. With this upgrade, the number of available items had risen from 3 to 5, significantly enhancing their value. Mall level, 2-star mall, 0150. He perused the mall level, noting that to reach a 3-star mall, he would require 150 points, akin to the player level. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the mall to refresh at dawn. With the ability to purchase 2 items at a time, Yi Qin was filled with anticipation, curious to discover what treasures might appear in his newly upgraded 2-star mall. Surely, it would not disappoint him. After watching the game, Yi Qin continued his conversation with Bai Hanyan. Recently, Bai Hanyan's career has been flourishing, garnering a multitude of devoted fans. Moreover, her singing skills have significantly improved due to professional training from the company. Yichen was quite pleased with this progress. I will have Yang Xuiming arrange for a new contract for you as soon as possible. Your compensation will certainly be on par with, if not superior to, any other company, Yichen assured her. Faced with the allure of the Baihan Talent Agency, Bai Hanyan resolutely declined the offer. Furthermore, should Bai Hanyan achieve success, Yichen would also receive a substantial reward. Not one to be stingy, Yichen naturally intended to enhance Bai Hanyan's remuneration. Currently, her contract reflected that of an ordinary employee, but the forthcoming agreement would undoubtedly surpass that of the Baihan Agency. In fact, it would be even better. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Bai Hanyan expressed her gratitude. Upon learning that Bai Hanyan did not own a car and had the time to spare, Yichen decided to offer her a ride home. Where do you live? He casually inquired as they exited the CAF. Modern Garden, she replied. What? Yichen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bai Hanyan resided in the same neighborhood. Coincidentally, he had just acquired an entire building in Modern Garden, making this the perfect opportunity to visit. The game, monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest man, had bestowed upon him over 160 properties, including an entire building, something Yichen had never dared to dream of before. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at Building 19 of Modern Garden, where Bai Hanyan lived, conveniently adjacent to his own Building 18. Mr. Yi, would you like to come in for a moment? Bai Hanyan unexpectedly invited him. Please don't misunderstand. I was chatting with Ware earlier, and she knows you brought me back, so she wanted to invite you upstairs to sit for a while. She wishes to personally thank you for helping her rent a store at the Xintai Shopping Center, Bai Hanyan explained carefully. Yueo was Bai Hanyan's close friend, and they shared this apartment together. Yueo had long aspired to rent a shop in the Xintai Shopping Center to start a business, but had never found the opportunity. Thanks to Yichen's phone call, she was able to secure a store with ease. Yueo had wanted to express her gratitude to Yichen in person, but refrained from bothering him, fearing he was too busy. Now, knowing that Yichen had brought Bai Hanyan home, she had mentioned her desire to thank him directly. All right, Yichen nodded, considering it a brief visit. After parking, he accompanied Bai Hanyan upstairs. When Bai Hanyan opened the door, she was momentarily taken aback. Along with her friend Yueo, there was also a 34-year-old woman in the apartment, none other than their landlady, Mrs. Qian. Upon seeing Yichen and Bai Hanyan enter, Mrs. Qian merely cast them a glance, offering no greeting. Instead, she directly addressed Yueo, stating, I am aware that you conduct your business at the Xintai Shopping Center, which is one of the busiest shopping hubs in Jiangzhou. You must have earned a considerable amount of money. I am not asking for much. Nearly a monthly increase of 3,000 in rent. Originally, their monthly rent was nearly 5,000, which was already somewhat steep. This time, Madame Qian had audaciously raised it by more than half, an unreasonable demand. A rent of around 5,000 is deemed reasonable in Modern Garden, and for 8,000, one could even rent a splendid 200 square meter duplex. Moreover, Madame Qian's rationale for the rent hike was utterly absurd. Her assertion that an increase was warranted simply because others were making a profit was illogical. She spoke as if it were a matter of course. This was unacceptable. Yueo promptly rejected Madame Qian's impudent request. Firstly, she had only just secured the shop, and her business had only begun, with substantial investments made that had yet to yield returns. Furthermore, even if she were to profit, what justification was there for paying an increased rent? Her earnings were of no concern to Madame Qian. If the rent for the entire complex were to rise, that might be understandable. But a unilateral increase imposed solely upon her was out of the question. Madame Qian, a rent of 5,000 is the standard price for Modern Garden. 8,000 is utterly outrageous. Bai Hanyan also interjected. The monthly rent was already somewhat burdensome, and Bai Hanyan found it increasingly difficult to bear. However, due to the exceptional security in Modern Garden, the safety of the two young women living together took precedence, which is why Bai Hanyan had not moved out. Now, with Madame Qian's ludicrous demand for a rent hike, it was simply untenable. Madame Qian scoffed. Very well, if you disagree, then you may vacate the premises immediately. Chapter 69. I acquired a building, an unexpected new commodity I will no longer rent to you. After all, the contract is about to expire. Mrs. Qian displayed a demeanor of obstinacy. You have only 1 day to remove all your belongings. Otherwise, I shall have them discarded. Upon hearing this, Bai Hanyan and Yueo grew anxious. With so many possessions, how could they possibly move everything in just 1 day? Furthermore, they had yet to scout for other accommodations. Even if they managed to move, where would they store their luggage and furniture? The two became increasingly distressed and at a loss. Do not worry. You may stay in my house. A sudden voice interrupted. The three individuals present turned towards Yichen. Even if we were to move all this furniture, a single day would suffice, Yichen asserted confidently. Humph, it is already past 3 in the afternoon. Finishing the move in a day? Huh. Mrs. Qian clearly did not believe Yichen's words. Mr. Yi, Bai Hanyan spoke with surprise. Rest assured, a day is ample time. My residence is in Building 18, directly across. Yichen continued. When the time comes, you may freely choose which apartment to occupy, the style, and the size. A whole building? They could choose at will? Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp Yichen's meaning. Mr. Yi, did you purchase several apartments in Building 18? Bai Hanyan was the first to react, her curiosity piqued. Given Mr. Ye's capabilities, acquiring multiple units in a single building seemed entirely plausible. Several apartments? Mrs. Qian and Yuer were unaware of Yichen's true identity, and upon hearing Bai Hanyan's inquiry, their expressions morphed into one of astonishment. Was this young man truly so formidable as to acquire multiple apartments in the Modern Garden? It was worth noting that a single unit in the Modern Garden costs upwards of 2 million. Acquiring several units was indeed formidable. No, Yichen shook his head. At this, Mrs. Qian sighed in relief. That made sense. How could one possibly buy multiple apartments? However, just as Mrs. Qian anticipated that Yichen would clarify he had only purchased one unit, the next moment, his words left her utterly flabbergasted. I bought an entire building. Yichen replied flatly. What? Had she truly heard him correctly? At that moment, the room fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Were they imagining things? Did he just say he purchased an entire building? Not just one unit or one floor. What did you say? You bought a building? Mrs. Qian asked, her voice trembling. Indeed. I have acquired Building 18 of the Modern Garden, Yichen affirmed with a nod. He purchased the entire 18th building? Good heavens. Were they hallucinating? How could one possibly buy an entire building in the Modern Garden? Acquiring an entire building in the Modern Garden, I fear, would require several hundred million. Is this young man truly endowed with such formidable financial resources, able to effortlessly procure such an immense sum? Madame Qian has been left utterly speechless by the revelation. Previously, she believed that possessing 2 apartments in the Modern Garden was quite impressive. Yet now, she finds herself confronted by someone who has purchased an entire building within the same estate. This is simply beyond belief. Are you Mr. Yi? Yuer inquired, at that moment surmising Yichen's true identity. Indeed, I am Yichen, he affirmed with a nod. Let us proceed. I have some time now to accompany you in viewing the property, he proposed. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You expressed her gratitude promptly. Madam Qian, we have not yet vacated, so for now, we are still considered the owners of this apartment. We are heading out, so we kindly ask you to leave. She stated directly to Madam Qian. Ultimately, Yichen, Bai Hanyan, and Yuer descended in the elevator. Outside the room, Madam Qian stood there, dazed, still unable to comprehend the situation. What kind of individual had she encountered? To purchase an entire building outright, such a plot would be deemed implausible even for television dramas. Meanwhile, having just exited the building, Yichen dialed the number for Tonghuan Property Management Company, which had previously overseen the building. With the ownership now transferred to Yichen, he naturally became a premier client of the property management firm. Soon, a representative arrived, indeed, a manager. Of the 18 units, several had already been leased. After being acquainted with Yichen, the staff briefed him on the particulars. Not to worry, just guide us to the units that remain unleased, Yichen instructed. Let us begin with the larger ones. Certainly, Mr. Yi, and to the 2 lovely ladies, please follow me, the property representative replied with a deep bow, leading Yichen and the others to view the available apartments. After inspecting several units, Yichen ultimately assisted the 2 ladies in selecting a spacious duplex that they both adored. This relocation would not even necessitate hiring a moving company. In light of Yichen's status as a premier client, Tonghuan Property Management was eager to accommodate him, employing every means to ensure his satisfaction. Upon understanding the situation, the staff assured him that they would handle all arrangements, promising that by tonight, every piece of furniture would be transported to the 18-unit building and everything would be settled. Once the staff departed, Bai Hanyan quickly expressed her gratitude to Yichen. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi, for assisting us with such a monumental task. Bai Hanyan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that the only way to repay him was through her diligent work and unwavering effort. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yuer added. Feeling deeply appreciative for both this occasion and the previous one, grateful for Yichen's generosity. As the 2 prepared to move and pack their belongings, Yichen took his leave, Upon returning to his villa, he took a stroll around the estate after dinner, serendipitously encountering his exquisite neighbor, Mo Mingfei. Mo Mingfei seemed to have just returned from work. Upon seeing Yi Chen, she took the initiative to greet him. After a brief conversation with Mo Mingfei, Yi Chen returned to the villa. As time passed, the clock finally struck midnight. Without hesitation, Yi Chen launched the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the wealthy one. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation, curious about what new items awaited him in the upgraded shop. Upon entering the 2-star shop, Yi Chen observed a notable change. Indeed, with the upgrade, the number of items had increased from 3 to 5. He began to scrutinize the offerings more closely. As he examined the 5 items, a radiant smile spread across his face. The products available did not disappoint him. In fact, they exceeded his expectations. Following this upgrade, the first item captured Yi Chen's interest immensely. As for the first item, it was Chapter 70, Unexpected Delight Upon Achieving a 2-star Upgrade. The first item available was a top-tier Bugatti Veyron. Renowned as an illustrious supercar, Yi Chen had certainly heard of the Bugatti Veyron. Each Veyron is equipped with an 8.0 LW16 quad-turbocharged engine, reaching astonishing speeds of up to 434 km/h. It undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of supercars, with very few available within the country. Even the most basic model commands a price of 20 to 30 million, while the fully equipped version likely exceeds 40 to 50 million. Previously, during his 1-star shopping experience, Yi Chen acquired a Ferrari worth 5 million as his inaugural supercar. Now, with the transition to a 2-star marketplace, the value has indeed escalated tenfold. As a university student, like many of his peers, Yi Chen harbored a passion for supercars. While others could merely admire them through screens, Yi Chen had the opportunity to genuinely possess them. Collecting supercars had become one of his cherished hobbies. Now, with merely 2 yuan, he could acquire a Bugatti Veyron, which would otherwise require an expenditure of 40 to 50 million. Moreover, even for the affluent, securing such a limited quantity of Bugatti Veyrons is often a challenge. The first item in the 2-star marketplace left Yi Chen quite exhilarated. Indeed, splendid. Next, he turned his attention to the second item, 3 Steak and Shark Live. Priced at 3 yuan, the second product in the marketplace was a share in the illustrious Shark Live. Even though it was merely 3, it remained highly enticing. This was none other than the renowned Shark Live, and upon purchasing this second product, Yi Chen would seamlessly become one of its shareholders. At its peak, Shark Live boasted a market valuation exceeding 100 billion. Although it has since declined, it still hovers around 70 to 80 billion. This 3 stake equates to over 200 million. Should Shark Live's market value appreciate in the future, Yi Chen's 3 ownership would become even more valuable. Furthermore, acquiring this stake would significantly benefit the future development of Yilin Entertainment Agency. Now, with just 3 yuan, Yi Chen could secure a stake in Shark Live valued at over 200 million. How could one not be captivated? Indeed, with the game's upgrade, the offerings grew increasingly alluring. The third item, a premier manor in Jiangzhou, valued at 100 million. Priced at 2 yuan, the third product was a premier manor located in Jiangzhou. In reality, this estate is valued at 100 million. Yet Yi Chen could acquire it for merely 2 yuan. Many affluent families and magnates relish the construction of grand manors for leisure, family gatherings, and various events. The manor presented in the marketplace is among the finest in Jiangzhou, sprawling across vast grounds resembling a palace. Yi Chen was particularly fond of such opulent estates. And with a price tag of only 2 yuan, why would he hesitate? Master-level singing skills, priced at 1.5 yuan, the fourth product, in comparison to the previous 3, appeared somewhat ordinary. However, it represented a most commendable skill. Moreover, this masterful vocal talent is available for a mere 5 units of currency, an astonishingly low price. Upon encountering the final item, Yi Chen's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. While the previous items were commendable and held significant value, they paled in comparison to this last offering. Tianheng Building, located in the financial hub of Jiangzhou, priced at 8 units of currency. Gazing at this fifth and final item, Yi Chen could hardly contain his astonishment. The Tianheng Building, situated in the heart of Jiangzhou's financial district, is renowned for its exorbitant property values. This locale is a nexus for countless financial institutions and commercial banks. The Tianheng Building stands as one of the tallest edifices within this financial epicenter. It houses numerous medium to large enterprises, as well as branches of prominent corporations. To put it plainly, the total value of the Tianheng Building currently hovers around 600 million. Furthermore, due to its crucial geographical significance, the building's value is steadily appreciating. Not to mention, The annual rental income generated by the Tianheng building amounts to a staggering sum, sufficient to ensure a lifetime of comfort for an average individual. Now, this financial marvel, valued at 600 million, has appeared in the marketplace. Even more remarkably, within the game, Yichun can acquire the Tianheng building for just 8 units of currency. The exhilaration is palpable. After thoroughly examining these new offerings, Yichun found himself quite enamored. Momentarily caught in a dilemma. Children make choices, but adults desire to possess it all. He decided to purchase all 5 items, albeit requiring several days to finalize the transactions. Now that he had ascended to level 2, he could procure 2 items from the marketplace at once. In just 3 days, these treasures would become his. After deliberating for a while, Yichun ultimately reached a decision. Today, he would first acquire the Tianheng building and the Bugatti Veyron. 24 hours later, he would purchase the Premier Estate and 3 shares in Shark Life, followed by the masterful vocal talent. Top-tier Bugatti Veyron, priced at 2 units of currency. Yichun clicked on the Bugatti Veyron, proceeding with the purchase and payment. Ding, purchase successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a top-tier Bugatti Veyron, now parked in your garage. Please check. The game notified him of his successful acquisition of the Bugatti Veyron, which became his 3rd supercar. As a level 2 player, you may purchase 2 items in the marketplace each day. You have already acquired one and may still purchase another. Please take note. A reminder from the game indicated that he could still make one additional purchase. Tianheng building, located in the financial hub of Jiazhou, priced at 8 units of currency. Without hesitation, Yichun selected the final item. Ding, purchase successful. Congratulations, you are now the proud owner of the Tianheng building. The acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please check. The game confirmed that the Tianheng building now belonged to Yichun. In total, he spent 10 units of currency to obtain items valued at 650 million. This purchasing experience was truly delightful. After diligently striving for an upgrade, the benefits of such an advancement are indeed substantial. The current 2-star marketplace boasts an impressive array of delightful offerings. One can only ponder the wonders that await upon ascending to a 3-star status. This thought ignites a sense of anticipation within Yichun. To elevate the marketplace to a 3-star level, a mere 150 points are required, which is not an insurmountable task. Yichun must hasten his pace to accumulate the necessary points. Meanwhile, as Yichun engages in his shopping, the door to Su Ningxiong's villa swings open, revealing her father, who enters the home with a weary demeanor. Having been preoccupied with pressing matters at the company, and as the chairman, he was unable to leave, hence his late return. Upon his arrival, Su Ningxiong's mother promptly approaches him, assisting in the removal of his outer coat. Ningxiong, please head to the kitchen and fetch a bowl of lotus seed soup for your father, she instructs. All right. Su Ningxiong replies as she rises to make her way to the kitchen. Wait a moment, Ningxiong, her father interjects suddenly. Tell me the truth, are you in a relationship? Do you have a boyfriend? Chapter 71. An invitation for Yichun? As the words of Su Ningxiue's father resonated through the air, the entire villa was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. With a serious expression, Su Ningxiue's father gazed intently at his daughter, as if he had discerned some hidden truth. Meanwhile, Su Ningxiue's mother, having just taken off her coat from her husband's hands, was momentarily taken aback by her husband's statement. What was going on? How did he come to know about Ningxiue and Yichun? A wave of astonishment washed over her. After all, she believed she was the only one privy to the details of their relationship. Given her husband's stern demeanor and somewhat traditional outlook, Su Ningxiue's mother had refrained from discussing the matter with him, intending to wait for an appropriate moment to reveal it. As parents, they naturally wished to ensure their daughter's well-being in her first romantic endeavor. Their family was not ordinary, and they feared that the young man might have ulterior motives, particularly financial ones. Therefore, any potential suitor wishing to court Ningxiue would have to first win their approval. Having met Yichun on 2 occasions, Su Ningxiue's mother held a favorable impression of him, and for the time being, she did not oppose the idea. Yet, she had not engaged in a detailed conversation with him, and thus, everything remained uncertain. Her initial plan was to find a suitable opportunity to inform her husband about Ningxiue and Yichun, and subsequently encourage Yichun to visit them, where they could discuss his character and ascertain whether he truly cared for their daughter. However, her husband's unexpected remark had disrupted all her carefully laid plans. How had he come to know? A look of confusion and doubt clouded Su Ningxiue's mother's face. On the other side, upon hearing her father's words, Su Ningxiue was equally taken aback. Instinctively, she felt a rush of anxiety, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of her junior, Yichun. After a brief moment of shock, She managed to regain her composure. No, that couldn't be right. What was she even thinking? Reflecting on the previous encounter when Yichen visited her home, and her nervousness led to a series of complications. Su Ningxue found herself much calmer this time. There was nothing particularly special about her relationship with Yichen at present. They were good friends, or perhaps slightly closer than mere friends, yet not quite a couple. With this thought, Su Ningxue's tension dissipated, allowing her to regain her tranquility. At that moment, she also felt a twinge of curiosity about her father's sudden inquiry. Was her mother involved? Su Ningxue was perplexed. No, she firmly denied, maintaining her composure. Even if they were to be considered a couple, she wouldn't dare confess it to her father. Is that so? Her father questioned, as if he were already aware of the truth and merely waiting for her to confess. Indeed, Su Ningxue replied with newfound confidence. Very well then, her father nodded in satisfaction. It turned out he had simply been testing her. Recently, he noticed some unusual behavior in his daughter, as if she had found a boyfriend and was experiencing the joys of romance. Unsure of his observations, he devised a plan on his way home to subtly probe his daughter. Should she appear guilty, he would pursue the matter further if she denied it. That would be even better. Ningxuang, I do not oppose you dating, but if you find a boyfriend, you must first bring him home so I can assess his character, her father said earnestly, fearful of her potential heartbreak. Ningxuang nodded in response. Afterward, she went to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of lotus seed soup for her father. By the way, Ningxuang, I've recently met a young man, quite capable, who has already acquired shares in a $100 billion conglomerate at such a young age. His future is limitless. Suddenly recalling something, her father spoke with enthusiasm. Even Ningxuang's father held a deep respect for this young man. I will invite him over for your birthday. I'll introduce you to this uncle then. Ningxuang nodded absent-mindedly, not particularly interested in her father's introductions of elders. She understood that he was looking out for her, hoping to expand her social circle. Yet she found little allure in it. However, her father's mention of her upcoming birthday reminded her that she could indeed invite you to celebrate. After finishing his lotus seed soup, her father retreated to his room. Seeing her husband leave, Ningxuang's mother quickly called her aside. Ningxuang, if the opportunity arises, discuss with Yichen about coming over for dinner, she whispered to her daughter. She intended to inform her husband about the budding relationship between Ningxuang and Yichen, and have he come over for her husband to evaluate him. Yet, she could not explicitly tell her daughter that the invitation was a test to see if Yichen could be a suitable son-in-law. So she used the dinner invitation as a pretext. However, any astute individual would easily grasp the underlying intention. Ningxuang's mother considered Yichen to be quite intelligent. Ningxuang was somewhat taken aback by her mother's suggestion. All right, she replied, not thinking much of it, believing her mother simply wished to invite Yichen for dinner. But remember, when inviting Yichen over for dinner, make sure it's when your father is in a good mood, her mother advised. Since her daughter liked Yichen, she naturally supported her. A cheerful husband would be more receptive to Yichen. I understand, Ningxuang nodded. Meanwhile, as Ningxuang and her mother conversed, Yichen, having purchased 2 items earlier that day, arrived at his villa and made his way to his study. At that moment, a neatly arranged acquisition contract for the Tianheng building lay on the desk. Yichen glanced over it before putting the contract away. When time permits, one may visit the financial center to ascertain the state of one's Tianheng Tower. However, in comparison to this, Yichen's current anticipation and desire lie with the Bugatti Veyron he has just acquired. Upon arriving at the garage, his eyes were immediately drawn to his own Bugatti Veyron. It resembled a masterpiece of art. The manufacturer places great emphasis on the fusion of aesthetics and performance, and this Bugatti Veyron epitomizes the ultimate amalgamation of beauty and unparalleled speed. Its presence in the garage eclipses that of other luxury vehicles, a testament to its worth of 40 to 50 million. Yichen was instantly enamored with it at first glance. After a brief experience behind the wheel, he disembarked with satisfaction. Just as he prepared to leave, a grave concern suddenly crossed his mind. Chapter 72. Unheard of. Yichen discovered that his garage was insufficiently spacious. Currently, it housed 4 luxurious vehicles, a Bentley, a Ferrari, a Koenigsegg, and a Bugatti Veyron. However, the garage only possessed 5 parking slots. Should Yichen acquire yet another luxury car, the garage would reach its full capacity, which posed a dilemma. How could 5 luxury cars ever suffice for Yichen? He desired them all. The arrival of the top-tier estate in the game was indeed timely. Yichen felt a surge of sentiment. He resolved to purchase this premier estate the very next day. Being a top-tier estate, it would surely accommodate at least a dozen vehicles without issue. After admiring his Bugatti Veyron, Yichen returned to his villa to rest. The following day, Yichen drove to school. Meanwhile, Daiqing, the president of the buy-in brokerage company, paced anxiously. The previous day, Zhang Sharan had informed him of the failure of their plan to poach by Han En. Not only had it failed, but it had also resulted in a catastrophic blunder. The owner of Yilin Brokerage Company was, astonishingly, an equal of the illustrious billionaire Wan Xiangyang. Upon hearing this news, Daiqing leapt from his seat in shock. Who was Wan Xiangyang? He was a renowned billionaire in Jiaozhou, a figure of such stature that even the most ambitious would look up to him. Yet, this towering figure was on equal footing with Yichen. The implications of Yichen's identity were clear. If it were not formidable, Wan Xiangyang would not have acted as he did. Had Daiqing inadvertently offended such a significant individual? Furthermore, he intended to poach an employee from this very person. Was he courting disaster? Since learning of this revelation, Daiqing had been restless, finding little solace in sleep as he pondered potential solutions. However, as a day passed, he remained at a loss. In desperation, he reached out to his brother-in-law, Pan Tianwen. Brother-in-law, a situation has arisen. Daiqing spoke with palpable trepidation. He then recounted the events of the previous day to Pan Tianwen in full. What? Upon hearing the account, Pan Tianwen erupted in fury. Fool! Idiot! How could you hire such a dim-witted employee? He bellowed. The employee of his brother-in-law had the audacity to threaten someone of Yichen's caliber. Who was a peer of Wan Xiangyang? Was this not digging his own grave? Moreover, Wan Xiangyang had specifically pointed out the issue, compounding the severity of the situation. Pan Tianwen was furious. What should we do, brother-in-law? Daiqing asked helplessly. What should we do? How the hell should I know? Pan Tianwen replied, his frustration boiling over. After a prolonged silence, he gradually calmed down. No amount of anger would be beneficial now. The priority was to resolve this predicament and ensure that Yichen was appeased. Brother-in-law? Daiqing inquired once more. Immediately procure something presentable. We shall personally visit and extend our apologies, Pan Tianwen commanded. After hanging up the phone, Pan Tianwen opened the safe and reluctantly retrieved a brocade box that he had treasured for many years. Initially, he had intended to keep it forever, even declining requests from friends to see it. However, now he found himself with no choice. In order to appease Mr. Yi and avoid his ire, he had to part with this precious item as an apology. Having selected the gift, Pan Tianwen drove directly to Daiqing's company, preparing to discuss the process of his apology with his brother-in-law. Time passed swiftly, and by this afternoon, Yichen only had one class. After it concluded, he drove his Bugatti Veyron back to the villa. Just as he settled down, without having the chance to grab his phone, a hurried knocking echoed through the door. Knock. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, Yichen raised an eyebrow, realizing that there were not many who visited him here. Curious, he opened the door to find two individuals standing before him. One was a scrappy-looking young man, resembling a lackey, while the other was a slender youth with fair skin. Are you the owner of this villa? The skinny youth asked, without introducing himself, as the lackey questioned Yichen first. Yes, what about it? Yichen replied. Well, our young master Su has taken a liking to this property and hopes you will sell it to him, the lackey explained. Interested in buying my villa? Why? Yichen inquired casually. That's not for you to know. Just tell me if you're selling or not, the lackey responded, impatience evident in his tone. I am not selling, Yichen firmly declared. Having lived there for some time, he had grown fond of the place and felt a sense of home. Naturally, he would not part with the villa. Moreover, with the game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest at his disposal. Would he ever lack for money? Seeing Yichen's resolute refusal, the slender youth displayed a disdainful expression. There is nothing in this world that cannot be negotiated. It is merely a matter of price. He asserted confidently. This villa is valued at 50 million. How about I offer you 55 million? The slender youth believed he had made a generous offer, having increased it by 5 million. If it weren't for his infatuation with Mo Mengfei, who lived nearby, he would not have been so willing to spend such a sum on a villa. He had pursued Mo Mengfei for some time, but she had rebuffed his advances repeatedly. Yet he remained undeterred. Now, whenever Mo Mengfei saw him, she would distance herself, to increase their chances of interaction and improve her impression of them. He devised a plan to purchase the house next to hers. By becoming neighbors, he reasoned, she would have no choice but to encounter him. I'm not selling, Yichen reiterated, shaking his head. 60 million, the slender youth insisted. Not selling. 65 million. At last, the gaunt youth expressed his utmost threshold for acceptance. Young man, do not be overly ambitious. 65 million is already a generous offer, he reprimanded Yi Chun. I shall not sell, Yi Chun replied calmly, shaking his head. Do you even comprehend who stands before you? This is the heir of the Yuantai Group, the son of Mr. Su Yonghua, the youth continued. Nearby, a lackey, unable to contain himself, directly threatened Yi Chun. The Yuantai Group is a renowned enterprise in Jiangzhou, valued at several billion. Su Yonghua is the founder and chairman of the Yuantai Group, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. After his declaration, the lackey fixed his gaze on Yi Chun, eager to see if he would be intimidated. Yuantai Group, Su Yonghua? I have never heard of them, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. Indeed, he had never heard of them. With so many companies in Jiangzhou, how could he possibly be aware of them all? As for Su Yonghua, he was entirely unfamiliar to Yi Chun. You. The gaunt youth trembled in fury at Yi Chun's words. You. Just as he prepared to deliver a harsh retort, a luxury car slowly came to a halt in front of Yi Chun's villa. Chapter 73, Brother-in-Law. I have a serious matter to discuss with you. A Bentley Mulsanne, valued at over 6 million, exuded an air of grandeur. The arrival of this luxurious vehicle immediately captured the attention of several onlookers. Once parked, the driver hastily exited and respectfully opened the door. The first to emerge was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed closely by a man in his mid-30s. Upon alighting, both men instantly noticed Yi Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, they approached him with utmost courtesy. Who were these individuals? Did they not see that he was occupied? Nearby, a slender man wore an expression of displeasure, but before he could utter a word, the two men had already begun to speak. Dai Qing, the owner of Beyond Brokerage, has come to apologize to you, Mr. Yi, declared the younger man, who was indeed Dai Qing. Upon hearing this, the slender man was momentarily taken aback. Beyond Brokerage? Wasn't that a well-established company? The fact that a company president would come to apologize to this young man was baffling. Just as the slender man was processing this shocking information, another voice resounded, startling him to his core. I am Pan Tianwen, here to extend my apologies to you, Mr. Yi. Pan Tianwen proceeded to elaborate on his purpose for being there. Pan Tianwen. The slender man gaped at him, his face a mask of disbelief. Meanwhile, his subordinate trembled in fear at the revelation. This man was none other than the illustrious Pan Tianwen. The slender man was utterly astonished. How could such a prominent figure come to apologize to Yi Chun? Good heavens! It was well known that even his father would show deference to Pan Tianwen. Yet here was this significant personage, humbling himself before Yi Chun. How could this be? With a jolt, the slender man's heart sank. At that moment, even he could deduce that Yi Chun's status was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Jiangzhou magnate, Pan Tianwen, personally come to offer an apology? The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him. Just moments ago, he had dared to threaten this Mr. Yi. Realizing this, the slender man felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, his subordinate caught him just in time, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. I need to attend to a matter first, Yi Chun said to Pan Tianwen and Dai Qing, turning his gaze toward the slender man. Gulp. Under Yi Chun's piercing stare, the slender man felt his knees weaken, and he fell to the ground before him. His subordinate's face was equally pale, trembling in terror. Do you still wish to purchase my villa? Yi Chun inquired. And no, Mr. Yi, I am the one who lacks foresight. A person of your stature should not stoop to my level, the slender man pleaded from the ground. At this moment, even if he had 100 lives, he would not dare to offend Yi Chun again. Mr. Yi, I was wrong, his subordinate quickly echoed, offering his apologies as well. Do not let me see you in Jiangzhou, Yi Chun said pointedly. Understood. I will leave Jiangzhou tonight and will not return, so as not to offend your eyes, the emaciated man hastily assured. At this moment, any thoughts of pursuing Mo Mingfei had long been cast aside. In the face of life, everything else could be relinquished. Noticing Yi Chun's lack of further engagement, the emaciated man felt as if he had received a reprieve. With the support of his subordinates, he apologized repeatedly as he departed. He would leave Jiangzhou tonight and never return. It was truly terrifying. It felt as though he had brushed against the gates of the underworld. Yi Chun, along with Pan Tianwen and Dai Qing, arrived at the villa. Upon entering, Pan Tianwen immediately offered an apology to Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, this fellow actually attempted to poach your employees. He must be tired of living. As he spoke, Pan Tianwen kicked Dai Qing several times in reprimand. You need not stoop to his level. We have long heard of Mr. Ye's reputation, but until now, we had not the opportunity to meet you. Now that we see you, it is indeed evident that you are a remarkable talent, accomplished at such a young age. Pan Tianwen began to flatter Yi Chun profusely, eager to ingratiate himself. Mr. Yi, I was in the wrong. Dai Qing quickly bowed in apology. Mr. Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Pan Tianwen placed his prepared gift beside Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, I have something as well. Seeing this, Dai Qing hurriedly presented his own gift. In the future, should Mr. Yi require any assistance from me, please do not hesitate to ask. Pan Tianwen continued to flatter Yi Chen. There shall not be a next time, Yi Chen replied coolly. There will definitely not be, Dai Qing hastily nodded. Pan Tianwen concurred, assuring that there would be no repeat of such behavior. Having received their apologies, Yi Chen chose not to pursue the matter further. After exchanging a few more words, the two men, recognizing the gravity of the situation, took their leave. Once outside, Pan Tianwen and Dai Qing expressed their deep admiration. Perhaps this is what a true big shot looks like, they mused, greatly impressed by Yi Chen's demeanor. As they walked away, Yi Chen opened their gifts. Dai Qing's offering was a selection of tea, the exquisite Taiping Monkey King, once heralded as a national tribute. A decade prior, a mere 100 grams of this tea had fetched a staggering price of 200,000. That was 10 years ago. The current price would likely be exorbitant. Today, this premium Taiping Monkey King is exceedingly rare, even for those with wealth. This gift was certainly commendable. Previously, when others invited Yi Chen for tea, he had no notable tea to offer, but now he possessed a worthy selection. In contrast, Pan Tianwen's gift was even more precious, a piece of calligraphy by Wen Zhengming, also known as Wen Zhengming, who was celebrated alongside figures like Tang Yin as one of the four talents. The value of his calligraphy and paintings has skyrocketed. Yi Chen recalled reading that one of Wen Zhengming's works had recently sold for over 80 million. Even his more ordinary pieces command prices around 50 to 60 million. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that this piece of Wen Zhengming's calligraphy held a value in the tens of millions. To his astonishment, Pan Tianwen had presented such a remarkable gift. The worth of this calligraphy was nearly equivalent to that of Yi Chen's villa. Yi Chen casually hung it up as a decorative piece and soon turned his attention to other matters. Later that evening, just after finishing dinner, Yi Chen received an unexpected call from Su Linger. Brother-in-law, have you missed me? Upon answering, he was greeted by Su Linger's melodious voice. Who are you? I can't quite recall, Yi Chen replied bluntly. How could you say that, brother-in-law? I am deeply saddened. I have been thinking of you constantly. Came Su Linger's mildly reproachful tone over the line. Is that so? Yi Chen remained skeptical of her words. Let's not jest, brother-in-law. I have something serious to discuss with you. Su Linger suddenly shifted her tone, speaking with earnestness. Chapter 74. A swift resolution. Serious matters? Can Su Linger truly have serious matters? Yi Chen expressed his skepticism. Oh, brother-in-law, what do you mean? Why can't I have serious matters? Su Linger retorted, visibly displeased. What serious matters? Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. Serious matters, of course, involve assisting you in pursuing my sister, Su Linger replied with utmost sincerity. During their last separation, Su Linger had vowed to help Yi Chen devise a strategy to win over her cousin. Although several days had passed, she had not forgotten her promise. Is this what you deem serious? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen found himself at a loss as to whether to commend Su Linger or to tease her. What? Pursuing my sister is not a serious matter? There is nothing more important or serious than that, Su Linger answered with conviction. Brother-in-law, I have conceived a brilliant plan for you, guaranteed to yield unexpected results. She said, her tone shrouded in mystery. What is it? Hee, I can't divulge it just yet. Su Linger maintained her enigmatic demeanor, refusing to share the details with Yi Chen at that moment. Let us meet this weekend, and I shall reveal it then. Having exerted considerable effort to devise this plan, she couldn't simply reveal it to her brother-in-law. As a cousin, how could she betray her own sister? She, Su Linger, was certainly not that kind of person. Unless her brother-in-law offered her some enticing incentives, perhaps a form of bribery. This was an excellent opportunity. She intended to extract as much as possible from her brother-in-law. Weekend? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had no prior commitments. All right, it's settled. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Before Yi Chen could respond, Su Linger had already hung up the phone. As time passed, midnight finally arrived. Yi Chen promptly entered the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's wealthiest. Upon entering the two-star mall, he identified his target, a premier estate in Jiangzhou, valued at 100 million, priced at 2 yuan. This was the first item Yi Chen aimed to purchase. The premier estate in Jiangzhou. Acquiring this estate would resolve the previous issue of inadequate garage space. A property worth 100 million offered at merely 2 yuan was an astounding bargain. Yichen immediately clicked to purchase. Beep. Purchase successful. Congratulations on acquiring a premier estate in Jiangzhou. Estate transfer contract. Estate keys have been placed in the study. Please check. The game provided notification of Yi Chun's successful purchase, detailing the location of his newly acquired estate. This premier estate was situated on the outskirts of Jiangzhou, in a picturesque locale. I have time tomorrow. I'll go take a look, Yichen mused, curious about what this premier estate truly looked like. Having completed the purchase of the first item, Yichen was still eligible to acquire a second item. The only other item on his radar was the shares of Shark Live, which he had been eyeing previously. 3 shares of Shark Live, priced at 3 yuan. Shares valued at over 200 million could be obtained for just 3 yuan. Purchase. Successful purchase. Congratulations on acquiring a 3 stake in Shark Live. The acquisition contract for Shark Live shares will be delivered personally by senior executives within 5 days. Please keep an eye out for it. Yichen's purchase has been successfully completed. However, this time, the share acquisition contract will not materialize immediately. Instead, it will be delivered in a few days by the senior management of Shark Live. A few days' wait is inconsequential. Yichen is not overly concerned. What truly matters to him is that he is now a shareholder of Shark Live, and in essence, one of its proprietors. This new identity will significantly aid the development of Yilin Brokerage Company, which pleases Yichen immensely. Upon entering his study, Yichen secured the estate transfer contract. The following day, he took the keys and drove his Bugatti Veyron directly to the luxurious estate he had just acquired. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at his destination. This area is renowned in Jiangzhou as a wealthy district, home to many affluent individuals who possess their own estates. The estate Yichen has just purchased is the largest in this region, unquestionably so. Yichen parked his car outside the estate, gazing at the expanse of property with great satisfaction. To say nothing of other features, the sheer land area of this estate is 5 or 6 times larger than his own villa, if not more. He is quite fond of its architectural style as well. Just as Yichen was about to enter the estate, a black Audi passed by and gradually came to a halt beside him. Hearing the sound, Yichen turned his head. The car seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen it before. The black Audi stopped, and a refined middle-aged man stepped out of the vehicle. Xiaochen. The middle-aged man greeted him warmly after alighting. He was quite surprised to encounter Yichen here. Oh, it's Uncle Mo, Yichen realized upon seeing the elegant man. He had indeed seen this car before. The middle-aged gentleman was none other than Imo Hongru, the father of his neighbor, Imo Mengfei. Yichen had met him during a dinner at Imo Mengfei's home, where they had engaged in pleasant conversation, and Imo Hongru had expressed admiration for Yichen. Previously, when Yichen's Yilin Brokerage Company had a conflict with Yuan Yin Brokerage Company, it was Imo Hongru who intervened, prompting Ma Jiangwen, the figure behind Yuan Yin, to apologize to Yichen. Thank you for your help last time, Uncle Imo, Yichen said. It was nothing, just a trivial matter. Imo Hongru waved his hand dismissively, not placing much importance on it. Since their last meeting, where they had conversed for a while, Imo Hongru had developed a fondness for Yichen, feeling a sense of camaraderie that transcended age. He had once been an ambitious young man, eager to make his mark. However, in the end, the allure of a comfortable life as a semi-dependent son-in-law became his reality. Knowing that Yichen had started his entrepreneurial journey as a freshman, Imo Hongru held great admiration for him. Upon inadvertently hearing of attempts to malign Yichen's reputation, Imo Hongru made a few calls to old friends to lend his support. A few phone calls resolved trivial matters. There is no need for gratitude. By the way, Xiaochen, what brings you here? Pointing at the estate before them, Imo Hongru inquired with curiosity. Are you acquainted with Mr. Lin? This estate once belonged to a prominent figure, Mr. Lin, and even when addressing such a person, one must be cautious with their words. Not at all. I purchased this estate just yesterday, Yichen clarified. Is that so? Imo Hongru nodded. Since we're here, Yichen invited Imo Hongru to explore the interior. Imo Hongru, too, was intrigued by the renowned estate. As they wandered through the manor, even Imo Hongru was awestruck by its grandeur and opulence. By the way, Xiaochen, do you have a moment? Suddenly, Imo Hongru asked with an air of mystery, as if he had something of great importance to discuss. Chapter 75. A moment of solitude. Do you have time? Yichen nodded, indicating that he had no pressing matters today. Very well, follow me, Imo Hongru instructed, preparing to introduce Yichen to an old friend. His visit today was not a matter of chance. He had come specifically to see this acquaintance and fortuitously encountered Yichen along the way. Given that Yichen was currently embarking on a new venture, expanding his network would undoubtedly benefit his career. Thus, Mo Hongru expressed his intentions. An old friend? Yi Chen murmured, somewhat skeptical. Do not worry. He is merely an old friend, quite affable, and certainly not a person of great stature, Mo Hongru reassured him. However, Yi Chen remained unconvinced. The last time, his uncle's old friend had made a few casual phone calls that left Ma Jiangwen trembling with fear. Surely, this old friend could not be ordinary. By the way, this old friend has a connection to you, Mo Hongru continued. A connection? Yi Chen exclaimed, taken aback. He is your neighbor, residing in the adjacent estate. As they spoke, Mo Hongru led Yi Chen outside. They entered a vehicle, and Mo Hongru drove them to the neighboring estate. Though the two estates were adjacent, they differed significantly in size. This one was likely only 2/3 the size of Yi Chen's. Under Mo Hongru's guidance, they entered the estate. Old Chen, Mo Hongru called out as they stepped inside. Upon hearing the voice, a plump, middle-aged man emerged. Old Mo, you finally arrived. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The jovial Old Chen exclaimed upon seeing Mo Hongru. Old Chen, I heard you recently acquired another company. Your worth must have skyrocketed, Mo Hongru remarked. What are you saying? Combined, it's only 200 billion. I am far behind you, Old Chen replied with a self-deprecating smile. Their circle of old friends often engaged in playful banter. While he had numerous ways to tease others, he could only respond with one line when teased himself. Your worth is only 200 billion. Such remarks would instantly render him reticent. And who might this be? Old Chen inquired, shifting the topic with curiosity. Although the two men were old friends and familiar with each other's descendants, this was Yi Chen's first encounter with him. This is your neighbor, Mo Hongru introduced Yi Chen. A neighbor? Old Chen frowned, recognizing the owners of the surrounding estates but failing to recall meeting this young man. Next to the estate that once belonged to Mr. Lin. Mo Hongru reminded him. What? The estate of Mr. Lin? Old Chen was taken aback. Upon learning this detail, his gaze toward Yi Chen shifted entirely. Mo Hongru then facilitated their introductions. Old Chen, known as Chen Jinzong, often referred to himself as merely an ordinary individual with a net worth of only 200 billion. Mr. Chen, Yi Chen greeted politely. You were too kind, Mr. Yi, Chen Jinzong replied graciously. Upon learning that Yi Chen had successfully acquired the estate from Mr. Lin, Chen Jinzong treated him with utmost courtesy. Please, take a seat, he invited, gesturing for the others to sit down. As the three engaged in conversation, a distinctive roar of a supercar emanated from outside. Shortly thereafter, a young man in his early 20s entered the room. Dad, we are facing some issues with the site selection for our company, he began, only to pause upon noticing the guests. Uncle Mo, it's good to see you. He greeted Mo Hongru. It's been a while, Hongba, Mo Hongru replied with a nod. This is Yi Chen, Mr. Yi. You may address him as Brother Chen. Chen Jinzong introduced Yi Chen to his son. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Hongba's expression shifted dramatically. This young man appeared even younger than himself. How could he possibly be expected to call him brother? Feeling a surge of dissatisfaction, Chen Hongba, under the weight of his father's gaze, reluctantly greeted Yi Chen. Brother Chen, he said. Yi Chen acknowledged him with a nod, and Chen Hongba took a seat as the conversation continued. As he observed Yi Chen, Chen Hongba contemplated the absurdity of the situation. A lad in his 20s expecting him to address him as brother? He felt indignant. Convinced that this matter could not simply be overlooked, he was determined to devise a way for Yi Chen to call him brother instead. By the way, Hongba, what were you saying when you walked in? What seems to be the problem? Chen Jinzong inquired of his son. Dad, it's like this. We have encountered some difficulties with the site selection for our company, Chen Hongba sighed, a hint of frustration in his voice. Having graduated from university not long ago, he was reluctant to join the family business and instead aspired to forge his own path by starting his own company. After considerable deliberation, Chen Jinzong provided his son with a startup capital of 50 million. Everything had been meticulously planned, only for unforeseen complications to arise regarding the location. The site we had our eyes on has also caught the attention of that Chiwen fellow, Chen Jinzong lamented. Chiwen, another scion of wealth, hailed from a family of comparable stature to the Chen family. They possessed connections, and it was rumored that he had already secured the 12th and 13th floors of the Tianheng building some time ago. Are there no other floors available in Tianheng? Chen Jinzong asked. None, Chen Hongba replied. The location of Tianheng is particularly sought after. Countless individuals are vying for it. Had it not been for the previous company that rented the 12th and 13th floors going bankrupt, there would be no openings. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinzong fell silent. The location that he and his son had discussed for the new company was indeed the 12th and 13th floors of the Tianheng building, which now Qi's family had also laid claim to, leveraging their connections to the owner of Tianheng. Lacking such connections himself, Chen Jinzong felt powerless to compete. Old Mo, do you happen to know the owner of Tianheng? Chen Jinzong turned to inquire of Mo Hongru, who replied with a shake of his head, indicating his inability to assist. At this juncture, even Chen Jinzong felt a pang of frustration. No matter, Mo Hongru spoke, I will leverage my connections to see if I can establish contact. Though it will require some time. Time was of the essence for the Chen family. They could ill afford to wait. In an instant, anxiety enveloped the father and son. Suddenly, an unexpected voice pierced the tension. Tianheng, are you referring to Tianheng building? Instantly, the gazes of those present converged upon Yichen. Indeed, it is Tianheng building. Chen Jinzong confirmed. Brother Chen, do you know the owner of Tianheng building? Chen Hongba inquired with palpable excitement. I do, Yichen nodded. I acquired Tianheng building just yesterday. He replied nonchalantly. A thunderous silence followed, as Yichen's words fell upon the ears of the listeners like a clap of thunder. Chapter 76, Mediocre, did you acquire the Tianheng building? Yichen's words left those present utterly astonished. Although the Tianheng building, valued at 600 million, may not have seemed like a significant asset to them, the sheer uniqueness of its location rendered their astonishment palpable. Positioned in the financial hub of Jiangzhou, the Tianheng building is among the 3 tallest structures in the area, with the other 2 owned by the city's most influential figures. Even the likes of Chen Jinzong and Mo Hongru would find it nearly impossible to procure the Tianheng building. Yet here was a young man, scarcely in his 20s, who had effortlessly acquired it. How could this not be shocking? As he gazed at Yichen, Mo Hongru was overwhelmed with emotion. In the past, he had perceived Yichen as reminiscent of his own youthful self, full of vigor and ambition. Now, however, he recognized that Yichen surpassed him in prowess at that age. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzong was struggling to regain his composure. He had genuinely not anticipated that the elusive owner of the Tianheng building, someone he and Mo Hongru could not even reach, was right before him. Truly, this remarkable young neighbor of his was extraordinary. His earlier courteous address of Mr. Yi had proven to be quite apartment. What? Among them, Chen Hongba was the most astonished. This brother Chen was indeed the owner of the Tianheng building? Incredible. Just moments ago, he and his father had been fretting over the prospect of losing out to the Qi family. Their plans to rent 2 floors in the Tianheng building for their company appeared futile. Yet, unexpectedly, brother Chen was the owner. The tides had turned. Brother Chen, what do you think about my desire to rent 2 floors in the Tianheng building to establish a company? Chen Hongba meekly inquired. Previously, he had felt somewhat uncomfortable calling him brother Chen, but now it rolled off his tongue effortlessly, as if he had been accustomed to it all along. Not a problem. Yichen replied, nodding. After all, they were neighbors, and Chen Jinzong was an old friend of Uncle Mo, treating him with utmost courtesy. There was no reason for him to decline. He was unaware of any prior arrangements made by the Qi family regarding the building. It seemed they must have spoken with the previous owner, but since he had not agreed to anything, there was no issue. Brother Chen, you are magnificent. Thank you. Upon hearing Yichen's agreement, Chen Hongba expressed his gratitude profusely, almost like a loyal subordinate. The earlier desire to regain face by having Yichen address him as brother had vanished from his mind. That statement was of no concern to him. He was now a devoted follower of brother Chen. Anyone who opposed brother Chen was an adversary of Chen Hongba. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi, Chen Jinzong added, expressing his appreciation. Today, we are fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, we would have faced considerable trouble. It matters not that we couldn't secure the floors, but we absolutely cannot lose to the Qi family. Now, victory is assured. Old Chen feels indebted to Mr. Yi for a significant favor, and he expresses his willingness to assist Mr. Yi whenever needed. In an effort to convey his gratitude towards Yichen and to strengthen their relationship, Chen Jinzong offers his assistance, stating that Mr. Yi is welcome to reach out at any time. Although he is merely a commonplace individual with assets amounting to 200 billion, he still possesses a measure of influence in Jiangzhou. Mr. Chen is being overly courteous. And Yichen responds politely, affirming that his decision to lease the floor to the Chen family was indeed a prudent one. It is a mutually beneficial situation. Mo Hongru interjects, noting that his original intention in bringing Yichen was to introduce him to Chen Jinzong and enhance his network. Unexpectedly, it has turned into a situation where Yichen has aided Chen Jinzong instead, which is even more fortuitous. Indeed, today I owe it all to old Mo. If it weren't for your introduction to Mr. Yi, the matter wouldn't have been resolved so effortlessly. Chen Jinzong reflects gratefully. Old Mo, Mr. Yi. I shall bring out my long-preserved fine wine. Tonight, we shall not depart until we are intoxicated. Chen Jinzong, in high spirits, resolves to uncork a cherished bottle of wine to celebrate, both for resolving his son's affairs and for the newfound acquaintance with Mr. Yi. Certainly, we shall not leave sober. Mo Hongru agrees. After some time conversing, Yi Chen rises, intending to return to his estate. In the sudden rush, he realizes he left his phone in the car. Brother Chen, may I accompany you? Chen Hongba eagerly stands up. Together, Yi Chen and Chen Hongba exit the Chen family estate. Brother Chen, which estate do you reside in? As they step outside, Chen Hongba curiously inquires. During their earlier conversation, he only learned that Yi Chen was his neighbor, but he was unaware of the specific estate. It is that one, Yi Chen casually gestures. Upon following Yi Chen's indication, Chen Hongba is taken aback. Is it that one? He exclaims in astonishment. This revelation exceeds his expectations. The estate in question is the largest and most opulent in the area, known to belong to a prominent figure, Mr. Lin. To think that it now belongs to Brother Chen is astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hongba is filled with admiration. Brother Chen, you truly are remarkable. At this moment, Chen Hongba's respect for Yi Chen deepens. Following Yi Chen, he makes his way towards the estate, engaging in conversation as he strives to find common interests. Upon discovering that Yi Chen shares a passion for luxury cars and supercars, Chen Hongba's eyes light up. Brother Chen, let me tell you, I recently acquired an incredible car. He boasts with a hint of pride. What kind of car? Yi Chen inquires. A Pagani Huayra worth 30 million. I went to great lengths and put in considerable effort to obtain it, Chen Hongba declares, swelling with pride. The Pagani Huayra accelerates from 0 to 103. 2 seconds and has a top speed of 363 km/h, a true pinnacle of supercars. In pursuit of the Pagani Huayra, he exerted considerable effort. Of course, his motivation for doing so was not solely to drive it himself. More importantly, Chen Hongba sought to flaunt this magnificent Pagani Huayra, to bask in its glory. Now, it has indeed served its purpose. Although Brother Chen possesses formidable connections and an impressive mansion in the realm of supercars, he feels his own subordinate is no less remarkable. My Pagani Huayra will arrive from abroad in just over half a month, at which point Brother Chen can drive it at his leisure. To win favor with you, Chen. Chen Hongba inquired, by the way, Brother Chen, what car do you drive? Yi Chen humbly replied, oh, just an ordinary car. I see. No worries. Once my Pagani Huayra arrives, you are welcome to drive it, Chen Hongba eagerly assured him. Although he deeply admired Brother Chen, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride upon discovering that Brother Chen's car was merely average. Shortly thereafter, Chen Hongba accompanied Yi Chen to his estate. However, upon entering and catching sight of the vehicles parked within the estate, Chen Hongba was utterly astonished. Chapter 77. Brother Chen is truly low-key. Chen Hongba's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the scene before him. Surely, I must be hallucinating. After a prolonged moment, he swallowed hard and, with a quivering voice filled with excitement, exclaimed, Could that possibly be the legendary Bugatti Veyron? Chen Hongba could scarcely believe his own judgment, muttering softly to himself. Yes, it is the Bugatti Veyron. Next to him, Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. The realization struck him. Was this truly the fabled divine vehicle, the Bugatti Veyron? Chen Hongba was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that he would have the fortune of witnessing such a legendary automobile today. How incredibly fortunate he felt. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Chen Hongba dashed towards the Bugatti Veyron. Upon reaching its side, he extended a hand and, brimming with excitement, gently caressed the car's sleek body. The Bugatti Veyron. Who would have thought that such a magnificent vehicle could be found in Jiangzhou? As he circled the car, admiring its beauty, Chen Hongba couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Wait a moment, isn't this estate owned by Brother Chen? Suddenly, he halted mid-step, recollecting other matters. His initial excitement upon seeing the legendary Bugatti Veyron had momentarily clouded his thoughts, causing him to forget everything. Now, it dawned on him that he was indeed in Brother Chen's estate. If this Bugatti Veyron was parked here, did that imply that it belonged to Brother Chen? Brother Chen is simply remarkable, he mused. But wait, what did he say earlier? That he had a rather ordinary car? Could it be that the ordinary car he referred to was this very Bugatti Veyron? Good heavens! Chen Hongba gasped, overwhelmed with astonishment. This was the legendary divine vehicle, the Bugatti Veyron, and he described it as merely ordinary? Brother Chen, is this truly the ordinary car you mentioned? Chen Hongba asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed, Yi Chen replied. as he opened the car door and retrieved his mobile phone. Witnessing this, Chen Hongbo was left utterly convinced. This Bugatti Veyron truly belonged to Brother Chen. How astonishing! Brother Chen had managed to acquire such an extraordinary vehicle. The sheer magnitude of it was terrifying. Moreover, even while possessing such a top-tier divine car, Brother Chen remained remarkably low-key. Meanwhile, here he was, having just acquired a $30 million Pagani Huayra, and already he was flaunting it. In comparison, Chen Hongbo felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Brother Chen was indeed admirable. In every respect, he was someone to whom Chen Hongbo aspired to emulate. In that moment, Chen Hongbo held Brother Yi Chen in the highest regard. From now on, he too would strive to be as understated as Brother Chen. Let us go. With his phone in hand, Yi Chen prepared to leave. All right, Brother Chen, Chen Hongbo said reluctantly, casting one last longing glance at the Bugatti Veyron. Why not take a picture? Yi Chen suggested, having seen through Chen Hongbo's unspoken desire. Is it true, Brother Chen? May I take some photographs? Chen Hongbo inquired with great excitement. Of course, Yi Chen nodded, deeming such a trivial matter as taking pictures inconsequential. Thank you, Brother Chen, I will do it promptly. Chen Hongbo bowed respectfully to Yi Chen and immediately retrieved his phone to capture a few snapshots. Although he did not personally own an illustrious Bugatti Veyron, the fact that his elder brother possessed one afforded him a sense of pride when sharing the news. After hastily snapping several photos, Chen Hongbo departed with Yi Chen. That evening, Chen Jinzong indeed brought forth his cherished collection of fine wines. During the banquet, Chen Hongbo repeatedly toasted Yi Chen, expressing his admiration. Even Chen Jinzong raised a glass to Yi Chen as a gesture of gratitude for matters concerning Tining Tower. After dining, the group took a leisurely stroll around the estate, engaging in conversation. Seizing a moment when the Chen father and son were distracted, Imo Hongru led Yi Chen to a secluded corner. Little Chen, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Imo Hongru stated earnestly. What is it? Yi Chen inquired, curiosity piqued, wondering if something unexpected had occurred. It is not a significant matter. I noticed how well you conversed with old Chen today, and I believe it would be beneficial for you to meet some of my other friends in the future, Imo Hongru suggested. He had grown increasingly fond of Yi Chen and sought to introduce him to a few old acquaintances to expand his network. After all, knowing more people could only be advantageous. Well, I appreciate it, Uncle Imo, Yi Chen replied. Thanks to your friends last time, the issues with Yuan Yin brokerage were resolved smoothly. It is only right that I become acquainted with them. Then it is settled. I will reach out to you when the opportunity arises, Imo Hongru affirmed, nodding in satisfaction. After their walk, the hour had grown late, and Yi Chen returned to his own estate. The vastness of the manor felt somewhat lonely with just him in residence. The following morning, with no classes scheduled, Yi Chen received a call from Ding He, the vice president of Shark Live Streaming. Ding He informed him that he was representing the president to finalize a contract in Jiazhou. He would soon arrive in Jiangzhou. Yi Chen and Ding He arranged to meet at Yilin Brokerage Company shortly to sign the contract. After ending the call, Yi Chen climbed into the Bugatti Veyron and sped towards the brokerage. Meanwhile, at Yilin Brokerage Company, Yang Xuemin was engaged in negotiations with the company executive. The collaboration is settled, Yang Xuemin declared. Indeed, our two companies will undoubtedly reap substantial profits from this partnership, the executive, Mr. Shi, concurred. Let us prepare to sign the contract, Yang Xuemin suggested. Yes, we can sign the contract today. But there is a minor issue I believe we should discuss in detail. Mr. Shi seemed to have something on his mind. Oh, Mr. Shi, please proceed. It concerns the division of profits. I find a 50-50 split rather unsatisfactory, Mr. Shi indicated, hinting at a deeper concern. Upon hearing Mr. Shi's remarks, Yang Xuemin immediately adopted a serious demeanor. While other matters could be discussed with relative ease, issues pertaining to interests warranted a more careful approach. What did Mr. Shi mean? Yang Xuemin inquired with utmost diligence. I propose a distribution of 70-30, with us taking 70 and you at Yilin receiving 30. In the next moment, to Yang Xuemin's utter astonishment, Mr. Shi suddenly made a bold demand. What? Yang Xuemin exclaimed, taken aback, and pressed for clarification. Please, Mr. Yang, do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to explain, Mr. Shi responded calmly. In truth, his mention of the 70-30 split was merely a test of Yilin's position. His actual aim was a 60-40 division, with himself securing 60 and Yilin 40. However, he initially framed it as 70-30, hoping that if he succeeded, it would be even more advantageous. Even if the proposal failed, there remained room for negotiation on the 60-40 split. To be frank, I have recently traveled out of town and fortuitously met a significant figure. With this person's assistance, our interest could greatly increase. However, only I can bring this influential individual into play, which is why I suggested taking 70%. It does not seem excessive, Mr. Sure said with an air of mystery. A significant figure? Who might that be? Yang Xuemin, intrigued by Mr. Sher's words, could not help but inquire further. Chapter 78. Identity. That eminent figure is Manager Liu, who oversees operations at Shark Life. Mr. Sher spoke with great pride. Manager Liu is a senior executive at Shark Life, managing the crucial operations department and possessing a wealth of resources. He is regarded as the foremost individual in Shark Life, second only to the president and vice president. For Yang Xueming and Mr. Sher, he is indeed a person of considerable significance. I will find a way to have Manager Liu advocate for more resources for our two companies. Our profits will undoubtedly soar, Mr. Sher elucidated. Since I am the one intervening, I cannot do so without compensation. How about a 70-30 split? This proposition seemed somewhat reasonable. Yet a 70-30 split was excessively audacious, almost akin to a lion's share. Such an arrangement could potentially leave Yilin not only without profit but possibly in the red. Mr. Sher, a 70-30 division is rather excessive, Yang Xueming remarked. Despite his protest, Yang Xueming was still unable to acquiesce to the proposal. If you refuse, so be it, Mr. Sher retorted arrogantly. I can easily collaborate with other companies. Don't come crawling to me when you require assistance. Upon hearing this, Yang Xueming fell into deep contemplation. Yilin Agency had invested considerable resources and manpower in preparation for this collaboration. If they could not secure a successful partnership, the agency would incur significant losses. Noticing the subtle shift in Yang Xueming's expression, Mr. Sher felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. Yang Xueming was wavering. Let us compromise. How about a 60-40 split? He suggested. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Sher spoke again. The 70-30 split was merely a negotiation tactic. The 60-40 division reflected his true intentions. Recognizing that the 70-30 split was unfeasible, the 60-40 arrangement was still favorable. In truth, if Yilin Agency did not proceed with this collaboration, not only would the agency suffer, but Mr. Sher's own company would also face repercussions and financial losses. I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult with President Yi, Yang Xueming concluded. Although the 60-40 split was slightly disadvantageous to Yilin, he could not unilaterally decide and needed President Ye's final input. Very well, but I cannot wait long. You have half an hour, Mr. Sher agreed. As Yang Xueming prepared to contact Yi Chun, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Come in, he called. The office door swung open, and Yang Xueming's secretary entered. Mr. Yang, I just saw President Yi arrive at the company. She was on the first floor when I noticed Yi Chun come in. President Yi is here? Where is she? Yang Xueming inquired, rising from his seat. President Yi went to the rehearsal room to check on by Hanyan's situation. She asked you to wait for her in the conference room, the secretary conveyed. Understood. I will head there immediately. As he spoke, Yang Xueming began to prepare to leave. Since President Yi has arrived, I will accompany you to discuss matters with her, Mr. Sher remarked as he too stood to follow Yang Xueming to the conference room. Yang Xueming did not intervene. The two proceeded towards the conference room. However, as they reached the third floor, where the conference room was located, they were taken aback to find three others waiting outside the room. At the forefront was a man in his late 30s, flanked by two subordinates. Upon seeing this man, Yang Xueming remained composed, yet his companion, General Manager Sher, stood frozen in disbelief. Sher remained rigid at the elevator entrance, his eyes wide as he stared at the man in his 30s not far away. How could this be? Was there something amiss with his vision? General Manager Sher was momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Ding He, the vice president, was at Yilin Entertainment Company? Sher had recognized the man's identity. He was indeed Ding He, one of the vice presidents of Shark Life. General Manager Sher, what is the matter? Yang Xueming inquired, noticing Sher's unusual demeanor. Sher paid no heed to Yang Xueming and swiftly approached Ding He. Greetings, Vice President Ding, Sher said with utmost reverence. Oh, you know me? Ding He replied, a look of surprise crossing his face, not expecting to be recognized in this company. Vice President Ding. It seems that the esteemed often forget faces. I had the privilege of meeting you at the gala half a month ago, Sher clarified. Upon hearing Sher's words, Ding He contemplated for a moment before coming to a realization. Indeed, at the gala, a manager from a talent agency had approached him, and he had merely acknowledged the man with a nod, offering no further engagement. He had not anticipated encountering him here. Ding He recalled the encounter. Sher wore a sycophantic smile. At the previous gala, several high-ranking officials from Shark Live had attended, with Ding He being the most influential among them. Shi had initially sought to cultivate a rapport with Ding He, yet the latter had not afforded him the opportunity. Reluctantly, Shi had resorted to befriending manager Liu, who oversaw operations. Little did he expect that the vice president, whom he had failed to connect with previously, would appear at Yilin Entertainment Company. Vice President Ding. May I inquire about your presence here? Shi asked, dripping with flattery. A prominent vice president of Shark Live gracing an ordinary talent agency raised questions. However, before Shi could finish, Ding He's gaze shifted towards the elevator, and suddenly, a look of delight crossed his face. In the next moment, Ding He cast Shi aside and strode forward. Greetings, General Manager Yi. I am Ding He, representing the president. Upon seeing Yichen step out of the elevator, Ding He immediately approached him, exuding an air of eager deference. As Shi turned to witness this encounter, he was left utterly stunned. Why did he perceive a reflection of himself in Ding He's demeanor? Just moments ago, he had displayed the same level of respect towards the vice president. Who was this young man? What was his standing that commanded such deference from the vice president of Shark Live? Shi had only caught half of Ding He's words. General Manager Yi, you have arrived. Upon seeing Yichen, Yang Shuemin spoke up. This time, Shi clearly heard Yang's words. After absorbing the revelation, he stood as if turned to stone. What? General Manager Yi? Is this young man truly the owner of Yilin Entertainment Agency? How could that be possible? Mr. Shi was utterly bewildered. Hello, he greeted, and upon noticing Ding He approaching him with a friendly demeanor, Yichen reciprocated the gesture. Earlier, he had intended to check on Bai Hanyan's progress, but, upon discovering her engrossed in her vocal practice, he opted not to intrude. Yichen felt a sense of satisfaction. Bai Hanyan had not disappointed him. She had been diligently applying herself, wasting none of her training. With the right resources at her disposal in the future, it was entirely plausible for Bai Hanyan to ascend to the status of a top-tier pop star. After observing Bai Hanyan, Yichen made his way to the conference room via the elevator. Upon alighting, Ding He was there to greet him. Mr. Yi, you truly embody elegance and charisma. Ding He remarked, shaking Yichen's hand while continually attempting to ingratiate himself. Despite being the vice president of Shark Live, he was, in essence, merely a tool serving the interests of the company's shareholders, lacking any shares in the company himself. How could he not seek to curry favor upon meeting Yichen? Witnessing Ding He's sycophantic demeanor directed towards Yichen left Mr. Shi in a state of complete disbelief, utterly astonished. How could this be? Chapter 79. An eye-opening experience. After exchanging pleasantries, Yichen and Ding He entered the conference room together. At that moment, Yang Shuemin had also come to understand Ding He's true identity. He cast a glance at President Shi, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Just moments ago, President Shi had been boasting about his acquaintance with the operations manager of Shark Live. But now even the esteemed vice president of Shark Live treated Yichen with utmost respect. Ah, Yichen truly is exceptional. Yichen is an everlasting deity. Yang Shuemin held a deep admiration for Yichen. After a moment of reflection, he too stepped into the office. Meanwhile, the empty staircase above was left with only President Shi, who stood as still as a statue. It took him several seconds to process the situation. With a gulp, he swallowed hard a few times, finally managing to regain some composure. So, the esteemed Yichen of Yilin Entertainment was indeed formidable. Even someone of Ding He's stature showed deference in the presence of Yichen. At this moment, President Shi found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, he was fortunate to have encountered Ding He, which indirectly revealed Yichen's impressive standing, preventing him from speaking recklessly before Yichen. Thus, there remained a glimmer of hope for resolution. On the other hand, he had already made excessive demands of Yang Shuemin in the office earlier. What to do now? President Shi's mind raced as he contemplated a solution. Finally, he resolved that the worst-case scenario would be to settle for a 60-40 split, allowing him only 40%. If that proved unfeasible, he would accept a 70-30 split, taking just 30%. Even if it meant incurring a loss, it was a small price to pay to avoid offending Yichen. Determined, President Shi steeled himself. In the conference room, they finalized the contract with Ding He. A 3% stake in Shark Live now belonged to Yichen, who was thereby elevated to the position of director at Shark Live. One should not underestimate this 3%. It was a considerable amount. After all, Chen, the founder of Shark Live and the current second-largest shareholder, possessed only a 14.7% stake. Even Zhang, the co-founder and the company's longest-serving elder, held merely 2 to 3%. Despite owning only 3%, Yichen wielded significant influence within SharkLive. Otherwise, why would Ding Yi go to such lengths to please him? As for the largest shareholder of SharkLive, it was none other than the Penguin Group, which held over 40% of the shares. Out of curiosity, Yichen had once researched this information, and upon learning the details, he was filled with awe. Truly, the legendary Penguin Empire had its presence in countless industries. He wondered what it would feel like if, one day, his own enterprises could attain the heights of the Penguin Group. For Yichen, who currently enjoyed the game with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest, such aspirations were not mere dreams. Sooner or later, Yichen's enterprises would rival, if not surpass, the Penguin Group, and his worth would eclipse that of CEO Ma of the Penguin Group. On that day, it would not be late. Yichen eagerly anticipated its arrival. Once the contract was signed, he departed. The responsibility of treating Ding He to a meal fell upon Yang Xuemin, who was more than willing to take on such a task. While returning to the villa, Yichen called the management of Tianheng Tower to discuss matters previously promised to the Qin family. The situation was addressed swiftly, and that evening, he received a call from Chun Jinzong, who expressed profound gratitude and extended an invitation for Yichen to attend the company's grand opening. Yichen graciously accepted. There was a matter Yichen had procrastinated on for quite some time. With time available the following day, it would be the perfect opportunity to resolve it. His cousin, Zhao Shuxian, had always treated him with kindness, even going to the extent of attempting to match him with her close friend, Su Ningxuang. To prevent his continued singlehood, Yichen had long wanted to buy a gift for her, but had postponed it due to various obligations. Now, with time on his hands, he could finally attend to it and avoid further delays. The next morning, Yichen set off in his car, personally selecting a small gift for his cousin. At noon, he called Zhao Shuxian to invite her to lunch, remembering her persistent hints about dining extravagantly. Tonight, all expenses are on me. Feel free to indulge, he assured her. That sounds wonderful, though it's a pity Ning Shuang is heading home tonight. Otherwise, I would have invited her along, Zhao Shuxian replied with a hint of regret. Still keen on bringing the two together. Next time, perhaps. There will be ample opportunities, Yichen responded. They agreed upon their plans. In the evening, Yichen arrived in his Bugatti Veyron to pick up Zhao Shuxian, and they headed to a premier restaurant in the city center. Aware of Yichen's newfound success, Zhao Shuxian was polite, ordering only Australian lobster, king crab, and black truffles. She had been looking forward to this meal for quite some time, and her younger cousin did not disappoint, finally treating her to a lavish feast. Feeling the need to reciprocate, she resolved to continue finding ways to bring Yichen and Ning Shuang together, convinced that they would make a splendid pair. After their meal, Yichen did not rush to leave. They strolled around the city center. As they walked, a young woman suddenly exclaimed, Zhao Shuxian? Turning around in surprise, Zhao Shuxian responded, Kongqi? The two had crossed paths in high school due to certain circumstances, though their relationship had never been amicable. Being of similar age, Kongqi often measured herself against Zhao Shuxian in academics, arts, and even in looks and physique. Unfortunately for Kongqi, she fell short in every aspect. Since entering university, she had not seen Zhao Shuxian, making this unexpected encounter during their shopping excursion all the more surprising. Is this your cousin? What's his name? Yi. Kongqi inquired, noticing Yi Chun beside Zhao Shuxian. Yi Chun, Zhao Shuxian replied. Oh, right. Yi Chun, Kongqi recalled. Your cousin must still be in university, right? Kongqi inquired with a hint of implication. Indeed, what of it? Isn't your cousin also attending university? Zhao Shuxian retorted. Zhao Shuxian was merely a year younger than Yichen, yet Kongqi and her cousin seemed to differ by only a few months. They all attended the same high school. Though not intimately acquainted, they were generally familiar with one another. School? Kongqi scoffed. What future does that hold? My cousin dropped out last year and is now a prominent live streamer on a certain platform. Speaking of her cousin filled Kongqi with immense pride, and she began to boast. He currently boasts countless fans, promoting products daily, and earns over $1 million a month. Nearby, passers-by inadvertently overheard Kongqi's words and paused in astonishment. A monthly income of $1 million? How terrifying. This was a figure that many could scarcely imagine. Today is my birthday, and my cousin has prepared a grand gift for me, instructing me to wait here. Kongqi continued to gloat. Since we've crossed paths today, let us take a look together and broaden your horizons. Chapter 80. A small gift. Kongqi was brimming with self-importance. Today marked her birthday, and her cousin, now a millionaire streamer, had claimed to have prepared a grand gift for her. He instructed her to wait at this location. To her surprise, she encountered Zhao Shuxian and her brother, Since the chance had presented itself, she was determined to seize the moment. During their high school days, she felt overshadowed by Zhao Shuxian in every aspect. However, times had changed. In terms of her brother's accomplishments, Zhao Shuxian could not possibly compare. Her cousin, a prominent streamer with millions of followers, previously earned hundreds of thousands each month. Now, with his foray into popular merchandise promotion, his income had soared to the million mark. As the saying goes, when one rises, all associated flourish. With such a remarkable cousin, she felt an undeniable pride. As soon as Kong Qi finished speaking, a tall young man approached. It was her cousin. Upon seeing this statuesque figure, Kong Qi greeted him enthusiastically. This young man was Han Gaojie, a prominent streamer on a popular platform. "Sister, please wait a moment. The birthday gift I have prepared for you will be here shortly," Han Gaojie declared with unwavering confidence. His words only heightened Kong Qi's curiosity. "What kind of gift?" she inquired. "Oh, it's merely a luxury car," he replied, wearing an air of mystery. A luxury car? No way. Was her cousin truly gifting her such an extravagant present? Indeed. He was remarkable. She couldn't help but wonder how much better he was compared to Zhao Shuxian's brother. The onlookers nearby exhibited expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. A luxury car as a birthday gift was simply absurd. Such a vehicle would undoubtedly cost hundreds of thousands at the very least. This young man's generosity was truly impressive. With a satisfied glance around, Kong Qi's gaze finally settled on Zhao Shuxian. "Ah, my cousin is truly impressive," she thought. Casting a haughty look at Zhao Shuxian. Isn't that Zhao Shuxian and Yichen? Han Gaojie also noticed Zhao Shuxian and her brother nearby. He was well aware of the strained relationship between his cousin Kong Qi and Zhao Shuxian. Without hesitation, he approached them. "By the way, Yichen is still in school, right?" he asked. "Yes. Why do you ask?" Zhao Shuxian replied, her tone defensive. "School doesn't hold much promise. After graduation, it's challenging to secure a good job," Han Gaojie remarked, adopting a tone reminiscent of a mentor. "Yichen needs to strive harder. He should aim for a monthly income of 1 million, just like me." "Huh. Cousin, you're thinking too highly of yourself," Kong Qi scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you think everyone can be as exceptional as you? For others, achieving even a fraction of your success after 10 years of hard work would be remarkable." As their banter continued, a tow truck slowly came to a stop by the roadside. On the truck was a brand new pink Ferrari. In an instant, all eyes present were captivated by this stunning pink Ferrari. How glamorous it was! The pink Ferrari captured the attention of onlookers, who gazed at it with envy. "Wow!" exclaimed Kong Qi, excitement palpable in her voice. "Brother, is this the luxury car you promised to gift me?" She trembled with exhilaration at the sight of the Ferrari. To her astonishment, her brother had chosen to present her with such an extravagant vehicle. Surely, a Ferrari must be worth several million. How incredible that her brother had bestowed such a magnificent gift upon her. Indeed, her cousin outshone Zhao Shuxian's cousin by leaps and bounds, demonstrating a generosity that far surpassed that of anyone named Yichen. Upon hearing Kong Qi's words, all eyes turned to Han Gaojie. "Impressive indeed," murmured the crowd in admiration. How fortunate it would be to have a brother like that. As the comments flowed, Han Gaojie found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the attention. With a growing sense of certainty, Kong Qi declared, "This pink Ferrari is mine." She turned to Zhao Shuxian to boast, "Look, my cousin gifted me a Ferrari for my birthday. What could your cousin possibly give you? A bicycle or perhaps an electric scooter?" Her tone dripped with disdain. Meanwhile, a staff member clad in a black suit descended from the tow truck. "Please hand me the keys. I am to be the future owner of this Ferrari." Kong Qi hurriedly approached, eager to experience the luxury vehicle. "Oh, are you Miss Zhao?" The staff member inquired politely upon hearing her words. "Miss Zhao? What do you mean?" "I am Miss Kong," she corrected him, her urgency palpable. "Now, please give me the keys." "Your surname is Kong?" The staff member frowned slightly before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but this Ferrari is designated for Miss Zhao, not for you. I cannot give you the keys." Taken aback by this revelation, Kong Qi stood frozen, as did the surrounding spectators, bewildered by the turn of events. "Gaojie, isn't this Ferrari the one you bought for me?" she questioned her brother. A look of confusion etched upon her face. Han Gaojie stammered, failing to provide a direct answer. "This Ferrari is mine," Yichen interjected calmly. "It is a small gift I prepared for my cousin Zhao Shuxian." In an instant, the gaze of every individual present shifted to Yichen. The revelation that he was the purchaser of the car took everyone by surprise. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Kong Qi let out a cold laugh, clearly skeptical of Yichen's claim. You bought this Ferrari? Huh. Why don't you just say? Before she could finish her sentence, the staff member interjected once more. Oh, Mr. Yi is also here. The staff greeted Yichen with utmost reverence. As per your instructions, we have delivered the car. Upon hearing the staff's words, Kong Qi was rendered speechless. As per your instructions? This subtly confirmed that it was indeed Yichen who had purchased this Ferrari. The expression on Kong Qi's face froze instantly. Meanwhile, Han Gaojia, who had been rather self-satisfied moments ago, looked at Yi Chun with a face full of astonishment. This was a revelation he had never anticipated. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Yichen. Yet, here he was, gifting a Ferrari worth several million. How could this be? Humph, it's just a Ferrari. The luxury car my cousin gifted me will undoubtedly rival yours. Kong Qi stubbornly retorted. No sooner had she spoken than another tow truck arrived, carrying a white BMW 3 Series valued at over 300,000. Chapter 81. What is Yichen's true identity? The trailer parked beside them, and a staff member from BMW emerged. Mr. Han, the BMW 3 Series you reserved has arrived. After stepping out of the vehicle, the worker scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Han Gaojia. A BMW 3 Series? Kong Qi, who had just been boasting, was instantly rendered speechless. The so-called luxury car her cousin gifted her was merely a BMW 3 Series worth around 300,000. How could this be? In an instant, her face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. It was utterly embarrassing. Just moments ago, she had been so confident, flaunting that her cousin's gift would undoubtedly surpass the Ferrari gifted by Yichen. Yet now, the reality was that her cousin had given her only a BMW 3 Series, a mere 300,000 yuan, while Yichen's Ferrari was worth several million. The disparity between the two was unfathomable. It turned out that the truly impressive one was Yichen. She had not anticipated that this quiet young man was the actual powerhouse. His first gesture was a Ferrari, simply astounding. Bystanders gazed at Yichen with admiration, marveling at his prowess. It was evident that the genuine magnate was the unassuming Yichen. Sister, please sign here, Yichen said to Zhao Shuxian. To the average person, a Ferrari already epitomizes luxury, an unattainable dream. However, for Yichen, it was merely trivial, insignificant, a mere drop in the ocean. His older cousin had always treated him well, even introducing him to her friend, Sister Sue, at the beginning of the school year. Gifting a Ferrari was quite ordinary for him. The reason Yichen presented the car was to facilitate Zhao Shuxuan's future travels. As for the price, it held no significance for him. Zhao Shuxian was momentarily taken aback by Yichen's words. The staff, perceptive as ever, approached and respectfully handed her the contract. You just need to sign here. Receiving the contract and pin from the staff, Zhao Shuxian, still in a daze, signed her name. She had yet to fully comprehend the situation. During dinner, her younger brother had mentioned a small gift for her. At the time, Zhao Shuxian had thought it might be a necklace or a watch, considering it was just a small present. Never did she imagine that Yichen's small gift would turn out to be a Ferrari. Was this truly a small gift? Zhao Shuxian was in a state of bewilderment. After signing, the staff tactfully departed. Meanwhile, Kong Qi, in a similar state of disarray, also signed. She should have felt elated, as a BMW was something she had never dared to dream of. Yet now, with Zhao Shuxian as a comparison, she could hardly muster any joy. Her cousin had gifted her a BMW 3 Series, while Zhao Shuxuan's cousin had bestowed upon her a Ferrari. Had she truly lost out? Not only was she outshone by Zhao Shuxian, but her own brother paled in comparison to Zhao Shuxuan's brother. A wave of defeat washed over her. How could this be? Han Gaojia looked at Yichen, filled with profound sentiments. He believed that gifting a BMW was quite generous, only to be taken aback when Yichen, that young man, presented a Ferrari instead. The comparison was utterly humiliating, particularly after he had just boasted so audaciously. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that his cousin was a prominent streamer with millions of followers. Kong Qi murmured to herself, attempting to bolster her self-esteem. My cousin earns over $1 million each month. That's equivalent to a Ferrari, and he could purchase one within half a year. Yichen, at present, remains merely an ordinary student. They are incomparable. Kong Qi could only draw a measure of confidence from her cousin's status. After all, her brother was a major streamer, while Yichen was just a regular student. Upon hearing Kong Qi's remarks, Han Gaojia also straightened his chest, regaining a semblance of confidence. He was still better than Yichen. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. A middle-aged man, accompanied by a female secretary, was seen briskly walking towards them from a Bentley parked by the roadside. Mr. Shi. Upon recognizing the man, Han Gaojia's eyes widened in astonishment. This middle-aged individual was none other than his boss, Mr. Schur. He was assigned streamer under Mr. Schur's company, although his cousin thought highly of herself. Within the company, he was merely one of many streamers with millions of fans, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. In the eyes of the upper management, he was just a worker, a money-making machine. Typically, it was rare for him to even catch a glimpse of Mr. Schur. Why was he here? Cousin, who is he? Kong Chi inquired softly, noticing Han Gaojia's surprise. He is the chairman of our company, a billionaire, Han Gaojia explained quietly. What? Kong Chi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. This middle-aged man was her brother's boss, a billionaire. Such a figure was someone she needed to look up to. I'll go and greet Mr. Schur, Han Gaojia muttered softly, preparing to approach him. After all, he was considered one of the company's nurtured major streamers, and Mr. Schur should recognize him. Han Gaojia adjusted his attire, ready to take action. However, before he could move, Mr. Schur had already taken the initiative. Hello, Mr. Yi. Mr. Schur approached Yichen swiftly, addressing him with utmost humility. Earlier, he had caught sight of Yichen by chance and had promptly instructed his driver to stop. Naturally, he wanted to greet Mr. Yi and establish a rapport. Witnessing Mr. Schur's deference towards Yichen left Han Gaojia and Kong Chi utterly speechless. Was he this the billionaire who was supposed to be your cousin's boss? Why did he appear like a subordinate before Yichen? This was illogical. Kong Chi's expression was one of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Even Han Gaojia was taken aback. In his mind, Mr. Schur was an omnipotent, exalted figure. Yet now, why does such a lofty individual exhibit such humility and deference before Yichen? It is Mr. Schur. Yichen responds to Mr. Schur, you are too courteous. You may simply call me Xiao Schur. Mr. Schur, filled with trepidation, replies, call you Xiao Schur. Upon hearing the chairman say this, Han Gaojia nearly choked on his own disbelief. Is this truly the esteemed, stern chairman he had always known? How could this be? Kong Chi also wore an expression of astonishment. The boss of his brother has allowed Yichen to address him as Xiao Schur? This is utterly absurd. What manner of identity does Yichen possess to elicit such reverence from Mr. Schur? Curiosity overwhelmed Han Gaojia, prompting him to approach. Greetings, Mr. Schur, he said, extending his hand. Ah, and you are? To Han Gaojia's surprise, Mr. Schur did not recognize him. This left Han Gaojia reeling. Mr. Schur, I am Han Gaojia, the contracted host under your company, he explained. Oh, I see, Mr. Schur acknowledged. However, Mr. Schur's next words nearly caused Han Gaojia to faint. Allow me to introduce you. This is the president of Yilin Entertainment Company, Mr. Yi. What? The president of Yilin Entertainment Company? Chapter 82. A brilliant idea. The president of Yilin Entertainment Company. Yichen is actually the esteemed owner of Yilin Entertainment? Upon hearing Mr. Schur's words, Han Gaojia was utterly astonished. He had heard of Yilin Entertainment and even knew a few of its contracted streamers. Among all the agencies in Jiangzhou, Yilin Entertainment ranks among the top. How could Yichen possibly be the owner of such a company? Nearby, Kong Chi overheard the conversation between Han Gaojia and Mr. Schur. Her expression one of sheer disbelief. She struggled to accept the reality of the situation. Although she was unfamiliar with the specifics of Yilin Entertainment, the profound respect her cousin's boss showed towards Yichen indicated that the agency must be substantial. In her mind, Yichen had always been a mere ordinary student or perhaps a wealthy heir. Yet now, her cousin's boss claimed that Yichen was the owner of a major corporation. This revelation was a far cry from her expectations. Kong Chi stood rigidly, her face ashen. She acknowledged her defeat once more. With a soft sigh, she felt her vitality wane. She had lost count of how many times she had been bested. Initially, she had thought that with her cousin's support, she could finally outshine Zhao Shuxian. Yet, the outcome was utterly unexpected. She had boasted about her cousin gifting her an expensive present, only to find that while her cousin had gifted her a BMW Series 3, Zhao Shuxian's cousin had presented her with a Ferrari. The disparity was staggering, hundreds of thousands versus millions. In an instant, she was overshadowed. Earlier, she had bragged about her cousin being a prominent streamer earning millions monthly, only to learn that Zhao Shuxian's cousin was the president of a large corporation. Her cousin could only be considered a higher-paid worker, while Zhao Shuxian's cousin was a corporate executive. The gap between them was unfathomable. Being trampled by Zhao Shuxian was one thing, but witnessing her cousin also being ruthlessly overshadowed was another. Alas, such is fate. This time, she conceded completely. After listening to Mr. Schur's introduction and gazing at Yichen, Han Gaojia's face drained of color. He had been so audacious before Yichen. It was over. Han Gaojia felt a surge of anxiety and fear. After introducing Yichen, Mr. Schur intended to have Han Gaojia greet him. However, Before he could speak, he suddenly noticed the change in Han Gaojia's complexion. Having navigated the business world for over 20 years, Mr. Shi had encountered various situations. He quickly deduced what had transpired. The streamer from his company must have acted inappropriately before Yichen. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such a fright upon learning of Yichen's identity. Damn it! Mr. Shi cursed inwardly. At that moment, he wished he could strangle Han Gaojia. After all his efforts to appease Yichen, this fool had the audacity to show disrespect. Was he courting disaster? Pack your things and leave. You are no longer a streamer at our agency. Although Mr. Shi was tempted to unleash a torrent of curses, even resorting to physically assaulting Han Gaojia, he restrained himself in the presence of Yichen. No, please don't. Han Gaojia exclaimed in a panic, realizing that his streaming account belonged to the company. If he were to be dismissed, his streaming platform would vanish, along with his income. Without his streaming space, he would be utterly incapacitated. Forget earning millions monthly, he might struggle to make even 10,000. Han Gaojia hastily begged for mercy, imploring Mr. Shi to spare him. Yichen, unwilling to waste any more time in this place, bid farewell to Mr. Shi and departed with his cousin. Yichen and Zhao Shuxian entered a shop to purchase some beverages. At that moment, Zhao Shuxian finally regained her composure. It's too extravagant. I must return this to you, she said, handing the Ferrari keys back to Yichen. The gesture had taken her by surprise, leaving her unprepared. Previously, she had imagined receiving a watch or a necklace from Yichen, which she would graciously accept, considering his words of it being a small gift. However, she never anticipated that Yichen would present her with a Ferrari, a luxury worth millions, far beyond her expectations. Why the formality? Do you consider me a stranger? Yichen replied, returning the keys to Zhao Shuxian. For him, the Ferrari was merely a trifling expense, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Now that you have a car, it will be more convenient for you to go out. It was just an ordinary Ferrari, after all, not particularly expensive. Ultimately, Zhao Shuxian accepted the Ferrari, understanding that Yichen had transformed into someone extraordinary, where a Ferrari was indeed of little consequence. She felt she had no substantial way to repay her younger brother, except perhaps to hasten her efforts in facilitating a union between him and Ning Shuang. After finishing their drinks, Yichen and Zhao Shuxian parted ways. Yichen drove off in his Bugatti Veyron towards his villa. Zhao Shuxian, possessing a driver's license, might find her first experience behind the wheel of a supercar a bit challenging, driving at a relatively slower pace, which posed no significant issue. Like clockwork, Yichen awaited midnight. In the previous 2 days, the game store had not refreshed with any items that piqued his interest. Oh. Upon seeing the goods freshly available in the 2-star store today, his eyes lit up. He discovered an intriguing item, a Flying Paradise amusement park in Jiazhou. Valued at 300 million, priced at 4 yuan. The Flying Paradise was one of the most popular amusement parks in Jiazhou, sprawling over an extensive area. It boasted roller coasters, a Ferris wheel, a pendulum ride, a haunted house, and a drop tower, much adored by the youth. The monthly profits of the Flying Paradise were quite remarkable. After spotting the amusement park, Yichen swiftly made his decision on what to purchase. Without hesitation, he clicked to buy and proceeded with payment. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing the Jiangzhou Flying Paradise, becoming its new owner. The game notified him of his successful acquisition. For just 4 yuan, he had obtained an asset worth 300 million, an incredible bargain. Yichen smiled with satisfaction. Aside from the amusement park, the other merchandise was rather ordinary. For the second item, Yichen chose to purchase the one of the highest value. After completing his purchase, he attended to other matters. On the following morning, Yichen made his way directly to the tea shop where he had arranged to meet Su Linger. It was Saturday, and a few days prior, Yichen and Su Linger had planned this rendezvous. At that time, Su Lingao had mysteriously hinted that she had devised a splendid opportunity for Yichen to pursue Su Ningxiang. Before Yichen could respond, she abruptly ended the call. The day before, Su Linger had called again, and they discussed the meeting location. Meanwhile, at a tea shop in the city center, Su Linger was enjoying tea with 2 of her close friends. My brother-in-law should be arriving soon, she remarked as she glanced at her phone. Linger, is your brother-in-law really as handsome as you say? One of her short-haired friends inquired curiously. Absolutely, Su Lingao affirmed with confidence. Is he more handsome than Huang Xifeng? Asked another friend with long, straight hair. Huang Xifeng was a recently popular young heartthrob, admired by many girls. Without a doubt, my brother-in-law is the most handsome, Su Lingao declared proudly. Upon hearing this, her 2 friends exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of Su Lingao's claims. How could her brother-in-law possibly be that handsome? Chapter 83. It's simple. Just by it seeing Linger so self-assured, her two friends decided to cease their debate and shifted to a different topic. By the way, Ling, where are we going to play later? Inquired her short-haired friend. Linga merely stated that they would be going out on Saturday, yet refrained from disclosing the destination. Hee. It's a secret, Su Linger replied with a mysterious smile. The day's outing was intricately linked to how she intended to assist her brother-in-law in pursuing her sister. Since her brother-in-law had not yet arrived, she could not reveal anything at this moment. Besides her brother-in-law, she had also taken the opportunity to invite her sister out. It truly was a challenge for her, as she had to consider everything for her brother-in-law. Su Linga reflected on her situation. Given her kindness towards her brother-in-law, it wouldn't be unreasonable to take advantage of him a little, would it? As the three conversed, a handsome young man gently opened the shop door. Brother-in-law, we are here. Upon seeing this dashing figure, Su Linger excitedly waved. This handsome young man, of course, was Yuchen. As Linga waved, her two friends turned to look. In an instant, both of their eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, they completely believed Linger's earlier words. Her brother-in-law was indeed quite handsome. Yuchen approached and took a seat. Brother-in-law, I was worried you might not be able to make it, so I took the liberty of inviting my sister out as well. How thoughtful of me, right? Su Linga boasted to Yuchen. You truly are a good person, Yuchen responded. Ding, good person card. Su Linga was momentarily taken aback by Yuchen's remark. Was he praising her? Why did it sound so awkward to her? Yet, she could not counter Yuchen's statement. After all, she couldn't claim she wasn't a good person. Brother-in-law, if you agree to one small request of mine, I will divulge today's plans to you, Su Lingo proposed. What request? I haven't quite decided yet, but rest assured, it won't be excessive. Su Lingo hadn't thought of a way to take advantage of her brother-in-law just yet, so she decided to hold off on that request for further contemplation. All right, Yuchen nodded. Brother-in-law, today I plan to visit the amusement park. Su Lingo got straight to the point. To the amusement park? Yuchen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. I checked several amusement parks in Jiazhou, and today we shall go to the Flying Sky Amusement Park. Linger asked with an air of mystery. Is that your plan? Yichun had expected a more astonishing suggestion from Su Linger, only to find it was a trip to the amusement park. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, my sister is afraid of ghosts, and the haunted house at the Flying Sky Amusement Park is renowned in Jiangzhou. Su Linger revealed her reasoning for choosing the amusement park. When we enter the haunted house, my sister will surely be frightened, and brother-in-law, you can showcase your heroism by pulling her into your embrace, thus enhancing your relationship, right? Su Lingo gave Yuchen a knowing look. You truly are a wonderful sister, Yuchen praised her. With a sister like you, how could Su Xuejia not succeed in her endeavors? So, what do you think, brother-in-law? Am I clever? Su Linger said, proudly lifting her chin, basking in her own cleverness. I have no issues, but are you afraid of haunted houses? Yuchen inquired with curiosity. Me? How could I possibly be afraid? I am quite bold. I regard haunted houses with indifference, Su Linger asserted confidently. With no objections from herself or Su Linger, Yichun turned to Su Linger's south two close friends. I certainly am not afraid, the short-haired friend remarked, exuding confidence as she noticed Yuchen's gaze upon her. Haunted houses hold no fear for me. The word fear does not exist in my vocabulary, the long-haired friend declared, patting her chest in assurance. Since we have agreed, let us proceed. I will meet my sister right at the entrance of the Flying Sky Amusement Park, Su Linger suggested. She intentionally arranged for her sister and brother-in-law to meet at different locations to facilitate her scheme with her brother-in-law. Otherwise, discussing how to prank her sister while she was nearby would inevitably lead to trouble. All right, the group rose to their feet. Linger, something's wrong. Suddenly, the long-haired friend exclaimed, staring at her phone in astonishment. What is it? Su Linger asked. I checked online, and it appears the Flying Sky Amusement Park is closed today. The long-haired friend stated with dismay. It seems like they are conducting maintenance on several attractions, hence the closure. What? Su Linger was taken aback. The amusement park was closed? After all her planning, it turned out the park was not operating? This was quite awkward. Oh, it's all over. Damn it. Disheartened, Su Linger felt utterly defeated. Her spirits plummeting. Her two friends shared in her disappointment. They had finally managed to go out together, only to find the amusement park closed. No worries, follow me. Yichen interjected. Huh, what did you say? Su Linger and her friends were puzzled. But the Flying Sky Amusement Park is closed, Su Linger queried, confused. Just come with me, Yichen replied, leading the way outside. Su Linger and her friends were filled with curiosity about where Yichun intended to take them. Let us go, Su Linger said, choosing to trust her brother-in-law. The trio followed him. Thankfully, anticipating that there might be more than just Su Ling'er, Yichen had arrived in a Bentley. Otherwise, the Bugatti Veyron would not accommodate everyone. Wow, Su Ling'er's friends marveled at the sight of Yichen's Bentley. Ling'er's brother-in-law is truly exceptional. Not only is he handsome, but he is also wealthy. With all three girls in tow, Yichen drove away. During the journey, Su Ling'er and her friends speculated whether Yichen was taking them to another amusement park. Half an hour later, they reached their destination. Once they exited the vehicle, the group stood in stunned silence. They had arrived in front of the Flying Sky amusement park. Her brother-in-law had not taken them to another amusement park. Although there was a bit of distance from the entrance, they could still clearly see the announcement. Today, the Flying Sky amusement park is closed. Su Ling'er wishes to inquire of Yichen why her brother-in-law has brought them here under such circumstances. However, before she can voice her thoughts, a car pulls up beside them. It is her cousin, Su Ningxiang. Upon noticing Yichen's presence, Su Ningxiang is momentarily taken aback, but a gentle smile graces her features. The group exchanges greetings. Since the park is closed, shall we consider an alternative location? Su Ningxiang suggests, realizing the situation. How can we enter if they are not open? Do not worry, follow me, Yichen replies, leading the way toward the entrance of the amusement park. To the astonishment of his companions, he engages in a brief conversation with the staff at the entrance and effortlessly gains access without even purchasing a ticket. The scene leaves Su Ling'er and the others in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Come on in, Yichen encourages them. Hesitantly, they approach and, to their surprise, pass through the entrance without any staff member intervening. Su Ling'er and her friends are utterly confused. How is this possible? Brother-in-law, how did you manage that? Su Ling'er asks. Her curiosity piqued. It is quite simple. One merely needs to acquire it, Yichen responds nonchalantly. Chapter 84. The Social Death. Why not simply purchase it? Yichen's words startled those present. Purchase what, exactly? The Flying Paradise amusement park? Expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. Brother-in-law, have you truly bought the Flying Paradise? Su Ling'er asked, her small face reflecting disbelief. Indeed, Yichen affirmed with a nod. They were utterly oblivious to the sheer power of wealth. Observing Yichen's nonchalant demeanor, the group felt a tremor of astonishment within. To acquire the amusement park before it even opened its gates? Can you believe that? Is this what they call extravagance beyond comprehension? Su Ling'er's friends marveled at how extraordinarily talented and wealthy her brother-in-law was. Brother-in-law, I really adore the Thompson Riviera in Magic City, but I don't have a home there. Could you perhaps purchase it as well? Su Ling'er inquired with a beaming smile. Do you think selling you would be worth a unit in Thompson Riviera? Yichen countered. As one of the most renowned luxury residences in Magic City, Thompson Riviera boasts an average price of $200,000 to $300,000 per square meter. Even a single ordinary unit costs several million, let alone acquiring the entire complex. It's no matter if you don't buy Thompson Riviera. I think the Atlantis Hotel in Sanya is splendid too. Brother-in-law, why not buy it? Su Ling'er suggested. Assuming the role of a strategic advisor, the Atlantis Hotel, a 7-star establishment, is unparalleled in opulence. Its most famous feature is the underwater luxury suite, priced at a staggering $10,000 per night. The difficulty of purchasing it is likely no less than that of Thompson Riviera. Let us focus on enjoying ourselves, Yichen said, waving off Su Ling'er's fanciful thoughts, and led the group into the amusement park. Some attractions at Flying Paradise were under maintenance, so only about half of the rides were operational that day. Prior to their arrival, Yichen had already contacted the park manager. Upon learning that the new owner was coming to visit, the manager promptly made arrangements, and the staff were quickly in place. There was no need to queue, significantly enhancing their experience. After enjoying a few smaller attractions, they arrived at the main event, the haunted house at Flying Paradise. This haunted house is notorious for its challenging nature among the amusement parks in Jiangzhou. As they approached, the first thing they saw was a flag adorned with a skull, looming ominously over the dark entrance. Just as Su Ling'er had predicted, Su Ningxiang's heart began to race upon seeing this, and she felt a surge of nervousness. However, in front of Yichen, she was reluctant to admit her fear. Thus, she moved closer to him, almost pressing against him. Upon witnessing the dark entrance, Su Ling'er and her short-haired friend were momentarily taken aback, though their reactions were relatively mild. In stark contrast, Su Ling'er's long-haired friend, who had claimed to fear nothing in haunted houses, turned pale, her body weakening. It was as if the word fear was about to be inscribed upon her face. Does anyone have any questions? If not, shall we proceed? Yichen inquired. Of course, there are no issues, Su Linggo asserted confidently. It's fine. The short-haired friend hesitated for a moment before speaking. No. Issues. After a considerable delay, the girl with long black hair finally managed to respond. Conversely, Su Ningxiang, feeling secure next to Yi Chun, was unaffected. Under Yi Chen's guidance, the group moved towards the haunted house, while Yi Chun and the others walked ahead. Su Linggo's friend with long black hair seemed as if she were tethered by iron chains, moving at a snail's pace. Upon reaching the entrance, the girl halted. I drank too much water and need to use the restroom. You all go in without waiting for me, she suddenly announced. Without hesitation, she swiftly turned and ran back outside, not glancing back. The usually timid girl, who struggled to open a bottle cap, vanished in the blink of an eye, her speed rivaling that of a sprinter. Someone just ran away as soon as we entered. Su Linggo and her short-haired friend exchanged glances. TCH. I wonder who claimed that the word fear doesn't exist in the dictionary, Su Linggo scoffed, filled with disdain for her friend. Typically, she was audacious and unafraid. This was not her first visit to a haunted house, and she had ample confidence in herself. Indeed, the short-haired friend paused for a few seconds before agreeing. We are the truly brave ones. Observing that the girl with long black hair was clearly frightened, they decided not to wait and continued deeper into the haunted house. However, barely half a minute later, as they turned a dark corner, a figure wearing a ghostly mask suddenly emerged. Although Yi Chen and Su Ningxiang were in the lead, Su Linggo and her short-haired friend screamed in unison upon witnessing the apparition. The two girls instinctively clung to each other in fear. While Su Ningxiang felt a tinge of fear, she merely grasped Yi Chen's arm subconsciously. Appearing far more composed than the two girls behind her, Su Linggo regained her composure after a brief moment. But the short-haired girl immediately turned and dashed back towards the entrance, quickly disappearing from sight. Weren't you the one who said you weren't scared? Clearly, I'm the brave one. Su Linggo felt a surge of inexplicable superiority as yet another friend fled in fright. Just moments ago, the short-haired girl had confidently assured that she would not be afraid of the haunted house. Yet, within half a minute of entering, she had been terrified into retreat. What a coward, Su Linggo remarked, following Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang further inside. Despite her bravado, Su Linggo's expression had noticeably shifted, and her pace involuntarily slowed. After walking for about a minute, the three were traversing the path when suddenly, a skeleton dropped from above. Su Linggo turned pale with fright. Previously, she at least had a friend to cling to. On this occasion, devoid of her close friend. Su Linggo felt a surge of fear and instinctively clutched Yi Chen's arm on her right. Su Ningxiang trailed closely on Yi Chen's left, overwhelmed by trepidation. Su Linggo was on the verge of tears. Brother-in-law, sister, my friend just went to the restroom and hasn't returned. I'm quite concerned about her. I'll be back shortly. Though she was nearly in tears, Su Linggo sought to excuse herself. Without waiting for Yi Chun and Su Ningxiang to respond, she released her hold on Yi Chen and hurried towards the entrance. Ultimately, only Yi Chen and Su Ningxiang remained. Su Ningxiang maintained her grip on Yi Chen's arm and continued forward. Meanwhile, having swiftly exited the haunted house, Su Linggo gasped for breath, striving to calm her racing heart. That was terrifying, utterly terrifying, she murmured, patting her chest. At that moment, Su Linggo's two friends appeared at the entrance. What are you two doing here? Su Linggo asked in surprise upon seeing them. We figured you might be scared and would run out, so we decided to wait for you here, replied the girl with long black hair. Su Linggo was instantly taken aback. How could that be? I'm not afraid at all. I merely wanted to give my sister and brother-in-law a moment of intimacy to strengthen their bond. What do you little girls know? Su Linggo feigned a wise demeanor. Oh, is that so? The girl with long black hair approached and played a video she had just recorded. That was terrifying, utterly terrifying, echoed Su Linggo's voice from the phone shortly thereafter. Chapter 85. Su Ningfang found herself nestled in Yi Chen's embrace, and Su Linggo felt an overwhelming embarrassment wash over her. I could just kill you, she exclaimed, her voice echoing with indignation. Someone's about to silence me, run. The girl with long black hair reacted swiftly, seizing her phone and darting out of the room. Naturally, Su Linggo was unwilling to let her friend escape so easily and pursued her immediately. You scared me to death, she shouted. Before Su Linggo could catch up to her long-haired friend, the girl with short hair received a notification on her phone. Su Linggo's voice blared through the device. She had recorded a video as well. Su Linggo erupted in frustration, her mind racing. Why had everyone captured her most embarrassing moments? It was utterly humiliating. She valued her dignity, after all. The short-haired girl, noticeably slower than her long-haired counterpart, was still engrossed in the video playback when Su Ling'o charged towards her. After a brief chase, Su Ling'o seized her, and under the pressure of her threats, the short-haired girl reluctantly deleted the video. With the first issue resolved, Su Ling'o turned her attention to the second. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, she could not catch the long-haired girl. In the end, the girl promised never to share the video, and they managed to settle their differences amicably. After a commotion that lasted several minutes, there was still no sign of Yi Chen and Su Ningfang. Su Ling'o deduced that with her brother-in-law present, even if her sister was afraid, she would not yield. "Let us head to the exit and wait for them," she suggested. Leading her two friends to the haunted house's exit, eager to see how Yi Chen and Su Ningfang would emerge. Curiosity piqued as they awaited the duo. After a wait of 15 to 20 minutes, footsteps finally echoed in the distance. However, as they listened intently, the sound seemed heavy, almost as if it belonged to only one person. What could this mean? With intense curiosity, the three of them fixed their gaze on the entrance. Moments later, to their astonishment, Yi Chen stepped out alone, with Su Ningfang cradled in his arms. Halfway through, despite Yi Chen's presence, Su Ningfang's childhood fear of ghosts resurfaced, prompting him to lift her in a princess carry. In that moment, Su Ningfang nestled against Yi Chen, eyes closed, her head resting on his shoulder. Su Ling'o and her companions were rendered speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected display of affection. They had merely come to observe, yet they found themselves inundated with unwelcome romantic gestures. This was not the delightful entertainment they had anticipated. The sight felt like a crushing blow to their single hearts. They had come for fun, but it seemed they were the ones left feeling hurt. This wave of dog food, a term for witnessing couples' affection, was not something they wished to consume. The pain of being single was indeed overwhelming. On the other side, realizing they had emerged, Su Ningfang gracefully stepped down from Yi Chen's embrace, standing back on solid ground. Su Ningxiang adjusted her hair. At this moment, her face flushed a deep crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably. "Thank you, Yi Xuedi," she said, taking a deep breath, feeling a tad bashful as she spoke to Yi Chen. Halfway through their journey, fear had gripped her, had it not been for Yi Xuedi's presence. She truly would not have known how to proceed. Having been cradled by him for part of the way, she imagined he must be quite weary by now. "It's nothing," Yi Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively as he stretched his waist. Truth be told, he felt a bit fatigued from the prolonged embrace. Yet, it was merely a slight fatigue, and he thought little of it. It appeared that he was somewhat out of shape. He resolved to engage in more physical activity in the future, lest he encounter issues at inopportune moments. Together, Yi Chen and Su Ningxiang strolled towards Su Ling'o and her companions in the distance, seizing a moment when Su Ningxiang was distracted. Su Ling'o cast Yi Chen an admiring glance, silently conveying her approval. "You truly excel, brother-in-law," she thought, pleased that events had unfolded even better than she had anticipated. Naturally, she did not forget to take credit for her brilliant idea. Having exerted considerable effort, she believed her brother-in-law ought to offer her some form of reward, lest she be disinclined to assist in the future. Her role as a schemer was undeniably significant. After a brief respite, the group ventured on to engage in other activities. While Su Ling'o was momentarily preoccupied, a girl with long, dark hair approached Yi Chen. "Yi Xuezhong, may I add you on WeChat? I have something I wish to share with you." With the unexpected request, Yi Chen found it hard to decline. His curiosity piqued about what she intended to share. Thus, they exchanged WeChat information. Not long after, Yi Chen received a video from the girl. Instinctively, he opened it without muting the sound. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it," came Su Ling'o's slightly trembling voice from his phone the next moment. Previously contemplating their next activity, Su Ling'o was suddenly struck with embarrassment. Another moment of social embarrassment. The sight of her flustered expression in the video, coupled with her earlier declarations and disdainful demeanor, prompted both Yi Chen and Su Ningxiang to burst into laughter. "Don't look. Don't look," Su Ling'o hurriedly implored, trying to shield Yi Chen's view. "Wenwen, how could you agree to this?" She fumed at her dark-haired friend. Wenwen had shown the video to her brother-in-law, tarnishing her reputation. "Did we not agree that this video would never see the light of day?" Su Ling'o questioned. "Indeed. I said never again, but that does not apply to today," Wenwen explained. What she had said earlier was a promise made by a different version of herself. If Su Ling'o sought accountability, she ought to confront that earlier self. "Sister Ling'o, your brother-in-law treated us to a private outing today, and we spent not a single penny. I felt a bit guilty, so I thought sharing the video with Yi Chen would express my gratitude. Don't run away." Although the girl with long black hair fled, she was ultimately captured by Su Ling'o and the video on her phone was deleted. Now, the video that Yichen had saved moments before has become the last surviving piece of evidence. Understanding that a direct approach with his sister-in-law would not be prudent, Su Lingao transformed her demeanor, approaching Yichen with a beaming smile and a playful charm. Sister-in-law? Su Lingao cooed at Yichen, who remained unfazed by her antics. In the end, Su Lingao did not succeed in persuading Yichen to delete the video. Instead, she pouted petulantly like a pufferfish. After indulging in a few more attractions, they decided to leave. Due to some rides undergoing maintenance for safety reasons, Yichen refrained from taking them on additional adventures. Although the day did not reach its full potential, it was filled with joy, with the exception of Su Lingao. The group agreed to reunite for another outing in the future. Su Lingao and her two friends took a taxi home, while Yichen drove Su Ningxiang back to her residence. After 20 minutes, Yichen arrived at the villa belonging to Su Ningxiang. "You've worked hard, Yi Xueti. Come in and rest for a while," Su Ningxiang invited him into her home. Chapter 86. Two special items perhaps another time. I am unprepared today. It is the weekend, and it is likely that Sister Su's parents are at home. Reflecting on the last encounter with Sister Su's mother and her scrutinizing gaze towards her son-in-law, Yichen politely declined. The prospect of facing Sister Su's parents filled him with apprehension. "Very well," Su Ningxiang said with a hint of regret. "By the way, Junior Yi, my birthday is in 2 days, and I will be hosting a celebration at home in the evening. You must come." Su Ningxiang extended her invitation once more. Of course, Yichen replied with a nod, viewing it as a trivial matter. As long as he did not have to face Su Ningxiang's parents alone, he felt at ease. "Take care, Junior Yi. Goodbye." Su Ningxiang bid farewell. As Yichen drove away, he left the villa complex slowly. Just as he exited, a sleek black Mercedes brushed past him. Yichen was oblivious, but the owner of the black Mercedes was momentarily taken aback. "This car seems somewhat familiar," the owner murmured, recalling having seen it once before but unable to place it. Perhaps it belonged to a new neighbor, he speculated. The owner of the Mercedes was none other than Su Ningxiang's father. Afterward, Yichen returned to his own villa. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. Having just acquired access to the Flying Heaven amusement park, Yichen initially held little hope for the game refresh. However, when he beheld the newly available items, his eyes sparkled with delight. To his astonishment, there were unexpected treasures. Among the offerings in the two-star marketplace, there were two items that piqued Yichen's interest immensely. The first was the Stamina Enhancement Capsule, which, upon consumption, would permanently increase stamina by 3 points, with no side effects, being entirely natural and pollution-free, priced at 12 yuan. Yichen paused at the sight of the Stamina Enhancement Capsule. Just that morning, he had lamented his dwindling physical condition due to a lack of exercise. To find a solution so fortuitously in the evening was indeed a pleasant surprise. The game seemed remarkably considerate. The price of the Stamina Enhancement Capsule, a staggering 12 yuan, further intensified Yichen's focus. In reality, 12 yuan was quite modest, yet within the realm of the game, it was considered expensive. Notably, even the most costly property in the Jiangzhou Financial Center had not reached such exorbitance. Through his explorations over time, Yichen had drawn a significant conclusion. The higher the value of an item, the steeper its price in the game market. A capsule that could enhance stamina without any side effects, entirely natural and pollution-free, was something unattainable in reality. Even if it existed, it would likely incite fierce competition among the world's wealthiest, commanding astronomical prices. Yet now, he could acquire it for merely 12 yuan. What a delight. Purchase. Success. You have successfully purchased the Stamina Enhancement Capsule. Now placed on your desk. Please check. With the recharge completed, Yichen triumphantly acquired the Stamina Enhancement Capsule. The sensation was exhilarating. The Stamina Enhancement Capsule was merely the first item that caught Yichen's eye. The second coveted item was a luxury car, Aston Martin 1-77. Limited to 77 units worldwide, priced at 9 yuan. The Aston Martin 1-77, a renowned top-tier supercar, is as illustrious as the Bugatti Veyron Yichen had previously obtained. The Aston Martin 1-77 is a limited edition supercar, with only 77 units available globally, rendering it exceedingly rare. It boasts a naturally aspirated 7.3L V12 engine, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.5 seconds, with a peak torque of 750 Nm and a maximum power output of 760 horsepower. Initially, the purchase price of an Aston Martin 1-77 was approximately 50 to 60 million yuan. However, due to its limited availability, its value has skyrocketed in recent years. Surprisingly, This time, the two-star mall managed to present such a top-tier supercar in limited edition. Failing to acquire the legendary Aston Martin 1-77 would undoubtedly leave Yichun with profound regret. Recharge completed. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the Aston Martin 1-77, which is now parked in your garage. Please check. The game announced the enhancement, and Yichun's purchase was confirmed. The Aston Martin 1-77 now resided in his garage. At last, all 5 parking spaces in Yichun's villa garage were filled. Yichun first went to his study and retrieved the stamina enhancement capsule he had just purchased from the game mall. This capsule appeared quite similar to an ordinary capsule, being entirely natural and devoid of any side effects. Yichun examined it and promptly consumed it. Initially, there was no noticeable effect, as the medicine had yet to take effect. Subsequently, Yichun made his way to the garage, where he beheld his Aston Martin 1-77. Unlike other supercars characterized by sharp lines and a sense of power, Yichun's Aston Martin 1-77 possessed a unique style, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Truly worthy of its status as a limited edition supercar, each model boasts its own distinctive aesthetic. Yichun was thoroughly pleased with his Aston Martin 1-77. Just a few days after his upgrade, he had already acquired 2 top-tier supercars, the Bugatti Veyron and the Aston Martin 1-77. It seemed the stamina enhancement capsule was indeed effective. Originally feeling fatigued and drowsy after a day of play, Yichun suddenly felt invigorated, his body brimming with energy. He ventured to the villa gym to test his newfound vitality. As expected, his stamina had significantly increased, surpassing his previous limits. Yichun's spirit soared. It would be marvelous if more such items became available in the future. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest man. The game is remarkable. Beyond the tangible aspects of reality, it offers various elite skills and even stamina enhancements to assist players. It is truly extraordinary. After a brief session of exercise, Yichun decided to take a rest. The following afternoon, he received a call from Chen Hongba, the scion of the Chen family. Chen Hongba invited Yichun to join him for a leisurely outing. Ever since their last encounter at the estate, Chen Hongba had become an ardent admirer of Yichun, unwavering in his loyalty. With no pressing engagements, Yichun graciously accepted the invitation. He hopped into his Aston Martin 1-77 and made his way to the designated meeting spot with Chen Hongba. Meanwhile, Chen Hongba was reveling in the company of several friends, showcasing photographs. Allow me to introduce you to my brother Chen, and behold his Bugatti Veyron. These images were captured during their previous meeting when Chen Hongba first laid eyes on Yichun's magnificent Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti Veyron. The mere mention of this name drew immediate attention from both men and women alike. The illustrious reputation of the Bugatti Veyron resonated profoundly with these affluent young gentlemen and ladies, for it stands as one of the most renowned supercars in existence. However, all present could only boast of having heard tales of its grandeur, as none had ever beheld it in person. Chapter 87. A shocking revelation. Su Ningxiong's father's phone call at this moment. Chen Hongba was brazenly flaunting a Bugatti Veyron. How could anyone not be intrigued? A crowd gathered around him, fixated on the images displayed on his phone. Indeed, amongst the pictures was a brand new Bugatti Veyron. Goodness, it truly is a Bugatti Veyron. How astonishing, exclaimed one onlooker. The mere existence of such a car in Jiangzhou was nothing short of incredible. The crowd buzzed with excitement, exchanging remarks in rapid succession. Chen, whose Bugatti Veyron is that? Someone curiously inquired. Earlier, their attention had been so captivated by the car that they had overlooked Chen Hongba's claim about its ownership. Now, having confirmed the car's authenticity, their curiosity piqued regarding its owner. It belongs to my elder brother, Chen Gu, Chen Hongba replied with a smug grin. Though he did not own the car, his brother indeed possessed a Bugatti Veyron, and he took immense pride in that fact, relishing the chance to boast. Chen Gu? Who is that? I've never heard of him, came the collective response, as the crowd exchanged glances, revealing their unfamiliarity with Chen Gu. Bugatti Veyron, huh? A skeptical voice chimed in. Approaching them was a striking woman with a ponytail, exuding an air of competence. She was Zhang Rong, the daughter of a billionaire, known for her decisive demeanor and commanding presence among her peers. I refuse to believe that in this small place like Jiangzhou, a Bugatti Veyron exists. Chen Hongba, you ought to have prepared a better story, Zhang Rong scoffed, challenging him. It was common for such luxury cars to appear in major cities like Magic City or Yanjing. But the notion of one being owned in a second or third-tier city like Jiangzhou was preposterous. If you don't believe me, just take a look at the photos. Chen Hongba countered. Photos? Huh. In this day and age, Pictures can easily deceive. One could simply find an image online and manipulate it to produce a similar effect. Zhang Rong instinctively doubted the authenticity of Chen Hongba's photographs. What initially astonished the crowd began to wane as they absorbed Zhang Rong's skepticism. Over half of them started to align with her reasoning. Zhang Rong has a point. We were so taken aback by the mention of a Bugatti Veyron that we didn't stop to think, they murmured among themselves. If you don't believe it, just wait until Chen Gu arrives, and keep your eyes wide open, Chen Hongba asserted confidently. His conviction stemmed from the truth behind his statement. Let us see then. Zhang Rong retorted, equally determined. She believed firmly in her stance, convinced that Chen Hongba was merely indulging in fanciful exaggeration, stalling for time. Not only was the Bugatti Veyron suspect, but she also suspected that the elusive Chen Gu might be a mere figment of Chen Hongba's imagination. Chen Hongba is merely a stubborn duck, unwilling to admit defeat. Let us observe how he reacts when he fails to see Brother Chen appear shortly. Zhang Rong settled down, patiently awaiting the arrival. Minutes later, Yichen arrived. Upon seeing Yichen, Chen Hongba was instantly filled with excitement. He hurried over, warmly greeting Yichen. Brother Chen, you must be exhausted. Please, take a seat. Brother Chen? The moment Chen Hongba uttered this title, the previously occupied crowd shifted their attention to Yichen. Is this truly the Brother Chen that Chen Hongba spoke of? Brother Chen, has your Bugatti Veyron arrived? Chen Hongba inquired, eager to showcase his connection. The vehicle of Brother Chen is, after all, the legendary Bugatti Veyron. At this question, the entire assembly held their breath, tensed with anticipation. Even the composed Zhang Rong widened her eyes. No, Yichen replied, shaking his head. No. As they saw Yichen's response, it dawned on everyone. Indeed. As Zhang Rong had suggested, Chen Hongba was merely boasting. How could a Bugatti Veyron possibly exist here? It seemed that this Brother Chen might be nothing but a fraud. The majority of the audience hastily labeled Yichen as a charlatan. Even a few who had initially believed Chen Hongba now sighed, utterly disheartened. Humph. Zhang Rong sneered at Chen Hongba, reveling in her accurate assessment. Chen Hongba was indeed a braggart. This so-called Brother Chen, with a Bugatti Veyron? How could he not claim to possess a globally limited supercar as well? A deceiver, without a doubt. Hearing Yichen's answer, Chen Hongba grew anxious. If you didn't drive the Bugatti Veyron, then what car did you come in today? Chen Hongbo asked. Aston Martin 1-77, Yichen replied nonchalantly. Yet, this seemingly casual remark stunned the previously disinterested crowd into silence. What? Did we hear that correctly? An Aston Martin 1-77? Chen Hongba's Brother Chen actually arrived in the fabled Aston Martin 1-77? My goodness. The Aston Martin 1-77 is every bit as formidable as the Bugatti Veyron. The gazes of the crowd once again fixated on Yichen. Nearby, Zhang Rong, who had just picked up her cup, was equally taken aback. Aston Martin 1-77? Zhang Rong could hardly believe her ears. Just moments ago, she had criticized this so-called Brother Chen for not mentioning he possessed a globally limited luxury car. And now, he had indeed driven a globally limited Aston Martin 1-77? What sheer coincidence! Brother Chen, is your car outside? Chen Hongba exclaimed, now exhilarated. The Aston Martin 1-77. A globally limited supercar. Yes, Yichen nodded. Instantly, everyone present rushed outside in a frenzy. I cannot believe this. It's simply inconceivable. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Rong stepped outside. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Although she spoke otherwise, her heart had already leapt to her throat. Wow, is that truly an Aston Martin 1-77? As soon as she emerged, Zhang Rong heard the gasps of admiration from others. At that moment, a crowd gathered around Yichen's Aston Martin 1-77, filled with envy and excitement. It was real. It was undeniably real. Zhang Rong swallowed hard, her expression completely transformed. As she descended the steps, she slipped slightly, nearly losing her balance. This was indeed the legendary Aston Martin 1-77. Chen Hongba's Brother Chen was astonishingly impressive. Brother Chen, you were truly remarkable. You were incredible. After marveling at the Aston Martin 1-77 for a while, everyone surrounded Yichen again, showering him with flattery. In this moment, their admiration and envy for Yichen reached new heights. By the way, Brother Chen, Hongbo just mentioned that you own a Bugatti Veyron. Is that true? Someone inquired. Yes. Yichen nodded. Witnessing this, the crowd was once again astounded. Brother Chen was indeed exceptional, possessing not one but two top-tier supercars. An idol, indeed. The admiration for Yichen was at its zenith. At that moment, Yichen seemed like a deity in the eyes of the crowd. Zhang Rong swallowed hard again. She finally believed it. She realized she had been a frog in a well. Not only did he own a Bugatti Veyron, but he also possessed an Aston Martin 1-77. Alas, she felt so far behind. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Rong quickly slipped away while the crowd was distracted. After admiring the car, everyone flocked back inside with Yichen. Just then, Yichen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find it was a call from Su Leoj, the father of Su Ningxuang. Chapter 88. The relationships have become quite chaotic, Brother Yi. It's me. The voice of Brother Su echoed through the phone as Yichen answered. Initially, Yichen did not possess Brother Su's contact information. It was provided to him by Brother Wan, the second largest shareholder of the London Group, Wan Xiangyang. Brother Su. What brings you to call? Yichen inquired. The matter is, tomorrow is my little girl's birthday. Didn't you promise that when my niece has her birthday, Uncle Yi would also attend? Brother Su explained. Tomorrow is the birthday? Yichen's brow furrowed. What a coincidence. Tomorrow is also Senior Su's birthday. To his astonishment, Brother Su's daughter shared the same birthday. Su. Brother Su's surname is also Su. Could it be? A bold hypothesis abruptly surfaced in Yichen's mind. No way, it can't be that coincidental. Yichen felt somewhat bewildered. If his speculation proved true, the connections would become extraordinarily convoluted. Is everything all right? Where does Brother Su reside? Yichen cautiously probed. At the Century Mountain River Villa area, Villa number 3, came Brother Su's voice over the line. Villa No. 3 in Century Mountain River. Upon learning the address, Yichen was entirely convinced. His audacious conjecture had indeed materialized. This Brother Su was, in fact, the father of Senior Su. How utterly awkward. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Noticing Yichen's silence, Brother Su curiously inquired. Su. Brother Su. It's nothing at all. After a prolonged moment, Yichen finally managed to utter the 3 words. With this revelation, the hierarchy and relationships had become utterly entangled. Previously, he referred to Su Ningxuang as senior, while she addressed him as junior. Now, he and Su Ningxuang's father had become brothers, calling him Brother Su, which made him the uncle of Su Ningxuang. Henceforth, how should he address Su Ningxuang? As big niece? What would Su Ningxuang call him, Uncle Yi? And how would Su Ningxuang's mother refer to him? He had previously called her aunt or madam, and now it would be sister-in-law? Good heavens, the relationships were utterly bewildering. For a moment, Yichen felt overwhelmed. While others might dread the infamous scenarios of romantic entanglements, his circumstances had transformed into a grand social embarrassment. This was far more awkward than any romantic predicament. It seemed that he was the only one who had pieced this puzzle together. Brother Su, Senior Su, and Su Ningxuang's mother were likely oblivious to the situation. However, if he were to attend the birthday celebration, the revelations of their relationships would be unveiled. What expressions would his brother Su, sister-in-law, and niece wear? The thought was too awkward to bear. Everything is fine then. Brother Yi, let us meet tomorrow evening at 7. Su Ningxuang's father stated. All right, brother. Su. Yichen replied, forcing the words out. Although he was somewhat reluctant to attend, having already committed, he felt he had no choice but to go. If social embarrassment was in store, so be it. After all, he would not be the only one feeling uncomfortable. After all, it was Brother Su who initially encouraged me to address him in such a manner. Very well, I shall see you tomorrow, Brother Yi. Unaware of the underlying tension, Su Ningxuang's father was in good spirits, continuing to refer to Yichen as Brother Yi with great enthusiasm. Once the call ended, Yichen stood in a daze. What's the matter, Brother Chen? Chen Hongba inquired curiously, noticing the shift in Yichen's expression after the phone call. There may be a small issue tomorrow, Yichen replied awkwardly. After a brief moment, he bid farewell to Chen Hongba and departed. Having promised both Su Ningxuang and Brother Su, he was determined to arrive punctually the following day. However, Yichen had arranged to meet Su Ningxuang at 6:30 in the evening, while Brother Su mentioned 7 o'clock. The difference was merely half an hour. With the added layer of complexity, tomorrow marked the birthday of senior sister Su, or rather, Su's niece. He felt compelled to prepare an appropriate gift. After all, it was a matter of honoring one's elders. Yichen resolved to make a thoughtful selection the next day. At midnight, Yichen routinely opened the game titled with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. For 2 consecutive days, the in-game store had refreshed with items that piqued his interest. He wondered what today would bring. The first 4 items did not captivate him, but the last one made his eyes widen with excitement. Limited edition Vacheron Constantin Masterpiece Series 81750S01G 9198 ladies watch, priced at 5 yuan. To his astonishment, it was a ladies watch from Vacheron Constantin. As a prestigious watch brand, gifting this exquisite timepiece to senior sister Sue or Sue's niece for her birthday seemed quite commendable. Moreover, at merely 5 yuan, it was a bargain. This saved Yichen the trouble of scouring the mall for a suitable birthday gift. He made the purchase. Ding successfully purchased the limited edition Vacheron Constantin Masterpiece Series 81750S01G 9198 ladies watch, now placed in your study. Please check. The game notified him of the successful transaction. Subsequently, Yichen casually selected another high-value item to exhaust his purchasing quota for the day. Afterward, he headed to his study and, as expected, found an exceptionally exquisite packaging box. Upon opening it, he discovered the Vacheron Constantin Masterpiece Series ladies watch inside. True to its reputation, it was remarkably beautiful. Out of curiosity, Yichen researched the Vacheron Constantin Masterpiece, discovering its market price to be 10 million. Nodding at the sight of the watch's price, Yichen acknowledged that luxury watches were in a league of their own. Those valued in the millions were exceedingly rare. Its presence in the two-star store was a testament to its worth. In truth, even if Yichen were to personally select a gift tomorrow, it would likely pale in comparison to this Vacheron Constantin. Such elite timepieces, let alone in a second or third-tier city like Jiangsu, were scarcely available in major metropolises like Shanghai or Beijing. Even with ample wealth, acquiring one was not guaranteed. Thus, this would be the birthday gift for tomorrow. A new day dawned at Su Ningxuang's residence. Today marks the birthday of Su Ningxiang, and in anticipation of the evening's celebration, her mother began preparations early in the morning. By the way, Ningxiang, I nearly forgot to ask if you have invited Xiaochun. Having been preoccupied with various matters lately, Su Ningxiang's mother overlooked this detail regarding her daughter's birthday. She perceived today as a splendid opportunity for her husband and Yichen to become acquainted, allowing her husband to assess the potential future son-in-law. Of course I invited him, Su Ningxiang affirmed with a nod. Relieved by her daughter's confirmation, Su Ningxiang's mother took a moment to deliberate, deciding to inform her husband to ensure he was mentally prepared. It would be rather abrupt for her daughter to unexpectedly introduce Xiao Chun as her boyfriend in the evening. After all, initial meetings between many sons-in-law and their fathers-in-law can often be quite awkward. It is far wiser to provide a heads-up, allowing her husband to brace himself for the encounter. Until now, he remained unaware that their daughter had taken a liking to someone. At that moment, Su Ningxiang's father happened to descend the staircase, carrying a bag. Lao Su, there is something I need to discuss with you, her mother said, preparing to reveal the truth. Chapter 89. We are all family, it's nothing, what is it? Inquired Su Ningxuang's father. However, before Su Ningxuang's mother could respond, her father's phone rang abruptly. He answered the call. It's me. Yes. Understood. While speaking on the phone, he hurriedly made his way outside. I'll discuss any matters when I return tonight, he said to his wife before anxiously departing through the villa's door. There was a slight issue at the company that required his immediate attention. Witnessing her husband's urgency, Su Ningxuang's mother could only relent, deciding to address the situation later in the evening. As time passed, it soon became 6 o'clock in the evening. Yichen drove his Aston Martin straight to Su Ningxuang's villa. He arrived at around 6:20 p.m., with an appointment with her father set for 7, leaving him with a bit of time to spare. Su Ningxuang's father had yet to return. Yu Shuedi, you're here. Su Ningxuang greeted warmly upon seeing Yichen. Su, Shuejia. Yichen pondered momentarily on how to address her before speaking. It felt more appropriate to call her Su Shuejia for the time being. At that moment, there were not many guests at Su Ningxuang's home. She led Yichen into the villa, greeting her mother. Xiao Chun has arrived, her mother exclaimed, her demeanor resembling that of a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law. Today, we may have a few more guests. Xiao Chun, would you mind helping to entertain them? Su Ningxuang's mother suggested, treating him as if he were family. Mom, Yu Shuedi is a guest. How can we ask him to help entertain others? Su Ningxuang queried. We're all family sooner or later. It's nothing. Her mother waved her hand dismissively, not heeding her daughter's plea. Mom. At her mother's words, Su Ningxuang's face flushed, and she tugged at her mother's arm, playfully protesting. Why would you say that? He and I are not a couple yet. Don't be coy. Her mother shot her a knowing glance, implying that as mother, she was well aware of her daughter's hidden sentiments. Xiaochen, what do you think? Su Ningxuang's mother turned to Yichen. It's no trouble. I wouldn't mind lending a hand, Yichen replied, glancing at both Su Ningxuang and her mother. He couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed at the thought of soon referring to Su Ningxuang as his niece's sister-in-law. He wondered how Su Ningxuang and her mother would react upon discovering the nature of his relationship with her father. They would likely feel far more awkward than he would. See, Xiaochen doesn't mind at all. Your friends have arrived. Quickly go assist Xiaochen in welcoming them. Su Ning Shuang's mother gestured before moving on to other matters. Yi Shuedi, please don't take it to heart, Su Ning Shuang said. Her cheeks still tinted with embarrassment as she addressed him. Even though, as my mother mentioned, we will eventually be family, we're not quite there yet. It's all right. Really, a few of my friends have come. Let us go greet them together, Yi Chun replied reassuringly. Seeing that Yi Chun had no objections, Su Ningfrost felt relieved and walked towards a few newly arrived friends alongside him. Ningfrost, happy birthday. Happy birthday, exclaimed several young men and women who had just entered the door, warmly greeting Su Ningfrost. Their parents were friends with Su Ningfrost's parents, so they had known each other for quite some time. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you. And mine. They presented their carefully chosen gifts to Su Ningfrost. Thank you all, she expressed her gratitude. At this moment, Yichen also prepared to take out his gift. As it was merely a wristwatch, he tucked it into his coat pocket. However, before he could present it, one of Su Ningfrost's female friends suddenly spoke up. Ningfrost, today Chun Lang has prepared a grand gift for you. As the words left her lips, a handsome young man clad in a white suit entered, holding a bouquet of roses. His name was Shi Chun Lang, the son of a longtime friend of Su Ningfrost's father. Upon seeing Shi Chun Lang, Su Ningfrost's friends promptly parted ways, stepping aside, fully aware of Qin Lang's affection for Ningfrost. Approaching her, he offered the roses, his gaze brimming with admiration. Sume, happy birthday, Shi Chun Lang said. Being a year older than Su Ningfrost, he affectionately called her Sume. Thank you, but I cannot accept this. Su Ningfrost declined without hesitation. Although her tone was polite, it carried an unmistakable sense of distance. As she spoke, she instinctively moved closer to Yi Chun. Initially, her friends were poised to persuade her to accept the gift upon hearing her refusal, but they were taken aback when they noticed her instinctive closeness to Yi Chun. At first, they had assumed Yi Chun was merely an ordinary guest, but witnessing this moment, they realized that the relationship between Su Ningfrost and Yi Chun was likely far from simple. Shi Chun Lang, who had not been overly concerned about Su Ningfrost's rejection, felt a shift in his demeanor as he observed her proximity to Yi Chun. A sense of palpable rivalry washed over him. Ningfrost, who is this? One of her friends inquired curiously, gazing at Yi Chun. This is Yi Shuedi, Yi Chun. Su Ningfrost introduced. Yi Shuedi? Shi Chun Lang felt a slight sense of relief. As long as they weren't a couple, it was manageable. Even if they shared mutual feelings, what did it matter if they weren't in a relationship? In this world, love does not always culminate in union. Compared to Yi Chun, Shi Chun Lang believed he held a significant advantage in his pursuit of Su Ningfrost. His father was a longtime friend of her father. If his father facilitated the connection and Su's father agreed, no matter Yi Chun's advantages, they would be rendered insignificant. Ultimately, the Su family would heed Su's father's opinion. His father would arrive shortly, and he intended for them to have a thorough discussion. Hello, Yi Shuedi. A few of Su Ningxiang's friends greeted Yi Chun. Hello, they said. Yi Chun responded politely. Among them, only Shi Chun Lang disregarded Yi Chun. Su's sister. Since you are unwilling to accept the roses, you must accept the birthday gift I have prepared for you. Setting the roses aside, Shi Chun Lang continued. This gift is meticulously chosen for you, truly one of a kind. No other present here can compare to its value. He spoke with unwavering confidence. This gift is certainly something you will find useful. As he spoke, Shi Chun Lang presented his gift, a small box adorned with the emblem of Vacheron Constantine. In front of everyone, he slowly opened the box. In the next moment, a stunning lady's watch appeared before their eyes. Gazing at the watch, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. It seemed to be from the Vacheron Constantine 56 collection, valued at over 3 million. Wow, Shi Chun Lang actually gifted such an extravagant present. Chapter 90. The appearance of Su Ningfang's father as the exquisite Vacheron Constantine Creative Time Series watch was presented by Shi Chun Lang. A wave of admiration swept through the crowd. This was a timepiece valued at over 3 million. Did Shi Chun Lang truly give such a lavish gift so effortlessly? It appeared that his affection for Ningfang was profound. Though both families were well off, typical birthday gifts range from a mere 1 to 200,000. Even among closer relationships, the upper limit rarely exceeded several hundred thousand. Yet here was Shi Chun Lang, bestowing upon Ningfang a watch worth more than 3 million. Could this not astonish all present? Noting the expressions of disbelief surrounding him, Shi Chun Lang wore a subtle smile. This was the reaction he had sought to elicit. I'm afraid I still cannot accept it. Su Ningfang decisively rejected Shi Chun Lang's offering. Still cannot accept it? Shi Chun Lang was taken aback. Sister Sue, this gift was meticulously chosen for you. Only a brand like Vacheron Constantin is worthy of your stature. He continued, having prepared this gift for quite some time, managing to procure it from the bustling metropolis of Shanghai through personal connections. In Jiangzhou, acquiring such a multi-million-dollar watch within a short period was nearly impossible. My gift is the most precious and practical here. You should really accept it. He asserted with unwavering confidence. Who else could possibly present such an extravagant gift? I cannot accept it, Su Ningfang reiterated firmly. Observing this, a few of Su Ningfang's friends felt inclined to intercede on Shi Chenlang's behalf. This was indeed the pinnacle of the Vacheron Constantin Creative Time series. Valued at over 3 million. This alone signified the esteem Shi Chenlang held for Ningfang. Just as Shi Chenlang was about to speak again, a sudden voice interjected. I too have prepared a small gift. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Yi Chen. He had also brought a gift. The crowd was filled with curiosity about what Yi Chen's modest present could be, especially after Shi Chenlang had just unveiled a gift of such staggering value. With Shi Chenlang as a benchmark, who would dare to present a gift at this moment? As he spoke, Yi Chen reached into his pocket and retrieved his own gift, extending it towards Su Ningfang. Happy birthday, Sister Sue. Thank you, Junior Yi. Su Ningfang replied with a radiant smile, accepting the gift without hesitation. What could Yi Chen possibly have chosen for her? Curiosity and anticipation stirred within her. Slowly, Su Ningfang opened the gift box. What she beheld was an even more refined and elegant lady's watch. Wow, she gasped, immediately captivated by its beauty. Not only Su Ningfang, but several girls nearby also gazed at the watch Yi Chen had gifted her, their eyes sparkling with admiration. It's truly stunning. It seemed this too was of Vacheron Constantin, yet no one present could immediately identify the specific series of Yi Chen's exquisite timepiece. Uncertain as to which timepiece was more valuable when compared to the one gifted by Shi Chenlang, several individuals were filled with curiosity, observing the watch presented by Yi Chen. Shi Chenlang initially appeared taken aback, only to revert to his previous disdain. What of Vacheron Constantin? There are pieces worth several 100,000. He could not believe that the Vacheron Constantin Creative Time series watch he had procured through connections in the bustling metropolis could possibly be inferior to the one Yi Chen had gifted. Shi Chenlang held a firm confidence in the value of his own timepiece. Isn't this gift a tad extravagant, Yi Xuedi? Inquired Su Ningxuan. Not at all. Yi Chen replied candidly. I acquired this Vacheron Constantin Art Master Series watch from a game. It was not expensive. Not expensive? Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, Shi Chenlang, already brimming with arrogance, grew even more audacious. He was fully aware that he had gifted a watch worth over 3 million. The fact that Yi Chen would present a not expensive Vacheron was simply ludicrous. What a fool, haha. Is this truly a Vacheron Constantin Art Master? A petite girl stammered, pointing at the watch Yi Chen had given. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded, gasping in disbelief. The petite girl was taken aback. What's wrong, Ningning? The others asked, puzzled by her reaction. This watch is worth over 10 million, she exclaimed, swallowing hard. Upon her initial glimpse of Yi Chen's watch, she had been curious about its series and had searched for it on her phone. To her astonishment, she discovered its staggering price. Over 10 million? The revelation plunged the room into a profound silence. What? Yi Chen's Vacheron Constantin is worth over 10 million. Expressions of disbelief adorned every face. Over 10 million. This amount could nearly purchase an ordinary villa in Jiazhou. They had initially assumed Shi Chenlang's gift, valued at over 3 million, was already quite impressive, likely the most extravagant present of the evening. Little did they anticipate that Yi Chen's offering would surpass it by such a margin. This was utterly outrageous. One of Yi Chen's watches could buy 3 or 4 of Shi Chenlang's. Wait, what had Yi Chen just said? A few individuals suddenly recalled his earlier words. Yi Chen had mentioned that his watch was not expensive. A timepiece valued at over 10 million, and he dares to call it inexpensive. How unfathomably extravagant. Gazing at Yi Chen, the crowd was filled with admiration. In that moment, they finally comprehended why Ningxuang's demeanor toward Yi Chen was so distinct. Wealth and abundance, who could resist such a lure? Meanwhile, Shi Chenlang, clutching his own watch, was left utterly stunned. His haughty expression had frozen upon his face. Over 10 million? The watch gifted by Yi Chen is worth over 10 million. How could this possibly be? Shi Chenlang's emotions had transcended mere shock. He was now engulfed in sheer horror. A gift worth over 10 million, is it not deemed extravagant in the mouth of Yi Chen? Particularly when recalling his earlier, confident assertion that his watch was undoubtedly the most expensive and unique present at the gathering. Shi Chenlang felt increasingly embarrassed, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. Such humiliation. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was fixated on the prestigious timepiece Yi Chun had gifted, Shi Chunlang swiftly concealed his own Vacheron Constantine. What a remarkable figure he is. Such a titan should be referred to as God Yi. Indeed, God Yi is truly formidable. Those few individuals who had previously regarded Yi Chun with indifference now hastily surrounded him, showering him with flattery upon discovering the staggering worth of his gift. Su Ningxuang was equally astonished. Were it someone else, she might have promptly returned the gift. Yet, since it was a present from Yi, she felt a reluctance to part with it. The monetary value was of little consequence. What mattered most was the sentiment behind it. The fact that Yi, a junior to her, had chosen to bestow such an exquisite watch upon her made her wonder about her significance in his eyes. Contemplating this, Su Ningxuang couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement and a hint of pride within her. Eager to evade the clutches of those who were lavishing praise upon him, Yi Chun concocted an excuse to excuse himself, heading towards the restroom. However, no sooner had he stepped inside than his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Su, his elder brother, calling. Has he arrived? Upon answering the call, he recognized the familiar voice of Su's elder brother. The cacophony in the background suggested that Su Ningxuang's father had returned to the villa. Chapter 91. An awkward moment, Brother Su. I have arrived. Yi Chun replied after a moment of surprise. Why can't I see you? It seemed that Brother Su had searched the villa but failed to spot Yi Chun's figure. I am in the restroom, Yi Chun responded. Oh, in that case, Brother Yi, please come directly to the study on the second floor. It is the first room on that floor. I, along with a few friends, will be waiting there. Although Brother Su was eager to welcome Yi Chun, he found it inappropriate to do so while Yi Chun was occupied, thus directing him to the study instead. Understood. Yi Chun nodded. After ending the call and finishing in the restroom, he made his way directly to the study on the second floor. In the living room on the first floor, a few of Su Ning Frost's friends gathered around her. Curiosity piqued about how she had come to know Yi Chun and what his identity was, given that his birthday gift was valued in the millions. They bombarded Su Ning Frost with questions. At this moment, Shi Chunlang had regained his composure. He acknowledged that his gift paled in comparison to Yi Chun's. But so what? It was merely a birthday present. He believed he had a significant advantage over Yi Chun in his pursuit of Su Ning Frost. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed that his father had arrived. Dad, Shi Chunlang approached. His father was an old friend of Su Ning Frost's father. Surely, if he intervened, Uncle Su would not refuse. After all, the two families were well matched, having known each other for years. He himself was also handsome and charming. If Uncle Su consented, everything else would fall into place. After all, what Uncle Su said held weight in the Su family. Shi Chunlang shared his thoughts with his father. Stone Xin, Shi Chunlang's father, was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected his son to fancy old Su's daughter. However, upon reflection, the idea seemed quite advantageous. The relationship between the two families was already solid. If they became in-laws and united, they could undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights in Jiazhou. I understand. I will find an opportunity to discuss this with old Su shortly, Stone Xin remarked, feeling optimistic about the prospect that Uncle Su would likely not oppose. You all continue your conversation. I will head to the study to find old Su. With that, Stone Xin made his way to the study on the second floor. Watching his father depart, Shi Chunlang's smile returned. Heh, what does it matter how extravagant your gift is, Yi Chun? Without Uncle Su's endorsement, it remains futile. With my father's involvement, Uncle Su will surely support me. With this thought, although no results had yet materialized, Shi Chunlang already wore a victorious grin. In the Su family study, Su Ning Frost's father was engaged in conversation with several friends when Yi Chun entered. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Su Ning Frost's father immediately expressed his delight. Brother Yi has arrived. Please come in. It has been a while, Brother Yi. Wan Xiangyang, the second largest shareholder of Longting Group, also welcomed Yi Chun with enthusiasm. Yet, upon encountering Su Ning Frost's father, Yi Chun felt a twinge of awkwardness. In a moment of uncertainty, I pondered how to greet him. Should I address him as Brother Su, or perhaps Uncle Su, or even just Su? The other three individuals in the room wore expressions of astonishment. None of them were acquainted with Yi Chun. At first glance, they assumed he was a junior of old Su. However, upon hearing the way old Su and old Wan referred to Yi Chun, they were taken aback. Young Brother Yi? They were bewildered by the casual familiarity with which the two elders addressed this young man. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yi Chun, the esteemed Yi, who recently acquired 20 of Longting Group. Su Ningxiang's father warmly introduced him to the others. The news of the acquisition startled them. Even they would find such an achievement daunting. Yet here was a young man, barely 20, who had accomplished this remarkable feat, impressive indeed. In that moment, those unfamiliar with Yi Chun began to understand the reason behind the warmth and respect that Old Su and Old One extended towards him, referring to him as young brother. Casually producing 20 billion, it was evident that this young man's background must be extraordinary. Young Master Yi, truly remarkable, they mused. With this realization, the guest promptly greeted Yi Chun, addressing him with the utmost courtesy as young Master Yi. Before long, Shi Xian entered the room. Old Shi has arrived. You're late. And you'll owe 3 rounds of drinks. Someone called out upon seeing him. There was a bit of traffic on the road, Shi Xian replied, explaining his tardiness during the evening rush hour. Oh, who is this? Amidst a gathering of individuals in their 40s and 50s, the 20-something Yi Chun stood out distinctly. This is young Master Yi. Even before Su Ningxiang's father could elaborate, someone had already taken the initiative to introduce him. Like the previous guests, Shi Xian was equally astonished to learn that Yi Chun had so effortlessly acquired 20 of Lungting Group. Young Master Yi is impressive, he remarked, approaching Yi Chun with an air of deference, momentarily forgetting his prior commitments to his son. After a brief exchange in the study, Su Ningxiang's father suggested, "It's about time, let us proceed outside." He had specifically invited several renowned chefs from top restaurants for his daughter's banquet, and the preparations for the feast were likely nearing completion. With that, he led the way out. At this juncture, Yi Chun felt a pang of apprehension. The most awkward moment was approaching. There was no escaping what was destined to come. He wondered how Su Xuejia, Aunt Su, and Old Su would react upon discovering the intricate relationships among the group. Yet, as he contemplated this, Yi Chun suddenly felt less anxious, choosing to follow Old Su outside. Meanwhile, Su Ningxiang's mother, having finished her tasks, sought out her daughter. Where is Xiao Chun? Not seeing Yi Chun by her daughter's side, she inquired with curiosity. Her intention was to bring Yi Chun to meet her husband, allowing him to be introduced to his future son-in-law. Let the future son-in-law acquaint himself with his father-in-law. Yu Xuedi has gone to the restroom, Sun Yangshuang responded. Yes, when he returns, we shall take Xiao Chun to meet your father. Sun Yangshuang's mother remarked as she took a seat. Meet my father? Upon hearing her mother's words, Sun Yangshuang's cheeks instantly flushed. Why did she feel an air of skepticism surrounding her mother's statement? It resembled the sensation of introducing a boyfriend to one's parents. Sun Yangshuang's heart began to race. Meanwhile, observing her, Shi Chunlang wore a smile of triumph upon his face. With her father's support, Uncle Su would undoubtedly agree. In the end, it would be Yi Chun who would falter. He held this belief firmly. At that moment, Sun Yangshuang's father, along with several friends and Yi Chun, descended from the second floor. Chapter 92. Thought-provoking. Originally, Su Ningxiang's father intended to join everyone for a meal. However, prior to dining, he had an important matter to attend to. There was no need for introductions among the others. His wife and daughter were already acquainted. Yet, this was Ye's first visit, and he wished to introduce him to his wife and daughter. Hearing footsteps, Su Ningxiang turned her head curiously. Oh, how is he standing beside my father? Have they already met? She pondered with intrigue. Nearby, Su Ningxiang's mother, who had just taken her seat, raised an eyebrow. What is happening? Why is Xiao Chun next to my husband? This situation seems rather peculiar. I have yet to introduce them. Happy birthday, my dear niece. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Here's a birthday gift from Uncle Wan. And here is my gift, Ningxiang. I am certain you will adore it. Upon seeing Su Ningxiang, several uncles warmly greeted her, wishing her a joyful birthday while presenting their gifts. Thank you, Uncle Wan. Thank you, Uncle Qian. Su Ningxiang graciously responded to her uncles. Yi, come with me. Su Ningxiang's father beckoned his wife and daughter. An awkward moment ensued, and Yi Chun had no choice but to follow Su Ningxiang's father. Allow me to introduce you. Su Ningxiang's father said as he led Yi Chun before his wife and daughter, smiling broadly. Yi, this is my youngest daughter, Su Ningxiang, your niece. And this is my beloved wife, your sister-in-law. Upon seeing Yi Chun and Su father approaching, Su Ningxiang and her mother prepared to speak. Yet, before they could utter a word, Su Ningxiang's father had already interjected. Instantly, both Su Ningxiang and her mother were taken aback. Were their ears deceiving them? What had they just heard? Niece? Sister-in-law? What on earth was happening? Confusion washed over them as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Allow me to introduce you to Yi, whom I have known for a short while. He is a shareholder in the Longting Group. Unaware of his wife and daughter's astonished expressions, Su Ningxiang's father continued to introduce Yi Chun. Yi? Upon hearing her father refer to Yi Chun as Yi, Both Su Ningxiang and her mother were further astounded. Yi, you should first address my wife as sister-in-law, Su Ningxiang's father instructed Yuchen, turning to his wife. Sister-in-law. Su Ningxiang's mother had just taken a sip of water and had not yet swallowed it when she heard this term, causing her to sputter. What? How have I become Xiao Chen's sister-in-law? I am meant to be the future mother-in-law. Yet, in the blink of an eye, I have been relegated to a lower status? What is this old Su playing at? No, wait. Amidst her shock, Su Ningxiang's mother recalled her husband's earlier words. Hadn't he referred to Yuchen as Yi? The future father-in-law and future son-in-law had become brothers? The hierarchy is utterly chaotic. Su Ningxiang's mother stood awkwardly in place. What on earth are you doing? Observing his wife's blatant rudeness, Su Ningxiang's father reproached her. He was introducing guests, after all. Even if the water was not to her liking, she should not have displayed such disdain in front of them. Ignoring her, he turned to Yi Laodi, saying, This is your niece, Su Ningxiang. Come now, Ningxiang. Greet Uncle Yu. Noticing his wife's peculiar behavior, Su Ningxiang's father addressed his daughter. Niece. Uncle Yi? Su Ningxiang was utterly petrified. What on earth was happening? How had she suddenly become Yu Xueti's niece? Moreover, Yu Xueti had inexplicably ascended a generation to become her uncle? Yi. Uncle. The very notion felt exceedingly awkward to Su Ningxiang. This was not right. How could her father and Yi Xueti be considered brothers? What if she and Yi Xueti were to be together in the future? How would they address each other? Yuchen would refer to her father as father-in-law, while her father would call Yi Chen Yi Laodi, each speaking in their own manner. Was that even conceivable? And that was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing question was how she and Yi Xueti would address one another. Should she call him dear? Or Yi? Uncle? What would Yi Xueti call her? His big niece. This was all too convoluted. It sounded more like an inappropriate title akin to godfather and goddaughter. In an instant, Su Ningxiang's mind was a tempest of confusion. She was utterly flustered. Ningxiang, what is the matter with you? Su Ningxiang's father, noticing his daughter's bizarre demeanor, was at a loss. What was wrong with these two today? As the elder, Su Ningxiang's mother was the first to regain her composure. Although she had never encountered such a scenario, it had occurred, and they had to face it. She would address Yi Chun as Yi Laodi, while Yu Chen would refer to her as sister-in-law. This was something Su Ningxiang's mother could not accept. The mere thought of it sent her head spinning. Well, actually, Yi Chun and Ningxiang. Su Ningxiang's mother stammered. Yes, they are very good friends. Ultimately, she disclosed that her daughter and Yi Chen shared a friendship. As for the possibility of them being a couple in the future, she dared not mention it. In front of so many witnesses, to publicly announce the romantic relationship between Yi Chen and Ningxiang would be too much to bear. She feared her husband might not take it well and could faint from shock. His views were rather traditional, even in private. If he knew that she was on such familiar terms with their future son-in-law, he might very well have a heart attack, let alone with so many guests present. The prospect of revealing the relationship between Yi Chen and Ningxiang was too daunting to contemplate. At that moment, she found herself weighing her husband's well-being against the need to preserve her dignity as a sister-in-law, deep in thought. Su Ning's mother ultimately decided to withhold from her husband the truth about the romantic relationship between Xiao Chen and Ning Shuang, merely referring to them as friends. However, she subtly conveyed to her husband that their friendship was indeed quite significant. This notion, while perhaps a bit misleading, was somewhat easier for him to accept. Moreover, it appeared that Ning Shuang and Xiao Chun had not yet solidified their relationship. They were still merely good friends. This assertion seemed to hold some validity. Previously, Yu Chen had visited their home, but at that time, he was absent. Su Ning's mother added this detail. What did you say? Su Ning's father was taken aback by his wife's words. Ye's younger brother and Ning Shuang are friends. He instinctively overlooked the implication of the term, quite good, focusing instead on the idea of their friendship. At that moment, his mind was buzzing. How could he have started to refer to his daughter's friend in such a familiar manner? Su Ning's father found it hard to breathe. It was all too embarrassing. How could this be happening? Chapter 93. A lack of decorum. Su Ningxuang finally regained her composure. Father, how could I possibly call you Xueti Uncle Yi when we are such good friends? Hearing his daughter's words, Su Ningxuang's father felt even more awkward. As for Yi Chen, although he too experienced a hint of embarrassment, it was nothing compared to the discomfort felt by Su Xuejia's family. Once their relationship was revealed, the tension dissipated almost instantly. Yet, a slight pang of regret lingered in Yi Chun's heart. He would never have the chance to hear Su Xuejia address him as Uncle Yi. He wondered how it would feel to be called that by her. Alas, such an opportunity seemed unlikely to arise in the future. Of course, this was merely a trivial regret for Yichen, who was an earnest individual. Uncle Su. I only just learned of this, Yichen said, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. The moment he spoke, he almost instinctively referred to Su as Brother Su, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly and changed it to Uncle Su. Otherwise, Su Xuejue's gaze would have been enough to devour him whole. Oh, it's nothing. A delightful misunderstanding, really. Su Ningxuang's father replied, grateful for Yichen's attempt to ease the situation. It's quite all right, Brother Yi. Let us just keep it as it is. I am accustomed to calling you Brother Yi. Su Ningxuang's father pondered for a moment before stating this. He had grown accustomed to the title Brother Yi, and suddenly changing it left him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Su Ningxuang, who had anticipated that her mother had sufficiently explained the matter to her father, was taken aback by his words. Each to their own. Is that truly an option? Su Ningxuang felt a surge of frustration. If she were to end up with Yi Xuedi, would they really maintain such a distance? Would Yi Xuedi refer to her father as father-in-law, while her father called Yi Xuedi Brother Yi? The situation seemed exceedingly convoluted. How were she and Yi Xuedi supposed to address one another? Should she call him Uncle Yi or dear? Su Ningxuang felt overwhelmed. Not only Su Ningxuang, but her mother's expression darkened as well. Oh dear, why is old Su being so dense? She thought. She had clearly indicated that Yichen and Ningxuang were good friends. How could he not contemplate the implications? They were both so young, a handsome pair, and undoubtedly attracted to one another. If they were to be together in the future, would they still maintain such a distance? In her youth, old Su had always been straightforward. To put it in contemporary terms, he was rather oblivious. It was surprising that, after all these years, he still remained so straightforward regarding the affairs of the young. Well, never mind, she decided. I shall find a moment for just the two of us to address this directly. Otherwise, old Su may never grasp the situation. As for Yichen, he seemed unfazed by it all. Each to their own, he mused, and he thought that it was indeed possible that one day Su Xuejia might call him Uncle Yi. Cough, cough. Just a jest. Nearby, some of Su Ningxuang's father's friends shrugged it off. It's just a minor misunderstanding, nothing more. At this moment, rather than mocking old Su, they found themselves filled with envy. The fact that Mr. Yu was friends with Su's niece was a significant development. This brought old Su's relationship with Mr. Yi even closer. To cultivate a connection with such a promising young man as Mr. Yi could yield boundless benefits in the future. Witnessing this, Wan Xiangyang felt a deep sense of lamentation. His own unfilial daughter, a heart of black cotton. He had advised her repeatedly to take the initiative to add Mr. Yi on WeChat, yet his daughter remained obstinate and rebellious. Now, it seemed there was no need to add him anymore. Old Su had been rather unscrupulous. In the past, old Su had earnestly claimed that he merely wished to make Mr. Ye's acquaintance, with no intentions of considering him as a son-in-law. However, now it was evident that Mr. Yi and Su's niece shared a profound bond. Alas, he was still too young. Old Su was skillfully laying out a facade while secretly maneuvering behind the scenes. You old rascal, old Su, he mused. If I don't get you thoroughly intoxicated tonight, I shall not bear the surname Wan. Wan Xiangyang resolved to take revenge on old Su during the banquet. Hey, Ningxuang, when did you acquire that watch? He suddenly noted the timepiece adorning his daughter's wrist. Curious, he inquired about it. The birthday gift he had prepared for her was an exquisitely chosen luxury watch. He had initially remembered his daughter not owning a watch. Hence the thoughtful present. But now, oh, this is from Uncle Yi. No, this is a birthday gift from Yi Xuedi, Su Ningxuang clarified, her mind swirling with the words Uncle Yi, nearly causing her to blurt it out. This is a Vacheron Constantine masterpiece worth over 10 million. A friend of Su Ningxuang chimed in. Over 10 million? Mr. Yi had gifted such a precious watch? Mr. Yi is too generous. Su Ningxuang's father expressed in awe. Wan Xiangyang and his companions were equally astounded. Even they had never given a birthday gift worth over 10 million. Clearly, Mr. Yi held Su's niece in high regard. In the future, Mr. Yi could very well become old Su's son-in-law, a notion that Shi Xin also entertained. Afterward, he would no longer need to discuss Chen Lang with old Su. In comparison, Chen Lang seemed far too ordinary, even inferior. Nevertheless, not becoming in-laws with old Su was of little consequence. Mr. Yi, could you come over here for a moment? Shi Xin spoke up, wishing to introduce Mr. Yi to his son, Shi Chenlang. Certainly, Yichen nodded. Shortly thereafter, Shi Xin and Yichen approached Shi Chenlang. Upon seeing his father bring Yichen over, Shi Chenlang, who had just returned from outside and missed the earlier spectacle, wore a victorious smile. Haha, that's right. I am indeed the ultimate victor. Whatever you Chen, stand back. With my father's intervention, Uncle Su will surely agree. Now, it appears that my father has brought Yi Chun to apologize to me. Shi Chunlang, glowing with a brilliant smile, prepared to accept Yi Chun's apology in the manner of a conqueror. Allow me to introduce you, Mr. Yi. This is my son, Shi Chunlang. However, it seems that young Chunlang has perhaps rejoiced a tad prematurely, as a single utterance from Shi Xian instantly rendered him bewildered. Chunlang, this is Mr. Yi Chen. You may address him as Uncle Yi, Shi Xian instructed. In a bid to forge a connection with Yi Chen, Shi Xian deliberately encouraged his son to call him Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi? Shi Chunlang stood frozen, akin to a statue, momentarily struck dumb. His father wanted him to refer to Yi Chun as Uncle Yi? Why? A burst of laughter erupted from a few friends of Su Ningxuang nearby. Uncle Yi? Shi Chunlang was to call the esteemed Yi Chen Uncle Yi? Reflecting on the previous prideful demeanor of Chunlang, their amusement only deepened. Ah, life is indeed replete with dramatic twists. They found it utterly hilarious. Chunlang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call Uncle Yi. Shi Xian urged his son to speak. Chapter 94. Cleverly avoiding such a splendid opportunity must not slip through my son's fingers, thought Shi Xian anxiously, desperate to prevent his son from missing out. Upon hearing his father's urging, Shi Chunlang felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his toes gripping the ground as if they could burrow through the floor. How had events escalated to this point? His father had intended for Yi Chun to apologize, yet he was now subjected to this torment instead. Just moments ago, Yi Chun had been the object of his disdain, and now he was suddenly transformed into Uncle Yi? The internal screams of Shi Chunlang echoed within him, a profound agony engulfing his spirit. If he were to voice his thoughts, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of countless onlookers, suffering a disgraceful humiliation. Chunlang. Shi Xian urged for the third time, his irritation palpable. Shi Chunlang dared not defy his father's command. He steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he finally called out. Yi. Uncle Yi. At last, Shi Chunlang managed to utter the words. Shi Xianzi is too polite. The new year is still months away. And I haven't prepared a red envelope for you. I shall make amends next time, Yi Chen responded. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Shi Chunlang nearly choked on his own blood. Shi Xianzi. Ah, he was 2 or 3 years older than Yi Chen. Yet now he found himself in the position of being Yi Chen's junior? Was there no sense of reason left in this world? Mr. Yi is too courteous. Shi Xian interjected, keen to ingratiate himself with Yi Chun. Chunlang is truly fortunate to encounter such an esteemed elder like Mr. Yi. After addressing Yi Chun, Shi Xian turned to reprimand his son. Chunlang, why are you still standing there? Hurry and thank Uncle Yi. Thank you, Uncle Yi. With the first utterance behind him, Shi Chunlang found the second much easier. At that moment, he felt utterly devoid of hope. Before so many friends and guests, he had completely socially perished. Congratulations, Chunlang, for gaining such a marvelous uncle in Yi Chen. Congratulations indeed. Su Ningxuang's friends approached, laughing heartily to extend their congratulations to Shi Chunlang. In a bid to elevate their own status, these individuals deliberately referred to Yi Chen as Yi Chen. They considered themselves his young admirers, barely peers in his company. Now, with Shi Chunlang being labeled as Yi Shen's cherished nephew, he was effectively placed a generation below them. Such a splendid opportunity. How could they, as so-called friends, not offer their blessings and congratulations to Shi Chunlang? Clutching his chest at the words of his friends, Shi Chunlang felt a sharp pain. After exchanging a few words with Shi Xian, Yi Chun took his leave. As the banquet commenced, it was only natural for Yi Chen to sit beside Su Ningxuang's father, alongside Wan Xiangyang and others. Since it was Su Ningxuang's birthday shortly after the festivities began, everyone took turns offering their congratulations. When it was Yi Chen's turn, he stood up. Su niece, happy birthday, Yi Chen declared. Until now, he had always referred to Su Ningxuang as Su Xuejia, but given the presence of her uncles and relatives, he adjusted his address accordingly to align with theirs. After Yi Chen's toast, several other guests also wished to extend their congratulations. If Yi Chen were to address Su Xuejia, it would certainly be rather awkward. How should the guests behind Yi Chen refer to Su Ningxuang? Momentarily taken aback, Yi Chen resolved not to treat her differently and, alongside a few other acquaintances, referred to her as Su Zin. Although it was the first time he used this term, Yi Chen found it quite melodious. On the other side, upon seeing Yi Chen rise to toast, Su Ningxuang also stood up, glass in hand. Su Zin. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Ningxuang felt utterly flustered. At this moment, she wished she could bite Yi Chen in frustration. How embarrassing. Just moments ago, he was her diligent junior. And now he had transformed into her Uncle Yi? She shot Yichen a significant eye roll, clearly annoyed. Though she yearned to voice her grievances. In front of so many guests and elders, she had no choice but to accept the term Su Zin. In that instant, Su Ningshuang finally comprehended the depths of despair and the feeling of helplessness. Thank you, Yi. Uncle. She gritted her teeth, responding with forced politeness. Faced with the glare of Su Xuejie, no, Su Zin, who seemed ready to strangle him, Yichen chose to selectively ignore her fury. He couldn't deny that when Su Xuejie called him Uncle Yu earlier, it felt rather pleasant. Cough, cough. Just kidding. He certainly did not favor that title. After speaking, Su Ningshuang shot Yichen a glare that clearly communicated her intention for revenge. At that moment, another of Su Ningshuang's uncles also offered his congratulations. She could only smile once more. The dinner proceeded joyously. After the meal, Yichen settled onto the sofa, enjoying some fruit. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous aura looming behind him. Who dares to be so audacious here? Although he wished to exclaim this, his body instinctively shifted to the other side, skillfully avoiding the source of hostility. Hello, Uncle Yi, Su Ningshuang said with a radiant smile as she seated herself beside him, her demeanor bright yet threatening. She was there to settle scores. At this moment, the once aloof and elegant school belle had seemingly vanished, leaving behind a figure resembling a volatile powder keg. Ahem. Su Xuejie, welcome. Yichen awkwardly coughed. You haven't had any fruit, have you? Here, I have a freshly peeled banana for you. He offered the banana he had prepared for himself to Su Ningshuang. Thank you, Uncle Yi, she replied gratefully, accepting the fruit. Oh, why be so formal? Su Xuejie. The situation was just peculiar. You may call me Yi Xuedi from now on, Yichen suggested. By the way, Su Xuejie, where is Linger? I haven't seen her around. He inquired, deliberately shifting the topic. Lingo? She has an exam tomorrow and is confined at home studying today, Su Ningshuang explained. Su Lingo was still in high school, and her parents were quite attentive to her academic performance. Tomorrow marks the day of the examination, even though today is my cousin's birthday. I have not permitted her to come. However, she just secretly called me to wish me a happy birthday. Speaking of Su Ling, Su Ningfrost momentarily forgot the awkwardness that had just transpired at the dining table. Indeed, Yichen nodded. Well, Senior Su, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Happy birthday, Senior Su. May you enjoy your day. Seizing the opportunity while Su Ningfrost's attention was diverted, Yichen stood up to bid farewell to her, quickly expressing his goodbyes to Su Ningfrost's father as well. Brother Yi is leaving. Please drive safely, Su Ningfrost's father said. Understood, Yichen replied, hastily preparing to depart. Ningfrost, see off your Uncle Yi. Bid farewell to Yichen, Su Ningfrost's father instructed. All right, Su Ningfrost. Still slightly dazed, personally escorted Yichen out of the villa. It was only after watching him leave that she began to sense something amiss. Something feels off. She murmured softly. It seemed she had forgotten something important. Chapter 95. The blind box. In the next moment, Su Ningxiang experienced a sudden realization. Yichen, Su Ningxiang said with resentment. She had clearly come to confront her junior, yet in the end, she had cordially seen him off. Had she been deceived? Although somewhat reluctant. With Yichen already gone, Su Ningxiang had no choice but to relent. However, the next time she encountered her junior, she would undoubtedly reclaim her authority as a senior. Meanwhile, having escaped danger and returned to safety, Yichen let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that in the coming days, it would be best for him to avoid meeting Su Ningxiang. At midnight, Yichen opened the game as usual. In recent days, the mall had featured products that piqued his interest, such as the previous Flying Paradise and the Vacheron Constantine Art Master Series wristwatch he had gifted to Su Ningxiang for her birthday. He wondered if there would be any surprises in the Two-Star Mall today. He felt a surge of anticipation. Upon entering the Two-Star Mall, Yichen's eyes lit up at the very first product he encountered. It was a new item he had never seen before. Top-tier watch blind box, priced at 7 yuan. The blind box contains various world-class timepieces. Opening one blind box may yield between 1 to 3 watches. After examining the product closely, Yichen understood. To put it simply, this top-tier watch blind box could potentially yield different world-class watches. As for how many he would receive, it was purely a matter of chance. The price of 7 yuan also hinted at its value. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. Faced with such an intriguing product, Yichen could not resist the urge to discover what lay within. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully purchased the top-tier watch blind box, which can be opened at any time. The game provided a notification confirming his successful purchase. He chose to open it immediately. The moment had arrived to witness a miracle. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained a globally limited edition Richard Mille RM026 Panda watch placed in your study. Please check. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Series 26473 BC. ZZ 8043 BC. 01 watch placed in your study. Please check. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Vacheron Constantin Atelier Collection 6620C000 or B656 watch placed in your study. Please check. As soon as Yichen chose to open the box, a flurry of notifications flooded the screen, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, a look of exhilaration soon spread across his face. 3 watches, he had miraculously drawn 3 timepieces at once. How fortunate he was. Although the top-tier watch blind box indicated that one could draw between 1 to 3 watches, Yichen paid little heed to the lower limit. In reality, such ranges were often mere formalities. One need only focus on the upper limit. Much like certain job advertisements that promise salaries ranging from 3,000 to 30,000 yuan. If one genuinely believes they can secure the latter, they are rather naive. To say nothing of 30,000, even receiving 3,100 would be considered fortunate. Yet, astonishingly, I have just drawn 3 exquisite luxury timepieces in one stroke. The sheer thrill of this experience is unparalleled. Indeed, the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest is remarkable. It was heartwarming to discover the possibility of winning 3 pieces, and I have succeeded. Although I am unaware of the precise value of these 3 exceptional watches, I have heard of the esteemed brands Richard Mille, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, and Vacheron Constantin. Filled with curiosity, I made my way to my study. As anticipated, my desk was impeccably arranged with 3 gift boxes. Eagerly, I opened the first box. Inside was the Richard Mille RM026 Panda watch, a globally limited edition. Upon checking my phone, my eyes widened in disbelief. The Richard Mille RM026 Panda watch is limited to just 15 pieces worldwide. This rarity was unexpected. To possess one of merely 15 in existence is astounding. Perhaps God of Fortune could indeed be my true moniker. From every conceivable angle, the Richard Mille RM026 Panda watch is flawless. If one were to seek a minor flaw, it would be its valuation of only 8 to 9 million. However, considering its global limitation, the current price being slightly lower is inconsequential. With the passage of time, its value will inevitably rise, making it a worthy collectible. Next, I unwrapped the second gift box, revealing the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Series 26473 BC. ZZ 8043 BC 01 watch. This series is among the most sought after from Audemars Piguet, and its value is substantial. The piece I drew is valued at approximately 12 million, which I find quite satisfactory. As for the final piece, it is undoubtedly the Vacheron Constantin M. Tiers d'Art Series 6620C000 or B656 watch. Upon opening the box, I was instantly captivated. This Vacheron Constantin is undoubtedly the most stunning and aesthetically pleasing of the 3 timepieces, and I am exceedingly fond of it. Driven by curiosity, I researched its specifications. The Vacheron Constantin M. Tiers d'Art Series 6620C000 or B656 is one of the brand's most expensive models, retailing for nearly 20 million. Initially, when I first encountered the game, I purchased a Patek Philippe from the OneStar Marketplace, which I wore only a handful of times. However, that timepiece pales in comparison to this nearly 20 million Vacheron Constantin. The allure of the Vacheron Constantin M. Tiers d'Art series watch is undeniable. After unboxing it, I immediately donned it. This blind box experience has truly been a monumental success for me. 3 exquisite timepieces, each bearing immense value, particularly the final one. Yichen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After unveiling the luxury watch blind box, the other 4 items in the 2-star mall appeared rather mundane in comparison. Yichen selected the most expensive piece among them, fully utilizing his purchase quota for the day. As dawn broke anew, he, as per his usual routine, drove his understated Bugatti Veyron to school. During the morning break, he unexpectedly received a call from Wan Xiangyang. Glancing at the caller ID, Yichen felt a twinge of surprise. Hadn't he just met Brother Wan the previous night? Why was he calling him again today? Was something amiss? Curiosity piqued. Yichen answered the phone. Chapter 96. He has arrived too, Brother Yi. I have something to discuss with you, came the voice of Wan Xiangyang over the phone. Yesterday was Sue's niece's birthday, and I completely forgot to mention it. There is a banquet tonight, and several major shareholders of our loaning group have been invited. You should join us. Tonight? Yichen pondered for a moment. It seemed he had no prior engagements. All right, he agreed. As time passed, Yichen drove his Aston Martin and met up with Wan Xiangyang. Together, they proceeded towards the venue of the banquet. Upon their arrival, the grand hall was already bustling with guests. Those attending this affair were either affluent or influential. Upon spotting Wan Xiangyang, several acquaintances approached with warm smiles. Manager Wan. Long time no see, greeted one. Old Wan, you've gained some weight, remarked another. When a few learned from Wan Xiangyang that Yichen was actually the third largest shareholder of Loaning Group, they were taken aback. At first glance, they had assumed Yichen was merely a junior to Wan Xiangyang, not realizing he was a concealed powerhouse. A young magnate like him was undoubtedly worth cultivating connections with, prompting several to flatter Yichen. As they conversed, more guests entered, led by a tall, lean middle-aged man. The cheerful chatter abruptly ceased as Wan Xiangyang's expression soured upon seeing this man. What is he doing here? This is unfortunate, Wan Xiangyang muttered, displeased. Following Wan Xiangyang's gaze, his companions also furrowed their brows. Zhang Jianyuan? He has come too. They recognized the man. Only Yichen remained unaware of this tall figure. His name is Zhang Jianyuan, the chairman of Jianyuan Group. He has long been a rival of manager Wan, explained a nearby guest. Zhang Jianyuan was also a billionaire in Jiangzhou. Due to certain past incidents, his relationship with Wan Xiangyang had always been contentious, marking them as bitter adversaries. Despite their comparable fortunes, Zhang Jianyuan's extensive network had consistently placed him at an advantage. Upon entering, Zhang Jianyuan spotted Wan Xiangyang and cast a disdainful glance at him and Yichen. He had never regarded Wan Xiangyang as a worthy opponent, let alone his companions. Insects, he sneered at Yichen and the others before arrogantly striding past Wan Xiangyang. What an insufferable man, Wan Xiangyang muttered under his breath, unable to contain his frustration at Zhang Jianyuan's haughty demeanor. His previously buoyant spirits were now dampened by the presence of this rival. The ongoing rivalry between the two had seen Zhang Jianyuan hold the upper hand in recent years, leaving Wan Xiangyang feeling powerless. Though a strong desire to teach Zhang Jianyuan a lesson lingered in his heart, Wan Xiangyang could only seethe in silence due to Zhang Jianyuan's influential connections. Yi, let us disregard this scoundrel and find a spot to sit, suggested Wan Xiangyang. The group then sought a place to rest. Curiously, or perhaps intentionally, Zhang Jianyuan and his entourage settled themselves adjacent to Yichen and his companions. Ah, Mr. Zhang. Have you acquired yet another exquisite timepiece? An executive exclaimed, astonished by the luxurious watch adorning Zhang Jianyuan's wrist. Unlike other affluent individuals, Zhang Jianyuan held a particular fascination for high-end watches rather than extravagant automobiles. His collection at home boasted numerous prestigious timepieces. Upon hearing this inquiry, those around him turned their attention, intrigued, as it was their first encounter with this particular watch. This Jacob Company, Astronomia, is indeed a recent acquisition of mine, Zhang Jianyuan declared, his arrogance inflating further at the mention of his timepiece. Mr. Zhang, how much did this watch cost? Most present were not as well versed in luxury watches as Zhang Jianyuan. They found the price far more compelling than the brand or model. Nearly 13 million, he replied nonchalantly. The guests exchanged astonished glances. For them, the sum was substantial. While purchasing a villa for that price might seem reasonable, spending 13 million on a watch was undeniably extravagant. Even among their ranks, few would dare indulge in such opulence. Only Mr. Zhang could justify wearing a timepiece of such value. Several attendees flattered, eager to curry favor. Sensing the flattery, Zhang Jianyuan basked in their admiration, relishing the attention. Feeling rather idle, he rose and approached Wan Xiangyang, Yichen, and their companions, with others trailing behind. Isn't this Mr. Wan? Long time no see. Still not bankrupt, I see? Zhang Jianyuan taunted upon his arrival. I thought I was facing a vagabond. But here stands Mr. Zhang, Wan Xiangyang retorted without hesitation. Even if you were to face ruin, I would remain unaffected. Zhang Jianyuan smirked coldly, surveying Wan Xiangyang's companions before his gaze landed on Yichen, the only unfamiliar face in the group. And who might you be? He inquired bluntly. Who are you? Yichen calmly countered, remaining seated. Given Zhang Jianyuan's lack of civility, Yichen felt no obligation to extend him any courtesy in return. This elicited immediate rebuke from several guests present. What are you, to speak to Mr. Zhang in such a manner? One exclaimed. You're just a youngster. Do you think yourself a significant figure? Apologize to Mr. Zhang at once. They chastised Yichen, eager to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Jianyuan. Indeed. Those who associate with the virtuous are uplifted, while those who consort with the wicked are tainted. Zhang Jianyuan let out a cold snort. delivering a condescending lesson to Yi Chun. Being around Wan Xiangyang, it seems, is certainly not beneficial. Young man, I advise you to distance yourself from Wan Xiangyang, otherwise, you will come to regret it in the future. Is that so? Yi Chun replied lightly, taking a sip of the red wine from the table as he posed the question. What did you say? Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, one of Zhong Jinyuan's subordinates immediately became enraged, ready to take action. Stop. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Who dares? The subordinate retorted sharply, but as he turned around, he was taken aback. The one who had spoken was none other than Zhong Jinyuan himself. At that moment, Zhong Jinyuan gazed at Yi Chun's wrist holding the wine glass, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 97. Whose hand shall we shake? What has happened to Mr. Zhong? His subordinate wore an expression of astonishment. The surrounding guests were equally perplexed. Is that your watch? Zhong Jinyuan inquired, gazing at the timepiece adorning Yi Chun's wrist with astonishment. Is it the Vacheron Constantin M. Tier Star series? Indeed, Yi Chun nodded affirmatively. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback. It truly was the Vacheron Constantin M. Tier Star series. He marveled internally, realizing that this young man possessed a coveted watch he had long desired. Despite his wealth, such world-class timepieces were exceedingly rare and difficult to procure. His aspirations had remained unfulfilled until today, when a watch of such caliber appeared on the wrist of a youth scarcely in his 20s. In an instant, even Zhong Jinyuan, whose net worth was in the billions, felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards Yi Chun. Mr. Zhong, how much is that watch? One guest could not refrain from asking. While the attendees were familiar with the prestigious brand Vacheron Constantin, they were unaware of its specific models. Approximately 20 million, Zhong Jinyuan replied. 20 million. The guests gasped in disbelief, astonished that the young man wore a timepiece valued at such an exorbitant price. The shock was palpable as they stared wide-eyed at Yi Chun. Even Zhong Jinyuan owned a watch worth over 10 million, yet this young man flaunted a $2 million Vacheron Constantin? Remarkable. This young man was evidently a hidden powerhouse. Not only the guests, but even Wan Xiangyang's friends were momentarily stunned. They had noticed the fine watch Yi Chun wore earlier, but they never anticipated its staggering value. It was merely a watch, yet to casually don a timepiece worth 20 million was indeed impressive. They held Yi Chun in high esteem. Mr. Zhong, are you not the impressive one? Do you still dare to underestimate our young brother Yi? Wan Xiangyang straightened his posture, pride evident in his voice. Humph. It's merely a $20 million watch. Zhong Jinyuan, regaining his composure, returned to his previous indifferent demeanor. Having seen a Vacheron Constantin M. Tier's Dar series watch up close, his emotions had momentarily spiraled. Now, however, he had regained his poise. I simply hadn't encountered one before. Should I come across one, purchasing it would be a trivial matter for me. Young man, you are extravagant. Be wary of your family discovering your recklessness. Zhong Jinyuan countered. While others might hesitate to spend 20 million on a watch, he could easily afford it. In his eyes, Yi Chun was merely a fortunate, spendthrift heir. What hidden powerhouse? He chuckled inwardly. Are there really such young magnates? Zhong Jinyuan reverted to his prior arrogance. Mr. Zhong's assessment is indeed correct. It is merely a matter of luck, he remarked dismissively. Upon hearing Zhong Jinyuan's remarks, others nodded in agreement. Although they had speculated that Yi Chun might be a concealed magnate, Zhong Jinyuan's suggestion led them to lean towards his perspective, believing Yi Chun to merely be a spendthrift, a wealthy heir. After all, could a true magnate be so young? Young man, I present you with an opportunity. Zhong Jinyuan stepped forward, positioning himself before Yi Chun. If you sell it to me, I shall overlook your previous transgressions against me. He pointed at the Vacheron Constantin adorning Yi Chun's wrist, his tone laced with a hint of command. Having encountered this situation, he was determined to acquire the watch. With that, Zhong Jinyuan produced a bank card from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Chun. This card contains 20 million. Take it. His words left no room for debate. Seizing a watch from a spendthrift posed no ethical dilemma for him. Moreover, this was not theft, but rather a purchase, albeit a forceful acquisition. Yet, what did it matter? He was the chairman of the Jinyuan Group, a figure of significant stature, while this young man was merely a frivolous rich heir. And what if I refuse to sell? Yi Chun inquired. That is not yours to decide. You will acquiesce today, whether you wish to or not. This watch is mine. Zhong Jinyuan's demeanor was resolutely unyielding, as if suggesting that refusal would render Yi Chun unable to leave this place unscathed. Zhong, do not overstep your bounds. Wan Xiangyang interjected, defending Yi Chun. Overstep? How can I? He is but a junior. What can you do about it? Zhong Jinyuan, who had always looked down upon Wan Xiangyang, now dismissed him with utter disdain. Tension surged within the banquet hall, the atmosphere thick with animosity. At that moment, the doors of the banquet hall swung open once more. A middle-aged man entered, flanked by a throng of admirers. Upon his arrival, an immediate silence enveloped the room, even causing Wan Xiangyang and Zhong Jianyuan to momentarily pause in shock. They had not anticipated the presence of this esteemed figure. Haha. Seeing the unexpected arrival, Zhong Jianyuan couldn't suppress his laughter, casting a triumphant glance at Wan Xiangyang. Reveling in his superiority, it was rather unfortunate for Wan Xiangyang that this high-profile individual was someone Zhong Jianyuan knew well, and with some familiarity. Wan Xiangyang glanced at the smug Zhong Jianyuan and then back at the newly arrived dignitary, a sigh escaping his lips, filled with resignation and despair. This powerful figure was familiar to Zhong Jianyuan, yet completely unknown to him. Had the visitor been anyone else, the matter might have concluded amicably. However, given that this prominent individual was an acquaintance of Zhong Jianyuan's, it was evident where his loyalties would lie. Faced with such a high-caliber magnate, even Wan Xiangyang would have to bow his head. It was clear, all hope was lost. Meanwhile, the dignitary seemed to recognize Zhong Jianyuan, his expression suddenly brightening with surprise. In the next moment, the prominent figure dismissed the individuals behind him and strode forward with purpose. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Jianyuan felt an overwhelming sense of pride and arrogance swell within him. You see, this is the extent of my connections. Even President Chun greets me voluntarily. He boasted to Yi Chun and Wan Xiangyang. Upon hearing Zhong Jianyuan's words, Wan Xiangyang was engulfed in despair. Could it be that Eulaudi's Vacheron Constantine would truly be beyond saving today? President Zhang is indeed formidable. No wonder even a big shot like President Chun approaches him willingly, some guests remarked, filled with admiration. At that moment, they envied and revered Zhong Jianyuan. For even a figure of President Chen's stature willingly approached him. Perhaps this is what one calls connections, something they could never hope to achieve. Casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chun and Wan Xiangyang, Zhong Jianyuan advanced. The distance between them diminished. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. When they were less than 2 meters apart, the eminent figure extended his hand in a gesture of greeting. Observing this, Zhong Jianyuan dared not delay. He promptly halted and extended his own hand in response. At that moment, Zhong Jianyuan was entirely elated. This was his network, his reputation, an affirmation that even a figure like President Chun would come to greet him. How could that fool Wan Xiangyang ever compare to him? The more he pondered, the more buoyant and self-satisfied he became. As President Chun approached, Zhong Jianyuan prepared to shake hands while respectfully offering his greetings. President Chun, it has been a while. However, in the next heartbeat, his hand froze mid-air. In an instant, Zhong Jianyuan was left bewildered. Not only him, but the guests around them were also stunned. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the eminent figure brushed past Zhong Jianyuan without pausing and continued to walk forward. Ultimately, he stopped graciously before Yi Chun. Witnessing this, all the guests were left in a state of shock. What just transpired? Chapter 98. A flicker of emotion under the watchful gaze of all present, the esteemed figure extended his hand to Yi Chun, greeting him with a warm smile. Mr. Yi. It's a pleasure to see you again. This prominent individual was none other than Mr. Chen Jinzong, a man of considerable fortune, whose wealth amounted to 200 billion. Introduced to Yi Chun through his beautiful neighbor, Imo Mengfei's father, the attendees were left utterly astounded by this encounter. It was not the renowned Zhong Jianyuan who initiated the handshake, but rather this young man. Bewilderment swept over the guests as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. How could it be that Mr. Chen, a figure of such stature, approached Yi Chun, whom they regarded merely as a reckless scion of wealth? The guests were in a state of confusion. Wan Xiangyang glanced between Yi Chun and Mr. Chen, a mixture of astonishment and delight washing over him. To his surprise, Yi Chun was well acquainted with Mr. Chen, and their familiarity was evident. Wan Xiangyang reflected on his previous underestimation of Yi Chun's status. Earlier, he had speculated that Yi Chun's social standing was comparable to his own. However, witnessing this exchange, he was struck by the realization of Yi Chun's remarkable influence. Among all present, Zhong Jianyuan was the most taken aback. Initially, when Mr. Chen passed by without a moment's pause, Zhong Jianyuan was left in a state of disbelief. It was only then that he recognized Mr. Chen was not there to acknowledge him. With a keen sense of curiosity, Zhong Jianyuan turned and caught sight of the handshake between Mr. Chen and Yi Chun. The sight rendered him utterly speechless. His eyes widened in shock as he grappled with the revelation that Mr. Chen's true focus was on the young man he had previously dismissed as an extravagant heir. At that moment, Zhong Jianyuan felt his worldview shatter. How could a mere rich heir command the attention of such a prominent figure as Mr. Chen? A profound sense of astonishment enveloped him. Could it be that Yi Chen's identity transcended the superficial label of a wealthy heir? Otherwise, how could Mr. Chen exhibit such regard? This seemed the most plausible explanation. As this realization dawned on him, Zhang Jinyuan's complexion paled. If Mr. Chen held Yi Chen in such high esteem, then his status must be one that Zhang Jinyuan could not afford to provoke. The memory of his earlier bravado, where he had threatened Yi Chen, sent tremors through his legs. This was a dire situation. Mr. Chen engaged in conversation with Yi Chen when Zhang Jinyuan approached, bowing deeply in deference. "Greetings, Mr. Chen." His nerves were palpable as he extended his greeting. Mr. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Yi, earlier, I was rather presumptuous. Please do not take offense." Zhang Jinyuan stammered, clearly shaken by the encounter. "Is that so?" Yi Chen inquired nonchalantly. "Did you not, just moments ago, express your fervent desire to purchase my Vacheron Constantine?" At this, Mr. Chen furrowed his brow and cast an accusatory glance at Zhang Jinyuan. What did the little clock just do? Mr. Yi seemed quite displeased. No, I am utterly unworthy of this Vacheron Constantine." Jinyuan quickly shook his head. "It was my recklessness, my foul tongue that caused this." Swallowing hard, Jinyuan forcefully slapped his own face twice, causing it to redden and swell almost instantly. Reluctantly, he removed the prestigious watch, the Jacob Company Astronomia, which he had just flaunted. "Mr. Yi, I believe I am unworthy of such a high-end timepiece. It is only you who can truly showcase its extraordinary nature." As he spoke, Jinyuan placed the exquisite watch on the table beside Yi Chen, alongside a bank card containing 20 million. This Jacob Company timepiece, along with the 20 million, was his token of apology. "Mr. Yi, I am truly sorry. We were blind and ignorant." Even Jinyuan himself felt this way. The guests who had tried to curry favor with Jinyuan were now terrified and quickly sought mercy from Yi Chen. "Leave, do not soil Mr. Yi's eyes," Chen Jinzong admonished sternly. At his words, Jinyuan and the other guests hurriedly departed, realizing that this incident would not be brushed aside lightly. They were in for a disaster. "Mr. Yi, such individuals are not worth your ire. Leave the subsequent matters to me." Chen Jinzong, who owed Yi Chen a significant favor due to the previous incident at the Jiangzhou Financial Building, had long desired to assist him. "This minor issue shall be entrusted to me. I will ensure Jinyuan learns his lesson," he stated pointedly. With just a few words, Jinyuan's company could face considerable repercussions, severely damaging its vitality. "Well, thank you, Mr. Chen," Yi Chen replied. "It's a trivial matter. You are too kind, Mr. Yi." Chen Jinzong nodded, resolved to act promptly to satisfy Yi Chen. "By the way, Mr. Yi, my son's company will be opening in a few days. I hope you will honor us with your presence," Chen Jinzong added. In a few days, Chen Jinzong's son, Chen Hongba, would inaugurate his company in the building owned by Yi Chen in the financial center. This opportunity was largely thanks to Yi Chen, which allowed the Chen family to easily lease 2 floors there. Certainly, Yi Chen responded graciously, not wishing to decline Chen Jinzong's polite invitation. Time flew by. After the banquet, Yi Chen departed. Back at the villa, he idly scrolled through his phone. Soon, midnight arrived, and Yi Chen eagerly launched the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. "I am the world's richest." Entering the 2-star marketplace, his attention was immediately captured by 2 enticing items. Luxury car package, business edition. Priced at 5 yuan, includes 2 top-tier luxury business cars, Rolls-Royce Phantom Celestial Limited Edition, and the Emperor Maybach S900. The Rolls-Royce Phantom Celestial Limited Edition is a globally limited luxury car released by Rolls-Royce. Its design seamlessly integrates various aesthetics and philosophical themes of time and the cosmos. Upon its launch, it was sold out immediately, with an estimated value of around 30 million. The second vehicle, the Emperor Maybach S900, is also a top-tier limited edition luxury sedan. However, in comparison to the first, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Celestial, it falls slightly short. Priced at just over 10 million. Currently, Yi Chen possesses several supercars, yet regrettably, they accommodate only 2 passengers. Having more individuals presents a bit of a dilemma. He owns merely a rather ordinary Bentley Continental. Now, the 2-star mall has unexpectedly unveiled a globally limited edition luxury sedan. Naturally, Yi Chen could not let this opportunity slip by. He purchased this luxury vehicle package, alleviating any concerns about insufficient seating for larger groups. The second item also piqued Yi Chen's interest significantly. Chapter 99, Su Linger's special request. The second item is akin to the first. Luxury car gift package, sports car edition. Priced at 5 yuan, including 2 limited edition luxury cars, Ferrari LaFerrari and Aston Martin Valkyrie. The Ferrari LaFerrari is a renowned classic supercar, valued at over 20 million. How could Yuchen possibly resist acquiring such a prestigious vehicle? As for the second car, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, Yuchen had not previously heard of it. However, being paired with the LaFerrari, it must undoubtedly be of great worth. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuchen promptly purchased both items. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully purchased the luxury car gift package, Business Edition. The 2 cars will be delivered to the player's estate within 24 hours. Please be on the lookout. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully purchased the luxury car gift package, Sports Car Edition. The 2 cars will be delivered to the player's estate within 24 hours. Please be on the lookout. After completing his purchases, Yuchen received notifications from the game. The game was exceedingly considerate. Previously, the cars Yuchen acquired would be parked in the garage of his villa. However, as the garage was now full, the game thoughtfully arranged for the cars to be delivered to Yuchen's estate located on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. Excellent. Upon the successful transaction, driven by curiosity, Yuchen looked up information on the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Indeed, it was also a top-tier supercar, priced at over 20 million. Furthermore, this particular model was renowned for its incredible speed, earning the moniker of the Flying Valkyrie. Having acquired 4 top-tier luxury cars in one go, Yuchen reclined in satisfaction. The following morning, the air was crisp and invigorating as Yuchen stepped outside to engage in some exercise. After all, physical fitness is of considerable importance at times. To his surprise, as he exited, the door of the neighboring villa swung open, revealing his beautiful neighbor, Imo Mingfei, who also happened to be dressed in athletic attire, seemingly preparing for a morning jog. Reflecting on their previous encounter, where Imo Mingfei had invited Yuchen over for dinner only to be interrupted by her parents, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty, he noted her recent absence as she had been in Hangzhou for business negotiations and had just returned yesterday afternoon. It's nothing. Yuchen waved dismissively, not at all concerned. In fact, this incident had allowed him to become quite familiar with Imo Mingfei's father. The previous day, Chen Jinzong had been introduced to Yuchen by Imo Mingfei's father. Since both were set to exercise, they decided to jog around the lake within the villa community while engaging in light conversation. After their morning run, Yuchen parted ways with Imo Mingfei. Upon returning to his villa, he unexpectedly received a call from Su Ling'er. Brother-in-law, do you remember the promise you made to me? Su Ling'er's voice resonated through the phone once it connected. Last weekend, Yuchen had promised Su Ling'er that she could make one request. I remember, Yuchen nodded. My request is for you to demonstrate your driving skills this afternoon against someone else, Su Ling'er stated. One of my classmates has been boasting about how impressive her brother-in-law is, claiming not only his wealth but also his exceptional driving abilities. I find it hard to believe. A female classmate had been persistently bragging about her brother-in-law's prowess in Su Ling'er's presence. The boastful claims of her brother-in-law's remarkable driving skills had become unbearable for Su Ling'er. Surrounded by such arrogant bragging, it was only natural for her to feel irked. Her brother-in-law, Yuchen, was undoubtedly the most formidable. She distinctly recalled him asserting his exceptional driving prowess, which led her to engage in a debate with a female classmate. Unable to reach a conclusion, they resolved to pit their respective brother-in-laws against one another, letting the facts speak for themselves. Su Ling'er briefly conveyed this to Yuchen. I understand, he nodded. Although he found the proposition somewhat tedious, after all, his superior driving skills rendered the outcome a foregone conclusion. He felt compelled to honor Su Ling'er's request. Where shall we meet? He inquired. Just outside Jiangzhou, Su Ling'er specified the agreed-upon racing location, a stretch of infrequently traveled road on the outskirts. Upon hearing this, Yuchen's interest was piqued. The site was conveniently close to his estate. After the race, he could await the arrival of 4 luxurious vehicles. I accept, he agreed, considering it a trifling matter. Yay, I knew you would be the best brother-in-law, Su Ling'er exclaimed, relieved that Yuchen had readily acquiesced to her request. Indeed. Her brother-in-law was the finest of them all, the strongest. In the afternoon, Yuchen inspected his garage and chose to drive the magnificent $5 million Ferrari. The Villa's garage, which accommodated only 5 cars, was already at capacity. After the race, he would leave the Ferrari at the estate and return with another newly acquired luxury vehicle. As he drove the Ferrari to pick up Su Ling'er, they swiftly made their way to the racing venue. Upon arrival, they found Su Ling'er's classmate, Jiang Yuyan, alongside her brother-in-law, Dong Chong, already present. In addition to them, several of Su Ling'er's classmates had gathered to watch. Upon spotting Su Ling'er and Yuchen, Jiang Yuyan waved mockingly. Dong Chong, appearing to be in his mid-20s, regarded Yi Chen's youth with evident disdain. Now that everyone is here, let us get started, Jiang Yunyun declared, eager to commence the competition, confident in her brother-in-law's superior skills. Let us race. Who is afraid of whom? Su Ling'er retorted. The rules of the race were straightforward. They would circle the road, reach an intersection, and return. The first to cross the finish line would be crowned champion. Moments later, both Yi Chun and Dong Chang were prepared. Yi Chun was at the helm of his Ferrari, while Dong Chang drove a Lamborghini worth around 5 or 6 million, an equal match. As the race commenced, both supercars surged forward with exhilarating speed. However, from the very start, Dong Chang lagged slightly behind, allowing Yi Chun to quickly leave him in the dust. Go, brother-in-law, Jiang Yunyun shouted, her anxiety palpable as she witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Minutes later, the two vehicles had vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers in suspense. Humph, do not celebrate too soon. Just a moment ago, my brother-in-law was merely a tad sluggish, and now he might have already surpassed him, Jiang Yunyun asserted defiantly. Hee, let us wait and see, Su Ling'er replied, her confidence in her brother-in-law Yi Chen unwavering. He will not lose. A few minutes later, a distant black dot grew larger on the horizon. It must be my brother-in-law, Jiang Yunyun proclaimed, even though the distance rendered the vehicle nearly invisible. Nonetheless, she remained self-assured. Is that so? Perhaps you should take another look? As Jiang Yunyun spoke, the vehicle became slightly discernible from afar. Turning her head, Jiang Yunyun's smile abruptly froze. Is that actually Su Ling'er's brother-in-law's car? Upon Yi Chen's return to the starting point, he awaited 2 or 3 minutes before Jiang Yunyun's brother-in-law, Dong Chang, finally arrived, utterly defeated. Jiang Yunyun was filled with disappointment, while Dong Chang wore an expression of helplessness. This Yi Chun is remarkably formidable, truly comparable to a professional race car driver. Upon returning, during their conversation, Su Ling'er's classmates began to feel parched and weary from the wait. Yet, no one had brought water, and returning to Jiangzhou City would take some time. I have a house nearby where we can rest for a while, Yi Chen suggested. His estate was not far from their location. Upon hearing this, Su Ling'er and the others' eyes brightened instantly. Really? They exclaimed, excitement evident in their voices. Brother Ye's house must be a luxurious villa. One of Su Ling'er's classmates curiously inquired. It is not a villa, merely a larger-sized house, Yi Chen clarified. No matter, as long as we can rest, that is sufficient. The group unanimously agreed to head to Yi Chen's residence for some water and a brief respite. I recently purchased a riverside villa worth over 30 million. I will invite everyone over in a few days, Dong Chang interjected. Hearing Yi Chen mention that his house was not even a villa, but simply a larger ordinary house, Dong Chang's spirits lifted as he declared, I shall reclaim my honor. Chapter